Summary.
When a mysterious angel arrives to stay by Seal's side until she grants his wish, Sebastian finds himself drawn towards her. But with the arrival of this angel, trouble is not too far behind.
Chapter 1, Angel's Arrival. "Oi, Sebastian, what's on my schedule today?" 13-year-old Seal Phantomhive demanded. A tall, dark-haired man smiled. Sebastian Michaelis poured a cup of the finest Earl Grey tea and handed it to the young master. "Well, master, you have an appointment today with a young woman by the name of Lady Anna. She should be arriving within the next hour." He smiled, sipping at his tea. "Well, then we'll be sure to give her the full Phantomhive hospitality then, shall we?" he said. "What do we know about Lady Anna?" "There are absolutely no records of her in the slightest," Sebastian replied, sensing something strange entering the Phantomhive mansion. "We'll have to be careful, master." Suddenly there was a brief knock on the door, and the maid Maylene poked her head into the young Earl's room. I apologize for the intrusion," she stammered shyly, blushing at the sight of Sebastian. "There is someone by the name of Lady Anna at our door. She said that she had an appointment with you, master, so I let her in. She's currently in the study." Seal nodded. "I'll be there soon," he said, looking at Sebastian. "Well, let's greet our guest, shall we?" Sebastian bowed and followed the young Earl out of the bedroom, leaving to the study. Obediently, the demon butler opened the door, and Seal walked in, and a tall, slender woman with gorgeous azure eyes and long silver white hair sat in a chair, dressed in a pale white dress, one leg crossed over the other, as she stared out the window overlooking the Phantomhive estate. "Milady," Seal addressed, walking over to her. "Ah, Earl Phantomhive," she greeted, standing up to curtsy politely to him as he took her hand and kissed the back of it respectfully. "How are you?" "Well," he responded. "I can see you're well, milady." Respectfully, Sebastian stepped in front of Seal, and the young Earl was surprised as the butler placed himself between Seal and Anna. "With all due respect, young master, please step back." "What is the meaning of this, Sebastian?" he demanded, but Anna smiled. "I don't know why you've decided to make a contract with this demon, but I find that he's very different than several other demons I've met," Anna said, scanning Sebastian over. "May I ask your name?" He smiled at her. "My name is Sebastian Michaelis," he greeted with a deep, sweeping bow. "And you?" "Sebastian, explain yourself of this rudeness to our guest," Seal demanded impatiently and confusedly. "Just Anna will do," she responded, looking at Sebastian while ignoring Seal's comment. "I dare say you are quite dashing, Sebastian. It is rare for me to meet a well-groomed, handsome demon." The demonic butler smiled. "Well, it is an honor to be in the presence of such an elegant angel," he replied. "What brings you to the human world, and especially in such an attractive form?" Wait," Seal paused. "She's an angel?" Anna nodded. "I am part of a special division of angels that watches over the wishes of humans all over the world, and well," she explained, "I was ordered to attend to the wishes of a certain earl named Seal Phantomhive, so explains my being here. Do not fear, I am not like that other angel who had his own ideas of a peaceful world through destruction." "Pardon my saying," Sebastian commented, "but it would be my responsibility to fulfill my master's wishes." The elegant angel in human form chuckled, walking to rest her hand over the window glass. "Well, I was sent here to help Earl Phantomhive, therefore. I request to become something of a maid within this household, so that I may be of some service to you," Anna said. "However, my duty is to grant your heartfelt wish, but nevertheless I will protect you." The young 13-year-old Earl blinked. "For the time being, I will half grant your request," he said, looking at the beautiful woman. "What are your skills?" "Like all other angels and demons, too, I suppose," she began with a smile. "My skills vary greatly, as I am not actually human, much like your butler there." "Very well," Seal replied. "Then I ask that you go with Sebastian and learn a little about how things are run in Phantomhive Manor." Sebastian frowned a little. "If I may so point out," he began, "angels and demons do not tend to get along very well due to our, well, conflicting natures and values." Seal looked at him, his expression unchanging. "Your point being, Sebastian," he responded, "do not make me repeat myself." He bowed deeply. "As you command, young master," he said, and Anna curtsied, following the butler out. "Well, Sebastian," Anna began after they were alone in the hall, heading to the kitchen, "I dare say the young Earl is quite strict with you." He glared back at her with his blood-red eyes. "What are your true intentions of being here?" he demanded suspiciously. "Are you in any way associated with those reapers?" "Ha!" she smirked. "Not in the slightest. My job is to grant wishes, as well as free lost souls and such duties. What's a demon like you doing here in the human world? I will not allow you to devour Seal Phantomhive's soul." "Au contraire," he replied with a dark smile. "As of the contract, his soul does belong to me. I just cannot claim it until his revenge has been fulfilled." Anna looked at the handsome butler with sad azure eyes. "I know." She sighed. "I am aware of the contracts of the demons. I am still trying to figure out if there are any loopholes in said contract." Suddenly Sebastian whirled around, lifting her chin so her eyes met his directly, as he was now dangerously close to her. "I warn you now, then, milady," he threatened. "Do not test my patience. There are secrets to slay even an angel, including devouring their soul." "How dare you?" she responded calmly, staring into his deep red eyes before pulling away. "You'd slay an angel? How evil!" Then she sighed. "Well, I suppose your threat is something that cannot be helped. Rest assured, I will not alter Seal Phantomhive's cinematic records, and I will not cross you as long as you don't get in my way, and you will not cross me unless I get in your way." He smiled darkly at her. "Then we are at a mutual understanding," he resolved. "Now, let us go. The young master would be most unpleased if I do not teach you properly of the rules around here." "I'm afraid that tonight it would have to wait," Anna said. "Tonight is the night of a full moon thus. I have business I must attend to." Sebastian smiled. "Well, then, if need be, our training will have to continue tomorrow," he said. "I also understand the duties that angels perform upon the night of a full moon." "Sebastian," she said softly, "I have heard stories about you, including the aliases you have varied. But just observing you with the young Earl has me thinking differently, as it seems that something has changed about you. That boy, he's changed you, hasn't he? You seem altered. Somehow you've become more attached to his soul." He shrugged simply. "Maybe I have, maybe I haven't," he stated. "Who knows?" She murmured quietly, rubbing her arm shyly, and Sebastian couldn't help but glance back at her, silently admiring the faraway look in her eyes. "Well, then, I suppose we should put aside our differences and do what's best for young Seal Phantomhive. I'm honestly worried about his overall well-being." "I will always faithfully stay by my lord's side," Sebastian swore. "I will ensure that his well-being is good." Anna placed a hand on Sebastian's shoulder, and he turned around. To his surprise, she reached up to give him a gentle kiss on the cheek. His red eyes stared at her in wide shock, and she only smiled at him. "Well, Sebastian," she said, "I will look forward to working with you, or even against you." There was a spark of strong angelic power reflecting in her azure eyes, matching the spark of powerful demon strength within Sebastian's eyes. "I look forward to working with you, too," he responded with a sincere smile, feeling his cheek burn where she had kissed him. "Now I will give you a personal tour around the place." "Thank you, but I already know my way around Phantomhive Manor," she replied. "If you'd please, though, may I be shown the room I shall be staying in?" He blinked in slight suspicion before bowing gracefully. "Of course, my lady." Later that evening Seal had Anna fitted for a maid's outfit, and she was changing in her new room, while Sebastian and Seal waited for her outside the door. "Are you ready yet, Anna?" Seal implored impatiently. The door opened, and Anna appeared before them in a light blue and white maid's outfit, a white maid's crown on her head, blending with her silvery white hair. She was wearing a short fanned-out long-sleeved blue dress and a white fancy apron. She wore high white stockings that reached her mid-thighs, and she wore black shiny shoes. She looked very sexy in the maid costume, but there was something to her that seemed almost angelic, yet at the same time very decadent, as the costume hugged against her body tightly. "Ah, this dress is a little too short," she complained, peering around at herself. "I think I would like to have it lengthened if I could, even if it's just a little. I feel kind of awkward wearing this." "You look fine," Seal assured. "But if you want, another outfit could be arranged. But there's nothing wrong with you." "In fact, you look quite attractive," Sebastian added with a chuckle. "I doubt that any maids in all of England would look anything like you." She smiled. "Well, I am a maid sent from heaven," she teased with a wink. "Now, This will probably take some getting used to, however. I don't believe it should be too much of a problem." "Ah," Seal sighed, "I'm tired. I'll retire for the night." "As you wish," Sebastian replied obediently, giving a swift bow, and Anna bowed as well, closing the door behind her as she followed Sebastian and Seal back to Seal's room. "Is there anything you require, Seal?" Anna implored as Sebastian put him into bed, removing the eye patch concealing the proof of the contract in his eye. "Forgive me, the one thing I will not become accustomed to is to call you my master, as of course I am only here to grant your heartfelt wish and protect you. I do not truly work for you." He sighed. "Whatever. Anyway, can you sing, Anna? Sebastian has told me stories of how angels' singing voices are enchanting and help put people to sleep to open up their heart's deepest wish to them." "Yes," Anna responded softly, shooting a quick glance at the butler. "It seems that Sebastian's been doing his research. But nevertheless, our singing does put assistance in making people sleep, not always necessarily to open up their heart's deepest wish, but it help." Smiling, she closed her eyes as a soft, pure note escaped her lips, and the notes wove into a haunting melody, and slowly Seal's eyes slipped closed as he drifted into easy sleep. To Sebastian, he found the music of her voice beautiful, but the spell woven in her song did not affect him. All he did was close his eyes and listen as he held the candle holder that provided the only light in the room. As Anna's song came to a close, she opened her eyes and smiled at the young, sleeping phantom hive. "Sleep well, Seal," she whispered softly, leaning down to brush away a few bangs from his face before planting a light kiss on his forehead. Then she walked out of the room, Sebastian staring after her for a moment before blowing out the candles and following her out. "That was impressive, Lady Anna," he commented, watching as she walked back towards her room. She stopped, but didn't turn around. "Why do you address me like that, Sebastian?" she implored quietly. "You already of who I really am, of what I really am. Don't you hate me for being your rival? Don't you at least detest me because I am an angel?" "That does not matter," he said. "After all, you do not hate me, correct?" She smirked, turning her head around to glance at him. "Of that, you are correct. I cannot find the heart to hate anyone, no matter how evil they are," she replied. "Now, you know that I have business to attend to." He nodded with a smile. "You are amusing, Lady Anna," he said. "May I join you tonight?" "But what if Seal needs you?" she implored. "He knows how to call me," he replied, his demonic glint in his eyes. "Very well," she agreed softly. "But please wait, as I need to change from this outfit. I'm afraid dressing like a maid is not proper for the job I am performing tonight." "Of course," he said, following her back to her room. She went inside and returned out within moments, dressed in a white spaghetti-strap dress that reached just above her ankles, her white feathered angel wings glowering in the dark, crystal-white slippers cradling her feet, and she had a long dark coat in her arms as she walked towards him. "So this is part of your true form?" he said, scanning her delicate form over. "Yes," she responded, and they headed towards the front doors as she folded her wings and wrapped the dark coat around herself. "Let us go." Anna led Sebastian into a graveyard, but the moment Anna stepped into the graveyard, she couldn't help but swoon with weakness. She collapsed back, and Sebastian caught her, amused. "This can't be helped," she sighed, mainly to herself, regaining her balance. "An angel is at their weakest when they're in a graveyard. Yet." She took a deep breath and inhaled the cool night air before exhaling deeply. "I have no choice, as it is part of my duty." "I've yet to actually see this for myself," he admitted, looking quite interested. Walking deeper into the graveyard, Anna let her coat drop, spreading her wings out wide as white feathers dropped from the air, brushing against the cold stones and pavement. She threw back her head, her arms wide, and clean, pure notes were sung from her lips, and Sebastian could see the white transparent souls rising from various graves, sparkles of something supernatural fluttering about as the angel released them from their sorrows. "Quite elegant," Sebastian commented, while placing a thoughtful hand on his chin. "Well, you're definitely something else, Lady Anna." As the souls vanished into the air, disappearing to where their final resting place was, it seemed like sparkles were falling from the sky as Anna stopped singing, looking up at the moon as her irises flashed with silver and blue sparks, her wings dispersing with a flurry of white feathers as they began to fall from the sky. "Ah!" she breathed, teetering for a moment before collapsing backwards, knowing that she'd collide with cold ground as she closed her eyes. But the cold never came, and she felt warm, strong arms embrace her, and she felt that she was propped up against someone's shoulder, and she blinked open her eyes to see herself being held by Sebastian, the butler gazing at her with a dark smile on his face. My, he began, that was an amazing feat you just performed, my lady. She blinked several times to clear her dizzying head. Oh, thanks, she said as he helped her stand, his hand gentle in hers. Now, shall we return to the mansion for you to get a good night's rest, my lady? He suggested with a smile. Her hand still rested in his, as his other gloved hand was rested around her shoulder. Silently she nodded, pulling away from Sebastian as she took a step towards the exit before collapsing with a heavy sigh, and Sebastian caught her under her arms, a smile still on his face. Easily he swept her up bridal style, and his smile widened as he stared at her calm, sleeping face. The feathers had vanished all around them, and the night was peacefully quiet, the wind playing with Anna and Sebastian's hair. Sebastian picked up her coat and draped it over her like a blanket. "Sleep well, Lady Anna," he whispered gently, holding her close against his chest as her cheek pressed against his shoulder as he leaped out of the graveyard, with no traces that the angel and demon were ever there. Chapter 2. The Blood Bond. "Debbie, where am I?" Anna murmured, blinking half-open her eyes, and finding herself back in her room in the Phantom Hive mansion, light beginning to pour in from the slightly open curtains, as it was just a few hours after dawn. She felt a weak, pulsing headache in her temple, and she heard a soft chuckle beside her. Turning her head slightly, she saw Sebastian sitting on her bedside, watching her. "Good morning, Lady Anna," he greeted softly. Instantly this set her alert, and she shot upright, instantly regretting it as she felt nauseous and slumped back towards her pillow, but Sebastian's hand caught her back, gently setting her down. He chuckled. "Easy, my lady," he said. "You fell unconscious last night after the ritual." "What are you doing here?" she demanded in a sigh, resting her arm over her eyes. "Well, my room is right next to yours," he began with a chuckle. "Anna! Anna!" a male voice barked, and Sebastian looked under the bed, finding a white cat with golden eyes glaring at him. What was strangely particular about this mysterious cat was that there was a pair of small white wings on its back. "What is it?" Anna groaned, seeming unsurprised by the talking cat. The white Tom hissed at Sebastian, leaping out at him with claws outstretched, but Sebastian dodged without much effort. "You have a demon in your room," the cat hissed. Anna raised her arm and glared at the cat as he floated above them. "Yes, Fang, obviously," she retorted stiffly. "I have a demon in my room. Now calm down." Sebastian gazed at the cat intently, as if nothing else in the world mattered to him any more. "Fang, this is Sebastian Michaelis, Seal Phantom Hive's demon butler," Anna introduced. "Sebastian, this is my best friend, pet, and partner, Fangorn Angelista, but I call him Fang for short." "Wonderful white hair," he murmured, "a pelt that looks so soft, an allure that could even be called sinful." Fang looked at Anna, golden eyes confused and wary. "Is something wrong with this demon?" he implored her. "I think he really loves cats," she commented quietly. "Luckily, Seal Phantom Hive won't be allergic to you due to you not being a normal cat." Tilting her head to look at the demon, she addressed quietly, Sebastian." He blinked, looking at her. "Ah, sorry," he apologized. "Greetings, Fang." He looked at Anna. "Well, how are you feeling today, Lady Anna?" "Well," she sighed, "aside from the slight pulsing in my head, I think I'll be fine in a moment." "Ah, yes," he said, gesturing to the white maid's outfit hanging on the dresser, different than the light blue one that she had the day previously. "I think this may be more to your liking. Otherwise, I've coordinated a white butler's outfit for you that I've already hung inside your dresser. You may find it better for working with such a master as mine." She chuckled, slowly sitting up as Fang flew down to curl up on her lap, and she stroked his fur, causing him to purr. "May I?" Sebastian inquired, looking at Fang. The white cat flicked his tail, gazing up at the expectant Anna before meeting Sebastian's red eyes with his own. "Very well," he permitted, allowing Sebastian to kindly pick him up and lay him on his own lap, scratching Fang behind the ears, causing him to purr loudly. "Ah, that feels good," he purred. "Well, it seems like you two are getting along pretty well," Anna said, carefully swinging her legs out of bed, shakily standing up. "Oh my," she murmured, trying to maintain her balance, and Sebastian stood up, ready to catch her if she fell, but she maintained her balance well. "By the way, why are you here, Sebastian? Shouldn't you be tending to Seal?" Not to mention, how long have you been here? Fang implored, glancing up at the butler. I was sleeping peacefully when I was awoken by the sound of two voices. Sebastian smiled darkly at Anna. I've been watching over you for the past hour, he told her simply. I thought that the company would help you rest easier. The young master does not wake up until a few hours from now. Speaking of, you look heavenly while you sleep. She blushed, turning away as she headed to the dresser, removing the maid outfit and looking it over, noticing the delicate hand stitches. I hope it is to your liking, Sebastian said. I thought you would appreciate it better if your outfit was pure white like an angel's wings. Realizing what he said and had said before, Anna turned to him. You sewed this, she demanded in awe. He nodded with a smile. The young master told me to take care of you and help you adjust to the Phantom Hive mansion, he told her. Therefore, I thought I'd have an outfit more to your style, as well as something similar to my own, so wear whatever you feel fits you, and do things at your own pace. She laughed, the sound light and cheerful. Thanks, Sebastian, she said. I appreciate it. Fang, you already know the area of the Phantom Hive mansion, correct? The white cat nodded, still being held by Sebastian before floating out of his arms, flying over to her. Are you sure we can trust this demon? He whispered quietly to her. Anna smiled. For now, Fang, she murmured to the cat, though her gaze was directed at Sebastian. I trust his personal intentions of gaining Seal Phantom Hive's soul. Now don't be rude and address him by his name when you speak to him. At least give him a fair chance. Fang's tail twitched, looking at Anna expectantly. If you insist, he sighed. I don't trust his intentions, but I trust you, Anna. She smiled at him, patting him on the head. Now you better get down and act like a real cat, she ordered. I'll get changed, clean myself up a bit, then we'll head over to the kitchen and start making breakfast for Seal. Maybe I'll get you some milk too, Fang. Maybe that'll cheer up your dreary mood today. Sebastian smiled at her as she left the room, disappearing into the bathroom where the wash-bin was next door. Fang landed on the carpet on his pink paws and twitched his tail with irritation. Is there something the matter, Fang? The butler implored curiously. The cat gazed up at him. Forgive me if I can't completely trust a demon yet, Sebastian, he hissed acidly. Though Anna seems to be fine around you, don't think you can win me over so easily. Sebastian chuckled. If that is what you wish, he replied, so be it. So long as you don't get in my or my master's way, then you should know that this demon means no harm to you nor Lady Anna. Fang's narrowed expression seemed unchanged, pacing back and forth on the carpet impatiently. Not too long afterwards, Anna returned to her bedroom, dressed in the new maid's outfit that Sebastian had personally sewn for her, looking quite angelic, the outfit matching well with her silver-white hair. The butler watched her thoughtfully. Not bad, he murmured. Just like I imagined it would look. Anna flushed, twirling around to show the outfit from all sides before looking over herself. Well, she said, let's get going. I'm sure that Seal won't appreciate the fact that we're late. As they arrived in the kitchen, Sebastian removed his butler's coat and hung it up, folding up his sleeves. In the meanwhile, Anna set up a bowl of lukewarm milk on the floor for Fang, and the cat lapped it up happily. Then she folded back her sleeves and looked at Sebastian as he took out the flour. So, what are we making this morning for the young master? She implored. Poached salmon with a side of mint salad. Scones and French pastries will be prepared as an accompaniment. Earl Grey would be the perfect tea to match, he explained simply, pouring out the flour into a bowl. Anna nodded. Sounds good, she responded, heading over to take the bowl of flour from him. He looked at her, and she smiled. Leave the pastry-making to me, she assured. You can poach the salmon and make the mint salad. You can rely on me to make scrumptious pastries that I'm sure Seal would enjoy. Very well, he said. I'm interested in tasting the cuisine of an angel. She glanced at him over her shoulder while stirring in various ingredients into the bowl. And I'm interested in tasting the cuisine of a demon, she countered, and he smiled. As you wish, my lady, he said with a smile and a bow. Speaking of, I think it is important that we can keep in close contact at all times. Would you like to make a contract with me? Immediately, Fang sprung in front of Anna protectively. Fangs barred as he unsheathed his claws. Never would an angel make a contract with a demon, he hissed. Easy, Fang, Anna chided. You're going to make a mess. You know I wouldn't make a contract with a demon. There was a distant look in her eyes as she added softly, There isn't anything I want. Rest assured, Sebastian explained calmly, taking mental note of the longing reflecting in her eyes. It's not that kind of a contract that you're thinking of. It's not the contract that I currently have with the young master. It's called a blood contract. All I need is one drop of blood from you, Lady Anna, and no matter where you are in this world, I will be able to find you, and you will be able to find me, and or the other way around. This will be handy when it comes to what our young master constantly deals with. Ah, yes, Anna said, the trusty blood contract. I've read about that before. I've heard that the two people under the blood contract can also contact each other through telepathy, no matter how far the distance. Don't do it, Anna, Fang hissed. It may be a trap for all we know. Anna stared into the bowl as she was stirring it intensely as it formed into dough. Then she put the bowl down, the whisk still in it. She looked at Sebastian. Very well, she determined, her voice unwavering. Anna, Fang hissed in surprise and frustration, I won't allow you to do this. She smiled at him sadly. It's all right, she assured, walking over to Sebastian. Since the instigator of this contract is Sebastian, the person on the other side of this contract, meaning me, can break this contract any time. However, the instigator himself cannot. Isn't that right, Sebastian? He smiled. You are quite knowledgeable, he commented. I see you've done your research, but yes, you are correct. Anna looked at Fang, sadness reflecting in her azure eyes. In any case, this blood contract should help you find Sebastian or Seal if something should happen to me, Fang, she told the cat softly, considering that you yourself have a special bond with me. The demon butler looked at her in curiosity. Why should something happen to you? He queried. She looked at him. You must have heard that eating the soul of an angel is something only very lucky demons are able to accomplish, she began. I'm being hunted by various demons for my soul. I know it may seem to cause unnecessary hardships for young Seal Phantom Hive. However, these demons hunting me have to do with some of the strange occurrences happening in London recently. Therefore, I would be something of bait. Anna, don't do this, please. I'm begging you, Fang pleaded desperately. You know Michael won't take well to this. I have to, she replied. We'll worry about Michael later. Right now. This is for the better. Are you ready? Sebastian implored gently, staring into her eyes deeply as he held one of her hand in both of his, flashing a knife. Yes, she responded calmly, meeting his cool ruby gaze with a kind one. Just one question before we start. Will you be okay with tying yourself to an angel for possibly all eternity? He smiled. Who knows, he replied simply. How about you? Are you okay with tying yourself to a demon? Anna looked at Fang. Well, I guess I'm going to be finding out, won't I? She retorted. And in any case, I can just break our contract any time I want to. Sebastian nodded in agreement. One more thing, he said. Please don't bleed on anything. I don't think the young master would appreciate blood in his meal. When she nodded without a word, he smiled. Then, let the contract be made. Lifting her hand up, he smoothly drew the knife across her finger, and blood blossomed from the wound, the drop of scarlet sitting on her finger. She silently winced with the quick pain, and Sebastian gently lifted her hand to his lips, putting her finger in his mouth as he sucked on the blood, his eyes turning into their demonic glowing pupils as a blood contract was beginning to come together, and Anna could feel a new sensation rise in her, the new blood bond forming between her and Sebastian. Anna! Fang growled. Though the cat was strongly against this, the feline knew that he could do little to stop her. As Sebastian pulled her finger from his lips, he closed his eyes. When they reopened, his eyes had returned normal again, and Anna's small wound had already healed over. Without a word, Sebastian drew the knife over his own finger and offered it out to Anna, who gently placed his finger in her mouth, tasting the blood of the demon before withdrawing his unscathed finger. Now, to seal this new blood contract, Sebastian said, drawing her close as he wrapped an arm around her waist, pulling her against him as his lips brushed hers, the remnants of their blood mixing. To Anna, Sebastian's lips tasted like a sweet poison, drawing her deeper into what may have been a trap. Both of them closed their eyes as a magical circle of red and gold bonds glowed under them, sealing the blood contract as they slowly pulled away, Sebastian smiling at her. There, that wasn't so bad now, was it? He teased, and she pulled away. No, she said. Aside from kaising a demon and drinking his blood, that wasn't too bad. He chuckled. Now, Let us continue with making breakfast for the young master." "Are you sure you're okay, Anna?" Fang inquired worriedly, his tail twitching with concern. She nodded with a smile, washing her hands before beginning to work on the dough, while Sebastian worked on the salad and the fish. In the meanwhile, Fang leaped back down onto the ground and padded back towards his milk, swishing his tail back and forth as he watched them work. Not too long afterwards, both of them had finished their respective jobs and had placed the foods into the ovens and pot, and Anna picked up a small fish and tossed it over to Fang's empty bowl. "Eat up," she told him. "We're going to have a long day ahead of us." The cat ravished his meal quickly, and Sebastian looked at Anna while wiping his hands on a cloth. "I thought that angels were vegetarians," he said. She shook her head with a smile. "We are also omnivores like the rest of you," she told him, "though I'll admit that I'm more vegetarian. But our situations are very different. Unlike demons, we angels need to sleep. We get tired, too. But luckily we only need 1 or 2 hours of sleep, not 6 to 8 hours like humans do. But we do enjoy sleeping longer at times." "I'm not surprised," he agreed, "especially with all of the things you need to tend to all over the world. I myself enjoy sleep as a luxury." "So, is there anything that needs to be done in the kitchen while we wait for the food to cook?" Anna implored. Sebastian looked at her sternly. "May you inform me the real reason of why you are here?" he demanded, his ruby eyes narrowing at her. She twisted her gaze away as Fang looked at her, swishing his tail. "I'd like to know that, too," the cat agreed. "You've not spoken a word to me of why we are to take care of the young Earl Seal Phantom Hive." "I made a promise to fulfill a man's wish almost 4 years previously before he died," Anna said quietly. "He once saved me when I was being attacked by a group of men by distracting their attention away from me and getting me to safety. I was grateful, and I watched over him from afar ever since. When he was dying, I appeared before him and asked for his wish as a thank you. He only asked for one thing, that his only son, Seal Phantom Hive, be well taken care of." "Who was the man that saved you?" Fang inquired. "Need you still ask?" Sebastian said. "It is obvious." Anna nodded. "The late Earl and Seal's father, Vincent Phantom Hive." Chapter 3, Old Foes. Sebastian went to wake Seal up while Anna set up the dining room for breakfast. "Wake up, young master," Sebastian said, pulling open the curtains and tying them up. The young Phantom Hive stirred before blinking open his eyes, the mark of the contract shining in his right eye. "Sebastian," he murmured, "where's Anna?" "Making the final touches to breakfast this morning," the butler responded. "Today's breakfast consists of poached salmon with mint salad, and there is an excellent assortment of French pastries for you to choose from." Seal sat up in bed, and Sebastian picked up his eye patch, tying it over his contracted eye. "So did she help you make breakfast this morning?" Seal implored. Sebastian nodded. "Yes," he answered before getting the young Earl dressed for the day. "She's adjusting well to the surroundings, and the other servants seem to like her, as expected for such a charming angel." "So what's my schedule for today?" Seal sighed as he adjusted his green jacket. "Nothing of major importance," he answered. "At 5 o'clock this evening you have a visit from Professor Maximilian. Otherwise there is nothing particular planned today." Seal glared at the butler. "Well, I suppose you have a plan for today, then?" he guessed. There was a knock at the door, and Anna opened the door, a tray perfectly balanced in one hand, a single letter sitting on the silver tray. "Good morning, Seal," she greeted softly. "How are you feeling?" "Good," he responded with a sigh. "What is it?" She walked over to him and offered him the letter upon the tray, the royal stamp of Queen Victoria on the wax sealing the letter. "This just came in for you," she informed him. The servant delivering it said that it was urgent. Seal sighed. "I understand. Sebastian." "Of course, young master," he responded automatically, handing him a letter opener, and swiftly Seal cut through the wax, unfolding the letter to read it through as both angel and demon remained silent. After he finished, Seal sighed, refolding the letter. "Well, it seems that Her Majesty has asked that we find a certain missing person who disappeared just a few days ago," he explained. "Lord Gareth Drewton's son, Anthony Drewton, was reported missing a few days ago from the Drewton estate. It appears that the people behind this may have something to do with Lord Drewton's business." "Oh, my," Anna breathed. "What does Lord Drewton do?" "The Drewtons take care of pharmaceutical medicines," Sebastian answered. "But there have been rumors that he also creates powerful drugs and sells them underground. Perhaps there was a disagreement during one of his deals, and his son was kidnapped as a result. Perhaps, Seal agreed. We'll have to further dig into this. I recall an invitation to a party that he is hosting in a week's time. His butler bowed. Yes, young master, he said. Fortunately, you have yet to return a response. But I find it rather strange, Anna commented. Why would he hold a party when his one and only son is missing? Something tells me that this isn't just coincidence. Yes, Seal stated. Sebastian, send a reply back to Lord Drewton that we accept his invitation, and also, I'm going to need dance lessons, so call one of the ladies and arrange a lesson. Anna smiled. Well, I don't think that will be necessary, Sebastian, she told him. If you want dance lessons, Seal, I can provide perfect help for that. There's no need for you to ask one of the madams to help. You can dance, Anna? He implored curiously. She made a fine curtsy to him. Of course, she answered. I've learned to dance all styles of dance. I've learned a lot of things throughout time as an angel, therefore they come to be useful after a while. But in any case, you should have breakfast soon, Seal. Otherwise it may get cold. Sebastian sighed, and that would be such a waste. Very well, Seal said. Let's go. In the dining room, as Sebastian made the tea, Anna brought in the meal for the young master. Gently setting down the plate of poached salmon and mint salad in front of him, she stepped back. Anna murmured, glancing out the window into the sky as she felt something pulse within her heart. Something's not right out there. Seal, you're going to have to excuse me. Without warning, Fang padded out into the dining room and looked at Seal, lowering his head. Greetings, Seal Phantom Hive, he greeted. Seal blinked. Sebastian, why is there a cat in this house? He demanded in rising fury. Easy, Anna chided softly. It's all right, Seal. This is my partner, pet, and dear friend Fang. Don't worry, your allergies won't react to him. She looked at her cat. Come on, let's go. Wait, he said. Sebastian and I will go with you after breakfast. She hesitated, then she shook her head. I can't let you do that, she said. This will be dangerous, and I can't put you in that kind of danger. She's right, Fang agreed. No, it's an order, Seal said as Sebastian set a cup of tea in front of him. We're going with you. Anna smirked grimly. You can't order me like you do, Sebastian, she hissed softly before stopping herself, twisting her gaze away. Never mind, she murmured, walking away. I'll be heading out now. There's something I need to check out. I will return as soon as I can. In his anger, Seal stood up, slamming his hands down on the table. Sebastian, restrain her, he demanded. In a quick moment, Sebastian had grabbed the angel against him, restraining both of her arms, and she glanced at the young earl. Anna! Fang hissed angrily, claws exposed. Is this the Phantom Hive hospitality for a guest? She implored calmly, not bothering to struggle against the demon's hold. Of course not, Seal replied calmly. However, I cannot allow you to just depart like that. Anna sighed, looking at her angry feline. It's all right, Fang, she assured. Let them come with us afterwards. It's not like I have any choice. Fang seemed to relax, maintaining his close distance as he lay down on the carpet, watching Seal and Sebastian warily. If you say so, Anna, he replied uncertainly. Sebastian restrained Anna for the duration of the meal, and Anna closed her eyes and concentrated on what was going on within the city, Fang strengthening her scanning powers. Suddenly, something powerful beat within Anna's chest, and the world swerved around her before she collapsed in Sebastian's hold. Anna! Fang cried, leaping over to her. Anna! Seal exclaimed, but she didn't respond, her heart beating twice as fast as something strange seemed to be attacking her with a burning fire. No! She whispered softly, and Sebastian had already released her, holding her against him. Clutching a hand against her chest, she pulled away from Sebastian before stammering towards the window before it broke, and Anna leaped out, white feathers falling from the sky as her wings were spread. Anna! Fang screamed, leaping out of the window after her. Immediately, Seal and Sebastian ran to the window, and without warning Anna was beat down out of the sky. No! Anna screamed, and time stopped within the mansion, except for Seal, Sebastian, Anna, Fang, and the intruder. As Anna's body slammed against the ground, there was a glint of steel before Anna's painful cry pierced the air as red stained Anna's white clothes. A sword was pierced into her side, and the one at the end holding the sword was a familiar angel to both Seal and Sebastian. Anna! Fang cried, hissing at the opposing angel. Ash! Seal hissed in fury, recalling the fallen angel who tried to destroy all of London in a great fire. I thought you were dead. Sebastian looked curious. I was sure I killed him, he said, scarily calm. As Ash twisted the blade deeper into Anna, she let out a bitter cry before pulling it out with a hand, her wound bleeding heavily as she shakily stood up, a hand over her wound. Anna, Fang barked. It's okay, she breathed. Fang, don't worry about me. Anna. The cat murmured, deep in personal conflict. Why are you a fallen angel? What are you? Anna breathed painfully. I am not the fallen one, he responded, glaring at her. Why do you go through so much trouble to save these foolish humans? She smiled weakly, a sword flashing in her hand made of light. Because humankind is a beautiful thing, she murmured, and she withdrew her hand from her wound, focusing onto her sword. They can have so many emotions, and their wishes, some of them so pure. Though it may be true that there are many bad humans in this world, there is still so much good. As blood streamed from her wound, she poised her blade for battle, and as she took off into flight, Ash flew at her, sword poised to kill. Anna, Fang barked, his wings on his back growing larger. No, Fang, she shouted. Now's not the time. The angelic cat stopped his transformation and leapt at Ash with sharp claws. Sebastian looked at Seal. Young master, what are your orders? He implored calmly. Seal pulled off his eye patch, the seal of the contract glowing in his eye. Sebastian, this is my order, he declared sternly. Help her. Sebastian placed a hand over his chest, bowing. Yes, my lord, he responded, and immediately leaped into the midst of the two battling angels, silver dinner knives drawn as he threw them at Ash accurately, making sure to avoid hitting Anna. You! Ash hissed at Sebastian as he dodged the dinner knives. You ruined everything. Sebastian, Anna shouted, stay out of this. I will not give up until you are dead, Anna. Ash swore angrily as he stabbed his sword at her. Quickly, Sebastian made a quick leap to snatch Anna before she was critically injured, and Fang scratched Ash on the cheek, distracting him momentarily. Are you okay? Sebastian implored her quickly, stroking her slightly bloodied white wings, but he noticed that there was a dark flare in her eyes of a fire burning within her heart that seemed to weaken her. Give her to me! Ash screamed at Sebastian, and Anna looked at Ash as she leapt from Sebastian's arms, leaping to grab Ash around the neck as his sword pierced through her chest. You fool! Anna growled at him, blood trailing from the corner of her lips as her head fell on his shoulder, as her hand dropped from his neck, a small golden star overlapping a circle, a sun, and a crescent moon marked on the side of his throat now. You will never win. Anna, Fang screamed before hissing under his breath, I have no other choice. His wings expanding, they folded around himself before transforming into a large white-winged panther, sharp claws extended, and his eyes were a sharp golden onyx color. You witch! Ash howled furiously, about to tear his sword from her body, but Sebastian snatched her body cleanly off his blade, her head lolling limply on the butler's shoulder as Fang lunged at Ash, his claws ripping through some of his white feathers, and the fallen angel howled in agony. I'll be sure to finish you off next time, he swore. Shaking off Fang, Ash rose up into the air, bloodied from both Anna's blood and his own, and as he flew away, Sebastian threw several knives after him, but Ash dodged them before vanishing. Fang went to Anna's side, and Sebastian looked down at the wounded angel, analyzing the severity of her wounds. White feathers fell from her wings. Anna! The panther exclaimed, and very gently Sebastian placed her on the ground, careful not to hurt her further, while Seal ran over to them. Without warning, there was a flash of light in the sky before another winged angel flew down from the sky, landing swiftly near by the group. His messy silver hair was short, and his dark golden eyes looked worried. He was near the same height as Sebastian, and he wore a simple white suit without a tie and the first 2 buttons of his shirt undone. Anna! He exclaimed, running over to her side, folding his wings behind him as he kneeled down next to her dying body. Michael! Fang exclaimed. What are you doing here? Checking her pulse, the angel inspected her wounds as he answered, Anna branded someone, and it alerted all of the angels in the division, and I didn't hesitate to check it out after seeing that it was Anna's own unique brand. What happened? Why is there a demon here? Who's this kid? I'm not a kid, Seal barked back. Anna was attacked by an angel that was known to be dead, Fang began as he transformed back into his cat form, Ash. He tried to kill her, and this child, Earl Seal Phantomhive, by the contract he made with the demon Sebastian Michaelis, ordered Sebastian to help. Both of us tried to help Anna, but she risked her own safety to brand Ash before he left." Michael's hands clenched as he looked at Seal. "Is there anywhere private where I can take care of her?" he demanded. "Yes," Seal responded. "Her room. Sebastian, take them there." He bowed. "Understood," he said, and Michael lifted Anna's limp body into his arms, her wings motionless behind her. Quickly, Sebastian led the angels and Fang to Anna's room, where Michael laid her dying body onto the bed, Fang hovering above them. "Will she be okay, Michael?" Fang implored worriedly. Placing his hands over her wound, Michael's palms began to glow with a soft blue light, and Anna's wounds slowly began to heal, but at a terribly slow pace. "I don't know," he responded honestly. "Her wounds are serious, and it seems that the blade just barely nicked her heart." "Isn't there anything you can do to save her?" Fang demanded. I don't know," Michael breathed. Sebastian smirked, walking over onto Anna's other side, watching Michael attempt to heal Anna's wounds. He gazed at the beautiful angel's face, the corner of her lips still stained with blood, her long silver hair matted with patches of scarlet. "I could save her," he told them. Michael glared at Sebastian, a scowl on his face. "I won't allow a demon to save the woman I love," he hissed acidly. "Well, if she's the woman you love," Sebastian responded easily with a shrug, "you wouldn't allow her to die, would you?" The angel gritted his teeth, and Seal showed up at the door. "Everyone else is still frozen," he announced. "Because Anna was the one who stopped time," Fang explained. "Time won't start again unless Anna either starts time again or if she dies." "Young master, your orders," Sebastian implored. Seal walked over and took Sebastian's place by Anna's side as Michael continued trying to heal her. Pausing, he analyzed in his head that having an angel by his side, waiting to grant his heartfelt wish, would be useful, therefore she would be no use to him dead. "Sebastian, this is my order," he decreed. "Save her." Sebastian bowed. "Yes, my lord," he responded, heading to help Anna, but Michael immediately stood in front of the demon, ceasing his healing. "No," he said sternly, "I will never allow Anna to be tainted with a demon's blood." Fang looked at Michael. Michael, something about that you should know," he began hesitantly. "Anna's already made a blood contract with him." "What?" the angel demanded in horror, eyes blazing with anger as he whirled on Sebastian. "You—" "Stop it, Michael," Fang interrupted, flying in front of him. "Let him save Anna. If she isn't healed now, she's going to die." The angel gritted his teeth in frustration, angry that he had to rely on a demon to save the woman he loved. Stepping aside, Sebastian stood by Anna's side, pulling off a glove with his teeth before biting his wrist, blood dripping onto her wounds, and a strangled gasp escaped Anna's lips as her eyes shot open. Her back arched as her irises swirled crimson, like a demon's. "Anna!" Michael screamed, whirling angrily at the demon as a huge white aura flared around him with cold fury. "It's all right," Sebastian said with a smile, touching Anna's cheek as he leaned down to kiss her, absorbing the demon nature conflicting with Anna's angelic side, at the same time pressing his bare hand against her chest wound, and the azure in her eyes returned before she sighed into his mouth, dropping limply onto the bed as her more serious wounds began to close, her own healing abilities strengthened with the little bit of demon blood. Sensing that she was going to be okay, Sebastian pulled his lips off hers, removing his hand from her wound before looking at her angelic face, as azure eyes fluttered open to meet his. "Sebastian," she murmured weakly. "Welcome back," he said softly, and Michael hurried to her side, clutching one of her cold hands in both of his. "Anna, how do you feel?" he demanded urgently. Her expression twisted to one of fatigue and confusion. "Michael," she whispered, "what are you doing here?" "I came as soon as I heard you branded Ash," he explained. "Are you okay?" "I don't feel too okay," she answered. "I thought that I was going to die." Seal looked at Fang. "Angels and demons can still die, can't they?" he implored, confused about that logic because of Ash's appearance. Fang nodded. "If harmed by human weapons, angels and demons cannot be killed, and wounds heal rapidly. But if injured by a weapon of holy or demonic origins, the wounds take longer to heal, and the angel demon can be slain. In the case of Soul Reaper's weapons, they can heal at an average rate. Slower than when harmed by human weapons, and faster than when harmed by holy or demonic weapons," he explained. Soul Reaper weapons can still kill an angel or demon, that is, by theory anyhow. Why aren't I dead? Anna asked quietly, gazing into Michael's golden eyes. Were you the one who healed me? For some strange reason, she found regret shining in his eyes as he shook his head, his next words choked. I tried, but I wasn't strong enough, and I thought... He closed his eyes before reopening them, tears glistening before he finished his sentence. I thought I was going to lose you. Fang floated into her view, golden cat eyes shining with concern and relief. It was Sebastian who saved you, he informed her. Anna tilted her head slightly to smile at Sebastian. Thank you, Sebastian, for saving my life, she thanked gratefully. He bowed. I appreciate the gratitude, my lady, he said. However, it is the young master who ordered me to save you. It should be him you should thank as well. The angel looked at Seal. Thanks, Seal, she said gently, closing her eyes as the blood of her wounds faded, disappearing into thin air. Her wings also disappeared in a flurry of white feathers. Anna? Michael said softly, brushing her cheek with the back of his fingers tenderly before she reopened her eyes. What was that? Seal implored. After a while, if an angel was injured and blood was spilt, the blood will fade into nothing, leaving the angel's body blood free, Fang explained. It's kind of part of a purity thing, I suppose. Anna smiled up at Michael, her cold hands finding his. Don't worry about me, she assured him. I'm going to be fine. All I need is some good rest. Michael shook his head. I'm staying with you, he promised her. I'm going to stay by your side until you've fully recovered. Seal looked at the angel-turned maid. Has time started up again in the mansion? He implored. Not yet, Anna responded. I'll do that now. The young Phantom Hive looked at his butler. Sebastian, go and clean up the glass shards and fix up the window so the others don't question anything, he ordered. Understood, Sebastian said with a curt bow, swiftly leaving. Seal looked at the three heavenly beings. If the others ask, I'll say that you went out to meet with a friend for the day, Anna, he informed. I'll have Sebastian bring you anything you need, and I'll have him let the others know that your room is strictly off limits. I'll tell him to stop by your room every few hours. Thanks, Seal, she thanked softly with a smile. I'll be fully better by tomorrow, I promise. He nodded before leaving the room, leaving only Fang, Michael, and Anna. Michael looked down at Anna. You should sleep, Anna, he advised. You'll recover faster that way. An angel's healing trance would be better, Fang recommended. I'll stalk around the manor and see if I can find anything. I'll see whether Seal or Sebastian know anything either. Michael nodded, picking Anna up into his arms, and stood her upright against him, his arms wrapped around her waist. As Fang slipped out of the room, closing the door after him with his tail, Michael gave Anna a quick kiss on the lips. I love you, Anna, he whispered to her as she closed her eyes, sighing tiredly as she rested her head against his shoulder. Yeah, you too, she muttered, and he smiled, allowing his own eyes to slip close as he enfolded the both of them in his wings as they levitated off the ground, his white feathers wrapping around their forms tightly as they both fell into a calming sleep. Seal returned to his breakfast, which was still surprisingly warm, and Sebastian had already fixed up the window with his amazing demon speed and was patiently waiting for Seal to return. Your breakfast is still warm, young master, Sebastian informed, pushing his chair in. I suspect that you could thank Anna for that when she stopped time on the estate grounds. He nodded. Sebastian, you are to visit Anna's room every so few hours today to attend to any of her needs, he ordered. Understood, he responded with a swift bow. Do you have any plans for today regarding Lord Drewton's missing son? Not for the moment, no, Seal answered, putting a piece of moist salmon into his mouth. Sebastian? Yes, young master, the butler replied automatically. He put down his cutlery, turning to look at the demon with one eye. You know something about Anna that I don't, he accused. You alone are not to lie to me. What is it about her that I don't know about? I will tell you when the time comes, young master, Sebastian promised. However, now is not the time for me to be telling you this. But I promise you I will tell you. Either that or else Lady Anna will tell you herself. The secret that angel holds should only be revealed to you by her and her alone, otherwise tension may arise. Rest assured, though, you are not in any danger because of the secret she keeps sealed. Seal glared at the butler for a moment before returning to his meal. Well, Sebastian, he sighed, That had better be true. The demon smiled darkly, his eyes glowing with his demonic aura. I don't lie. Chapter 4. An Angel's Duty. A few hours later, Anna's eyes fluttered open, and she felt the soft cloth of Michael's shirt pressed against her cheek as she breathed in his warm scent, and when she looked up, she saw him gazing down at her affectionately, his wings still wrapped around them. "Michael!" She breathed softly. "Feel better, Anna?" he asked affectionately, unfurling his wings as they touched back down on the ground. She nodded. "Thanks to you, I suppose," she replied, and he leaned down to give her a soft kiss. "Will you remind me why you are here again?" he sighed worriedly, his dark golden gaze meeting her azure ones. "I made a promise to grant Vincent Phantomhive's last wish before he died," she explained. "I told him that I'd take care of his son, Seal Phantomhive, and make him happy. That's my mission." The angel shook his head. "But he already has a demon butler to grant his wish. Must you be involved?" he pleaded. "Michael, please," she sighed, sitting down on the bed. "Be rational. You know that I'm not going to leave until I complete my mission. That's how it's always been." He smiled, sitting down next to her as he wrapped an arm around her waist, kissing the side of her head. "And that's one of the reasons why I fell in love with you," he whispered into her ear. As Anna was pressed against his chest, she felt the warm security of his arms around her, and she whispered to him softly, "I love you too." "But I still can't help but ask, just why can't you just come back with me? Things are much less calmer here," he persisted. She sighed. "What? Then when I see Vincent and Rachel, I tell them, 'Oh, I'm sorry, your son's soul was eaten by a demon, and there was nothing I could do about it.'" "Yeah, not very likely Michael," she chided. "You know I'm not that kind of person. Well, angel, rather." He shook his head at her stubbornness. "You should get some more sleep to rest up, Anna," he advised, letting his wings fade as he laid her down onto the bed. "Regular rest should help ease your mind and body." She nodded, sitting up. "But first I think I'm going to change," she said, looking down at her torn maid uniform. "I'll have to get this mended." She headed to her dresser, pulling out a simple burgundy dress. Closing her eyes, she hugged the dress against her chest, and her wings rose above her, enfolding over her before revealing her in the dress, the uniform in her arms. "Very beautiful," Michael commented as she folded the uniform, placing it on her dresser before returning to lie down on the bed. There was a light knock at the door, and a smooth voice entered Anna's head. "Are you awake, Lady Anna?" Sebastian implored her through telepathy. "Come in, Sebastian," she called as she sat up, both angels turning to the door. As the demon opened the door, pushing a trolley in with food on it, he smiled. "I thought you'd both be hungry," he said, Fang padding in behind them. "Thanks, Sebastian," Anna replied gratefully, but Michael didn't seem too supportive. "For a demon, his cooking is exquisite," Fang commented. "The fish he prepared for me was delicious." Anna looked at the butler. "By the way, did you try the pastries I made?" she implored. "I'm sure there were plenty of leftovers." He nodded. "They were delicious," he complimented, as expected of such a heavenly maid. There was a low rumble in Michael's throat protectively as seemed to loom over Anna. "Don't worry, Michael," Fang assured. "He didn't poison anything or whatever you're thinking." Sebastian smiled. "I've brought some smoked salmon for Michael with a side of mint salad, and since you mentioned before that you were slightly more vegetarian, I brought you a refreshing garden salad with a side of fresh fruit." "That's sweet of you, Sebastian," Anna said. "I didn't think you'd remember." He smiled. "I am, of course, one hell of a butler," he reminded, pulling out 2 breakfast-in-bed trays from the lower part of the trolley, placing their respective meals on them before serving it to the 2 angels, taking out 2 teacups and saucers while pouring in fresh Earl Grey. "This is delicious," Anna commented. "The lettuce is so crisp, and the tomatoes aren't sour. The amount of light dressing is just right." Michael nodded, previously being a little suspicious of his meal. "The salmon is smoked to excellence, the smoky flavor goes through and through, and the salmon is very tender," he added. "Pretty impressive for a demon." "Oh, Michael," she sighed as Fang leapt up next to her, laying down on his stomach and paws next to Anna. She turned to Sebastian. "By the way, Sebastian, have you and Seal been able to find any info on Lord Drooton's son?" The butler shook his head. "At the moment, the young master is doing some research on his own, while I was sent to tend to your wishes," he said. "Is that so?" Anna murmured, glancing outside her window to the skies. Unconsciously, her wings unfurled from thin air, feathers of the purest white falling from her wings. "Anna?" Michael questioned softly. Placing the tray on the side, she stood up, abruptly pulling towards the door. "I have to go," she said. "I sense I have to go." She stumbled, sidestepping as she still felt weak from blood loss. Before she could collapse, she supported herself against the doorway before vanishing from their sights. "Anna!" Michael called after her. "Anna, where are you going?" Immediately, Fang dashed after her, and Michael and Sebastian followed close behind. "Where is she going?" Michael demanded. "Anna's heart has been summoned to grant someone's last wish," Fang explained. "As an angel, it's her duty to grant that wish, no matter what condition she may be in. But in her current condition, she proves as an easy target if she were to be attacked," Sebastian pointed out. "You stay after her. I'll alert the young master and chase after her immediately." "But how will you be able to find her?" Michael implored. The demon smiled. "Blood contract," he said simply before turning into a different hallway towards where the study was while Michael and Fang chased after Anna. The angel looked at the cat. "I can't believe Anna agreed to make a blood contract with that guy," he said. "What was she thinking? Why didn't you try to stop her?" "I did try, Michael," Fang responded in defense. "But she wouldn't listen. She thought that it would help me find her if we ever got separated because of the demons hunting her. Not to mention the rebel angel Ash, too. Sebastian might be pretty handy in a search or a fight." Michael gritted his teeth. "Why aren't I able to protect her?" he cried out in his head in frustration. "Why does a demon need to be relied on? I will protect the woman I love. I will protect Anna." Sebastian Michaelis knocked softly on the door before pushing it open, looking at Seal, who was sitting at his desk, browsing through a stack of papers. "I apologize for interrupting you, young master," Sebastian began, "but we have a situation." "What is it, Sebastian?" the young earl sighed. "It seems that Anna's angelic duties have been called forth, and she has vanished. But in her current condition she is open for any attack. Michael and Fang are going after her now," he informed, meeting Seal's fierce glare. "What are your orders? Do you want me to help bring her back?" Seal put down his papers, standing up. "We're going too, Sebastian," he said with a grin. "I'd like to see what these angel duties of hers are." Sebastian bowed. "Yes, my lord." Anna panted as she tiredly navigated through the crowded streets of London, knowing that Michael and Fang wouldn't be too far behind her. She coughed, unused to the tainted air of London. Turning into a dark, empty hallway, she closed her eyes. "Time to fly," she murmured, her angel wings rising from her back with a soft silver shimmer before she took off into the air, the average human eye being unable to see her. Flying towards where she found the source of the wish calling out to her, she discovered to find that her destination was the local hospital, where a young man lay in bed, his skin sickly pale, his dark hair brushed back off his sticky forehead. Anna flew through the open window and landed next to his bedside, tree leaves falling into the room on the floor. The young man weakly blinked at her. "Are you the angel of death?" he whispered. "Am I dreaming?" Anna shook her head, a tired smile touching her lips. "My name is Anna. I am an angel, and I heard your wish," she told him. "What is your name?" "J. James," he told her. "James Kurt. I'm here to grant your heart's wish before I help you move on. What is it that you want?" "Are you able to save me?" he breathed hopefully, and she shook her head. "I'm sorry," Anna sighed, "but I cannot change your fate." "Please, then, I want to have a message sent to my fiancée," he rasped weakly. "I need her to know that I love her, even though I knew that she was cheating on me, but it was all my fault, because I neglected her." "Is that all?" she implored. "You could just ask me to take you to go see her." He moved his head as if refusing. "It would be too painful for me to see her like this," he said, and she nodded in understanding. Anna pulled one of the roses out from the vase beside him, and it transformed into a piece of parchment and a feather pen. "Tell her." Anna cut him off, placing a finger over his dry lips, and he felt the pain in his body melt away at her touch. She smiled at him. "It's all right," she told him. "Don't speak. Open your mind and heart to me, and I will write whatever you want to your fiancée." The man nodded, thinking it wise not to argue with an angel. Closing his eyes, Anna placed a hand on his forehead, his thoughts and feelings flowing into Anna, which she conveyed down onto the parchment in flawless handwriting. Outside, Michael and Fang stood up in the tree, watching as Anna helped grant the last wish of the dying man. Resting his palm against the trunk, Michael watched Anna with kind eyes, feeling nothing but affection for the beautiful angel. Fang sat on the branch, waving his tail back and forth. Below, Sebastian and Seal just arrived, and Sebastian leaped both himself and Seal to join Michael and Fang on the branch, watching Anna work. "About time you got here," Michael commented crudely. Ignoring him, Seal glanced over at what Anna was doing. "So is this what an angel does? Grant the final wish of the soon-to-be departed?" he asked. Fang nodded. "But not all angels do this. Anna is in a very special department that is in charge of handling the departing souls of this world. The soul reapers are one of the departments that work under them," he said. "Angels like Michael work in the more medical department, where they deal with healing the sick, healing wounded angels, just things involving healing and sickness in general. Then there are a whole bunch of other departments that takes care of different affairs of sorts." Sebastian cut in. "Anna seems to be tiring out." "Oh my! Will she be all right?" Fang implored. Michael nodded, his eyes not leaving her form. "As long as we're nearby and she's in our sights, we can protect her if someone tries to attack," he replied. Anna set down the feather pen after signing it, and she looked at the dying young man. "I have writ it in your handwriting," she told him softly. "All of these feelings belong to you and you alone. Is there anything else?" The young man shook his head, smiling at her. Thank you, Anna," he sighed, closing his eyes for the final time as he died, an invisible transparent aura rising from the man's chest, disappearing as it floated up into the air. "And that's all there is to it," Fang told Seal and Sebastian. But of course not all of her requests are as easy as this. "You may as well come on in," Anna called to them, turning to look at them in the trees. "I know you've all been out there." Swiftly they flew through the window as Anna gently brushed James Kurt's hair away from his closed eyes, touching his cheek for a moment kindly before standing up and folding the letter before tucking it away into her sleeve. "Why'd you guys all follow me here?" she sighed, taking a step forward before collapsing, her wings vanishing as she was being swept into Michael's arms. "We're worried about you, Anna," Michael said gently, turning her in his arms. "You're so vulnerable like this." "Well, I'm thankful that you did," she murmured with a smile as she stood up with his help. "Thanks a lot." Sebastian's eyes darted towards the window. "Pardon me for interrupting," he began, "but I suggest that we should all get going. I sense a demon is approaching our location." "He's right," Anna agreed, a hand resting on Michael's shoulder for support. "I can sense it, too. We should go. However, let's head over to where James Kurt's fiancée lives before we head back to the Phantom Hive estate. I want to deliver his last letter before I forget. But just to be on the safe side, Michael, I need you and Fang to take care of the demon approaching. Sebastian, Seal, and I will go to Julia Hawthorne's place to deliver her the letter." Sebastian plucked a rose from the vase, pressing the petals against his lips, and the petals swirled into a darker, purpling black color. He offered it out to Anna, and she nodded, and easily the butler tucked the dark rose into her hair, contrasting against the sleek silvery white. "Take good care of yourself," Michael said, his eyes meeting hers. "Take good care of her," Fang chimed, looking up at Sebastian. She nodded, and he gave her a quick kiss on the forehead before vanishing out the window with Fang. "Well, Sebastian, Seal," Anna addressed with a sigh, "shall we go?" Sebastian nodded, swinging her up swiftly into his arms. He smiled at her surprised expression before turning to Seal. "Young master, shall we get going?" he advised, adjusting Anna's light weight in his arms. Seal nodded, and Anna looked up at Sebastian, wrapping her arms around his neck to keep herself propped a little more upright in his arms. "Sebastian, can you recognize this demon's scent?" she implored him. "Is it at all familiar to you?" He met her eyes and nodded. "I once hunted with him. He's a little like a vampire as well," he explained. "He can measure the pureness of a soul just by tasting their blood." The angel blinked. "Well, I'll have to remember to be careful then," she said. "I've heard many times before that my blood is quite sweet. But then again, most angels' bloods are sweet to demons." The demon smiled. "Yes, that is true," he agreed. "Enough," Seal said. "Let's go." Sebastian smiled at his young master before swiftly carrying Anna out of the room through the window, and Seal threw himself out, and Sebastian caught him easily after setting Anna down on her feet. "Sebastian," Anna said softly, "Seal will be needed to be well watched over. I can't risk Seal's soul, especially when it's my own that is the target. No matter what, take care of him." "Understood," he replied as she headed to the carriage, Seal going with her. As Seal climbed into the carriage, Sebastian leaped up to sit at the head of the carriage, taking the reins. "Anna," he said, offering his hand out to her. She took his hand, and he pulled her up to sit next to him at the front. "Thank you," she said. "Let's go." Tugging on the reins, Sebastian turned the horses around, leading the carriage to Julia Hawthorne's location. "We're here, Anna," Sebastian said, looking at her. She nodded, jumping down to the ground as she pulled out the letter from her sleeve, smoothly drawing the black rose out of her hair, placing it with the letter as she walked to the door, knocking twice. The door opened to reveal a woman with dark red hair, a slender face, and deep green eyes. "Yes," she implored. "Can I help you?" "Good day," Anna greeted quietly. "Are you Lady Julia Hawthorne?" The woman nodded. "Can I help you?" Anna looked at her sadly. "I regret to inform you of your fiancé, Lord James Kurt's death," she told her. "He died just less than half an hour ago. I'm sorry for your loss." "And no?" she breathed. That's impossible. It was just supposed to be a minor infection, wasn't it?" Tears were coming to her eyes. Anna shook her head. "I'm sorry for your loss," she said again, offering out the letter, and rose to her. "These are his last words to you. Rest assured he went in peace." Tears fell from Julia's eyes. I truly loved that man," she wept. "I loved him with all my heart." Very gently, Anna placed a hand over Julia Hawthorne's eyes, placing her in a hypnotic trance. "Everything will be all right," she said with a soft golden glow in her eyes. "He went in peace, and he is no longer in any pain. He forgives you for cheating, and he is sorry that he couldn't show how much he truly loved you." As she withdrew her hand, there was a soft glimmer of remorse and guilt reflecting in Julia's eyes. "Thank you," she thanked her quietly, sniffing. She closed the door as Anna curtsied politely, walking away back towards the carriage. Sebastian smiled at her, and she dipped her head, looking up to the skies as a warm wind blew against her hair, and Sebastian's eyes widened as suddenly an arm wrapped around Anna's waist, another winding around her neck, covering her mouth. "Anna!" Sebastian exclaimed, but it was too late. Sharp fangs sunk into the side of Anna's throat, and a dark aura fluttering around them both caused Anna's eyes to close as she was put to artificial sleep, collapsing into the demon's arms as he withdrew his fangs, licking the blood away from his lips. "What is that creature? Is he even human?" Seal demanded as he was about to step out of the carriage. "No, young master, stay in there," Sebastian ordered strictly, leaping to face down the other demon. "Release the angel, Lawrence." My, if it isn't my old friend, Sebastian Michaelis," he sighed. "So you've become a butler now, have you, Sebastian?" Biting down into Anna's neck, the opposing demon drank deeply, and when he pulled out, he licked his lips, smiling. "Well, if this is what an angel's blood tastes like, I wonder how delicious her soul would taste." "Leave her," Sebastian said darkly. "She is currently employed under Earl Seal Phantomhive." Sweeping Anna's limp body up into his arms, Demon Lawrence Kingsley smiled at the angel with bright red eyes, a grin touching his perfect lips while the wind played with his long brown hair, tied into a neat ponytail. "But even so, her soul is not tied to his as yours is through the contract," he said. "And you have not claimed this angel's soul to belong to you, therefore she is an open meal for any demon, including me." Seal glared at Lawrence. "Sebastian, this is an order," he declared. "Save Anna." "No one takes my wish-granting angel without me saying so," he added silently. "Yes, my lord," Sebastian said, his eyes glowing demonically for a moment before he leaped towards Lawrence, but the demon dodged his advance easily, gripping Anna's body tighter against him. "Well, we've had our amusements," Lawrence said, "but now I will take my leave." "No!" Sebastian hissed, but the demon disappeared in a silent explosion of smoke, Anna vanishing with him. "That's a first," Seal murmured. "You actually failed, Sebastian. Anna's gone." The Demon Butler sighed. "That's one of his unique abilities," he explained. "He can vanish to anywhere he wants twice a day. Any more, and he'll exhaust his powers." "Sebastian Seal!" Michael exclaimed as he and Fang flew over to them, Fang in his panther form. "Where's Anna?" "She's been taken," Seal responded. "I thought that you two were supposed to have taken care of him." Fang growled, sharp canines bared. "He tricked us," he hissed acidly. "He told us he was going to devour Anna's soul, and then he escaped to here." "Anna!" Michael growled, his hands tightening into fists. "I have to save her." "We will," Fang hissed. "I can still sense her." "Young master, we're taking you back first," Sebastian said. "I'll go with Michael and Fang to go save Anna." The 13-year-old shook his head. "I'm coming with you," he said. "It's too dangerous," Michael said. "This demon is very powerful and should not be tampered with, especially by a 13-year-old boy." Seal looked as if he was about to bark back a remark, but Fang cut him off. "Please, Michael, we need to hurry," the feline said in agitation. "Anna may be running out of time for all we know, but for the moment her heart still beats strongly." Anna, can you hear me?" Sebastian called through his head, but was greeted with no reply. Through the blood contract he could still sense where her location was. "Very well," Seal stated. "Sebastian, send me back to the Phantom Hive estate before you go. And don't you dare return to the estate without Anna." Sebastian nodded. "Yes, my lord." Chapter 5. A new guest in the Phantom Hive estate. "There's an abandoned building that has a demon's scent radiating from it," Michael said. "I think Anna is probably there." "Michael's right," Fang said. "My bond with Anna is calling me there." Sebastian nodded. "I can sense her through the blood contract as well," he agreed. Anna, can you hear me?" he called telepathically. "Damn it, Sebastian!" Her voice snarled in his mind. "Come and get me already. Do you have any idea what I'm being put through right now?" Oh my, he murmured aloud. "Anna seems to be in a pinch right now. We should get going." "Is she okay?" Michael demanded, and Sebastian nodded in reply while answering Anna in his head. "We're coming, Anna," he told her kindly. "Just hang on until we arrive. Are you unharmed?" "With the exception of being branded with a demon rune, yes," she responded, "but being tied up in demon cuffs isn't good, considering angels can't break and escape from them. Please help before Lawrence tries to do anything to me, including trying to take my soul." "Yes, my lady," Sebastian reassured her, looking at Michael and Fang. "Let's go." Anna struggled fruitlessly against the demon cuffs, restraining her hands and feet, tying her up against the wall. The windowless room had only a single light bulb that illuminated the room, and Anna was tied up against the south wall, facing the only door that led the way out, while there was no east wall, leading into another room, but Anna knew what lay inside the dark room. "Let me go!" she screeched at her captor, but the demon smiled. "Now why would I allow such an elegant angel escape my grasp?" Lawrence Kingsley responded with a dark smile, reaching out to grip her shoulders. "I intend to drain you of most of your blood before I take your soul. It will definitely be something to look forward to, considering only very, very lucky demons are given the privilege to take such a pure angel's soul." "Sebastian, where are you?" Anna thought, hoping that the demon would come to save her soon. There was a baby's cry in the next room, and she glared at him. "Let the infant go," she hissed. "I only let myself get captured by you to know that he was safe. You have me now. Let him go." Lawrence stroked her cheek. "That child isn't even yours. Why do you care so much about him?" he inquired. "I heard the wishes of that child's heart," she explained. "I felt the child's desire to find his mother and father. Let him go." "There's no point in searching, then," Lawrence told her. "The child's parents are both dead." "Liar," Anna screeched, but the rune placed on her throat seared her, sending waves of pain flurrying through her. She coughed, and blood dripped from her lips. "I know that child's mother and father still lives." Easily, the demon wiped her blood away with his fingers. "Stop fighting it, Anna," he sighed. "Let the rune consume you. Let the pain take you." Anna let out a bitter scream as the rune glowed red, and suddenly the door burst open. Sebastian, Michael, and Fang dashed in, Michael leaping at Lawrence angrily, and the demon leapt away. "Anna!" Fang shouted out, leaping to scratch fruitlessly at the cuffs restraining his bondage. "It won't work, Fang," Sebastian said, grabbing the cuffs and effortlessly snapping them in his hands, the binds vanishing into smoke as Anna collapsed into his arms, and he placed a hand over the rune on her neck, and she gasped as her eyes shot open in pain before it gradually lessened before vanishing. "These are demon cuffs. It's designed so that only a demon can break them." "Anna, are you okay?" Fang asked worriedly. She nodded. Pulling out of Sebastian's arms, the demonic rune had vanished from her neck, leaving no traces of it ever being there. Taking a deep breath, she took a shaky step forward. "I have to. Save that child." She breathed, and her knees buckled under her, and Sebastian caught her, easily holding her up against his chest. "Anna, you're more hurt than you think," Fang told her, noticing the red burn marks on her wrists and ankles. "The demon cuffs burned you." Weakly, Anna raised an outstretched hand towards the dark room, and her form glimmered with a dim white glow. "I have to," she murmured, and a light illuminated from the other room, while Lawrence and Michael fought, a glowing, crying bundle of light floating over to Anna's hands, and Sebastian released her, gripping her shoulders to keep her upright as she embraced the infant into her arms, the light disappearing as Anna hummed quietly to hush the child. "What is an infant doing with a demon?" Fang said in surprise. "Anna, do you know this child?" Anna smiled softly before she closed her eyes, clutching the baby against her chest before she collapsed, Sebastian holding her. "Anna, Anna!" he exclaimed. Michael growled at Lawrence. "You're going to pay for this demon," he hissed. "How dare you hurt her?" "Don't think this is over, Angel," he responded with a smirk. "I have still yet to eat her soul." With that said, he vanished in a flurry of flames, and the room was peaceful once more. "Ah!" Anna sighed, blinking open her eyes, looking up at her worried angel boyfriend, twisting her head behind her to see Sebastian staring down at her with a smile. Fang brushed against her legs with a worried purr. "Oh, I'm all right," she assured. "Don't worry about me. These burn marks will fade soon enough." She pulled the white blanket away from the baby's face, revealing the soft pale skin, the short brown hair, and the large blue eyes staring up at them in curiosity. "Whose child is this?" Michael implored. "What is it doing with a demon?" "This child's name is Adrian," she explained. "I was told that through a memory of his. His mother and father are unknown, but I know that they're still alive somewhere. Until then, I will take care of the child." She looked at Sebastian. "Or will Seal protest this child's presence in the Phantom Hive estate?" The demon helped her up. "Provided that the child does not cause the young master any trouble," he began, "I am quite positive that he will allow him there." Allowing his wings to lift him up into the air and look at the baby, Fang gazed at Adrian with sharp golden eyes. "Quite a young infant, isn't he?" he commented. "I'd say about 2 years old or so." Anna nodded. "Along with James Kurt, this child's heart called out to me, wanting to see his mother and father," she told them. "A child's wish is one of the loudest, and so I tracked it back here. But the only way to get in without causing a stir was to allow myself to be abducted by Demon Lawrence Kingsley." "And here the young master thought that I failed in protecting you," Sebastian chuckled, shaking his head. "And yet it was you who allowed yourself to be kidnapped." She shrugged. "Of course," she said, "I wouldn't allow myself to be kidnapped by a demon that easily and for absolutely no reason. Now, let's go back before Seal gets worried." "Worried?" the butler responded in amusement. "The young master, never." "If anyone's worried about anything," Michael said stiffly, "I'm worried about you." Anna chuckled quietly. "I appreciate your concern, Michael," she told him affectionately. "But really, I'm all right, and if I'm not, I will be." He sighed. "That doesn't reassure me too much." She smiled. "Let's go," she said. "Young master," Sebastian called as they entered the estate. Seal walked out from the study near by the stairwell, and he gave Anna a brief once-over. "Well, it looks like you fulfilled your orders after all, Sebastian," he said. Then he was aware of the white bundle in Anna's arms. "Is that a baby, Anna?" She nodded with a smile. "Seal," she said softly, "meet Adrian. I hope you don't mind, but I will be taking care of him until his real mother and father can be found." This child was in the Demon Lawrence Kingsley's possession, and Anna allowed herself to get captured to rescue him, Michael explained. Sebastian pat her on the head. "You should get some rest, Anna," he told her. "You've been through a lot today." She shook her head. "I'm all right," she assured. "For now, I'll take Adrian to my room to get him cleaned up and put to bed. Afterwards, I'll help out around the mansion." "Absolutely not," Fang protested, looking up at Anna. "You've lost so much blood. A demon vampire drank your blood and took a lick at your soul, and you've saved a child from the grasp of a demon. You've been held in demon cuffs, burned with a demon rune, nearly killed by an angel, and you nearly died. There's no way that you can work today." "I'm okay," she replied. "Really, I'm fine." Seal looked at Sebastian. "Sebastian, prepare some tea. We have an uninvited guest, and I don't mean anyone present here," he said, frowning. "Lau is here." "Understood," he responded automatically. Michael looked at Anna. "Okay, well, if everything's good here, I'm going to head back to work," he informed. "I'll check back with you later, okay? I'll also bring down a crib for the baby." Anna nodded with a smile. "Thanks for coming, Michael," she thanked quietly. He gave her a quick kiss on the cheek before nodding to Sebastian and Seal before leaving out the front door. "Anna," Fang said gently, "shall we go?" Anna nodded. "I'll come to help prepare some pastries afterwards for our guest," she told Sebastian, and he dipped his head in response. Fang and Anna took baby Adrian back to her room, while Seal went to speak to their guest and Sebastian went to go prepare some afternoon tea and pastries. Not long afterwards, Anna and Fang joined Sebastian in the kitchen, where he was just taking out some pastries from the oven. Anna had changed into one of her spare uniforms, and the marks on her wrists and ankles were gone. "Need any help?" Anna implored, rolling up her sleeves. He shook his head. "Don't worry about it," he assured her as he fanned the pastries lightly. "Just relax." She smiled. "No, really, I'll help out," she told him, pulling over the rolling tray and placing the porcelain cake rack on it, as well as a tray. She placed several fine china teacups on the tray, as well as a teapot. While Sebastian neatly organized the pastries on the cake rack, Anna made the tea, skillfully putting in exact amounts of tea leaves into the pot before pouring in hot water, imbuing kindness into it unintentionally. "Is there anything you need right now, Fang?" Anna implored as she placed the lid on the teapot, allowing the tea to settle. "Are you hungry? Thirsty?" The cat padded over to her, flicking his tail. "That's kind of you, Anna," he replied. "But no, I am just fine. Well, shall we go? I'm sure that Seal will get annoyed if we're late to serve tea." "True," Sebastian agreed, glancing at his silver pocket watch. "We should probably head over to the lawn where the young master is." Anna smiled. "Then let's go," she said cheerfully, pushing the cart out the door, Sebastian and Fang following her easily. Knocking twice on the door, Sebastian opened the door, and Anna pushed the cart in, Fang padding behind her. "Good day, Seal," Anna greeted politely. "Good day, honored guest." The Chinese man looked at Anna and smiled widely, dipping his head, looking back at Seal. "I see you've a new servant, Earl Phantomhive," he pointed out. "She's quite the beauty." Looking back at Anna as she and Sebastian prepared the plates and teacups, he addressed Anna. "Miss Maid, would you please come over here?" Anna obeyed, walking over to stand in front of Lau. She lowered her head, closing her eyes as he looked her over. "What is your name, Miss Maid?" he implored. "Anna," she answered calmly. "May I ask your name, sir?" "Lau," he responded, grabbing her by the waist and sitting her on his lap, much to her surprise and Fang's discomfort as his fur rose, anger flashing in golden feline eyes. A vein pulsed on Seal's forehead. "Lau, can you please let my maid go?" he demanded. "I do not think that she appreciates your sudden advances on her." Lau wrapped his arm tighter around her, and he rubbed his cheek against her back adoringly, causing shivers to radiate up and down Anna's spine in terror. "But she's so adorable," he exclaimed. "Can I buy her from you, Earl? She'd make a wonderful maid, and certainly would be a wonderful model to dress up." I can't be helped but be reminded of the time Madame Red made advances on Sebastian, Seal thought, another vein pulsing irritably. "I am not planning on selling off my employees any time soon," he answered calmly. Then Lau released her, and Sebastian took Anna's hand and lifted her from Lau's grasp, setting her down next to him, quietly murmuring to her, and she nodded in reply. Returning to the tray, Sebastian poured the tea before Anna set the teacups in front of Seal, and Lau very much wary of the Chinese noble now. "Do you know anything regarding Lord Drooton's son's kidnapping?" Seal asked Lau directly. "Not really," he responded. "Only that there are special documents that Lord Drooton has in his possession regarding the kidnapping, but he won't reveal what its contents are to anyone." The young Earl looked intrigued by this piece of information. "Interesting," he murmured. "Sebastian, Anna, any opinions?" "Those documents may contain details about what Lord Drooton does under the watch of the public," Anna murmured thoughtfully. "That may be a factor on why he will not allow anyone to see them." "Yes," Sebastian agreed. "And if we manage to obtain those documents, we may obtain proof of his underground deals at the same time." "Indeed we may," Seal agreed. "Lau, are you attending Lord Drooton's dance party next week?" He shook his head. "I'm afraid I have other arrangements already made for that time," he replied. "But I will alert you if there is anything I am able to find." Lau looked thoughtfully at Anna. "Where did you find this elegant maid again, you say?" he implored. "More like she came to me," Seal answered honestly, jealous Lau. "Quite," the man replied curtly before sighing. "Wish I'd have an attractive woman walk up to my door and ask to work for me." Mentally, Anna chuckled, and Sebastian shot her a sideway glance as he heard her chuckles echoing faintly in his head. "I take it you find this rather amusing, Anna," he said to her. "Yes," she responded. "Rather, I don't often hear something like that said. So it is quite strange to me to hear something like this. Well then, I suppose we'll stop by Undertaker's shop to see whether he knows anything," Seal declared, mainly to Sebastian and Anna. "We'll make the arrangements, young master," Sebastian said as he and Anna bowed politely. "Miss Anna," Lau addressed, "may I request that you linger here a little longer?" Anna shot a glance at Seal, and the young earl nodded, and Anna curtsied while Sebastian left the study. "I will stay here so long as my service is still needed," she told them. Lau looked at Seal. "Do you mind if I test your new maid, Earl Phantomhive?" he requested as he stood up. "Not at all," he responded, obviously amused as he watched the Chinese man pull two of the fencing swords from the rack by the fireplace. Tossing over one sword to Anna, Lau implored, "Do you know how to fence, Miss Anna?" "I do," she replied simply, taking formal defensive stance. "I am honored that you are challenging me to a friendly duel." Seal decided to be both the judge and the spectator for this battle to be. Begin. Immediately, Lau skillfully jabbed his fencing sword at Anna's torso, but the angel just as skillfully twisted out of the way, diving under to thrust her foil at his heart. Before the foil made contact, Lau back flipped away from her, out of her foil's reach. Immediately Anna advanced on him, smoothly sliding under his arm to poke the end of the foil against Lau's chest before he leaped away. "I commend you for your skills, Miss Maid," he noted. "You are obviously not just a beginner. For the time being, I will yield. You have passed my little test." He released his stance and looked at Seal. "Really, Earl, how do you find such amazing servants? First you have Mr. Butler, and now Miss Maid." There was a gentle knock on the door, and Sebastian poked his head through with a smile. "Anna, may I request your assistance?" he implored. "Of course," she replied softly, sliding the fencing sword back into the rack. Curtsying to Seal and Lau, she left with Sebastian, but Fang stayed by Seal's side. Anna closed the door after her, and followed Sebastian down the hall for a moment before realizing that Sebastian may have been joking about needing her help. "What is it, Sebastian?" Anna implored gently. "What do you need assistance for?" Immediately, Sebastian grabbed Anna's arms and pinned her against the wall, his face dangerously close to hers. "Yeah, I don't think so," Anna said softly, staring deeply into Sebastian's eyes. "No matter what you say or do, Sebastian, I won't play bait. Do you honestly think I want Lawrence Kingsley to come after myself and Seal? I swore to Seal's father that I would protect him and watch over him. I can no longer save him from his hate, but I believe that I can still save his soul from being devoured." Sebastian's hands tightened on her arms, and his eyes glimmered with a demonic aura. "Would you be willing to trade your soul for the young master's, then?" he suggested. "Give me your soul in exchange for his?" Unflinchingly and without hesitation, she rose her shining golden gaze to his and answered, "Yes." This surprised Sebastian, and it showed on his face, the demonic glower vanishing back to its ruby red. Anna smirked, noticing that she had shaken the demon's resolve, and she closed her molten gold eyes, opening them once more to reveal azure blue. "Would you like to have a taste of my soul?" Anna taunted, pulling out of his grip easily. "Well, too bad." She began walking off to the kitchen, but suddenly Sebastian grabbed her arm, spinning the angel into his arms before kissing her deeply, tasting the pureness of Anna's soul as he held her in his arms before she wrenched away, slapping Sebastian across the cheek in anger before storming from the hall. A powerful golden aura glowed around her, brightening the moderately dark hallway before she allowed it to wink out, taking a deep and calming breath. "Stupid demon," she thought. "Who does he think he is? Then again, I was the one who taunted him in the first place. Arg. Whatever. Either way. Stupid Sebastian." "Sebastian, where's Anna?" Seal implored as the butler walked in the room with another pot of tea. Lau had left to go do a little investigating for Seal. "Well," he responded, "I apologize, young master, but I have seemed to have infuriated the newest Phantomhive maid." Seal blinked at him. "What did you do, Sebastian?" he demanded. Only you know how to insult an angel. Well, he began with a sigh, I did take a quick taste of her soul by stealing a kiss from her. Obviously that infuriated her, considering she slapped me across the face, so I will take responsibility for her absence. The young Earl sighed heavily in irritation. Do you have any idea where she is? He implored. Fang hissed at Sebastian. You did what? I don't know where Anna is either, he snapped. I can't sense her right now. She won't talk to me. I'm afraid that Anna is also blocking me too, Sebastian noted. She's ignoring my mental calls to her, and unfortunately I cannot track her for the moment, even with the blood bond, as she is, as I said, blocking me. Seal sighed, rolling an eye. Well, she'll alert us if she gets into any trouble, right? Maybe. Fang growled, feline eyes glaring at the demon butler. Anna can have quite a fiery temper sometimes, but usually she means well. Anyway, Sebastian, the Earl continued, do you have any idea why that angel Ash is still alive? I thought you disposed of him the last time we encountered him. That's what I believe, too, the demon agreed. But strangely enough, he's still alive. You think that angels die that easily after being beaten by a demon, Sebastian? Fang barked harshly. Our kind is not as inferior as you think they are. He sighed with a shrug. I suppose so, he said. Either way, Anna is still in danger of being attacked by either the not-deceased Ash or Lawrence, therefore. Make sure you apologize to her when you see her next, Sebastian, Seal ordered. I'd rather not have my own demon butler be occupied with affairs of our angelic guest. I will need your services for the times to come. Sebastian blinked, then bowed swiftly. Understood, he responded automatically. Anna! Fang gasped, ears perking as his head turned to the door. She's in her room, apparently. Excuse me, Seal, but I must speak to her. Without waiting for a reply, the white cat dashed out. Sebastian looked at Seal, and Seal just glared at him before the butler nodded. One more thing before you go, though, Sebastian, Seal began, and Sebastian stopped, looking at his master. Arriving at Anna's room, he found Fang pacing outside the door in agitation. Why are you not inside with Anna? He implored. The cat glared up at him. She won't let me in, he hissed. Something's bothering her, and it's not you either. A smile crept its way onto Sebastian's face, and he rapped lightly on the door twice. Anna, may I come in and have a word with you? He requested politely. Fang snorted. She won't even let me in, so what makes you think that she'd ever let? Come in, Sebastian, Anna's voice called through the door, and Fang's tail dropped to the ground in disbelief. As Sebastian smiled as if to say, I told you so, Fang glared up at the butler. You'd better not do anything to infuriate her further, demon, he threatened. Sebastian dipped his head before opening the door, closing it behind him as he watched as Anna was sitting on the side of her bed, baby Adrian tucked into his newly brought cradle by Michael. Her eyes were glancing outside, and the gaze looked distant. Immediately, Sebastian walked over in front of her and bent down on one knee, lowering his gaze as he held a hand against his chest, the other folded behind his back. I apologize for my actions towards you earlier, Anna, he apologized sincerely. Her gaze never left the window. I appreciate your apology, Sebastian, but there is nothing to forgive. She murmured softly, sounding almost distant, like only half of her was present in the room. Anna, he implored, standing up, are you all right? Not especially, no, she responded, subconsciously touching the base of her left collarbone. When her azure gaze met Sebastian's, the demon was shocked at the emptiness those twin orbs held. I've been targeted by a greater demon, she breathed, and his eyes widened. I've been marked to die, Sebastian. Chapter 6. Orders of Love. How did this happen, Anna? Sebastian demanded, immediately moving to sit by her side. May I? She nodded, and he carefully peeled away the fabric of Anna's uniform from her neck to see the black star pentagram imprinted on her left collarbone over the smooth and flawless skin. I'm not sure, she answered carefully. I was just coming back from getting the cradle from Michael, and the next thing I knew, I spaced out for a moment before I found this mark burning on my neck. Do you recognize whose symbol this is? Sebastian inspected the mark carefully before allowing his soft white glove to brush over it, and she couldn't help but wince. My apologies if I hurt you, he told her, realizing that the mark was sensitive to a demon's touch. I do not particularly recognize this symbol, but I can guarantee that this is a greater demon's mark. Only a greater demon can imprint on a human, more or less, an angel. Could Lawrence Kingsley be the culprit, Anna? Fixing up her uniform, Sebastian shook his head. Lawrence is just a regular demon like me, he responded. Pausing, he implored, does Fang and Michael know about this? She shook her head. I haven't told them yet, she said softly. I don't know what to do. I've rarely ever heard this happen before. What does this mean? Rest assured, he soothed her. This only means that the value of your soul has gone up. Anna bit her lip. And that's supposed to put my fears at rest? She demanded. I'm being targeted, Sebastian. That has to scare me, at least. Sebastian smiled at her gently. So long as you work under the name of Phantom Hive, he began, I will do everything I can to help and protect you, unless ordered by the young master otherwise. And I trust Seal won't try to have me killed, correct? She implored worriedly. The demon chuckled. Most unlikely, he assured. But rest assured, Anna, I will protect you. Anna's lips twitched into a small smile, but her eyes still reflected deep worry. Thanks, Sebastian, she murmured gratefully, her hand nervously moving to her collarbone. Don't worry, Anna, Sebastian told her, taking her hand in both of his and kissing the back of it softly. I will protect you, my lady. Recalling the words of his master, he smiled at her sincerely before looking at her, stroking her cheek. She didn't flinch from his gentle touch. May I? He implored. Her dim eyes blinked at him in slight confusion, and he moved closer to her, waiting to see if she'd react, but she didn't, remaining still. Very softly, Sebastian kissed her tenderly, his hand still on her cheek as she closed her eyes, allowing the demon to kiss her. As he kissed the angel, Seal's orders rang through his mind. Make Anna fall in love with you, Sebastian, Seal had ordered. I don't care by what methods, but you must make sure that Anna stays by your side, because you answer to me. We can't have any of Anna's angel friends to convince her to go against my goals. So do all you can to protect her, unless my safety is in danger first. This is my order. Sebastian's lips brushed against Anna's cheek before running teasingly over her ear, causing her breath to hitch before she pulled away abruptly. Sebastian, I can't, she told him. Especially not with a demon. This isn't right. We're two completely different species. Immediately, Sebastian pinned her down onto her bed, his eyes staring deeply into hers. What is your relationship with Michael, anyway? Is he your lover? He demanded. Angels are given a promised partner when we are created, she explained. But Michael has truly fallen in love with me, but I see him more as a guardian figure, so I do love him, but just not romantically. Would you like to explain how angels are created? He implored, stroking her hair. I've always been a little curious about that. I never really could ask one, as the last one I encountered tried to kill me. Many of us were human before we died, one way or another, she explained. Becoming an angel allows us another chance at living, though not completely human. But only specific humans become angels, the ones that still have something they're strongly holding on to in life, that as well as other factors. So what are you holding on to? Sebastian asked, moving aside so she could sit up. What is your story? She sat up, looking out the window sadly. My mother died giving birth to my youngest sister, and my father died when I was 14, she began quietly. I became head of the family household, having to watch over my younger brother and sister, and right when it seemed that our family was going to crash, I was offered a job to take out all who opposed the Queen. However, due to the rapid success of our family once more over time, I was suspected of being a witch. He nodded knowledgeably. Yes, witch hunts were quite popular, he agreed. So, I suppose that you... Yes, she cut off, closing her eyes, shuddering at the memory. I was tried and found guilty without any solid evidence when I was 16, and then I was burned at the stake. You must have been terrified, he said gently, and in so much agony. Anna dipped her head, unaware that her entire body was shaking from her inner terror. It was a slow and painful death, she admitted in a shaky voice. If I ever see fire, I can still hear my own screams on that day. Sebastian was honestly surprised that Anna was revealing so much of her past to him. Why do you actually answer me truthfully, Anna? He implored curiously. You are protecting me, aren't you? She pointed out. You should at least know what I'm afraid of. He blinked at her incredulously. But isn't there the possibility that I might be lying, my lady? He suggested. Anna chuckled, looking at him with kind eyes. Sebastian, you've said it before yourself, she pointed out. You don't lie. Sebastian chuckled, shaking his head. "Very true," he said with a sigh. My, I never imagined that my words would be sent right back at me." "But it's true, isn't it?" she pressed, stretching her arms as she stood up. "You won't lie to either me or Seal, right?" He remained silent, but nodded. "In any case," she continued, "after my death I awoke as an angel, and my job as the Queen's watchdog was passed down to the noble Phantom Hive household generation by generation, and now the duty has fallen on to Seal." Sebastian became a little suspicious. "It sounds like you've been watching the Phantom Hive family for a long time." Anna nodded. "Being the Queen's watchdog is not an easy task," she told him. "As I suppose you've realized by now, it must be difficult guarding Seal sometimes." "If one who serves as a Phantom Hive butler could not protect his master, then where would we be?" he responded easily. She shrugged. Very true," she agreed. "You have a remarkable human side to you, Anna," Sebastian complimented. "I'm not sure of the words to fit you, but just remarkable, skilled, passionate, caring, and obviously beautiful." His crimson eyes scanned delicately over her form. She chuckled. "Coming from a demon, I'm a little flattered," she commented with a blush, looking him over. "You're not that bad yourself. You went one-on-one with an psychotic angel and won." Sebastian smiled, reaching over to stroke her cheek. "You're a very, very beautiful angel, Anna," he sighed. "I think I may be falling for you." The angel immediately pulled away, eyes wide in surprise. Before she could speak, Sebastian drove himself at her, his lips meeting hers perfectly. "Sebastian, what are you?" she cut off, her face turning red. He shushed her by running a fingered glove over her lips. "SHHH." He hushed gently, eyeing her smooth, perfect mouth. "I want you, Anna." "Absolutely not," she told him. "You're a demon and I'm an angel. There's no question about it. We can't be together." "Anna," Fang hissed from outside, "I'm coming in there. I don't care what's going on. I don't trust you being in there with a demon for so long." Anna put a reasonable amount of distance between herself and Sebastian before calling for the cat to come in. The cat pushed into the room, glaring at Sebastian suspiciously. "I'm sorry if I made you worry, Fang," she apologized to her friend sincerely. "I'm all right now." "So it seems that I'm not the liar after all," Sebastian thought. "Are you planning on keeping this a secret from all of the people that care about you, Anna?" "It seems like a bad idea, doesn't it?" she echoed into his head, shooting him a glance. "I can hear your thoughts if you're not paying attention and guarding them well, remember." "Can you two please not leave me out of this conversation?" Fang demanded irritably. "I would very much like to know what's going on, Anna. Where did you go? What happened?" She bit her lip, looking at Fang sadly. "I was taking a safe flight around, and then I don't know what happened, but I saw a flash of black, and the next thing I knew I had a black star pentagram imprinted on my left collarbone, and it was burning," she explained, and the cat hissed in realization. "Yes, Fang, I've been marked by a greater demon. I've been marked to die. I don't know who did it. I don't know why they did it, and I don't know how they did it." "Who else knows about this?" the angelic cat demanded. "So far, only you and Sebastian," she answered softly. "I don't know whether it's a good idea to tell Seal, and I know Michael will be both worried and furious. Sebastian says that this means that the value of my soul has gone up." Fang flicked his tail. "And that's not a good thing," he said. "We can only be thankful that an angel's soul cannot be stolen so easily, otherwise you'd be brought back into heaven right away." "Oh," Sebastian said, intrigued. "And why so?" "We can't tell you," Anna responded gently as Fang hissed at the demon. "It's the angel's special secret. I trust that you have your own secrets to hide as well." He nodded, and Fang turned to Anna. "You must tell Michael so that he's aware of this," he advised. "I'd rather not," she murmured nervously. "I know he's not going to take it well, so I'd rather not tell him myself. I'd avoid telling him altogether if I could help it." Sebastian pulled out his pocket watch and looked at the time. Oh my," he sighed. "I apologize for interrupting this matter of utmost importance, however. We must get going to Undertaker's shop." "Ah, yes," Anna agreed, standing up. "The infamous Soul Reaper, now retired. Telling Michael will have to wait, Fang, but I will tell him. Sometime. But for the moment we must get going. I'll have Maylene take care of Adrian if he needs anything." "Fine," Fang reluctantly agreed. "Let's get Seal and go." Anna shook her head. "You're staying here, Fang," she addressed. I need you to help take care of Adrian and inform Michael of my situation while I'm gone. I don't think I want to be here when he finds out." The cat nodded. "I understand," he said, turning to Sebastian, flicking his tail demandingly. "Protect her, Sebastian. Don't you dare allow Anna to get hurt, or else you're in big trouble." Sebastian politely bowed. "I understand." Arriving at Undertaker's shop in the streets of London, Sebastian rapped twice before opening the door, stepping into the coffin-filled room after Seal and Anna. A dark-cloaked man with long, dirty gray hair covering his eyes, wearing a hat, grinned widely at them. He really did look like a grim reaper sometimes. Beside him stood a frigid man wearing glasses and a suit, a long, retractable stick in his hand. "Welcome, Earl Phantomhive," Undertaker greeted darkly. "What brings you to my shop today?" "Sebastian!" a sing-song voice shouted, and a red-cloaked, red-haired, red-eyed man leaped at Sebastian with arms outstretched. Easily, the butler dodged his advance and allowed the Soul Reaper to fall to the ground. He frowned as he got up, revealing sharp, pointy teeth. "Well, this is definitely not what I expected," Anna couldn't help but comment, looking around at the dark-looking room filled with coffins. "Grell Sutcliffe, what are you doing here?" Seal demanded. "Not often do I find a wishing angel enter my shop," Undertaker commented, looking at Anna. "What is your name?" She smiled. "Anna," she responded. The red-loving Shinigami popped up in front of Anna, staring at her calculatingly. "A wishing angel," he commented. "You don't look much like—" Immediately, the quiet man's stick struck Grell over the head, and he glared down at him. "How dare you disrespect this legendary angel?" he scolded, bowing at Anna. "Welcome, I am William T. Spears." Grell's head had a bump on it as he got onto his knees, tears flowing down his face. Pouting, he whined, "You're so mean, Will. I thought you didn't like angels, especially when that last one infiltrated the Shinigami library." "I don't know where you get your information, then," William retorted gruffly, glancing back at Anna. "Wishing angels are in fact in charge of our dispatch management division of Shinigami. Wishing Angel Anna is one of the most famous wishing angels known, and she's often talked about among the DMD. That repulsive excuse for an angel the previous time in that monastery was far less elegant than the one present before us." She scratched her head with a flush of embarrassment. "I appreciate your flattery," she said, "but please allow me to be frank. We're here strictly on business." "Ah, yes," Undertaker replied, looking at Seal. "I take it you wish to see whether I have any information on Lord Gareth Drewton's son, Anthony Drewton's disappearance." Seal nodded. "Do you know anything?" Undertaker placed a long nail on his mouth before nodding, creepily hovering over to him. "First, Earl, give me that," he beckoned. "Bestow upon me the finest laughs, and I'll tell you anything you need to know. I lost last time to that butler of yours, but I won't this time." The young Earl growled in frustration, but Anna smiled at him. "Let me take care of this, Seal," she chided. "Don't worry, this will be quick." "Ooh," Undertaker murmured. "I've never gotten a laugh from an angel before." The angel smiled, walking over to the retired Shinigami and whispering into his ear briefly before he burst out laughing, Anna graciously stepping back from the ruckus she caused back over to Seal and Sebastian. "Well, that wasn't too hard," she said with an innocent smile. Sebastian raised an eyebrow with an amused smirk on his face, and Fang had a similar expression. Seal, however, looked a little impatient, though he patiently waited for Undertaker to stop laughing. "So if I may so ask," Will began, looking at Anna, "why are you with a demon and his master?" "Ah, an intriguing question," she replied easily. "I'm here to grant Seal Phantomhive's dearest wish, but since he doesn't have any for the time being, I'm here to stay by his side until he does. I'm also here on a promise I made a while back." The Shinigami looked unimpressed, glaring at Sebastian warily. "And you're not repulsed at that vermin's presence?" "How dare you insult my beloved Sebi as vermin?" Grell pouted. "Sebi? Well, I will keep that in mind." Anna thought as she blinked at Will, ignoring Grell's comment. "Not in the slightest," she said, smiling at Sebastian. "He's been quite gracious to me, in fact." Sebastian offered her a smooth bow. "All the better to serve you with, my lady," he teased as Undertaker began to sober up. "Ah, I have seen Utopia," he sighed contentedly. "I truly admire you, Lady Anna. Now, on to business. Please have a seat, Earl Phantomhive." As Seal took a seat on a coffin, Grell leaned closer to Anna, whispering, "What did you say to him?" "Oh, just a little joke I picked up during work one day," she responded intuitively. Sebastian glanced at her briefly and couldn't help but admire the independent angel before him. Perhaps making her fall in love with him may prove harder than he expected, especially when it seemed that just the opposite was beginning to happen. Now, Sebastian, he scolded himself privately, making sure that Anna couldn't hear these thoughts. You've been roaming around the human world for thousands of years, and within a few days you find yourself being attracted to an angel. What a mundane mistake to make, as if even I was to have her fall in love with me, and or vice versa, there would be a very little chance that we could actually be together, considering we are two entirely different species. Sebastian. Hey, Sebastian. Anna's voice broke into his musings. You look distracted. Could you at least try to look like you're paying attention, please? So, what can you tell us, Undertaker? Seal implored. As I'm sure you know, Lord Druten does secret underground deals by making powerful drugs, he began. Obviously, this has gotten him into trouble, proven by his son's kidnapping. Apparently, there were documents sent to him, but he nor Scotland Yard has revealed what those letters contain. So far there are no clear suspects, but there are reasons to believe that an associate of his, Lord Mitch Ridley, may be one of the prime suspects. Seal shook his head. I've already checked Lord Ridley's alibi, and it's solid. It can't have been him, he replied. Undertaker chuckled. Just what I'd expect as the Queen's watchdog. Anyone else you can think of, Undertaker? Anna implored. Well, it would prove more helpful if we could get those documents from Lord Druten, he replied. Otherwise, it would take a little while to go through the Shinigami Library archives to get any decent information. Seal murmured. Then we have no choice but to try and get the information from him ourselves directly. We can do that when we go to the dance later this week, Anna said. Speaking of Seal, it's about time we start shaping up your dancing skills before we go. Otherwise, I'm going to be really worried about how you're going to grow up. Hey, Seal resented. I can dance just fine. She chuckled, looking at William and Grell. What are you both doing here anyway? We're investigating a case of mysterious deaths, William answered. Grell nodded in agreement. We thought that Undertaker could help us, he added, but we couldn't get much information either. Anna hummed thoughtfully, glancing outside. Something strange is brewing out there, but I can't put my finger on it. Sebastian patted her lightly on the head. You're just thinking too much, Anna, he assured her as she glared at his belittling of her. Everything's just fine. She sighed. If you say so, Sebastian. But anyway, we should get going soon, Seal. The young Earl sighed. Very well, Undertaker. If you should find anything, please have a message sent to me. Sebastian, Anna, let's go. Chapter 7. Lessons with Anna and Sebastian. Where's Fang? Seal inquired. Went up to talk to Michael, she answered. Thought it would be best for him to talk to Michael because of some reasons. Seal glared. What reasons? He implored. It's only on a need-to-know basis, Seal, she assured him. Don't worry, you aren't in any immediate danger. Now, shall we please proceed with the lesson? Sebastian reminded. Of course. Now, Seal, Anna addressed, glancing at the young Earl as Sebastian stood in front of her with a smile, pay close attention and see how a gentleman is to treat a lady when he asks her to dance. Sebastian bowed smoothly to Anna, offering his hand out to her. May I have this dance, Lady Anna? He implored. I would be honored, Sebastian, she replied, placing her hand in his as Sebastian drew her into his arms, using his demonic abilities to make the record start playing, and they took formal dancing position, Sebastian's hand resting on her lower back while his other cradled hers. Keep the lady close to you so that you are able to lead her easier, Sebastian instructed Seal. After a few natural turns, she will quickly adapt to your rhythm of your steps. This will be easier for you to wordlessly instruct her to make a turn and change directions. Always look your dancing partner in the eyes, Anna continued, staring deeply into Sebastian's crimson orbs. It shows a sign of respect and acknowledgement. In addition, it makes you appear to be proficient in dancing, as you do not need to watch where you step as you dance. Sebastian nodded in agreement. Smiling would also be of some good as well, young master, he added. Otherwise the lady may believe that you do not enjoy her company, and how could you not enjoy the company of such a beautiful and delightful angel? You flatter me, Sebastian, she teased, flirting back with a gentle tone. And who wouldn't enjoy the company of a remarkable, handsome demon? She reached up to caress Sebastian's cheek softly, and he tilted his head into her hand, closing his eyes as they still danced. "Ah, so warm," Sebastian thought, ensuring that she couldn't hear his thoughts. "Anna, I can't believe I'm thinking this, but I may be falling in love with you, even though it should be the other way around." Anna withdrew her hand and pulled out of the formal position, turning to remove the record from the player. She turned to Seal with a smile. "Are you ready to try, Seal?" Seal nodded, biting his lip nervously as he walked over to her and cautiously placed a small hand on her back, the other holding hers. "Don't forget to lead from the heel, young master," Sebastian reminded. "Now, first few steps," Anna instructed. "Ready? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. The 13-year-old took a misstep and stepped into her, and Sebastian sighed. "You've a lot to learn, young master," he commented. "You need to be able to read Anna's movements, and as you adapt to her movements, she'll adapt to yours." "Sebastian, that makes no sense," Seal barked. Sebastian looked at his master in surprise. "Really?" he implored. "I thought that made perfect sense." He placed a hand under his chin thoughtfully. "Strange. It makes perfect sense to me." "Well, perfect sense to you doesn't mean perfect sense to me," Seal complained. Anna sighed, and suddenly her mark seared lightly, and she winced, pulling away from Seal as her right hand pressed hard against her collarbone. "Anna!" Sebastian gasped, going over to her and placing his hands on her shoulders. "Are you okay? Is the mark hurting?" "Sebastian," she choked, her face contorted in pain. Seal was so confused. "Sebastian, I demand you tell me what's going on," he ordered. "What mark?" "Anna's been marked by a greater demon. She's being hunted, and whoever this greater demon is, they are powerful," Sebastian answered, removing Anna's hand as he pressed a thumb against what he knew to be the center of the mark, and Anna gasped as the pain slowly receded. She sighed heavily in relief as the pain finally vanished. Sebastian held her up as she began to fall back against him, and he smiled at her. "Better, Anna?" he implored. "Yes," she responded softly, taking a heavy breath as she still felt remnants of the pain stinging inside of her. "Thank you, Sebastian. What did you do, though?" He smiled, stroking her cheek gently. "It's a temporary solution, but I've placed a seal to prevent the mark from doing you any more harm," he told her. Anna sighed. "Again, thank you, Sebastian," she repeated. "Now, shall we continue, Seal?" "Are you sure you're all right, Anna?" Sebastian pressed the matter further, knowing that even an angel would probably still be in a little pain after going through something like that. "Yeah," she replied. "I'll be okay. Don't worry about me, Sebi." The demon raised an eyebrow. "Sebi?" he noted distastefully. "Really, Anna?" Anna chuckled. "But it's cute, Sebi," she teased with a wink. "Come on, cheer up. It's not that bad of a nickname." Sebastian sighed, realizing that Anna was trying to lighten the mood while pressing the attention away from her. "Fine, fine," he replied. "Let's continue with the lesson. Young master?" Seal looked at Anna, and she nodded, stepping forward to take formal dance position. "Come on, Seal," she encouraged. "I know you can do it. Just slide forward like you're skating." Seal silently gulped and began his step, Anna following his movements. For a moment it seemed like Seal was getting the hang of it, but then he stepped into her again. The angel sighed heavily. This could take some time. Sebastian chuckled. "Even having a demon and an angel coach you isn't enough, it seems," he joked, which earned him a meaningful glare from his master as he walked back to his desk. There was a knock on the door, and it pushed open, Fang padding into the room with a heavy sigh. "Good afternoon," the angelic cat greeted. "Ah, welcome back, Fang," Anna replied. "I'm surprised Michael isn't with you. I thought he'd burst into the room to yell at me." "Oh, I had Kieran restrain him before I told him the news," the feline explained. It was quite humorous if it wasn't so gravely important. But yes, Michael is furious. Kieran isn't too impressed either. She bit her lip with a frown, displeased. That isn't good," she said, sighing. "Well, I'll have a chat with Kieran later about this, see what he can come up with to help me out. Any luck tracking Ash?" "Well, they're looking into it, but the brand did help out," Fang replied. "What about you? Anything interesting happen in my absence?" "We were trying to teach the young master how to properly dance," Sebastian answered. "Unfortunately, his skills are still too abominable to witness." "Hey!" Seal exclaimed. Fang meowed in laughter before turning back to Anna. "By the way, it seems that a case of angel fever is breaking out, so I've been told to tell you to be very careful." "Oh, not angel fever," Anna sighed worriedly. "What's angel fever?" Seal implored. Sebastian looked at his master. "It's very similar to the human fever, except obviously for angels," he began. "It began when an angel contracted it from a human a long time ago, and it spread among angels through physical contact, even just a handshake. When an angel has angel fever, they are feverish, and act slightly like they're intoxicated. It's quite amusing, in fact." "You sadistic jerk," Anna pouted. "Angel fever is nothing to laugh about. If we contract angel fever, we completely do not act like ourselves, and we could even accidentally reveal any of our secrets. Worse yet, we often don't have any memory of what occurred while we had angel fever." "And the medical department isn't able to heal angel fever," Fang added, flicking his tail. "If Anna should contract angel fever, we can't do anything but wait till it passes. Best would be to lock her in her room until it passes." The angel rolled her eyes. "Thanks, Fang," she said dryly. "Anyway, we will continue your dance lessons tomorrow, Seal. Fang and I will go to prepare dinner while Sebastian teaches your next lesson." With a curt bow, she and Fang left the room to head to the kitchen. "Get your books ready, young master, while I prepare for our lesson," Sebastian advised. "Today's lesson is the history of the Phantom Hive family." "What are you planning to make for dinner, Anna?" Fang implored, looking up at Anna as he padded beside her. "Well," she began, "I think a nice steamed fish with a side of seasoned mashed potatoes and spring salad with vegetables grown here on the mansion should be suitable. Then we'll serve lemon meringue pie for dessert." Arriving at the kitchen, Anna and Fang found Bard, Finian, and Maylene standing in the kitchen, looking around. "Are you guys looking for something?" Anna implored. "We thought we heard a mouse in here," Finny answered. The angel murmured, glancing down at Fang. "Fang, check it out. Oh, but if you find any mice, please scare them outside." The cat immediately began trekking around the kitchen, paws quietly stalking the ground, and Anna smiled. "Would you three like to help me prepare dinner?" she offered. "Eh?" The three servants gasped in shock. "Sebastian never lets us help out with dinner," Maylene protested. Finny looked down at his hands guiltily. "I'm too strong and clumsy, so Sebastian told me to stay away from the kitchenware," he told her. "Nonsense," Anna replied confidently. "I will need your strength to help me strain the potatoes afterwards and mash them. Plus, it's no fun to cook alone." But Sebastian," Bard began in protest. She shook her head. "Oh, forget about him. Old Sebastian could always learn some new tricks," she argued with a smile. "It's more fun to cook dinner together, and I could use all your help. So, you guys interested?" "Yeah," they cheered, and Anna gave a curt, satisfied nod. "Tonight we're serving steamed fish with seasoned mashed potatoes and a spring salad. Bard, I need you to grind the herbs," she directed as she washed her hands, tying on her kitchen apron. "Finny, please go out and pick some vegetables for the salad. With your strength, gathering them should be easy. Maylene, I'd like you to help peel the potatoes. In the meanwhile, I will work on the fish. If everyone does their part right, I'm absolutely sure dinner will be delicious." "Well, young master," Sebastian sighed, "shall we begin with this afternoon's lesson?" "Fine, fine," Seal replied impatiently. After 10 minutes of Sebastian's lecturing, Seal was bored. "Sebastian, could we skip all this and please just tell me the most notable phantom hives?" "As you wish," Sebastian replied, flipping through his clipboard to present it to Seal. It was a picture of a beautiful young woman with dark hair and a petite, slim figure. She was the first phantom hive to become the Queen's watchdog, Lady Annabel Marie Phantom Hive. Kind-hearted and strong, she had to raise both her younger siblings after her parents' deaths. Leaving behind a fiancé, she died at the age of 17, burned at the stake on her birthday. She was accused of being a witch. Her younger brother is one of your predecessors, as after his sister's death, he was forced to become head of the Phantom Hive family, eventually assuming the role of the Queen's watchdog, and thus the family tradition continued. "You were around during that time, right, Sebastian?" Seal implored. "Did you meet any of my ancestors?" The demon smiled. "Unfortunately not, as I was elsewhere at that time," he said. "But you know, our very own Angel Maid happens to also serve previously as the Queen's watchdog before the tradition was passed to the Phantom Hive family. Perhaps she may have met your ancestors. She told me that she would have been 16 at the time. Whatever, he replied. It doesn't matter now. Let's continue on with the lesson. As you wish, my lord, Sebastian replied. Next, Lord Richard Franklin Phantomhive. Carefully, Anna carved the fish as Bard was mixing together the herbs. Maylene was now polishing up the dishes, while Finney was mashing the potatoes in a bowl with a masher. Excellent work, everyone, Anna said. Dinner is going to be wonderful. Sebastian soon walked into the kitchen, and his eyes widened at the others helping Anna make dinner. Oh, my, he murmured. This is quite impressive. Ah, great timing, Sebastian, Anna greeted. If you don't mind, could you help me watch the pot boiling? The others and I are a little busy right now, and I sent Fang back to my room to watch over Adrian in case he wakes up. I went and gave him some warm milk a little while ago, so he should be sound asleep. The stunned butler went over to stir the pot as directed by Anna, and he told her gently, You are very amazing in order to get this lot to help you. They usually just cause me nothing but trouble unless it's defending the mansion. That's only because you only look at their flaws, Sebastian, she replied simply. Sure, it's easy to point out people's flaws, because everyone has them, even you and me. But it takes an open heart and mind in order to see where people truly shine. So where these guys might not be strong in one area, they're amazing in another. The demon stopped what he was doing to truly smile and admire the elegant angel before him. You truly are amazing, Anna, he commented softly. Thank you, Sebastian, the angel responded with a kind smile. I'm sure dinner will be wonderful thanks to everyone's hard work. After Anna and Sebastian had served Seal his dinner, they were both cleaning up in the kitchen, and Anna was secretly making a special dessert for the servants of the Phantomhive household. Hey, Sebastian, Anna began suddenly, how did you end up getting so attached to Seal's soul anyway, if you don't mind my asking, that is? He blinked at her momentarily before returning his attention to his work. I've been around for a long time, as you can imagine, and I'm tired of just knowing how to eat. I decided that I'd raise my next meal so I could eventually enjoy the best dinner. That soul ended up being my young master's, he explained. I wouldn't say that I'm attached to his soul. I just want the best dinner in the end. She murmured, staring off into the distance. Hey, Sebastian, have you ever, fallen in love with any humans before? The demon was surprised at how personal and rather how ridiculous her question was. Of course not, he replied stiffly. Humans always are consumed by greed. I never find them as anything else but souls for us demons to consume. Anna sighed sadly. It's regretful that you feel that way, Sebastian, she said gently. Though to say, even while I was alive, I didn't fall in love either. Life was far too short for my liking. But still, even as an angel, it is hard when you grow attached to souls, because you know that they'll eventually have to depart from this world. However, he continued, reaching to twirl several strands of her hair in between his fingers, his master's orders clear in his mind, my feelings regarding angels and demons perhaps may be different, as I find myself falling gradually for the beautiful angel who stands by my side. She pulled away. Sebastian, stop teasing me, she scolded softly, a blush covering her cheeks. I know a demon could never fall in love with me. Why should that be any different now? Sighing, she shook her head, pulling out a box of truffles from the pantry, offering Sebastian the box. Aside from that, would you mind testing one for me? I'm not sure whether they're bitter or not. He obliged, slipping a piece of dark truffle in between his lips. Pondering a moment, he looked thoughtful. So, how is it? She implored. He smiled at her as he walked a little closer to her. You tell me, he replied, pulling her swiftly into a kiss, his arm wrapping around her waist, pressing her against him, and she didn't resist. The truffle was indeed a little bitter, Anna decided, but his kiss was sweet. Chapter 8, Midnight Troubles. Bard Finney Maylene, Anna called, carrying over a covered silver platter, Sebastian walking beside her. Thank you for your hard work today. She turned to smile at the senior butler, Tanaka. And thanks for the suggestion for the tea, Tanaka. I think Seal really liked it. Ho, 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 the butler replied merrily, sipping at his teacup. Thanks for allowing us to help, Finney replied cheerfully. Anna placed the platter on the servants' table and removed the cover, revealing a beautifully made lemon meringue pie, with shreds of truffle sprinkled over top it. Wow! The three servants gasped. She smiled. I thought you all deserved something special as appreciation for your hard work, right, Sebastian?" "Yes," the demon butler agreed as he set down several plates and cutlery. "You all did very well today. Keep up the good work." "Is this really all for us?" Bard exclaimed in amazement. Anna nodded with a kind smile. "Thanks, Anna. Thanks, Sebastian," Finney thanked gratefully. Sebastian shook his head. "This was all Anna's idea," he retorted. "If you should be thanking anyone, it should just be her." She smiled at him before looking back at them. "I've made sure it's not too sweet so that you all don't feel like you've consumed too much sugar," she informed them. "Enjoy, okay? Meanwhile, Sebastian and I will go tuck Seal in," she said. "By the way, Anna," Finney began, "I've been curious, but why do you address the young master by his first name?" She turned back to look at them with slightly regretful eyes. "I'm afraid I'm not going to be working here as a Phantom Hive servant for a long time," she informed gravely. "Seal's hiring me is more or less conditional. Therefore, I thought it was best not to lay down too many ties to him, especially in the presence of other noble guests." Without warning, all three servants were at her feet, hugging her legs, tears in their eyes, surprising Anna. "Double what's gotten into you three?" she gasped in shock. "Why you won't be staying with us?" Maylene cried. "Why you're actually going to be leaving someday?" She nodded sadly, pulling them off her. "Don't worry," she assured. "That day won't be coming too soon." "So long as Seal doesn't figure out what his heart's wish is," she added silently, and Sebastian dipped his head in her direction, his eyes secretly shining in affection. "You're like the female counterpart of Sebastian," Finney commented. "You are both the perfect servants." "Well," Sebastian thought, "we are both not of this world. An angel and a demon working side by side to protect a human soul. Who would have ever predicted something like this would happen?" Anna turned away. "Even we have our flaws," she said quietly. Clearing her throat in the souring mood, she headed to the door and smiled back at them. "Well, I will bid you good night." "And so will I," Sebastian chimed. "Good night." "Good night," Bard, Finney, and Maylene bid, and both Sebastian and Anna left. As the four servants sat down, Bard began to cut the pie into slices. "We should get Sebastian and Anna together," Finney declared boldly. Maylene nodded quickly. "You're right. They would be absolutely perfect together," she agreed. "We should do something." "Like what?" Bard implored. "It's not like we could do anything special to set the two of them up together. They'd probably figure it out before anything could actually happen, and then Sebastian would have our tails for it." "We could make Anna the head maid," Maylene announced suddenly. "Why not? Sebastian is the head butler. Why not make Anna the head maid?" "There is a badge meant for the head maid of the Phantom Hive family," another voice said, and all three servants turned to see real Tanaka sitting next to them. Another crest was created for the Phantom Hive head maid, but there was none that was appointed in the end. That could be given to Miss Anna. "Yes, that's a great idea," Finney cheered. "Do you know where the crest is, Mr. Tanaka?" Tanaka nodded, pulling out the crest from his inside vest pocket and placing it on the table before them. Then he transformed back into the other Tanaka. "This is perfect," Bard said happily. "Anna's going to be so surprised." As Anna and Sebastian quietly proceeded to Seal's office to fetch him, Sebastian ran his fingers through her hair, bringing him alarmingly close to her. But she did not flinch nor retaliate in any way. "Anna," he murmured, glancing over her delicate form, "how do you feel about me?" I don't know," she replied, averting his gaze. Sometimes you infuriate me, but other times I feel like, as if I just want to hold you tight and never let you go. I don't know, Sebastian. I have mixed feelings." He advanced on her, his lips inches from hers, and she didn't move. Silently, Sebastian stared into her eyes momentarily before he kissed her very gently for a moment before pulling away. Her eyes remained closed. "How was that?" he whispered softly, still close to her. Her eyes slowly half opened, and she glanced at his lips before meeting his eyes. "Kiss me again," she breathed, and he smiled. "Yes, my lady," he murmured clearly before meeting her lips once more. Anna kissed back, and one of Sebastian's hands wrapped around her waist, while he placed the other on her cheek, deepening their passionate kiss. She rested a hand on his chest, the other threading her fingers into his hair, pressing him closer. "Anna," he breathed between kisses, "we have to still the young master." She withdrew from him completely, a charming blush staining her cheeks. "Sebastian," she murmured, and she dropped to her knees as unbearable pain consumed her mind and body. She was unconscious before she was caught by Sebastian. "Anna! Anna!" he exclaimed, but she didn't respond. He quickly gathered her into his arms and held her against his chest before tugging at the collar of her dress, reaching down her uniform to allow his fingers to brush over the mark, and he gasped, pulling his hand away immediately as it seared him. "So that's what caused this," he murmured before fixing her uniform, lifting her into his arms as he swiftly carried her back to her room. "What is the meaning of this?" Fang demanded with a hiss. "What did you do to Anna?" "Absolutely nothing to hurt her," Sebastian replied. "It's the greater demon's mark that did this. Apparently it broke my seal and injured her further. That is what's doing this to her. For now I will put the young master to sleep, and then I'll return to see what I can do." Turning quickly to leave, Sebastian paused, turning back to plant a soft kiss on Anna's forehead, infuriating Fang, who immediately leaped to scratch at Sebastian, but he leaped back. "Get away from her, you demon!" the feline hissed. Sebastian smiled. "I will return soon." "Sebastian," Seal muttered, glancing up from his papers as the butler walked in. The young earl's face was illuminated only by the light of the candle-holder beside him on the table. "Where is Anna?" Sebastian smiled widely, hiding all deception. "The maid wasn't feeling all too well, so I sent her back to her room while I tended to your services," he told him smoothly. "Very well," he responded. "Sebastian, I am tired. I will retire for the night from my work." "I have a hot bath already prepared for you, young master," Sebastian informed. Seal put down his papers on the table and walked past Sebastian, and the butler picked up the candle-holder, swiftly following after his master. "Where am I?" Anna thought as she fluttered open her eyes, wincing at a slight pain in her head. "Are you all right, Anna?" Fang demanded, appearing in the side of her vision. "Yes," she breathed. "I'm going to be fine. Don't worry about me." She slowly sat up, a hand on her head as she felt the pulsing pain receding. "Where is Sebastian?" "He left to go tend the seal," the cat answered. "There is definitely something wrong with that demon." Anna blinked in confusion. "What do you mean?" she implored curiously. Fang flicked his tail before leaping down to the ground from her bedside. "That demon kized you on the forehead before he left," he meowed angrily. "That jerk!" Adrian began to wail in his cradle from the cat's radiated tension, and Anna gasped, rushing over to tend to the baby. Oh, no, SHHH. Anna hushed, picking the baby up into her arms and cradling him as she tried to hush Adrian. SHHH, SHHH. It's all right. SHHH. It's all right, Adrian. Hush now. "Sorry," Fang apologized. As Adrian began to quiet down through Anna's warm, reassuring presence, she nodded at the cat, rocking the baby back and forth as she sat on the side of her bed. "Fang, I have to be honest with you," she began unsurely, "about Sebastian." "What about him?" the feline implored, irritated even by the mention of the rather infuriating demon. Anna looked into her partner and friend's eyes deeply. "I think I may be falling in love with him," she admitted quietly. "Every time he kizes me, I feel my heart soars in my chest, and—" "Absolutely not," Fang cut off brusquely. "What about Michael? I thought you loved him." "I do," Anna defended, trying not to disturb the child she was cradling against her chest. Then she decided to place the child into a heavy slumber as to not be disturbed. "But I just don't love Michael romantically, not in the same way I do Sebastian." The cat leapt up next to her and stared up sadly into her twin azure orbs. "Anna," he said in a sad voice, "listen to yourself. You're falling in love with a demon. For all we know, Seal Phantom Hive could have ordered Sebastian to make you fall in love with him so that you would not leave Seal's side." "I don't know," she sighed, rocking the child kindly. "Sebastian is not an easy demon to read, but then again, none of them are. Only time will tell, I suppose." "Anna, you can't tie yourself to this demon," Fang told her. "You know that you will have to eventually leave, either back up to heaven or else go to tend to someone else's wishes. You can't make permanent ties to anyone." "But he's not human, Fang," she replied. "He won't die that easily." "You're right," the cat replied decisively. "He's not human. He's a demon. You can't do this, Anna. You know this as well as I do. An angel and a demon could never be together. He'd have to work very hard to prove that he is worth the love of a holy angel. Only then perhaps he may be a valid candidate to be worthy of your affection." "But what if I already am falling in love with him, Fang?" Anna whispered conflictingly. "I can't just ignore my feelings for him." "Anna," he murmured, and she went to go place baby Adrian back into his cradle. There was a brief knock on the door, and Anna called out, "Come in, Sebastian." The demon butler pushed open the door, smiling at her and her cat. "How are you feeling right now, Anna?" "Much better, thank you," she responded, feeling the thought of his affection for her being a lie weigh like a ton of lead in her heart. "Seal's asleep." He nodded, walking over to touch her cheek, and Fang hissed at the demon. Immediately Sebastian moved close to kiss Anna, and she kissed him back, infuriating Fang even further. "Anna!" Fang exclaimed, and she pulled back from the demon abruptly, but Sebastian furthered his advances, crashing his lips against hers passionately as he fell deeper and deeper in love with the beautiful angel. Kissing her furiously, he pushed her down onto the bed as he embraced her tightly against his chest. "Sebastian, Sebastian, stop!" she breathed, pushing him away. She twisted her head to the side, and he placed soft kisses down the side of her neck. "Sebastian." The demon pulled away abruptly, looking at her. "Anna," he said. "Sebastian," she told him, pushing him away as she walked up to the door, facing away from him. "You don't love me, do you? It was all just Seal's orders, wasn't it?" "That's not true," he replied. "I really do care about you, Anna." She whirled around, tears streaming freely down her face. "Don't lie to me, Sebastian. Have you, or have you not been ordered by Seal to make me fall in love with you?" Sebastian was completely taken aback. "Debbie, what?" "Don't avoid the question, Sebastian," she cried. "Don't lie to me. I know this was all on Seal's orders, wasn't it?" He nodded. "Yes, it was my master's order to make you fall in love with me," he admitted without hesitation. "But he said nothing about me having feelings for you. I have fallen in love with you, Anna. I don't lie." She shook her head, pulling back against the door. "Don't lie to me, Sebastian Michaelis," she wept tearfully. "Leave me, Sebastian. Get out of my sight." She whipped open the door and ran out in a hurry, tears flying from her face. "Anna," Sebastian called, about to chase after her. "Stop, Sebastian," Fang hissed angrily, leaping in front of him. "Don't hurt Anna more than you already have. You've never loved her, have you? You've broken her heart, Sebastian. Don't do any more damage that's already been done to her fragile heart." "You don't understand, Fang," Sebastian retorted. "I really do love Anna. I don't lie, remember? She doesn't understand. It is very hard for a demon to grow affections, but even in the manner of just 2 days I have grown very attached to this beloved angel. I'll only say this once, so listen well, Fang. I love her." "Stupid Sebastian," Anna wept quietly to herself as she sat outside on the mansion grounds, wrapping her wings around herself. "I don't know what to do any more." Without warning, a spark flared in her mind, and she turned to look up into the starry sky. There was something wrong, and immediately she spread her wings and took to the skies, rushing towards the source of the problem. She arrived on sight, a tall building in the middle of a field not far from the estate, and it was on fire. She heard a scream coming from inside, and immediately she swept into one of the higher windows, smashing through the window inside. Without warning, a sharp blade pierced through her wings, and she collapsed against the ground with a scream of pain. Turning to see her attacker, she was met by the fallen angel Ash. "You pathetic fool," he hissed. "Always the brave angel trying to play the heroine. You're a fool, Anna, and you're about to die." Anna immediately summoned up her own sword, but Ash stabbed at her before she could completely make its solid form. The end of the blade pierced into her left forearm, and she let out a cry of pain as her sword dissolved with her lack of focus. "You're going to die, Anna," Ash told her, twisted his blade briefly before yanking it out. He propelled the blade down once more towards her side, and Anna expected pain, but none came. My, Sebastian Michaelis murmured, standing over Anna and in front of Ash, gripping the blade in his hand, causing it to bleed. "I apologize, Anna, but I could not follow your last order. I am far too attracted to you to allow you to be out of my sights." "Demon!" Ash hissed at Sebastian, swinging his sword at him, but Sebastian dodged easily, grabbing Anna by the waist to carry her to safety. Anna winced as Sebastian set her down, inspecting her trembling, injured wings. "You're bleeding, Anna," he told her. "Get out of here. I'll take care of him." Ash chuckled before clicking his fingers once, and Anna's breath hitched, her eyes widening with terrible fear. She screamed, shaking her head, while her entire body shook with horror. "What have you done?" Sebastian demanded, trying to wrap his arms around Anna's shaking form as much as he could. "One's greatest fear is also their greatest weakness." The fallen angel chuckled darkly, Anna's blood glimmering on the end of his blade. Anna's fear of fire? Sebastian thought instantly. It doesn't help that we're in a burning building, either. "No!" Anna screamed, pushing away from Sebastian as she ran away from him, wrapping her arms around herself. Immediately, Ash lunged at the demon with his blade, and Sebastian dodged easily. Instantly, Ash swung his sword at some of the burning wood walls in support. Instantly, burning beams began to fall from the roof, and towards Anna. "Anna, move!" Sebastian shouted at her, but she was paralyzed with fear. Thoughts of her death haunted Anna's mind. She could still hear her own screams of agony as the flames had engulfed her, smell the scorching stench of her flesh as it burned, and the sinking feeling in her heart that it wouldn't end. Without hesitation, Sebastian threw himself towards Anna defensively, and held up the pillars that were nearly going to fall on top of Anna. Without a second thought, Ash stabbed Sebastian through the lower torso, and Anna was snapped out of her trance with Sebastian's pained gasp. Staring up into his pained twin crimson eyes, Anna realized what had happened. "W.Y.?" she whispered. He smiled at her, even as a trickle of blood streamed down his lips. "It's because I've realized something that's unbelievable, even for me," he told her gently. "I love you." Chapter 9. Blossoming Love. "Sebastian?" Anna's eyes widened as she saw the truth in his pain-stricken orbs as he threw aside the burning pieces of wood before Ash yanked the blade from his body. Sebastian collapsed against Anna, and she held him against her chest, brushing his hair with her unbloodied hand. "Thank you, Sebastian," she said softly, an aura of calm blues and whites pulsing into view around her, and immediately Ash receded, glaring before leaving by breaking through another window. The aura around Anna began to quench and quell the fires burning around them. Very gently, Anna turned Sebastian in her arms and brushed her fingers over the wound, but Sebastian was already out cold. "That would explain why you were knocked out so simply," she murmured as her aura disappeared. "This weak angel's poison is what's putting you to sleep so easily. Ah, well, I guess I'll tend to you when we head back on foot to the mansion. There's no way I can fly with injured wings." "Anna?" Sebastian breathed softly, his eyes still shut. "Sebastian," she soothed affectionately, "thank you for saving my life. How are you feeling?" "Not well," he muttered, eyes barely opening. "I feel so tired." Anna brushed his hair gently. "SHHH. Just sleep," she told him. "You need your rest. You'll recover from both the wound and the poison completely in the morning. So sleep." Sebastian shut his eyes, muttering several words before letting out a heavy sigh. "I love you." "I love you, too," Anna admitted, knowing that he had just missed her confession by a few seconds, kising him gently on the head. "Now it's time to get out of here." Sebastian was being half carried, half dragged on Anna's back through the empty, deserted field and under a dark, starry sky. They left behind the cold, now quiet tower, the fires of Ash's hatred quenched by Anna's soothing aura. Anna was exhausted. Her forearm was still heavily bleeding, and even though she had allowed her injured wings to dissipate away, she could still feel the pain inside her. She felt Sebastian's regulated breathing on her cheek as his head lolled limply on her shoulder. "Ugh!" Anna groaned tiredly. "Why couldn't you have transformed into a crow or a cat first before you passed out? This would make both of our lives easier. Plus, why did Ash decide to lure me out?" she wondered. "Being the calculating fallen angel he is, there's no way he would bother to fight a battle he can't win. He would have obviously figured out that Sebastian would be here to help me. So, why?" The angel fought against the pain of the open wound in her forearm, as the added strain of holding Sebastian on her back caused the bleeding to worsen, and she felt a little woozy from blood loss. Because Sebastian was taller than her, his feet dragged behind him that caused Anna to work a little harder. Anna sighed heavily with exhaustion from her heavy burden, and she looked up into the starry skies above her. "What a beautiful sight," she thought. "If only it could be under better conditions. It would be nice if you were awake to see this too, Sebastian." Anna suddenly felt Sebastian stir a little on her back, and she sighed, shaking her head. She grumbled, knowing that he couldn't hear her. "You owe me for this, Sebastian." "Sebastian!" a warm voice called. Sebastian turned around to find himself in the middle of the foyer in the Phantom Hive mansion, and he saw Anna running towards him cheerfully. "Anna," he said, almost as if questionably. He blinked, and suddenly the scene changed in front of him in an instant. Without warning, Anna gasped painfully, stopped in her tracks as Lawrence Kingsley had his fangs buried deeply in the side of her neck, blood trickling down her pale flesh as he drank well over a quarter of the blood in her body. The demon pulled his fangs from her neck and smiled at Sebastian, licking away the remnants of her blood from his lips. "Ah, so delicious," he murmured, and there was a glint of steel in the corner of Sebastian's vision before Anna was stabbed through the heart, the one holding the blade being Ash. "Anna!" Sebastian cried, but it was too late. Anna's lifeless body slumped to the ground as Ash yanked his bloody blade from her chest, crimson pooling around her. Immediately, Sebastian ran to attack Ash and Lawrence, but both had disappeared, and the demon ran to his beloved angel, taking her into his arms. But she was already dead, her head tilting limply against his chest as blood trailed from her lips, her beautiful azure orbs forever closed. There was a dark, evil cackle, and Sebastian turned his head to see a dark shadow with the horns of a greater demon hold a ball of fluttering light in his hands, crimson slits of eyes glaring at him. Immediately Sebastian knew what the ball of light was. It was Anna's soul. "You lose, Sebastian Michaelis," the greater demon informed him, and he crushed the ball of light in his hand easily, bits of crystal dust fluttering to the ground before the demon vanished without a trace. "Anna!" Sebastian wept, burying his face against her silver hair. Sebastian had not only lost Anna's life, but he had also lost her soul. Sebastian's crimson eyes snapped open, staring up at the familiar white ceiling of his room. Glancing up above to the window, he saw that it was still dark out. "What?" he mumbled. "How on earth did I get back here?" Feeling a warm presence beside him, he looked down to see Anna sleeping soundly on his bedside, her injured arm neatly bandaged, and her cold hands were both cradling one of his. She was deathly pale, but Sebastian took no real notice of it. My," he murmured affectionately, reaching over to gently stroke her hair, and she stirred, but did not wake. "Are you showing me your fragile yet compassionate side, Anna? Staying by my bedside, even though you yourself are injured, I am honored." Reaching to stroke her face, he noticed that she was stone cold. "You are going to get sick if you keep this up, even if you are an angel," he scolded affectionately, fluently pulling her up into the bed under the covers next to him, her cheek pressing against his chest. He couldn't help but wince at the pain in his lower torso, and knew that it would take a little longer for him to heal completely. Wrapping an arm around her waist, Sebastian smiled at the angel he held, sighing heavily as he knew that there was a chance that she didn't love him back. "What a pity that would be," he thought, "and I truly believe she liked those kaises I gave her." "Poor young master," Sebastian suddenly said in realization. "If he needs assistance any time tonight, neither Anna nor I can attend to him. At least, not in the state that we're both in right now." Inhaling deeply, he breathed in Anna's scent, imprinting the smell of her hair and skin clearly in his mind. He sighed, leaning forward to place a gentle kiss on her head. "I love you, Anna," he whispered in her ear. "As long as you are within my arms, I shall never allow you to be harmed. This I promise you. Sleep well, my beloved angel." Anna awoke to someone gently running their fingers through her hair, and her cheek was pressed up against warm, soft fabric. She glanced up and saw Sebastian smiling down at her, watching her. "Good morning," she greeted softly. "Morning," Sebastian replied gently. "How are you feeling?" "Better," the angel answered, wincing as she moved her left arm. "But it will still take a while longer for my wounds to heal. How about you? Are you all right now?" He nodded confidently, smiling affectionately at her. "Anna, I love you," he told her. Anna smiled, pulling herself up to place a soft kiss on his lips, staring down into his crimson eyes. "I love you too, Sebastian," she whispered, laying her head down on his shoulder. The demon's arms tightened around her petite body in deep relief, and he pressed his lips against her hair. "I thought that you believed I was lying," he admitted. She shook her head. "I used to," she said, "but when you saved my life, when you risked your life to save mine, I saw it in your eyes that what you said was the truth. I was so scared. Sebastian, I really believed that you were just ordered by Seal to make me fall in love with you." "He did," Sebastian agreed. "The young master ordered me to make you fall in love with me. But what I never expected was that I was the one falling in love with you. It's an interesting experience, love, I've never been through it before. You are my first." Anna closed her eyes, snuggling against Sebastian's chest. "I love you, Sebastian," she sighed. "And I love you, my beloved angel," he whispered into her hair. "I don't have much experience in the subject of love, so I'm afraid I don't know too much about what I should do for you." She chuckled gently. "Just do what feels natural to you, Sebastian," she told him softly. "I don't want you to feel uncomfortable doing anything you don't want to, so do everything at your own pace." "All that I can really think of to do at the moment is this," Sebastian replied with a frustrated sigh, pulling her up so that her lips met his, and he rolled them over so that he lay on top of her, pressing his forehead against hers. "You alone can only do this to me. You are the only one that makes me feel so confused at times." Anna chuckled. "I feel the same way. Now let's get up. I'm sure Seal will be waking up soon." "Oh my, I hope he hasn't had need of me last night," he replied with a heavy sigh as he sat up. "I will never hear the end of it if he did." "Don't worry about it," she assured, sitting up next to him. "I tended to Seal last night after I put you to bed and had help getting my arm bandaged. We had quite a conversation." The memory played through in Anna's mind as if it was only a few minutes ago. "Sebastian!" Seal shouted. The door opened, and someone walked into the room with a candle holder, but it wasn't Sebastian. Seal sat up, and he was surprised to see his angel maid. "Anna," the Earl said, incredulous, "what are you doing here? Where's Sebastian?" Anna bowed her head. "I apologize, but I'm afraid Sebastian is currently asleep," she informed gravely. This only confused Seal more. "But demons don't need to sleep," he retorted. How could he sleep when his master's calling for him? Then he noticed the bandages wrapped around Anna's left forearm, hidden slightly in her sleeve. "Anna, what happened to you?" "I was lured to a burning tower not an hour ago," she explained, setting the candle holder on the table side. "There I was attacked by Ash and nearly killed, but Sebastian saved my life, getting hurt in the process. The injury is deep, but he'll recover completely by morning. I too was injured, my wings damaged and stabbed through the forearm, so I had no choice but to carry Sebastian back." The Earl was furious. "Why was I not informed of this earlier?" he demanded angrily. "What if the Phantom Hive mansion was attacked while you both were gone?" "You have completely able servants, Seal Phantom Hive," Anna warned. "You need not compete reliance on Sebastian and I all the time." He glared at her, and she smiled back, placing a hand on his head, calm rushing through him immediately. He sighed deeply, even though he knew that it was Anna's power flowing into him, which also irritated him to some degree. "Now, what is it you want, Seal? There's a reason why you have called out for a servant's aid," Anna implored softly. "I wanted some warm milk," Seal responded. "It's a little difficult getting to sleep tonight." Anna smiled. "I will return in a moment," she assured, then left him alone in his room with only the light of the candles illuminating the area. Once she returned with a glass of milk balanced perfectly on a tray on her right hand, she offered it out to him, and he drank it down before putting it back on her tray. "You should know something, Seal," Anna began. "I'm in love with Sebastian." Seal mentally smirked, knowing that his butler had succeeded in fulfilling his orders. "However," she continued, "I have reason to believe that he loves me too." Seal's expression dropped slightly, and then he raised an eyebrow. "And how, pray tell, do you know that?" he challenged. "Sebastian is a demon. He cannot show compassion to anyone." "You may be surprised at what love can do to someone," Anna sighed. "Angels, demons, and humans alike. Now, please sleep. I will sing for you a simple tune that will calm even the dreams in which you dream." Seal laid back down on his bed, closing his eyes. Anna sung for him a simple song of love, hope, and one's wishes coming true. She sung for him a song of compassion, and not long afterwards Seal was sound asleep, a hint of a smile touching his lips. "Good night, Seal," Anna wished quietly, brushing his hair gently. "You are still but a child, yet you face such difficult times." She sighed, beginning to leave. "Sometimes fate can seem so unreasonable, yet I know it will all work out in the end." A light pressure on her lips broke Anna out of her reverie, and she kissed Sebastian back softly as he rested a hand on her cheek. "You are looking quite lost within your musings," he told her gently. "I thought I should wake you." She smiled at him. "You go wake Seal," she told him. "I will go visit Fang and Adrian, then I will be in the kitchen preparing breakfast for the young Earl." Sebastian shook his head. "We still have some time before I need to go wake the young master," he assured, planting a gossamer's kiss on her forehead. "I can still stay with you a while longer. Shall we proceed?" "Of course," she replied, and they both headed over to Anna's room next door, Anna rapping lightly before peering in. "Anna!" Fangorn Angelista yowled, flying into her, and she hugged the cat. "I'm sorry if I worried you, Fang," she apologized. "I'll be okay." Sebastian wrapped his arms around her neck, pressing his cheek against hers. "I'm sorry I allowed you to get hurt, Anna," he whispered softly. Immediately, Fang unsheathed his claws and hissed at Sebastian, white fur bristling. "It's all right, Fang," Anna said quickly. "It's already been resolved. Sebastian and I love each other." "Anna, I've already had this discussion with you," the cat resented. "First a blood contract, now this. The council will be furious, not to mention Michael and the others." She bit her lip. "The Council of Angels should already know about the blood contract, and they've done nothing, not even told me that they do not approve," she protested. "And Fang, even if you told me that I can't fall in love with Sebastian, I already have, and I can't ignore my feelings." She smiled at her cat. "Don't worry, I know not to overstep my bounds." "If you're sure about this, Anna," Fang replied grudgingly, "how do you get yourself into these kinds of situations?" "It is me we're talking about, Fang," she pointed out, as if the fact was beyond obvious. The cat shrugged. "I'm afraid I have to agree with you," he sighed. "You have terrible luck sometimes." Sebastian shrugged. "Well, I think that one of those would be good luck, perhaps," he noted, giving Anna a swift kiss. "Meeting me wasn't all too bad, was it?" "Not at all," she murmured back. "Ugh! You two are going to make me cough up a hairball," Fang commented distastefully. Without warning, Sebastian placed a hand on her forehead. "Are you feeling all right, Anna?" he implored suspiciously. "You seem a little warm." "Really?" she retorted, taken aback in surprise. "Apart from my sore arm, I feel perfectly fine. Aside from that now." She turned to Fang. "Any new orders or investigations from above?" The white feline shook his head. "If there were, we'd be on them already," he replied. "I suppose they're really letting you go with this mission of yours. Well, considering you did make that promise to Vincent Phantomhive." Anna shrugged. "Well, a promise is a promise," she said simply. "Maybe I'll head up and drop by to visit them sometimes. Been a while since we've had a chat." The cat sighed. "If you do, just make sure you don't forget which level it is they're on this time. Going through all 7 levels of heaven takes a little while, considering you always find someone to chat with on each before you actually find the phantom hives." "Ha ha ha!" she chuckled merrily. "Little details, Fang. I have friends on every level, you know that. Not to mention, I'm friends with all the angels in quite a few departments. I enjoy other people's companies, and you find a lot to talk about sometimes." "I'm sure that this experience with falling in love with a demon will stay a popular topic for you for a while, Anna," Sebastian thought. I wonder what your angel friends would say then." "Well, now, Sebastian," Anna began, "why don't you head on to the kitchen to start preparing breakfast? I'll take care of Adrian and get myself all cleaned up before joining you." He nodded. "Fair enough," he replied easily, giving her a quick kiss on the cheek before walking off. After he left, Anna went to wake Adrian, the baby stirring in her arms, blinking open large blue eyes as he reached to tug lightly on her silver hair. She chuckled, brushing her hair away from his grip and tickling the baby on the nose, causing him to giggle. "Time to get you cleaned up," Anna informed, beckoning Fang to follow her. "Then we'll both join Sebastian to make breakfast, and I'll give you both a little something to eat and drink." After Sebastian and Anna made breakfast and Sebastian had woken Seal, they proceeded down the stairs towards the dining room, and they were greeted at the bottom of the stairs by the other servants. "Good morning, young master," they greeted cheerily. "Good morning," he responded casually. As he passed, Sebastian, Anna, and Fang following behind, Finian, Maylene, and Bard stopped Anna in her tracks. Is there something you guys want?" she implored curiously, ignoring the dizziness she was beginning to feel. They shook their heads, and Finny offered out the Phantom Hive pin to her. "This is for you," he told her. "We want you to be the head maid of the Phantom Hive household." Her eyes widened in shock, surprise written all over her face. "Tell me what?" she breathed. "Why you want me to?" They nodded. "Be the head maid of the Phantom Hive household," Maylene finished. "You are the perfect maid, like Sebastian's the perfect butler, It should only be fair that you should be the head maid." "Congratulations on your promotion, Anna," Fang told his partner. "I guess it's one of the benefits of being a maid and an angel." She smiled. "Awa, that's really sweet of you guys," she responded, curtsying politely before accepting the pen. "I am honored." She pinned it to her uniform and smiled at them. "I will fulfill the duties of the head maid of the Phantom Hive household to the best of my abilities." Suddenly, feeling strangely woozy as a weak pain and dizziness pulse in her head, she fell forward as she collapsed. "Anna!" they all exclaimed. "Anna!" Sebastian exclaimed, rushing over to where the maid had fallen. Fang immediately brushed the tip of his tail over her burning forehead before stepping back in shock. "It can't be. But how?" he gasped. "Sebastian!" "What is it?" he demanded to the cat quietly as he took Anna into his arms. "This is Ash's doing," Fang answered urgently. "Anna's contracted angel fever." Chapter 10, Angel Fever Strikes. "Any word on Anna's condition?" Seal implored, flipping through his papers. "I'm afraid we have no choice but to let it pass," Sebastian replied. "There is no cure. All we must do is take care of her until it passes." The young Earl sighed. "Then I suppose my dancing lessons will be delayed," he replied. "Anyway, I will do a little more research anyway to try and figure out what's going on behind the scenes of Lord Drewton's client services. For now, take care of Anna until she fully recovers." He bowed. "Yes, my lord." "By the way, Sebastian," Seal began, "how did you make Anna fall in love with you? Did you use your demonic charm on her or something? Or did you use that approach?" Sebastian chuckled. "I suppose I just had to be myself around her," he responded. "But, of course, I added a little more of my charm around her. Just for the record, young master, I've slept with a few women in my long life as a demon, all of it for information. As Anna has become the angel I seem to have grown quite fond of, I would never take that approach with her because of my growing affections." "Whatever," the Earl scoffed, blushing slightly with embarrassment, as that was definitely more info than he needed. "Anyway, as I said, go take care of Anna. That's my order." Knocking briefly on Anna's door, Sebastian walked in, carrying in a bowl of cold water and a cloth. "Fang, are there any improvements to her condition?" he implored. "Sebi," Anna cheered, leaping from her bed to throw her arms around Sebastian's neck, giggling profoundly. "Obviously not," Fang replied with a sigh. "As you can tell, she's only gotten worse. Who knows what other trouble she could get herself into. I've alerted Michael, but he can't do anything, considering that he's going to catch it too if he comes to meet her and try to take care of her. Stupid Ash. It's his fault Anna caught angel fever." "Sebi," Anna cooed, rubbing her cheek against his chest, "are you here to take care of little old me?" He nodded. "But you must calm down, Anna," he chided. "You could hurt yourself if you keep this up." Anna was burning up, and her cheeks were red as if she were drunk. "But, Sebastian," she whined, "I love you too much. Stay here with me." He nodded with a smile. "I'll stay here as long as you need me," he assured her. "Don't worry. Now, get back into bed so I can take care of you. Fang, please take care of the young master in my temporary absence." "No way. I'm staying here to make sure that Anna's not going to do anything stupid," Fang retorted. "Fang," Anna squeaked as she wiggled into bed before poking her cat in the side, "listen to Sebastian and go take care of Seal. Obviously he can't do a lot by himself. Go, shoo!" Fang leaped away, hissing at Sebastian. "You'd better not do anything to her, demon," he warned. "If even one hair on Anna's head has been disturbed, your head will be between my jaws, and I will end you." Sebastian bowed. "Of course." "Take good care of her, Sebastian," Fang told her. "I know that if you truly love her, you wouldn't harm her." After Fang left, Anna had a huge grin on her face. "Sebi-chan," she cooed happily. "I love you, Sebi." "Oh, my," he murmured. "This seems to be more serious than I thought. Calm down, Anna, please." He began to dab at her forehead with the cloth after dipping it into the cold water and squeezing most of it out. She began to pant feverishly. "Sebastian." She panted, tugging at the collar of her uniform. It's so hot." Only able to loosen her collar, she tried to unbutton the dress from behind, but Sebastian stopped her hands, and she resisted, pulling him up so that he was nearly resting on top of her. "Anna, stop," he told her. "What's wrong?" "It's so hot, Sebi," she whined between pants. Why, you must be hot, too." She tried to unbutton his waistcoat, but her hands fumbled with the buttons. Again, Sebastian pulled her hands away. "Anna, what in the world are you doing?" he implored. "Undressing you," she replied simply, as if there was no real issue with it. "Sebi, it's so warm, though, and I love you. I'm only trying to help." The demon sighed, shaking his head as he stared into her feverish eyes. "Are you trying to seduce me, Anna?" The ill angel did not reply, and she forced herself up to kiss Sebastian passionately while trying to pull off his waistcoat, her hands wandering over his chest. "Ah," he murmured, easily restraining her hands once more. "You're not thinking clearly, Anna. As much as I would relish the thought of sleeping with you, I won't unless you actually want me. And I know that you're ill and obviously not thinking clearly, so you are not in your right state of mind, therefore you do not want me." She reached for him, but he held her down before placing a hand over her eyes, putting her to a light rest, and with a sigh she collapsed onto the bed. Sebastian sighed, straightening out his jacket before continuing to dab at her face with the cool cloth, wiping away the sweat from her brow and squeezing her hand reassuringly. "You'll be all right, Anna," he assured her gently. "I will patiently wait for the day where you do want to sleep with me, but out of your own volition and not because of some illness." After he finished cooling her off a little, he placed a soft kiss on her forehead before planting one on her lips. "I love you, Anna," he whispered, pressing his forehead against hers. "I'll be back in a moment, okay? I'll try to prepare you something that may soothe your body." Obviously, she didn't respond to him, and he smiled, kissing her again briefly before leaving her in peace. A dark, evil shadow loomed over Anna, and a sharp knife was drawn over her body. Moments later, precious blood was spilt, and Anna was gone. Sebastian knocked lightly on her door as he returned with a platter of sliced fruits and a glass of water. "Well, Anna, once you're awake, I'm sure you're definitely going to like." Immediately he dropped the platter as the bed was empty, blood splattered across the white pillow. "Anna!" Sebastian gasped, rushing to search for any hints of what could have happened. He closed his eyes, trying to sense whether the angel was still alive. "Anna, if you can hear me, answer my call," he called mentally. There was no reply, and Sebastian had no choice but to fear the worst. "Anna, you cannot be dead. Answer me." Again there was no reply, and Sebastian's hands tightened into fists. He closed his eyes and tried to focus on whose presence was there after he left. "Sebastian!" Fang yowled, skidding into the room. "Where's Anna?" he gasped at the blood on the bed. "Sebastian, where is she? I told you to take care of her." "I don't know," the demon answered gravely. "I left for just a moment to get something for her to eat when she woke up, but when I returned she was gone. I don't know what could have happened, only that this isn't a work of a human. If either a demon or an angel has hold of her, she may be in a little trouble." "Do you know who could have done this?" the feline implored. "I can only think of 3 suspects, Ash, Lawrence, or that greater demon that marked Anna," he speculated. "What do you think, Fang?" The cat dipped his head. "I was thinking of the same," he agreed. "Assuming that Ash was the one who gave Anna angel fever, most likely it couldn't have been him." "And the greater demon hasn't shown any signs of revealing himself yet, therefore?" Sebastian continued. "Logically, our primary suspect would be Demon Lawrence Kingsley. But where would he be hiding? Fang, are you able to contact Anna through your bond with her? She's not responding me through the blood contract, but I'm pretty sure that she's alive, if only for now." "And why would that be?" Fang implored suspiciously. "Lawrence wants to devour her soul, so obviously he can't just kill her," the demon replied simply. "Anyway, are you able to contact her?" "If I did, I would have done so already," the cat hissed impatiently. "She's not answering me either. You don't think that she could be?" Sebastian shook his head. "Absolutely not," he cut off. "Even ill with angel fever, Anna's strong enough to not allow herself to get killed that easily. She'll put up a valiant fight until we can get to her. The only problem is, where has she been taken?" "Where indeed?" Fang sighed. "Our only hope right now is to make sure that eventually when we're able to make contact with her that she's all right." "Yes, Sebastian," a weak voice whispered in the demon's mind. "Sebi." "Anna, is that you?" He replied back instantaneously. "Anna, can you hear me? Sebastian." Her voice rasped in his mind. "Please, help me. I don't have much time left." "Anna!" Fang exclaimed, also being able to hear her voice now. "Are you okay?" "Please, Fang, Sebby, Anna whispered into their minds. I'm dying. Lawrence Kingsley. Demon knife. Planning on devouring soul. Just hang on, Anna, Sebastian assured her. We'll get to you as quickly as we can. Hold on until we get there. Anna sent them a weak mental image of the position she was in, and they saw Anna hanging by her wrists, bound by demon cuffs on her wrists and ankles, as she was in a dark room, the only light in the windowless room a small light bulb and one door on the opposite side of where she was hanging. Bruises covered her body, leaving nasty marks on her formerly flawless skin. A dagger's hilt stuck out from her rib cage, and blood spilt from the wound. Her face was pale as her head hung, her eyes closed as blood trickled down the corner of her lips. Her silver hair was messy and draped over her face and shoulders. A jagged scar ran right under her throat, a wound sealed by searing hot metal on it. She seemed so close to death. "Anna, hang on!" Sebastian shouted into her mind, alarmed at her condition. "Don't give up. Where are you?" "You'll find me through the blood contract, Sebastian," she whispered weakly. "But, Sebastian, if you can't find me, in time." "Don't think that, Anna. We'll save you in time," Fang protested. "Just hang on." "Goodbye, Fang," she told them gently. "Goodbye, Sebastian. I love you." "Anna," Sebastian called. But it was too late. Their connection had been severed. "We've got to do something," Fang shouted at Sebastian. "We don't have much time. Anna will die unless we hurry. Can you find her?" Sebastian closed his eyes and focused on Anna's mind, on her heart and her soul. He focused on the contract that he had formed with her, and he focused on the love that he had for her. Within moments he found her, and his eyes snapped open, indicating to Fang that he had located his dying angel. "Let's go," Fang said. The butler nodded. "I'll quickly inform the young master, then we shall leave immediately. It isn't too far from here, but Anna's weak," he told her. "Let's go." Chapter 11. The Secret of the Angels. "You're so close," Lawrence Kingsley said with a smile, stroking Anna's cold face. "Your soul is almost ready for harvesting." "Why, you'll never win," she rasped weakly. "You will never take my soul." "We'll see about that," he responded in amusement before slapping her harshly across the face. "Watching you suffer like this is quite amusing. Why don't you cry out for your lover? Why don't you cry out for your beloved angel? Michael, wasn't it? Or why don't you cry out for Sebastian? I'm sure he would love to be in my position right now. Devouring an angel's soul is very rare, as rarely do angels stay in one place so long that a demon can hunt them down." Anna coughed up more blood, and Lawrence grabbed the hilt of the demon blade, twisting it further, and she cried out in agony. She was in so much pain, and her fever only made her condition worse. "Please, please," Anna pleaded brokenly, "just let me go." "Too bad, Anna," he replied. "Your soul is far too valuable to fall from my grasp. A soul marked by a greater demon, a soul untainted with a dark past, and a burning desire to pursue a forbidden love. Your soul has surprising value, Anna. Your soul is far too precious for me to just allow it to slip from me when I'm so close. And to top your soul off, I'm adding the spices for my best dinner, yet by torturing you and adding pain to that beautiful, remarkable soul of yours." "You ugh?" Anna groaned, her eyelids fluttering as she struggled to stay alive, but she was losing the fight. The sadistic demon smiled. "I think it's time for dinner," he said with a smirk, tipping her head up him, his lips inches from hers as his eyes glowed demonically. "I will definitely enjoy this." As his mouth caught hers, the door broke open, and Sebastian and fully transformed Fang burst in, only to see a sigh escape Anna's lips as her head drooped lifelessly as Lawrence pulled away from her, licking his lips. "Most delicious soul I've ever had," he said, smirking darkly at Sebastian. "You've just come too late, Sebastian. You lost your chance." An inferno of anger raged inside Sebastian as he saw Anna's lifeless body, and instantly he leaped at Lawrence, his rage-demon eyes blazing with fury as he and Lawrence exchanged furious swipes, and Fang leaped to Anna's side, brushing his muzzle against her cold cheek. "Anna, please, wake up!" the panther hissed at her. But she didn't respond him, and the large cat nuzzled her cheek before tears strayed down his golden feline eyes, as he laid his head on her shoulder for a moment before growling deeply, rushing to leap out at Lawrence with a great fury, sharpened claws outstretched. Lawrence was fast, but Sebastian was faster, determined to kill him, especially since the angel he fell in love with had fallen. Sebastian scratched Lawrence with the sharp silver dinner knives hidden in his sleeves, and in Lawrence's recoil Fang sank his teeth into the demon's leg, digging his claws into the demon as Sebastian leaped back, while the ferocious and furious angelic beast took out his fury on the demon. "Anna?" Sebastian murmured, a faint guilt sewn into his voice as he snapped the demon cuffs on Anna's wrists and ankles easily. As he pulled the limp angel into his arms, he pulled the demon blade from her torso, brushing her cheek very gently, cradling her as if she were just a child. "I'm so sorry, Anna. I wasn't able to save you in time." The demon butler did not know how much the angel had truly meant to him until he finally lost her. Now he felt pain and agony burn inside of him, inside the heart that he never knew he had. Pressing his forehead against her cold one, he kissed her softly, tasting her blood and what tasted like remnants of Anna's soul. "I love you," he whispered softly, a silent prayer to the angel he had loved. Lawrence Kingsley was thrown viciously on the ground before Sebastian, covered in blood. Fang leapt in front of Sebastian and Anna, stalking around the demon angrily. "Bast, Ian," a voice weakly whispered, "it's Sebastian." To Sebastian's surprise and relief, Anna's eyes weakly fluttered open to meet his. "Anna," he breathed in surprise, "why, you're alive." "How impossible!" Lawrence hissed angrily. "I was sure I killed you. I devoured your soul already." A faint smile touched her lips, and she nodded at Sebastian, closing her eyes before her entire form glowed, her damaged wings appearing as she floated from his arms. Her wings folded around her form, and a warm pulse echoed from her body as she was set upright. "Arg!" Lawrence screeched, lunging at the hovering angelic form, but both Sebastian and Fang knocked the demon away. Anna's wings spread, and the angel's eyes opened, the demons and cat seeing the angel in her full glory, dressed in a simplistic spaghetti strap dress that reached her ankles, silver bangles dangling on both her wrists and crystal earrings jingling on her ears. Her silver hair was neat and seemed to flow in waves, a halo of golden light hovering over her head. All of her wounds and bruises were gone, and golden light seemed to be faintly radiating from her flawless skin. "But how?" Lawrence demanded. "I was sure I killed you. I took your soul." "Us angels hold a deep secret that protects our souls from being taken by demons," Anna chimed, her voice sounding like bells. "And this is why it is so rare for a demon to devour an angel's soul. An angel's soul cannot be taken, but only freely given. That is our secret." Sebastian smiled at the angel, relieved that the angel was safe and alive. He realized how much he was in love with Anna, and how close he had been to losing her. "For you," Anna announced, her form radiating with power, "this game is over." "Anna!" Fang exclaimed. "You're still ill. You shouldn't be using your powers. Though you may seem fine, you're still sick with angel fever." "Anna," Sebastian advised her, knowing very well not to touch her, "let Fang and I take care of him. Don't waste your energy on him. You need to save your strength to recover from angel fever." The light around Anna faded with her wings, as her clothes transformed back into her simple cleaned maid outfit, the Phantom Hive emblem pinned on her chest. She sighed, collapsing into Sebastian's arms, and her demon held her tight, her head laying against his shoulder. A darkness radiated from Sebastian as his eyes glowed demonically. Darkness began to envelop the room, and for the first time Lawrence felt fear as Sebastian began his transformation. Anna murmured, slowly opening her eyes. She found herself in her bed, her hands folded over her chest, and the world seemed a little fuzzy to her at first, but eventually she refocused, resting a hand over her forehead. "Tell me what happened." "Anna, you're awake," a warm voice said, and Sebastian's gloved hand brushed over her cheek. "How are you feeling?" "Not too bad," she replied, glancing over to see the demon sitting on her bedside. "I feel so sore and tired, though. How long have I been asleep?" "About a full day since you were last conscious," he answered simply. "What happened to me?" she implored. "You were sick," Fang said, hopping onto her bedside. "You caught angel fever from Ash. You're all right now, though." "Ugh!" she moaned, her hand resting over her eyes. "Did I do anything stupid that I should know about? Anything happen?" "Nothing too severe," Sebastian assured. "Lawrence Kingsley is dead, and you were nearly killed. You nearly lost your soul, you transformed into your true form, and above all else, you tried to seduce me." A blush covered Anna's cheeks as she twisted her head away in embarrassment, and Fang's fur bristled in anger. Sebastian had told him already about it before, but still, it bothered him. "Oh, don't worry about it," the demon teased, stroking her cheek. "You were very cute and sweet. Don't worry, I didn't give in. I knew you were ill, and it's not like me to take advantage of the woman I love." Fang sighed, looking at Anna in concern. "One more thing, Anna. You revealed the secret of the angels to both Sebastian and Lawrence." Thankfully, Lawrence is dead, however, as for the matter of Sebastian. "I did what?" Anna demanded, sitting up abruptly and instantly regretting it. She flopped back down on the bed, groaning at the dizziness she felt pulsing in her head. "Well," the feline continued calmly, "I've spoken with the council, and they sent Michael to relay a message and a deal with the demon. Sebastian will keep quiet about the angel's secrets, and in return the council will approve of his relationship with you. For now, anyway." Very softly, Sebastian gave Anna a kiss, unhurried and undemanding. His hands snaked around her waist and around her back, sitting her up against him as he held her. Pulling away, their foreheads touched, their eyes closed. "After nearly losing you, Anna," he said, running his fingers through her hair, "I've realized just how much you mean to me. In all honesty, I am appalled at how much I seem to love you. I didn't think such a feat for a demon would be possible. You truly must be a maid sent from heaven." She chuckled at the irony of the joke before pulling away. "We should probably tend to Seal," she said. "I'm sure the other servants are busy, too." "They've been worried about you," Fang told her. "They've all been quite distracted, Finney especially. He ran the pool table through the wall." Oh my," she stammered in shock. "Well, then I suppose we should definitely go tend to the Phantom Hive Manor's affairs before we continue on with the day. Speaking of, I still have to continue teaching Seal how to dance, otherwise he'll never be ready for the dance coming up in a few days." Sebastian sighed. "Unfortunately, I believe that no amount of teaching will help the young master improve." Anna shrugged. "You never know, Sebastian," she replied optimistically. "A lot can happen in several days. The relationship between you and I is one of the best proofs of that." He chuckled, giving her a soft kiss. "I'm afraid I agree with you," he told her gently. "You truly are remarkable, Anna. You've melted the non-existent heart of a demon with just a smile." She smiled. "Well now, Sebastian," she told him gently, "you're not that bad yourself. You've made an angel fall for a demon. That is definitely something that no one on earth could have ever predicted." Chapter 12. Unexpected Guests. "Well, things surely gotten interesting, haven't they?" Sebastian pointed out. Anna had a hand on her forehead, her gaze lowered. When Fang said distracted, I honestly didn't believe he meant something like this. They had entered the study to clean up, but they didn't expect that it was a huge mess, with books and papers scattered all over the place. It looked as if a tornado had swept through the room. "Oh my," she breathed. "This will take a little time to clean up, even for us at least, a little longer than normal." "But we'll have it done," Sebastian assured. "Don't worry, this shouldn't take us too long, either way." She shrugged. True, she agreed. "Let's get started then." Easily, they began to clean up the mess caused by the other servants, and after they finished, Anna looked at Sebastian. Her hand reached to cautiously touch his shoulder, but her hand nervously shrank back before she did. He looked at her with a smile. "Is something wrong, Anna?" he implored. She stopped, shaking her head. "And no, it's all right," she replied. He walked over to her and gave her a gentle kiss, entwining his fingers with hers as he planted soft kisses down her neck. "What's wrong, Anna?" he asked her, knowing that something was bothering her. "Are you worried about Ash trying to kill you? Or is it about the greater demon hunting you? Does the mark hurt?" She shook her head. "I'm just a little worried," she admitted. "I've never really been in a relationship before. Definitely not expecting one with a demon. I'll admit that I had a fiancé once when I was still human, but unfortunately I was too busy to spend any decent time with him. I don't really know what to do." Sebastian chuckled. "That's what you're worried about? Don't worry, Anna. As long as you're with me, you don't have to worry about anything." He wrapped his arms around her and hugged her, and she smiled, instantly feeling her worry drift away. "Anna!" 3 voices cried out, and Anna and Sebastian pulled away in time to see Bard, Finney, and Maylene burst through the doors and tackled Anna into a huge group hug. "Whoa!" she exclaimed in surprise as they clung on to her. "What's up with you 3 this morning?" "We were so worried when you just collapsed like that," Finney bawled. Maylene and Bard nodded furiously in agreement. The young master told us not to worry, and that Sebastian would take care of you until you recovered, Maylene added. We're so glad you're okay, Bard concluded. Otherwise we thought that you and Seb... Immediately, Finney and Maylene covered his mouth before he finished, smiling innocently at Anna, and the angel blinked. Well, I appreciate your concern, Anna said, and I think it's very sweet of you guys to worry about me like that. I'm all right now. Sebastian clapped his hands, and immediately the servants straightened up in a line. Well, now that that's over and done with, please get back to your respective duties, he instructed. Anna and I will go and prepare the young master for breakfast. Yes, sir, the three exclaimed determinedly before running off. Sebastian, Anna addressed, I almost forgot. I have a gift for you. He looked at her curiously. A gift? I am honored, he responded with a bow. Fang, Anna called, and the white cat padded into the room, looking up at her. Yes, Anna, he answered. Have you brought her along for Sebastian? She queried. The cat turned his head back towards the door, waving his tail as if beckoning whoever this her was over. It's all right, he assured smoothly. You can come in. There was a soft meow, and Sebastian was flustered as a sleek black cat padded shyly into the study, standing next to Fang as she stared up at Sebastian and Anna. A cute pink bow was tied loosely around her neck, and she looked absolutely adorable. Kneeling down, Sebastian picked the black cat up and smiled at it. Such soft fur, he commented, holding her against him as he stroked her fur and ears. She's gorgeous. Her name is Kylie, Fang informed, hints of protectiveness in his voice. I have been taking care of her for the past few days that we've been here. I trust you won't mistreat her, Sebastian. The demon rubbed his cheek against Kylie's. Of course not, he responded. Ah, luxuriously soft. Ah, I love cats. Anna pretended to pout. What about me? She pouted teasingly. Sebastian smiled, holding the cat against his chest as he leaned over to steal a kiss from her. I love you too, he whispered, and earned him a smile. And thank you. I promise I'll take good care of Kylie, provided that the young master's allergies don't work up because of her presence. Don't worry about that, the angel assured. I've taken care of that. Seal's allergies won't respond to Kylie. Now, Fang, I trust you to take care of Kylie and Adrian, while Sebastian and I will go prepare Seal for breakfast. After that, I'll bring something over to you three, while Sebastian checks what is on Seal's schedule for today. Sebastian, Seal addressed sternly. Today, young master, the butler began. You have no major scheduled appointments, however. It is advised that we'll continue your dance supervision today, as we're already behind schedule on that. The 13-year-old glared at the demon. You're really enjoying this, aren't you? He accused. Sebastian smiled innocently. Not at all, he responded. Also, Anna thought it would be best for you to get more practice anyway. Otherwise, you won't be ready for the dance coming up in a few days. Not that I think practice would help you much anyway. Seal glared at him even more, scoffing. Anything else, Sebastian? He nodded. Today, Anna and I will be supervising your overall studies, as we received a letter yesterday that states that Professor Maximilian is sick. Therefore, he cannot come and tutor you for the next little bit, he informed. So we shall supervise your studies, violin lessons, and dancing lessons. There was a sudden knock on the door, and a young curly-haired blonde burst in, arms outstretched. Seal! Elizabeth Middleford exclaimed, running cheerfully to her fiancé. Lizzie! Seal gasped, startled. What are you doing here? She giggled. I snuck out here to spend the day with you. Aren't you happy to see me? Good morning, Lady Elizabeth, Sebastian greeted with a bow. Sebastian, she acknowledged with a polite curtsy. Good morning. Then she went over and tackle-hugged Seal. Awa, you're so cute. There was a brief knock on the door. Come in, Seal called automatically, and Anna stepped into the room, pushing the cradle-carrying Adrian in as well. Ah, I wasn't aware that we were having guests, she commented, bowing to Elizabeth. Good morning. Seal cleared his throat. Lizzie, this is our newest maid, Anna. Anna, this is my fiancée, Elizabeth Middleford. A pleasure to make your acquaintance, Lady Elizabeth, Anna said politely. But Lizzie seemed to be too busy staring at Anna as if mentally analyzing her. Ah, you're the perfect model to try on some adorable clothes, she said, a little bit loudly. Inside his cradle, Adrian began to cry. and immediately both Anna and Sebastian went to hush the child, Sebastian lifting the baby into his arms and swinging him around gently. As he quieted down, the butler smoothly handed him over to Anna, and she was able to silence the child completely. "Sebastian," Lizzie began excitedly, "I never knew you were a father. You never mentioned that you had a wife either." Both demon and angel blushed, and Seal's face slightly reddened as well. "Elizabeth," he began, "Sebastian's not the father of that child, and Anna is not the mother. Another thing is that they are not married. We found that child a few days ago. We're taking care of Adrian until his real parents come to collect him." "Oh," she responded, sounding a little bit disappointed. "That's really sweet of you, Seal." Immediately he twisted away, flushing slightly with embarrassment. "Seal," Anna addressed gently as she placed Adrian back into his cradle, "I hope you do not mind that I have Adrian sit in to our lessons. This way I can tend to him if need be, and Sebastian can continue your lesson." Sebastian smiled. "Well, Lady Elizabeth, would you like to join the young master's lessons? An elegant dancer like yourself should be able to help the young master improve when we move on into dancing lessons." "I would love to," she cheered happily. "First off," Anna said, looking at the list, "are your history lessons, Seal? Then you have violin lessons and dancing." "Oh, history's so boring," Elizabeth whined. "How about I make Anna cute while Sebastian teaches you your history lesson? Okay, let's go." Seal shook his head. "But Anna is also teaching me a portion of—" "Come on, Anna, let's go," the girl said happily, ignoring her fiancé's reasoning. Without waiting for a reply, she pulled on Anna's arm and began to pull her out of the room. "Oh, okay," Anna said quickly, looking at Sebastian. "Take care of Adrian for me, and take over teaching my part to Seal." Sebastian bowed his head to her. "Listen to what other people are telling you," Seal shouted, but the door slammed shut before she heard. He groaned heavily in annoyance. "Never mind about that. For now let's begin with the lesson, Sebastian. They'll come back, eventually." As Sebastian was teaching near the end of his lesson, the doors suddenly burst open, and two guys walked into the room proudly. Little Seal, Prince Soma Esman Kadar, entered the room with his loyal servant Agni. "How are you?" Agni bowed. "It is a pleasure to meet you both again, Master Seal, Mr. Sebastian," he greeted. "Soma Agni!" Seal gasped in surprise, standing up. "What are you both doing here?" "Visiting, of course," the 17-year-old Indian prince replied automatically. "How have you been? Everything going well, I hope." Seal nodded. "Next time would you mind sending a notice that you were coming?" he advised irritably. "I hope you're not busy right now, Seal," Soma said. "Let's have some fun today." The young earl shook his head. "I'm near the end of my history lesson," he replied coldly. "Then I have other lessons I must attend." "Come on, Seal," the prince insisted. "Have some fun for a change." He wrapped an arm around Seal's neck into a half-tease, half-hug. A quiet whine came from the baby basket, and Sebastian immediately went over to tickle Adrian's tummy, causing the baby to giggle in amusement. Immediately Soma and Agni went over to look at the child. "You never mentioned having a brother, Seal," Soma exclaimed happily. "Congratulations." A vein on Seal's forehead throbbed. "He's not my brother," he shouted impatiently. "I'm an only child." Agni looked at Sebastian. "Is he your son, Mr. Sebastian?" he implored, bowing with his palms touching. "Congratulations." Sebastian shook his head with a short chuckle. "He is neither the young master's brother, nor is he my son," he answered calmly. "This child was discovered about a day ago, and the young master has taken him under his care until the child's parents can be found." "That's kind of you, Seal," Soma commented. Without warning, two pairs of light footsteps entered the room, and all four men turned to see Elizabeth and Anna standing at the door. "Is everything all right?" Anna demanded worriedly. It sounded a little loud in here. Seal and Sebastian's eyes widened at her appearance. Anna was no longer dressed in her maid uniform, but an elegant sleeveless sky-blue dress that reached the floor, a long slit in the side starting mid-thigh. White gloves had been slipped over her hands, stopping just above her wrist, and she appeared to be wearing silvery white heels. Her hair was ironed in waves, curling lightly at the bottom, and she wore a clear crystal pendant on a silver chain around her neck, hanging against her breastbone. A single white rose was tucked into her hair. The only unfortunate blemish was the greater demon's star pentagram mark on her left collarbone. "And who are these elegant ladies, Seal?" Soma implored, walking over to bow to them both. "Greetings, I am Prince Soma Asman Kadar, a prince of India, and this is my servant, Agni." Both Elizabeth and Anna curtsied. "I am Lady Elizabeth Middleford," Lizzie greeted. "Seal is my fiancé." Soma raised an eyebrow as he turned to Seal as Anna walked over to stand beside Sebastian, her hands clasped together in front of her. "You never mentioned having a fiancé, little Seal," he teased. "Well, I suppose you aren't that little any more, having a fiancé and all." "Soma," Seal scowled. "You look beautiful, Anna," Sebastian told her mentally. "Thank you," she replied, tilting her head slightly to give him a smile. It took Elizabeth a little while to finally decide with one. It was an interesting experience. It was kind of fun, I'll admit. He gave her a light shrug. "Well, it most definitely seemed worth the time away from you to see you like this," he said. "It's too bad that the only imperfection is the greater demon's mark." "And who are you?" Soma implored, smiling at Anna. "You are a very beautiful woman." She curtsied. "Thank you. I am the head maid of the Phantom Hive Manor," she greeted. "My name is Anna, and I was just hired about 2 days ago. It is a pleasure to meet you, Prince Soma. Please pardon my appearance, as I don't normally dress like this for work." "You have very interesting servants, Seal," the prince commented. "How did you hire such an elegant maid?" Seal scowled. "Why should it matter to you? Anyway, you're interrupting my lesson. Sebastian, what's next?" "Violin lessons, young master," he answered. Anna smiled. "Shall we proceed to the other room with the piano and violins?" He nodded. "Let's go." "Anna," Sebastian said, "I trust you're good with the violin?" She smiled. "I am," she replied, "but my forte is the piano." She bowed respectfully to the young earl. "Seal Phantom Hive," she began lightly, "please allow me to be your accompanist today. Chapter 13, Humorous Situation." As they all went to the next room, Sebastian pulled out the music sheets after handing Seal his violin and taking his own. He smiled at Anna before turning to Seal. "What do you feel like playing today, young master? Are you feeling like Bach's Chakan? Or would you like to try a cheerier one? For example, how about Elgar's Opt? 12 Salut d'amour." "Whatever," Seal sighed tiresomely. "Very well," he responded, taking the respective sheet and handing a copy to Anna as she opened up the piano. "Ahem! Salut d'amour," she murmured. "A very good choice." She sat down at the piano, setting the sheets up on the stands. "Well, young master," Sebastian began, "Anna and I shall give you a demo of what this song should sound like when performed perfectly." Setting the violin against his neck, he looked at Anna, and she nodded. Her hands flowed along the keys, the beautiful melody ringing out in the air, and after the first few lines, Sebastian began to flawlessly play the violin in tune to the music. Together they wove a beautiful sound that echoed throughout the mansion, stopping the other servants in their work as they paused to listen. Seal and Elizabeth closed their eyes as they listened, feeling the song carry a light emotion within it. It was the feeling of triumph and a pure happiness that Seal knew he hadn't felt in years. Ever since that fateful day, he felt lighter, somehow, and as demon and angel played in perfect harmony, Seal couldn't help but feel even the faintest hint of a smile tug on his lips. "Ah, how beautiful!" Lizzie cheered happily. "They sound remarkable together," Agni added. Soma nodded. "Very nice," Sebastian thought to Anna. "I see even the young master is pleased with our performance. Very amusing." "Oh, you," she sighed mentally, flawlessly continuing her part of the song. "You shouldn't tease your master like that. Demon or not, you never know what that boy could order you to do. And because you're bound under the contract, you must obey his orders." As their song came to a humbling close, clapping filled the room. "That was wonderful!" Elizabeth exclaimed. Sebastian and Anna bowed in union. "Well, Seal, shall we begin?" Anna asked, and Sebastian moved aside for Seal to look at the pages on the stand. "How does it look?" He muttered incomprehensibly, placing the violin against his neck as he began to sight-read the notes, still playing decently well. Very easily Anna caught where he was and played along perfectly on the piano. The pace was slower, and the sound emitted from Seal's violin was more amateurish compared to Sebastian's previous playing. "Not bad, little Seal," Soma commented. "Quite interesting." "Seal," Anna sighed, not missing a note as she continued playing, "you need to put more emotion into it, even if you are sight-reading it. Emotion is the key to moving others to believe what you are playing." Seal's brow furrowed as he tried to do as she advised, finding it a little tricky to actually understand what she had meant by putting more emotion into his playing. "Not bad, young master," Sebastian commented afterwards. Anna looked at Seal. "You still have to put more emotion into it, Seal," she told him. "Though I do compliment the fact that you at least managed to play the song decently well, you still have some work to do." The young Earl scoffed. "Nice job, little Seal," Soma commented. "Seal!" Lizzie exclaimed, leaping to give him a huge hug. "That was absolutely adorable. You look so adorable when you're playing the violin. Now you just need the perfect outfit to go with it, too. Then you'd look perfect." Agni looked at Anna. "You are quite a skilled maid as well, Miss Anna," he complimented, and she smiled. "Thank you," she responded. "I'm sure that you are just as skilled in your own unique areas as well, Mr. Agni." The door burst open as Fang and Kylie dashed in, a certain red-cloaked Shinigami chasing after them. For some strange reason he was holding 2 double-layered cakes in his hands. "Come back here, you two!" Grell Sutcliffe exclaimed. Immediately Fang ran to Anna as Kylie ran to Sebastian, both cats leaping up to their owner's arms. "Fang!" Anna gasped. "What in the world is going on? Grell, what are you doing here?" "Sorry to interrupt you, Anna," Fang told her, looking up at her. "I needed to warn you about this Shinigami, but he was insisted on seeing you. I'm unsure about what those cakes are, though." "Go on, take Kylie and get out of here," she replied him, Sebastian, "and I will take care of this. Please take Adrian to the other servants to have them take care of him." The Shinigami stopped, looking at the angel maid. Will send me here to deliver these to you," he announced, walking over with the cakes. Anna's eyes widened, clearly taken aback. "Well, thank you very much," she replied as Fang and Kylie nudged Adrian's cradle out of the room. "Those are some amazing cats you have there," Soma commented. Anna and Sebastian smiled. "Thank you," they replied in union. Without warning, Grell tripped, and he dropped the cakes. As he tried to recover from his trip, he stumbled, both feet stepping into the cakes, and suddenly he was sliding around the room on the cakes like they were skates. "Oh, no!" both Anna and Sebastian thought as the Shinigami sped towards them all. "Prince Soma?" Agni exclaimed, grabbing his prince protectively and leaping away. "Sebastian!" Anna called immediately. "Grab Lady Elizabeth." As the demon grabbed the young lady to safety, Anna grabbed Seal and pulled him away to the side as Grell crashed into the piano, broken and jagged notes sent in all directions, Grell falling onto his face in the pile of broken wood. "Is everyone okay?" Fang implored Anna. "I think everyone's accounted for," she answered. Seal scoffed. "The idiot." Sebastian nodded. "But I think the only thing I'm really worried about is the piano," he said grumpily. "I'll have to get that fixed as soon as possible," he added mentally. "That has got to hurt," Anna added. "Are you all right, Grell?" The Shinigami looked up at them, covered in cake and broken pieces of wood. "Aw, man, Will's going to kill me," he groaned. "He won't be the only one," Sebastian thought. "Here, let me help you up," Anna offered, extending her hand to him, and Grell couldn't help but flush at her kindness, taking her hand as he tried to stand. "Gah!" Grell exclaimed as he slipped on some icing on the bottom of his shoe and was falling back, Anna's hand still gripped in his as he caught the angel off guard, pulling her down with him. Sebastian's arm instantly darted out to grab Anna's other hand, pulling her back, and with a blundering thump, Grell was back on the ground, covered in Will's hard work and pieces of a broken piano. "Oh, Anna grumbled, but she had landed on something soft, opening her eyes to find herself lying on top of Sebastian, their faces inches apart as his hand was still holding hers. A blush charmed her face as she hurriedly got off him. "Sorry, Sebastian." He chuckled as she helped him up. "No harm done, Anna," he assured her, turning back to Grell. "Now, Grell, may you please clarify as to why you are here? Not to mention destroy the piano," he added mentally, and Anna shot him a quick look, knowing that even in the demon's irritation he shouldn't act rashly against the Shinigami. "Will wanted me to deliver these cakes to Anna as a gift for her services," Grell responded. All eyes turned to Anna, and she held up her hands in front of her defensively. "Don't look at me. I have no idea what he's talking about," she defended honestly. "Undertaker wasn't willing to give us information before you made him laugh," the Shinigami explained. "But after you all left, he told us everything we needed to know. That's why we wanted to thank you by sending you the cakes." The angel chuckled in amusement. "That was sweet of him," she replied, "but he didn't have to do that for me. but I don't think it matters too much any more at the moment." She chuckled as Grell flushed in embarrassment, knowing that he ruined the cakes. "So, who is this guy?" Soma implored. "An acquaintance of mine," Seal replied simply. "This blundering idiot is always causing trouble. Whether it is trying to go after Sebastian or causing trouble for me," he added silently, "there shouldn't be too many problems with him chasing after Sebastian, now that he and Anna are together." Sebastian sighed. "I suppose there goes our violin lessons with accompaniment. You're going to have to do it solo, young master." "Rather that," Anna interrupted. "Why don't we just move along on our schedule? We may as well, correct?" The demon nodded his head. "Grell, if you please wouldn't mind leaving," he hinted. "Then we can proceed on our schedule without any delays." "I have to agree," Anna agreed gently. "You've caused a little too much trouble here, Grell. Please thank Will for the cakes, even though I won't be able to enjoy them any more. It's the thought that counts." Grell looked depressed. "Was going to kill me," he thought grimly, standing up and brushing off some cake. "Oh, yeah," he said, taking a card out of his pocket and offering it out to Anna. "Will also wanted me to give this to you. It's his card. He says to give him a call if you ever need help." "As if that will happen," Sebastian thought. "I will be the one to protect you if you need any help." The angel smirked, shooting a quick, amused glance at the demon. "Thanks," Anna said, taking the card from Grell and slipping it into her glove. "I'll keep that in mind." Sebastian smiled at Anna before turning back to Grell. "Please see yourself out, Grell," he said, turning to Seal, Lizzie, Soma, and Agni. "Young master, please wait in the dance-room while Anna and I will try to clean up a little. We will be there as soon as we can." Seal nodded. "Take care of this, Sebastian, Anna," he said softly before they left. Once only Anna and Sebastian remained, Sebastian went behind Anna, resting his hands on her bare shoulders as he pressed up against her back. His hands slid down her arms to wrap around her stomach as she leaned back against him, resting her hands on his as she sighed heavily. "You seem tired, Anna," he breathed into her ear. "Are you all right?" "I love you, Sebastian," she whispered, reaching back to turn his face towards her to capture him in a kiss. "But yes, I think I'm fine. Just a bad feeling, I suppose." The demon didn't seem too convinced and kissed her again, his arms wrapping around her tighter. "I love you too, Anna," he said softly, "and have I mentioned yet that you look absolutely ravishing?" She nodded with a smile. "You might have mentioned it," she teased, "but that's not important for the moment. We should get cleaning up as soon as we can before Seal comes to scold us." Sebastian kissed her on the forehead, reaching to brush his gloved fingers over the greater demon's seal on her collarbone. "It's a pity that this imperfection is marking you," he sighed. "Otherwise you'd be perfect." "That's sweet of you to say that," she commented, and he kissed her again lightly before running his lips down the side of her neck, causing her to moan and shiver with pleasure. He buried his face into her silver hair, hugging her tighter. "Ah," he sighed, breathing in her sweet scent deeply, "I suppose we should clean up now, shouldn't we?" "Yes," she replied, pulling away. "Seal and the others are expecting us. Next we have his dancing lessons." Sebastian sighed, shaking his head. "This will be tragic indeed." Chapter 14, Angel vs. Angel. "Okay, so Seal, what do you remember from last time?" Anna asked, and was met with silence. "Oh dear, you don't remember anything from our last lesson." "Come on, Seal," Elizabeth cheered. "You can do it." "Yeah, little Seal," Soma added. "You open up my eyes to the world, and yet you can't even dance the waltz." Sebastian chuckled as a vein pulsed on the Earl's forehead. "He's right, I'll admit," he said. "Here, allow Anna and I to demonstrate it to you again." Eagerly, Sebastian pulled Anna into his arms and looked at Seal as he slipped a hand around her back as she settled hers on his shoulder. "Remember, young master, lead from the heel," he addressed. The demon-angel pair began to waltz, and Seal tried to pay attention to their perfect steps, but just didn't seem to get it. Anna noticed his frustration and looked at Sebastian. "Perhaps we should have Lady Elizabeth assist him, so he isn't only just watching," Anna told him mentally. He dipped his head, and both of them stopped, looking at Seal and Elizabeth. "Seal," Anna said softly, "I was thinking that it would be easier for you to learn if you're doing it with us at the same time." "Lady Elizabeth," Sebastian addressed gently, "would you please be the young master's dance partner for his lesson?" "Of course," she squealed happily, turning to Seal, who flushed slightly. Inhaling deeply as Anna and Sebastian's previous lesson of being a gentleman flooded his mind, he forced a smile, offering his hand out to her. "May I have this dance, lady?" he implored respectfully. "Yes," Lizzie replied happily, taking his outstretched hand and moving into formal dance position. Soma and Agni exchanged glances. "We'll be going now," Soma announced. "It was good to see you again, little seal, Sebastian, and it was nice to meet you both, too, Lady Elizabeth Anna." Anna dipped her head with a kind smile. "It was nice to meet you, too, Prince Soma Agni," she replied. "Please come by any time." After Seal was put to bed later that evening, Anna turned to Sebastian, giving him a soft peck on the lips, burying her face in his chest for a moment before pulling back. "Anna, is something wrong?" he implored worriedly, his deep red eyes shining at her. She shook her head. "Sebastian," she said softly, "come with me to my room. There is something I need to talk to you about. It's important. I'm going to prove to you how far I'm willing to go with you." The demon raised an eyebrow. "Are you planning on seducing me, Anna?" he implored. "Come with me, please," she replied while blushing, avoiding his question. She batted her eyelashes flirtatiously at him, and he sighed. "Fine, fine," he agreed, giving her a kiss before brushing her lips with a thumb. "You're going to have to do a better job of seducing me than just that, if that's what you're after." Late that night, Seal was disturbed by a loud shouting. "Seal! Seal! Wake up!" Anna's voice shouted through the hallway before the winged angel burst through his bedroom door, Sebastian not too far behind. "Ka!" Seal shrieked, sitting up abruptly. "What is the meaning of this?" The ground rumbled beneath them, and Anna shook her head, spreading her wings wide. "There's no time to explain it completely right now. You need to get out of here. It's not safe here any more for the time being," she explained quickly as bright lights flashed outside as the ground shook again. "The Phantom Hive Manor is being attacked by Ash," Sebastian informed his master. "He's having a full-out assault on the entire property. But rest assured, Anna's protecting it right now using an angel barrier." "But if something should happen, I need you out of here," the angel barked. "I've already placed Finny, Bard, Maylene, Tanaka, and Adrian into a deep sleep, and Fang's taking them to the townhouse in London right now. Sebastian, get Seal out of here and to the townhouse until I give you some sort of signal that it's safe." He bowed, picking up Seal. "Understood," he said. "Oi, Sebastian!" Seal hissed, barking at the rough handling of his butler. "Let me down." The demon shook his head. "Absolutely not," he replied sternly. "You heard her. It's no longer safe here at the manor for the time being. You must allow Anna to handle this." "Sebastian's right," Anna agreed, looking outside the window, her sword of light materializing in her right hand, blazing brightly. "Anna," Sebastian addressed, and she turned to him, only to have his lips press against hers. Then she found him staring into her azure eyes with hard red ones. "Be careful." She nodded. "Now come with me," she urged as she slipped around the threshold. "I can only open up the barrier for a moment before I need to seal it off completely, so I can retaliate against Ash before he tries anything." As they were heading out of the mansion, Anna was giving them quick instructions. "After you get out," she explained in a rush, "get as far away from here as possible. I have no idea what Ash is planning, and I'll try to contain this as best I can. Sebastian, make sure Seal is not harmed, and take him to the townhouse as soon as you can. Fang should already be there now to take care of the others, and I've told him to help you out if you need anything." "When can we expect to hear back from you?" Seal implored. The angel looked around cautiously. "I don't know," she responded honestly. "As soon as I can. I don't know how long this battle may last. I'll either go myself or I'll send word to Sebastian through the blood contract, or I'll inform Fang through our bond. Rest assured, though, I'll definitely take care when I partake this battle, so I'll try not to allow anything to happen to me." Sebastian didn't look too convinced, but didn't say a word in response. "Sebastian, I know you must be worried," Anna told him mentally as she navigated them carefully through the hallway, "even though you don't show it. But I order you to protect Seal. I knew that you were once a heartless, malicious demon who cared for nothing and no one and just feasted for souls, disposing of anyone who got in your master's way. I need that Sebastian now to protect Seal. Forget about me." "But Anna," he began. "Please, Sebastian," she cut off pleadingly, not slowing her pace as they hurried to the front doors. "Do this for me. Protect Seal. That's an order." As they stopped at the front doors, Anna carefully listening outside, Sebastian held Seal with one arm, grabbing Anna and whirling her into his kiss of passion, and her hand rested on his cheek for a moment before pulling away with a kind smile. "Don't worry, Sebastian," she assured. "I promise I'll take care of myself." Then she looked down at Seal. "Be careful, Seal. I'm sure that Ash may also be after you because of what happened last time. Sebastian will take care of you, and I'll take care of Ash if he tries to follow you or anything. Don't worry, I'll protect the Phantom Hive Manor well. Sebastian, you be careful, too. If things are going to go the way I think they are, even a demon like you isn't safe." The butler was taken aback at her sudden declaration, and she smiled at him. Sebastian's worries only grew, knowing that there was a huge risk for Anna as well if even he himself was in danger. But with this worry came a new discovery. Sebastian never realized that he was so strongly in love with the angel. When he had made a contract with Seal Phantom Hive, he swore to devote his body and soul to him. But now, if Seal was to order him to kill Anna or allow her to die, Sebastian had no idea what he would do. Carefully, Anna creaked open the door before motioning Sebastian and Seal out. Seal looked up and saw that the entire Phantom Hive estate was being covered by a huge glowering orange dome, an angel's barrier. "Hurry up!" Anna called as she flew to the edge of the barrier. Sebastian and Seal arrived at the edge of the barrier with her, and she looked up. Above the barrier, Ash was flying overhead, circling the dome with a great fury burning in his eyes, his sword glowing with strong angel powers. His eyes met Anna's, and she narrowed her gaze before turning back gravely to Sebastian and Seal. "Remember, don't stop till you reach the townhouse," she reminded urgently. "Wait there until I contact you." She poised her sword at the barrier before thrusting it forward, the light piercing into and through, creating a door to the outside. "Go!" Anna shouted, and Sebastian dashed through, immediately taking his young master into the forest as Anna flew up to fight Ash, the barrier reclosing around the Phantom Hive estate as both angels became bright lights battling it out in the skies. Sebastian and Seal were pretty deep into the forest when Seal decided to say something. "Sebastian, stop!" he demanded. "Put me down." The demon blinked as he came to a halt, putting the young earl onto his feet. Back in the direction of the manor, loud booms that could easily been mistaken as thunder rumbled. "What is it, young master?" Sebastian implored. "I order you to go help Anna," Seal ordered. "She's no use to me dead, and having an angel by my side may help later on when we get into a little more trouble." The butler smiled. My, he teased. "Are you showing compassion towards Anna, young master?" Seal scoffed. "Not at all," he retorted briskly. "I just don't want someone who may be useful to me killed so early in the game. Now don't make me repeat myself." Sebastian bowed. "Yes, my lord." Chapter 15, The Angel, the Demon, the Dog. Anna barreled forward, crashing into the archangel with a white-hot fury, her sword of light blazing brightly as she had transformed into the angelic knight that she was. Pure white battle robes that looked like it had been made with an Eastern touch hugged her body, her hair tied up in a tight, messy bun as she thrust her sword forward at Ash. "Why won't you allow these pathetic humans to die, Anna?" Ash screeched at her. "We could start this world anew." Dodging his advance on her, she flew back, beating her wings once to keep herself afloat. "You truly are a fool," she scolded. "Do you honestly believe that humankind would differ any way from how they are now? All you would be doing is taking away millions of innocent lives." "Of course you would think that way," the archangel hissed with a smirk. "You were once human, were you not? A beautiful young woman heavily burdened before being burnt at the stake." Anna's eyes narrowed before blazing golden, and she threw 2 balls of white fire from her palm at the angel, blue lightning crackling around it. HMPH, Ash smirked, unimpressed as he sent 2 in return, the fires crashing in brilliant white sparks and smoke, blurring the area. "You're going to have to do better than that." But what he wasn't aware of was that he had lost sight of the angel in the smoke. Sensing the sudden presence of the angel behind him, he whirled around, but a moment too late as Anna's blade just slashed against his side, drawing blood. "Why you—" Ash broke off at seeing Anna's confident smirk before she focused a ball of white flames and electricity in her hand before thrusting it against Ash's chest. Boom! A tremendous explosion rattled the earth as Ash was sent spiraling back into the ground, tendrils of smoke trailing from burns on his formerly white suit. Anna cleared away the smoke easily with a few beats of her wings, looking down at the unharmed Phantom Hive Manor grounds, noticing a familiar black-clad butler standing by the edge of the barrier. "Sebastian!" Anna shouted, soaring down to greet him. "What are you doing here? I ordered you to take care of Seal and—" "I did," he interrupted. "The young master is perfectly safe right now. You clearly only made a suggestion to take him to the townhouse at post-haste." She groaned, shaking her head, glancing at the slowly recovering Ash. "It's still not safe," she said. "Now what in the world are you doing here?" "The young master ordered me to help you," Sebastian informed her. Anna grimaced. "While I appreciate the offer, I'm perfectly fine in taking care of myself for the moment," she replied. His eyes scanned her over. "On that note," he began, "what on earth are you wearing?" Yes, this," she said, glancing herself over. "Angel battle robes, but I kind of liked having an Eastern touch to it. It's very comfortable and easy to move around in, so it's efficient in such dangerous situations. Anyway, get out of here, Sebastian. I don't need the help." He smiled. "The young master insisted," he reasoned, and she sighed, shaking her head. Ash was getting onto his feet, brushing off debris, dirt, and dust from his formerly white suit. "Arhu?" Anna glanced towards the forest as a howl filled the air. She muttered, waving a glowing hand over herself, and a split image of the angel appeared. "Seal's in danger. My image will distract Ash for a short while, but not for too long. Come, Sebastian, let's go." Seal looked at his surroundings, hearing one loud boom come from the direction of the manor, and the ground shook beneath his feet. "HMPH!" Seal snorted, sitting down on a large protruding tree root, crossing one leg over the other as his arms folded across his chest. "I wonder how much longer they're going to need," he wondered. "Hopefully it'll be done before the party in a few days." "Arhu!" A howl rang through the air, and Seal leaped to his feet, whirling around as paws hit the ground hastily as something sped towards him. "Young master," Sebastian addressed as he and Anna arrived. "What is that noise, Sebastian?" the young earl demanded. "What's coming?" "Hold on," Anna said. "I recognize this." Easily, she curled her fingers by her lips to let out a high-pitched whistle that echoed for a moment before the pause quickened, a happy bark filling the air. "Is that—" Seal broke off, recognizing that familiar bark. Before he could finish, a huge light-blue demon dog bounded out from the trees and towards Anna, a crazed joy in its dark red eyes before it transformed into a tiny puppy version of itself before leaping up into the angel's arms. "Pluto," she said cheerily, hugging the demon dog to her, "what are you doing here? I told you to stay back in your forest home until I sent for you." "But Pluto is dead," Seal tried to reason, mostly to himself. "Finny, Maylene, and Bard killed him." Anna smiled, shaking her head. "Close to death, but not completely," she explained as the dog licked her face affectionately. "I saved him and took him in afterwards while allowing the rest of you to believe that he was dead. And I've given him a third form as well, the form of a tiny puppy." Sebastian's eye twitched for a moment in slight jealousy of how close the demon dog was to the angel, then relaxed as Anna put him down. Pluto transformed back into his huge true form, and Anna rested a hand on his muzzle. "Now, I want you to take Seal and Sebastian safely to the townhouse, okay?" she instructed. "I've already taught you that Ash and/or Angela are bad people, so you don't listen to them, okay? You only listen to me." Pluto nodded his head, laying down on his paws as she pet him. "Why would you revive a demon dog?" Seal implored. The angel smiled as she turned to the young earl. "Even though he is a demon dog, he is still but only a pup," she reasoned. Under the nurturance of Angela, he was taught to obey at all times, under both normal control and by a collar. The blood one is born with won't tell whether a person is good or bad. Everyone deserves a second chance, so why not Pluto? Sebastian couldn't help but smile. Though he did not fully comprehend her reasoning, it was the compassionate side of her that bewitched him. "Ugh!" Seal groaned, disgusted, as he turned away. "Whatever? Has Ash been taken care of?" Anna withdrew her hand from Pluto's snout. "I have to go back," she announced. "Pluto will be your guard as you all head to the townhouse in London. I'll join you as soon as I can." Without another word, the angel took flight, and Sebastian smiled after her before Pluto licked his face, instantly irritating the demon. "Let's get out of here," Seal hissed. "Prepare some red tea when we arrive, Sebastian." Anna tackled Ash, pinning the archangel to the ground. "Leave here, Ash," she hissed at him. "You'll never win." As I speak, Sebastian and Seal are getting as far away as they can. They're out of your reach, and the other angels have been alerted of your activities ever since I branded you a few days ago. He glared at her before furiously throwing her off, and she skidded back a few feet before stopping, leaping forwards to stab her blade at the opposing angel, and he blocked it with his own. "You're a fool, Anna," he chuckled. She smiled. "I don't think so," she said as she twisted her blade down into the ground, stepping back a few feet before a huge dome of golden-orange light surrounded Ash. "You've fallen into my trap, Ash." The fallen angel's eyes widened with sudden anger and hatred as he threw himself at the angel barrier in an attempt to break it, but to no avail. Anna stared emotionlessly at the angel, her hands by her sides. "What has made you into this, Ash?" she asked softly. "You were once a brave, strong angel that really wanted to come to Earth to see what the world was through the eyes of the humans. And now you long to be the annihilator of them. Why?" "Because I saw their taint, their filth," he spat acidly. "They must all pay for their sins." Anna closed her eyes, inhaling deeply as she raised her arms, the orange dome around Ash rising and levitating the angel into the air, trapped within a ball of orange. "But what are you doing?" he demanded in a howl. The angel opened her eyes, her pupils glowing silver. "Ending this battle," she said softly. "Goodbye, Ash, for the last time." Without warning, another sharp blade pierced from Anna's back and through her chest, and the angel coughed, blood dripping from her lips. She glanced behind her to see another winged angel twisting the blade. "Hey, Angela," Anna breathed, "I am possible." As Angela yanked the blade from her body, Anna stepped back a few steps as blood splattered on the ground, a hand over the wound. She was lucky that the blade that had stabbed her was a normal human-made sword, otherwise that wound would have proven to be fatal. However, Ash was free from Anna's broken concentration, and he dropped down next to Angela. "This just doesn't make sense," Anna murmured in confusion. "The two that was one became two? How? Why?" The angel smirked. "We found the secret to separating into two individual beings," Ash cackled. "But that secret will remain a secret, and you're going to die. Against two angels you don't stand a chance." Anna closed her eyes, feeling a quick warm light seal her wounds, if only temporarily. She brushed the blood away from her lips, and she refocused on the two angels. Nevertheless, her vision was still a little blurry from the rapid blood loss. "Now die!" both Ash and Angela shouted as they lunged for Anna, angelic blades poised at her. She leaped back just in time, but fumbled to the ground. "Not good, not good," she thought as she tried to get up on her feet. "Gotta survive." "Anna!" Several voices shouted in unison, and Anna looked up to see a bright light shine down on her from above before three angels flew down by her side. "Michael! Kieran! Alicia!" Anna gasped. Alicia smiled, flicking back her long brown braided hair as her sword hand twitched. "Need some help, Anna?" she implored rhetorically, her light green eyes sparkling mischievously. Michael kneeled down next to Anna. "Kieran, take care of Ash! Alicia, take Angela!" he shouted at them. "Got it!" Kieran responded, glaring at Ash with hard chestnut eyes. "Take care of Anna." Immediately, the angels engaged in a huge battle, and Michael wrapped his wings around both him and Anna protectively. "Michael, what are you doing here?" she demanded. "We sensed angel activity coming from the Phantom Hive Manor," he explained as he held Anna's hands, transferring his healing powers to her, warming her body and sending magic tingles fluttering all inside her. "We went to check the brand tracker, and there were 2 accounts of the brand you had placed on Ash. We knew something was up and immediately came here to help you out." She smiled as he held her against him. "Thank you," she whispered softly, closing her eyes as she let herself fall into a short trance. "Thank you." Michael smiled down at her, hugging her tighter. "I know that you love that demon, Sebastian," he said softly, "and it's okay. I will love you anyway, because you're the only angel that I hold dear to my heart." Sebastian, Seal, and Pluto arrived at the Phantom Hive townhouse in London, where they were greeted by its caretakers, Prince Soma, and his servant Agni. "Agni? What in the world is that?" Soma gasped. "No idea," Agni responded somewhat calmly. "But if Mr. Sebastian and Lord Seal are friends with it, you should be fine." Seal was let down by Sebastian, and the Earl looked at them. "Pluto is a demon hound," Seal answered. "He won't hurt anyone unless he's ordered to." "Hey, demon what?" the Indian prince gasped, incredulous. Sebastian bowed. "Let's go inside, and I'll make something that might ease you, young master," he offered, looking at the other servant. "The other servants are here already, right?" Agni nodded. "They were in a carriage, and they were all asleep. Miss Anna's cat was in there, too," he said. "They're all inside right now, and the servants have been put to bed." Seal sighed heavily. "Let's go inside. I'm tired. Sebastian, make some tea." "Understood," the demon butler responded, and took a quick glance back in the direction of the Phantom Hive Manor, where deep in his heart he hoped that Anna was okay. But of course he would never, ever tell that to anyone. He was, after all, one hell of a butler. Chapter 16, Preparations. Fang was nervously pacing back and forth by the fireplace, while Seal and Soma were seated by the coffee table. Kylie flicked her tail as she lay on her paws by Fang, staring at the cat worriedly. She could tell that he was concerned for his owner. "By the way," Soma said in curiosity, "where is Anna? I thought that all of the Phantom Hive servants would be coming." Sebastian bowed. "Miss Anna is currently taking care of the Phantom Hive Manor in the young master's absence," he lied fluently. "However, she may be joining us later." "It is quite early in the morning, Prince Soma," Agni said. "Perhaps we should continue this discussion after you get some rest. I'm sure Master Seal also feels the same." Seal dipped his head. "Sebastian," he said. "Of course," the butler replied automatically. "I'll prepare you for bed." "Sebastian," Seal addressed sternly as he sat in bed, "wait outside for Anna's return tonight. Perhaps she'll return soon to inform us the security of the Phantom Hive estate." The butler bowed. "Yes, my lord," he obliged. "And another thing, too," he continued. "How attached have you become to Anna?" "Rather very, young master," Sebastian replied honestly. "However, that will still not get in the way of protecting you, of course." Seal's eyes narrowed suspiciously. "That had better be true," he threatened. "Why, of course," the butler replied in amusement. "I do not lie." The Earl scoffed as he lay down, his head resting on the white pillow. "Keep your relationship simple and professional, Sebastian," he ordered as he pulled the covers over him. "I do not want to hear rumors of the Phantom Hive butler and maid having a secret affair. Do not tarnish my family name further than it already is, Sebastian." "Understood," he stated with a curt bow. "And if you do," Seal threatened additionally, "I may just order you to dispose of her yet, Sebastian. Don't think that the thought hasn't crossed my mind yet, and you are my butler. As abided by the contract, you are to obey all of my orders, no matter what they are." Sebastian's eyes hardened, but he bowed. "Of course, young master, I understand. I bid you good night, young master. Sleep well." Late that night, Sebastian sat on the roof, as ordered by Seal, until Anna's return. Fang lay on the roof beside the demon, worried. Pluto was in his puppy form, and was asleep on the front steps of the townhouse. "I hope she's all right," Fang said. "She hasn't contacted me or anything yet." "She'll probably be fine," Sebastian assured. "She's an angel, right?" They saw a lonely white figure enter through the gates of the townhouse, and both recognized it to be Anna. "Anna!" Fang gasped. Immediately both demon and angelic cat leaped down to greet her, and she stumbled precariously towards them before falling forwards into Sebastian's awaiting arms. "Are you all right, Anna?" Fang demanded. "Why, yes," she replied shakily as Sebastian sat her up against his shoulder. "Nothing a little sleep won't fix." "May I ask what happened, Anna?" Sebastian implored calmly. "Have you disposed of Ash?" Anna sighed heavily in exhaustion. "It's a long story," she told them. "Ash and Angela have become two separate entities now, instead of one hermaphrodite angel." "What?" Fang demanded. "Why don't we talk about this tomorrow with the young master?" Sebastian suggested. "You're clearly exhausted, Anna, and you should get some rest." She smiled tiredly. "That would be nice, yes," she agreed. "It's been a long night for all of us." "You've done well," he assured her. "The Phantom Hive estate is safe and sound, correct?" Anna nodded. "I don't think Ash or Angela should be coming back any time soon." "Then the rest can wait," Sebastian said, lifting her into his arms. "Come, let's put you to bed." Fang floated up to Anna's level as they went to one of the servant rooms. "Were you injured at all during the fight?" he implored worriedly. "Yes," she said, "but it's healed already. Don't worry." Arriving in the room, Sebastian set Anna down on the bed, pulling the covers over her. "Now rest," he told her. I will tend to the young master if deemed necessary, and I'll alert you if there is anything wrong." "Good night, Sebastian," Anna sighed as Fang curled up next to her. He smiled, leaning down to plant a soft kiss on her lips. "Good night, my angel," he whispered, eyes staring deeply into hers. As he closed the door behind him, he chuckled darkly. Well, now to get ready for tomorrow's preparations. The next morning, Seal was woken up by light pouring onto his face from the outside. "Good morning, young master," Sebastian greeted, tying up the curtains. "Last night Anna returned. The mansion is safe and sound. However, she has quite a story to tell us, it seems. She's still asleep, as are the other servants, so I'll have her speak to you later privately. Shall we prepare to return to the estate?" "It would be far too suspicious if we just left this morning," the young earl responded, grumbling. "Soma and Agni may be idiotic, nevertheless they will question our late arrival and early departure. We can't rouse any suspicions. We have no choice but to stay here for at least another day." After Sebastian got Seal dressed, there was a soft knock on the door. "Come in," Seal called, and the door creaked open to reveal Anna dressed in her maid outfit, looking a little tired, her hands folded in front of her. Fang and Kylie padded in beside her. "Good morning, Seal," she greeted softly. "I'm sure Sebastian must have already told you that I arrived during the night." The Earl nodded. "Sebastian said you had quite a story to tell," he retorted. "Has Ash been dealt with?" "Not exactly, no," the angel replied awkwardly, closing the door behind her. "Ash and Angela have been separated. I don't know why, but they're two separate beings now. I was attacked by both of them. It was a miracle that I was saved by Michael and the others just in time." "What?" Fang meowed in alarm. She dipped her head. "Michael, Kieran, and Alicia came to save me," she informed gently. "Michael healed my wounds while Kieran and Alicia fought Ash and Angela. I'm okay, though, so don't worry. Just a little tired still, but that'll pass." Sebastian walked over to pat her on the head. "You could have slept in a little more," he said. "I can take care of the young master." Anna shook her head. "As a maid of the Phantom Hive household," she stated, "where would I be if I couldn't work for my employer?" The demon butler chuckled, and Anna smiled, looking at Seal. "Now, Seal, there's something that I'd like to give to you," she said. "It might prove to be useful to you in the times to come." Closing her eyes, she took out a beautiful jeweled curved dagger from her pocket, presenting it to Seal on one knee. The hilt was studded with small, colorful jewels, and it didn't appear to be used particularly for fighting, rather as a decoration, perhaps. "The dagger of light, an item that can only be used in times of great need," the angel announced. "You will most likely need this in the times to come, however. I only hope that you need not actually use it, and that Sebastian and I will be there to protect you." Seal reached out to touch the dagger, and immediately once his skin touched the cool blade, it vanished in a flurry of golden sparks. "What the hell is this?" the young earl demanded. She chuckled as she stood up. "It will appear to you in your time of great need," she told him. "But it remains undetected as a way to protect you, and so that this weapon remains concealed." "But where has it disappeared to?" Sebastian implored curiously. "Where indeed?" Anna responded thoughtfully with a smile. "Little Seal!" Soma's voice boomed as the prince ran into the room, Agni close behind. Then he paused in his tracks as he noticed Anna. "Ah, your maid has come too. How come you didn't arrive with the others last night?" She bowed with a smile. "I had duties that kept me back at the manor, so I didn't arrive until late last night," she said, confirming what Sebastian had said just the night before. "So, why were you all suddenly coming here to London without any notice and so late?" Soma implored. "Did you miss me that much?" "As if," Seal scoffed. "Just felt like intruding." He smiled cleverly. "I was wondering how you'd react to my sudden intrusion of my own townhouse." Anna looked outside, and it seemed that something caught her attention. Sebastian and Fang followed her gaze to see what had attracted her gaze, and they both saw Michael standing outside with a white envelope in his hand, and the angel's gaze was met squarely with Anna's. Fluently, she bowed deeply. "Please excuse me for a moment," she excused, quickly leaving the room, Fang following behind. "What is he doing here for?" Fang implored. "I don't know," she answered, "but I'm sure we're about to find out." "Hello, Anna," Michael greeted gently as the angel he loved came out to greet him. "Hey, Michael," she replied. "What are you doing here?" He offered her out the letter with pained eyes. "This is for you from the council," he told her. "They're growing concerned about your relationship with the demon Sebastian Michaelis, but I'm not sure whether this letter is related or not." Anna blinked, accepting the letter and opening it. Her eyes hardened as she read it, and she took a deep breath before the letter disintegrated in her palm with a ball of soft blue fire. "Very well," she sighed. "That letter was completely unrelated to my relationship with Sebastian, in fact. It was a letter requesting that I return to heaven instead of completing my mission of which I am no longer required to fulfill, at least, until the time that Ash, Angela, and the greater demon that marked me have been dealt with." "Well, their worry is warranted, don't you think?" Michael tried to reason. "I'm worried, too." She smiled weakly, reaching up to cradle his cheek in her palm. "I know you are, Michael," she said, "and I'm sorry for causing you to worry about me." She kneeled down to pick up Fang in her arms, stroking his soft fur. "And I know you've been worried, too, but I can protect myself, and I know that you, Fang, as well as Sebastian, will be here to take care of me and protect me." After Anna and Fang returned inside, they were met up with Sebastian, who had apparently been sent to fetch them. "I trust everything is all right, Anna," he implored calmly, and even though he didn't show it, Anna knew that he, too, was a little worried. "Fine, Sebastian," she assured quietly. "When will we be departing back to the mansion?" "Tomorrow," he answered as they went to tend to the young Earl Phantomhive, "and in a few days we will be attending Lord Drewton's ball. I trust you will be ready." The angel sighed. "I hope so, Sebastian. I hope so." Chapter 17. Closer to the Truth. "Well, tonight's the night," Anna sighed. "Why am I doing this again?" Sebastian neatly did the finishing bow on the white rose choker around her neck before smiling at her. "You're going to have to catch Lord Drewton's attention, so you must look more beautiful than you usually do," he answered. "Oh, you're such a joker, Sebastian," she chuckled, looking herself over in the mirror, dressed in a gorgeous white strapless gown, complementing her silver white hair and bright azure eyes. Her hands were dressed with long white gloves that reached her elbows, and Sebastian brushed her hair, the soft texture of the strands feeling almost like silk. Crystal earrings dangled from her earlobes, and her lips were rosy red. "I do not lie, Anna," the demon reminded. "You look absolutely ravishing." The angel's cheeks reddened slightly in embarrassment, obviously flattered by his comment. "Thank you," she replied. "I just hope that this will be enough." "Of course," he assured. "Who would not appreciate the company of a beautiful angel such as yourself?" She rolled her eyes. "That's only you," she argued, "and that's only because you love me. You're complimenting me a little too much, Sebastian. It's quite eerie, in fact. What is it you want from me?" "Nothing, really," he answered as innocently as possible. "Just don't do anything stupid that could put the young master in danger, not to mention cause me unnecessary trouble." "Ha!" she smirked. "Right. Don't worry. I'm only doing what Seal needs me to do, which is do a little investigating of where Lord Drewton's son Anthony could possibly be." Sebastian continued to brush her hair before lifting a few strands of her hair and pressing it to his lips. "I'll be there to protect you, Anna," he added with a smile. "Oh, yes, that reminds me." He pulled an emerald ring from his coat pocket and slipped it onto her finger. "As long as you wear this ring, I will know wherever you are and know the condition you may be in." "Thanks," she said, looking at the ring. "I'm not sure how handy it may come in, though. As how you describe it, it kind of makes me think of the blood contract. Are you sure I need it?" He pressed his lips against her forehead. "Believe me when I say that this will protect you," he murmured softly. "I have the other of the pair on me myself. These 2 rings serve as a bond, and it will protect you." She smiled at him. "Well, you don't lie," she said, "so I believe you. For the time being, anyway. Nevertheless, is there something you're not telling me, dear?" Demonic eyes flashed with a little playfulness. "I'm afraid so," he said with a wide and innocent smile. Anna sighed, rolling her eyes. "Well, I trust your loyalties to both me and Seal, therefore I trust that you won't place me in an unnecessary danger." "Unnecessary danger, yes," he agreed. "Perhaps some necessary danger, though." Again she sighed, shaking her head before she did a little twirl before the mirror in her crystal white slippers, satisfied with her look. "Well," she decided, "I'm as ready as I'll ever be. Now, I trust Seal is already ready?" Sebastian nodded, pulling out his pocket watch and looking at it for a moment. Putting it back in his pocket, he placed only an inch of distance between them before pressing his lips lightly against hers. Kising back softly, they stayed like that for a few moments before Anna pulled away, pressing her forehead against his. "I love you, Sebastian," she sighed, "and I fear that it may eventually become my undoing." He chuckled darkly, "as my love for you will become mine." "So we're both doomed, you think?" Anna implored. Pulling away, he smiled. "Aren't I supposed to be the dark one?" he teased, his mouth traveling down her neck to her collarbone. "I am, as you say, a dark, sadistic jerk, correct?" He bit lightly on her skin, and she gasped in exhilaration. Okay, she said, pushing him off her, rubbing her neck. "I get your point. Stop teasing me. Anyway, shall we get going?" The demon butler smiled, bowing slightly as he offered his arm to her. "Of course, my lady." "There he is," Seal Phantomhive said, glaring at the lord in question. Lord Gareth Drooton was a tall, slim man with dark, fair hair and piercing onyx eyes on a long, narrow face. He wore rectangular glasses and was dressed in a simple, dark brown two-piece suit. He seemed a simple man with little secrets, however. Everyone knew that even though he seemed to place a fairly happy facade, he was deeply troubled and worried about his son. "Seems harmless enough," Sebastian speculated. "However, of course, you know better, don't you, young master?" He nodded. "Anna should be making her entrance any moment now," he announced. "You know what to do." As if on cue, Anna proceeded elegantly into the ballroom, a mask of cheer and peace on her face. A single white rose was tucked into her hair, and she caught the glances of many of the men in the room, including Lord Drooton's. The angel strode over to Seal and Sebastian, curtsying politely. "Good evening, gentlemen," she greeted teasingly. "You look gorgeous, Lady Anna," Sebastian said, kising the back of her hand. Seal's eye twitched. "Are you wearing a corset, Anna?" he implored. When she nodded, he sighed in irritation. "How in the world do you wear that thing without feeling that your organs are going to be squeezed out?" She chuckled, shaking her head. "Now, I have Fang keeping survey of the party outside, and he's also patrolling on the roof," she explained quickly. "He knows what to do if anything should go wrong. First, we'll need to make sure that we are able to draw Lord Drooton's attention. Then I'll do my best to get as much information as I can from him." "Unfortunately, the young master's dancing proficiency is still less than satisfactory," Sebastian noted, and Seal flushed in embarrassment. "I'm afraid I have to agree," Anna sighed. "All those dancing lessons Sebastian and I gave you didn't seem to help one bit. Why can't you dance like Sebastian?" "It's not my fault," Seal snapped in annoyance. Sebastian smiled at Anna. "Well, I guess that means it's up to us after all. We did have an excellent chance to practice when we were giving demonstrations to the young master," he said, bowing to her while offering out his hand to her. "May I have this dance, Lady Anna?" She smiled, curtsying to him before placing her hand in his. "Why, thank you," she responded, allowing him to elegantly lead her onto the ballroom floor. Moving into Sebastian's arms, Anna reached up to rest a hand on his shoulder as his wrapped around her waist, pressing her right up against him. They were pressed up against each other much closer than the other couples, and Sebastian's face was close to hers, allowing them to speak to each other clearly and easily. "We are much closer than when we were practicing," Anna told him quietly. "Do you think Lord Drooton is going to notice or cut in or anything?" He smirked. "Of course," he replied confidently. "Why wouldn't anyone refuse the chance to dance with such a charming angel like yourself?" Anna chuckled. "You flatter me, Sebastian. However, if our efforts don't work, then we might have to resort to more dramatic actions." "That's only if we fail," he reminded, "and I don't ensure failure often." She smiled. "Well, then," she said, "shall we dance?" "I thought we were dancing," he said, smiling in return. "Well, time to get a little more serious, I suppose," she sighed. "We need to dance elegantly so that we are able to hopefully end up having some word with Lord Drooton by the end of this." As their dance came to an end, a hand tapped Sebastian's shoulder, and both turned to see Lord Drooton. "Excuse me, sir, but may I steal the lady for a dance?" he requested. Sebastian bowed, fluently placing Anna's hand in Lord Drooton's, and Anna curtsied politely. Exchanging a glance with her, Sebastian left to return to Seal's side. "You sure dance beautifully, my lady," Gareth Drooton said, taking formal dance position. "What is your name?" "Anna, my lord," she answered gently, secretly reading his emotions reflecting in his eyes. Lord Drooton found himself trapped within the angel's azure eyes. "Well, Lady Anna," he said, spinning her around in a circle, "you're very light on your feet, I see. Are you here alone?" "By no means," she answered. "I am here with Earl Seal Phantomhive, my lord." As the dance came to a close, Lord Drooton swept her away towards the sides before dropping his dance, taking her by the hand and leading her towards the outside balcony. "You are a very attractive woman, Lady Anna," he complimented, kissing the back of her hand. She smiled. "Thank you," she replied. "I'm sorry about your son's disappearance." He nodded, the smile on his face dropping before pulling off a black rose from his rosebush. "May I?" he implored. When she gave her approval, he plucked the white rose from her hair before tucking the dark flower into her silvery white hair. "In truth, Lord Drooton," Anna said, "I'm one of the people investigating your son's disappearance. Is there anything you could tell me that may be of use?" Lord Drooton seemed to hesitate, obviously uncomfortable around the subject. "Lady Anna, perhaps. Would you like to come with me to somewhere more private?" he requested. "There are a few documents regarding my son's kidnapping that I'd like you to take a look at. Perhaps it will help." She nodded. "Thank you for your cooperation," she told him. Taking her by the waist, he led her away from the extravagant party towards the library chambers. "Sebastian, you still with me?" Anna called through telepathy. "We're heading over to the library chambers to inspect some documents." "I'm here, milady," his voice echoed in her mind, "the young master, and I will stay as close as we can if you should need our help. Are you still wearing that ring I gave you?" Anna's fingers brushed over the emerald gem sitting in a silver band on her finger. "Yes, I have it," she told him softly through the blood bond. "You still have yours, too, I hope." "Of course," he responded. "As long as you don't take it off, I will be alerted if something should happen to you. Naturally, I can also sense and track you through the blood bond if for some reason you lose your ring." "Okay, thanks, Sebastian," she mentally sighed. "I'll let you know what I find. Will Seal need the documents themselves?" "Well, let's just see what these documents are before the young master decides," Sebastian suggested. "Proceed with caution, though, Anna. Something tells me that Lord Drooton may be a puppet for a much larger and greater power." Anna couldn't help but smile at his slight concern. "Thanks, Sebastian. I'll keep that in mind." "In here, Lady Anna," Gareth Drooton said, gesturing her inside the large, dimly lit study. "You're not working with Scotland Yard, are you? I've been threatened not to deal with them." She shook her head. "I work under the orders of Earl Seal Phantomhive, the Queen's watchdog," she answered. "I have no dealings with Scotland Yard whatsoever, so there's no need to fear." He seemed a little more relaxed, adjusting his glasses before walking over to his large wooden desk, shaking hands, scrambling for several sheets of paper scattered all over the table. Neatly piling them together, he handed them to Anna, and she took a glance at it. Blackmail letter, she thought. There's not too much I can go on by this, but this writing style is quite old. Not to mention, it just reeks of a demon scent. "Perhaps the greater demon targeting you has some influence on this case," Sebastian suggested. "Can you recognize the writing?" "No," she answered. "There's no signature either. I'm pretty sure that whoever is behind this is allied with the demon. This ordeal may not be over as soon as we think." Flipping through the rest of the documents, Anna began to believe that they definitely needed to be checked by Seal. She looked at Lord Drooton. "May I borrow these for a little while, my lord?" she implored. He shook his head, taking them back. "Sorry, I can't," he replied. "Just letting you see them already is bad enough. But please, is there anything you can do to help me get my son back?" "With what information I have, I'll do everything I can," Anna promised, assuring him with a kind smile. "Rest assured, Lord Drooton, I will do my best. Well, shall we return to the dance party?" Gareth nodded, and as she turned to walk out of the study, he called out to her. Lady Anna," he implored, and she turned around. "Is there a chance where I could speak to you again at a later date?" Anna blinked, thinking about it. "It's all right, Anna." Sebastian's cool voice entered her mind. "The young master approves for Lord Drooton to come to the Phantomhive Manor tomorrow morning." "Will tomorrow morning be all right for you, Lord Drooton?" Anna voiced. "I will be at the Phantomhive Manor." The man seemed deeply relieved and nodded, a half-forced smile returning to his face. "Thank you, Lady Anna," he sighed gratefully. "Now let's return to the dance party." "They should be returning soon, young master," Sebastian informed. "How do you plan on getting information from Lord Drooton tomorrow?" Seal scoffed. In fact, he had no idea how he actually was going to get information from him. "I'll figure it out tonight," he admitted. "Or I could get Anna to do it too. Perhaps persuasion from an angel is easier than having me myself do it. It's far too troublesome." They saw Anna and Lord Drooton re-enter the ballroom, and Anna curtsied politely as he kissed her hand, his eyes radiating with gratefulness. Sebastian couldn't help but force back a twinge of annoyance as he also kissed her briefly on the cheek before she returned to them. "You must be very proud of yourself today, Anna," Seal commented crudely. "You've deceived a man and tricked him into coming to the Phantom Hive Manor tomorrow. Isn't that against your better judgment?" She smiled. "On the contrary, Lord Phantom Hive," she said teasingly, "this is all for the greater good. Not to mention I'm not actually deceiving him into anything. Everything I said was the truth. I am working with the Earl of Phantom Hive in the investigation of the disappearance of his son Anthony Drooton. I've used no trickery of any sort, just an angel's charms." Sebastian couldn't help but chuckle. "Well, since our mission is done, young master," he said, looking down at the young Earl, "shall we return to the manor and prepare for tomorrow?" Seal dipped his head. "We shall leave at once." Immediately after they had returned to the Phantom Hive Manor, Sebastian and Anna had tucked the young master into bed. Afterwards, Anna went out onto one of the balconies of the manor to admire the rose garden that Finny took good care of, still dressed in her elegant white dress, breathing in the cool night air, gazing up at the beautiful stars that littered the dark sky. "Beautiful," Sebastian commented as he came up behind her, his hands winding around her waist as he buried his face against her pale neck. "I know," she agreed. "It's never seemed so peaceful this time of night like today. The roses are beautiful, there's a warm breeze blowing, and everything is just so calm." His lips trailed along her neck up to blow softly in her ear, sending shivers down her spine. "I was talking about you," he whispered, plucking out black rose that Lord Drooton had set in her hair. Out of nowhere he pulled out a rose with petals of the deepest scarlet Anna had ever seen. "Sebastian, it's beautiful," she said as he tucked the flower into her hair. Very softly the demon kissed her, pulling her arms around him before he began to sway side to side in an easy dance. Anna rested her head against his chest as they slowly danced in circles along the balcony, dancing to a song that only they could hear. "You must be careful tomorrow, Anna," Sebastian warned her. "If a greater demon is involved, then I will be able to do very little against it. You may be in deeper trouble than you need to be. I will be primarily focused on protecting the young master, so you cannot rely upon me for assistance." She nodded. "It's all right," she assured. "I can defend myself enough to get away, not to mention draw it away from you and Seal if necessary." "Of course," he chuckled, and she couldn't really tell whether he was being sarcastic or not, but her hands tightened against his shirt, inhaling his warm scent deeply. Suddenly she stopped. "Sebastian," she said firmly, "I know that this may be dangerous. For the both of us, not to mention the consequences could be catastrophic, but—" She looked up and met him straight in the eye. "I think I want you." Chapter 18, closer than could have possibly imagined. "Good morning, young master," Sebastian greeted, pulling open the curtains. "Lord Drooton will be arriving in a couple of hours." Seal nodded. "Where's Anna?" he grumbled. "Is she ready?" "Of course," he responded in assurance. "She's making breakfast at the moment, and Fang is with her. She's having Fang take Adrian up to have one of her angel friends take care of him. Apparently things are getting too dangerous for the young child." "Interesting," he replied. "It's going to be interesting how Anna will persuade those documents from him. I wonder whether she'll take a page from your book." Sebastian's thoughts immediately wandered off to the conversation they had last night. "Sebastian," Anna said firmly, "I know that this may be dangerous. For the both of us, not to mention the consequences could be catastrophic, but I think I want you." His ruby eyes widened in surprise. Thinking she was kidding, he chuckled. "For a moment there I thought you were serious, Anna. Almost outsmarted a demon." She shook her head, her hands running tenderly over his chest, tugging lightly at his tie. "I'm serious, Sebastian," she told him gently, her voice soft and mellow. "I really am lusting to sleep with you, as unbelievable as that may sound, especially for an angel." Even the demon was shocked into silence. This was most definitely a first for him. "Before you say anything," she interrupted, "I know this is a bad time, considering what we may be going through tomorrow, but I just need you to know, my love for you has developed into something strong, stronger than anything I could ever comprehend." Sebastian's arms wrapped tightly around her waist, holding her tight against him. "Anna," he murmured gently, kissing her softly. His lips remained close to hers as he pressed his forehead against hers. "As much as I relish the thought of sleeping with you, Anna, and as much as I want you as you want me," he whispered, "you're right that this is a bad time. Nevertheless—" Very softly he planted kisses down her neck, allowing his teeth to brush against her skin, sending shivers of pleasure down her spine as he bit down gently on her shoulder. He pulled away and chuckled. "That will be enough for now," he said, and she sighed in agreement, rubbing her neck lightly. "Well, I suppose we'll have a lot to do tomorrow morning, considering Lord Drooton will be joining us," she said. He nodded. "You should get some sleep, Anna," he advised, giving her a gentle kiss. "Good night." "Good night, Sebastian," she responded before leaving. "Knowing her, probably not," Sebastian answered the young master. "Angels aren't known for being seductive, just to get information out of humans." Seal scoffed. "In any case, Sebastian," he said, "prepare for Lord Drooton's arrival. I'm sure that he won't be expecting that Anna is in fact my maid." Lord Gareth Drooton arrived at the Phantom Hive estate not a few hours later, and was greeted by Sebastian. "Welcome to the Phantom Hive estate, Lord Drooton," he greeted with a bow. "My master, Lord Phantom Hive, is awaiting you." "I was expecting to meet a woman named Anna," he said. Anna popped out from behind Sebastian, dressed in her maid outfit. "Present, Lord Drooton," she said. "It's good to see you again." "Lady Anna?" he gasped in surprise. She shook her head. "By no means am I a lady," she assured. "I'm just a simple maid." She smiled innocently at him. "Is that so?" he said. "I think you're quite fit for a lady. Nevertheless, then, please take me to see the Earl Phantom Hive." "Right this way," Anna instructed before she and Sebastian led him inside to the study where Seal was waiting for them. "Ah, Lord Drooton," Seal greeted, walking over to properly greet his guest. "Welcome to the Phantom Hive estate. I am the Earl of Phantom Hive, Seal Phantom Hive." Gareth Drooton smiled wearily, adjusting his glasses before shaking the Earl's hand. "So, on to business," Seal said. "Rest assured, Anna has informed me of all the details, and Scotland Yard will not be informed of any of this." He seemed a little more relieved. Nevertheless, he was still worried as he sat down. "So, I hear that you have documents that may be of assistance," Seal began. "Will you hand them over to us? Of course, we will secure your son's safety." Anna smiled. "You can trust us, Lord Drooton," she assured. "After all, you've already shown me the documents." He inhaled deeply. "I will give you the documents under one condition, that I borrow your maid Anna for 1 day," he said. "Then I will freely give you the documents." Seal blinked, exchanging looks with Sebastian and Anna. "Anna, are you willing to do this?" The demon implored her. "This could be a trap, for all we know." "I'm willing to do it," she assured. "It's all right. I can protect myself if I need to, but something tells me that there's someone else pulling the strings." "Well, Anna?" Seal stared at the angel expectantly. She nodded. "I'm willing to spend the day," she said. "It'll be a good experience to serve others. Perhaps I'll end up learning something new." Lord Drooton seemed relieved, though they couldn't figure out why. Then he took out the documents and handed them to Seal before Anna walked to stand by Lord Drooton's side. "Command me, my Lord Drooton," she told him. "Until this time tomorrow I am your maid." He nodded with a kind smile. "Thank you, Anna," he said. "I will greatly appreciate your services till the very end. Please bring back my son safely." Anna curtsied politely to Seal. "My Lord Phantom Hive, I bid you farewell until the morn of tomorrow." "I will be hearing from you very soon, I hope," Sebastian told her through their blood bond. "Be careful, okay? If things are not as they seem, then you may be in grave danger. Alert me at once if there are problems." She looked at Sebastian and smiled in assurance. "I will, Sebastian, I promise," she told him. "Well, Anna, come," Lord Drooton said. "It is time to go." Anna bowed. "Of course," she replied, and as he bid Seal farewell, Anna smiled at both Sebastian and Seal. "I bid you both farewell, my Lord Phantom Hive, Sebastian." She left after Gareth Drooton, and already Sebastian felt concerned. Of course, he would never admit that, but naturally he had a strong attachment to what he knew belonged to him. "Anna, please enter here," Gareth Drooton advised, gesturing to the dark bedroom. She glanced at him. "I apologize, Lord Drooton," she told him, "but my duty is not to sleep with anyone, even if it is your order." He shook his head. "That is not it," he replied. Hesitantly, Anna entered, and without warning, a blood-red barrier raised up behind her. "It's a trap!" she screamed to Sebastian in her mind, but it was too late as demonic electricity coursed through her body before she collapsed limply into a heap on the floor. Lord Drooton looked guiltily at Anna's unconscious body. "It is done," he said. "Now let my son go." Footsteps approached, and before the lord stood a greater demon, his midnight black hair glimmering in the light, his dark red eyes glinting gloriously. He was tall, dressed in a black suit with a red bow tie. He was holding a young boy about the age of 10 around the neck before tossing him at Gareth. "Anthony!" he sighed in relief, gathering his young son in his arms, holding him tight. Easily the demon walked through the demon barrier, easily, picking up the angel and throwing her over his shoulder like a sack. "Now, but what are you going to do with her?" Gareth demanded. "Don't hurt her." He snorted. "Or else you'll do what? My master holds power over you, don't forget that. If you dare alert Scotland Yard, you can guarantee that I will be looking for you. Now, this angel is what I want," he thought as he left, reaching back to stroke her cheek. "That mark that binds you to me will be what will brings me your soul." "No!" Sebastian cried, as the connection between him and Anna was severed with her screams of pain. "What happened, Sebastian?" Seal demanded, abruptly standing up. "I'm not sure," he responded. "My connection with Anna was just cut off. She's in pain. Pardon my suggestion, young master, but I believe that we were all walking right into a trap. No human device of any sort could be able to cut off our bond, therefore it is possible that the greater demon targeting Anna is the one behind this." Seal headed towards the door. "Then let us head to the Drooton estate post-haste," he said. "We're going to get to the bottom of this, Sebastian. Do not fail me." "Yes, my lord," Sebastian replied loyally. "What happened to you, Anna? Are you all right?" he wondered. "You'd better be, or else you'll be answering to me." "Where am I?" Anna groaned. "What happened to me?" Opening her eyes, she found herself immersed in darkness, but she could feel that she was tied up by shackles to a bed, and as she tried to pull out of them, her wrists and ankles burned the more she struggled. "Damn it, demon shackles! But how? Lawrence Kingsley is dead." Someone clapped, and lights flickered on, Anna squinting to adjust her eyes to the sudden brightness of the bedroom. A tall, handsome man stood before her, his dark red eyes glimmering in amusement as he walked over to her, his finger tracing down her cheek. "You've been unconscious for the past 14 hours," he informed her in amusement. "Amazing you can sleep with ease in the presence of your kidnapper." "Who are you?" Anna snapped, twisting her head away from him. "I am the greater demon who has marked you, Angel Annabel," he responded. "My name is Andrew Hawkins, and I will be the one who devours your soul." "Never!" she hissed acidly. "Someone will find me, and you're going to pay for what you've done to me." Andrew cackled like the evil demon he was. "We are currently contained inside a demon barrier. Even if you could escape those cuffs, there is no chance that you'll be able to escape this room," he informed. "You will suffer and die. After a millennia of isolation, I've gotten quite hungry, and the soul of an angel should satiate my hunger, at least for a little while. Let me enjoy your soul." She let out a screech as she fought against the cuffs, even as it burned her. "Your efforts are wasted," he said before he drew a knife from his pocket and began to cut open her uniform, revealing the black pentagram tattooed on her collarbone. He chuckled, stroking her bare shoulder before pressing his fingers on the center of the tattoo, and she screamed in pain as the mark glowed bloody red. Anna felt a demonic fire burn through her entire being, the epicenter being where Andrew was pressing his fingers against the mark. As he pulled his hand away, she gasped, collapsing back onto the bed as she tried to relax, breathing deep as fatigue washed through her. If your screams sounded like that while in pain," he mused, cutting open her uniform to reveal her underclothes, "I wonder what you sound like while I'm claiming you as mine." "No," Anna screamed as she tried to twist away as he climbed on top of her, pinning down her body with his weight. "Leave me alone." He pinned down her shoulders with his strong hands, lowering his mouth to her neck, forcing Kaiser's onto her before biting down on the side of her neck, drawing blood as his hands wandered down to try to strip off her underclothes. "Nuo!" she screeched, and the door burst open as Sebastian Michaelis stormed into the room, eyes blazing in cold, demonic fury. He had broken the demon seals placed around the door, and he was mad. "Get off of her!" he hissed as he threw off the greater demon, freeing Anna's wrists and ankles as he removed his overcoat, wrapping it around the shaken angel as he pulled her against his chest, hugging her tightly. "Sebastian!" Anna rasped, hugging the demon tightly, burying her face against his chest as tears streaked down her face. If he hadn't have arrived in time, Andrew would have. She didn't allow herself to finish the thought as Sebastian's voice calmed her. "It's all right now, Anna," he soothed, stroking her hair. "I'm here now." Andrew easily recovered, straightening out his suit and fixing up his bow tie. "So, you're the infamous Sebastian Michaelis I've been hearing about lately. You're the demon who has an attachment to a single soul of some child. Now, if you would be so kind as to surrender that angel back to me." "Never," he barked angrily, gripping her even tighter. "Remove the mark from her now." The greater demon snorted in amusement. "What makes you think a lesser demon can command a greater demon like me to do anything?" he challenged, his eyes glowing demonically with a darker and redder purple than Sebastian's. "You, too, can be bound by my will." Sebastian cringed slightly at the power induced in the greater demon's voice, and instantly he swept Anna into his arms and ran off before the other demon could try anything, disappearing from Andrew's sight. "HMPH," Andrew smirked. "Don't think this is over, Sebastian Michaelis. This game just got interesting." Sebastian didn't stop until he knew that Andrew wasn't coming after them. He stopped and lowered Anna in his lap as they sat in the middle of an empty forest. The moon was high in the sky, and he cradled her against him as she wept quietly, her entire form shaking. "SHHH, it's all right," he whispered, holding her close. "I'm here. It's only me." "I know that demon," he thought. "He's been living in isolation for the past millennia, and he commonly goes by the name of Andrew Hawkins. Why would he target Anna now?" Anna buried her head against his chest, her hands trembling as they clutched onto his waistcoat. "I'm sorry I allowed this to happen to you," Sebastian apologized, kissing her on the top of the head. "Come on, it's time to go home." They returned to the Phantom Hive estate, where the other servants were already asleep, and Pluto whined worriedly as he noticed Anna was in emotional pain. "Anna!" Fang called as he flew towards them, Kylie not far behind him. "Are you all right?" Sebastian shook his head. "Her kidnapper was the greater demon that marked her," he replied. "His name is Andrew Hawkins, and he nearly raped her if I hadn't have saved her in time." "Anna, thank goodness you're all right," the cat sighed in relief. "Thank you, Sebastian. Seal is awaiting you in the study. Kylie and I had been keeping him company until I sensed your return." The butler nodded. "I will take Anna back to her room, and I need you to help her clean up a bit while I address the young master," he said. "Then I will return to check up on her afterwards." "I take it you found her, Sebastian?" Seal greeted as the butler entered the study. "Fang and Kylie ran off in the middle of our conversation." He bowed curtly. "Yes, my lord," he answered. "She was held captive by the greater demon who marked her. As Lord Drewton had informed us earlier, the kidnapping of Anthony Drewton was a trap to lure Anna in, and he had no choice but to answer to the demon's wishes, otherwise face the death of his son." "How is she now?" the Earl implored. "Physically, she'll recover," Sebastian began. "However, psychologically she may be a little unstable. Our dear angel maid was nearly raped had I not arrived in time." Seal scoffed. "You must be proud of yourself, Sebastian. You played the hero and rescued your damsel in distress." "Of course not," he responded. "I exist only to serve you, young master. Saving Anna was only one of the orders you gave me." "Are you sure your own feelings for her aren't compromising you, Sebastian?" Seal checked. "Don't forget, I won't hesitate to order you to kill her deem it necessary." "I am fully aware of that, young master," Sebastian responded loyally. "Now, on that note, it is getting late. Shall I send you to bed?" Seal groaned. "Fine." After Seal was put to bed, Sebastian returned to find Anna curled up on the bed, Fang cradled in her arms. Her body still shook, but she was changed into her nightgown. "Fang, allow me to stay and take care of her tonight," he offered. "You and Kylie can stay in my room." The cat didn't protest, dipping his head as he dashed off with Kylie outside of the room before Sebastian closed the door behind them, locking the door as he walked over to remove his tailcoat and tie, laying them over her chair before laying down next to her, wrapping his arms around her shaking body and pulling her to him. "It's all right, Anna," he assured, kissing her lightly on the forehead as he pulled her head into his chest. "It's all over now. I'm not going to let him hurt you any more, okay?" "Sebastian," she breathed, looking up at him, and he kissed her, trying to take away her pain. "Please." Sebastian placed tantalizing kisses down her neck, whispering softly into her ear, "I know what you want, my love, but are you sure you want it now? You're still traumatized. You could be making a huge mistake. Once we do this, there is no turning back." Anna looked up into his eyes, pain glittering in her own red-rimmed azure orbs. "Sebastian, I'm sure," she said. "Please." The demon kissed her as he pulled the covers over the both of them before his hands wandered down her body, and Anna unbuttoned his shirt. Her hands ran over his well-toned, smooth chest as he threw his shirt aside as his hands wandered to remove her nightgown. That fateful and passionate night, Sebastian and Anna made love for the first time. Chapter 19, Revelations? The next morning, Fang yawned widely, stretching out his legs as he shook out his fur, nosing Kylie awake beside him. It had been a peaceful, quiet night for the cats as they stayed in Sebastian's room. "Good morning," Fang greeted with a lick to her ear. She meowed back her greeting, purring against him. "Anna, are you awake?" he called through their connection, but then he suddenly realized that her presence was nowhere in the mansion. "Maybe she's gone out shopping for Seal's breakfast this morning," he reassured himself. "Either way, Sebastian should know where she's gone. I'll go ask him." The white angelic cat padded alongside Kylie as they went to Anna's room. Fang's nose shot up as he smelled a musky, lingering scent emitting from the room and tackled the door open, finding Sebastian sitting alone on the bed, fully dressed and adjusting his tie. Upon his face was plastered an emotionless mask, and Anna's aura lingered around the demon. "What did you do, Sebastian Michaelis?" Fang hissed. "You didn't." "I did," Sebastian cut off, looking at the cat. "Last night I slept with Anna." The cat's golden gaze widened before his fur bristled in pure anger. "How come I heard nothing of this?" he demanded. "It was Anna's idea to create an angel barrier in this room," the demon explained calmly. "That way no one could hear us nor interrupt." "Where is she now?" he continued. "This morning she was taken by several archangels to face trial and judgment," the demon butler informed. "I'll admit I'm unsure of what I can do, as I am unable to bear witness to her trial." "Do you know what you've done, Sebastian?" Fang hissed. "Anna will be sentenced to purgatory. She will be purified and cleansed that she'll forget herself and be reborn as a new person. We will never see the real Anna ever again." Sebastian squarely met the cat's furious gaze and felt a new determination rise in him. "Fangorn, I will make this right again," he promised. "For now, go to Anna. I will alert the young master of what has happened." "You're lucky I haven't torn you apart, Sebastian Michaelis," Fang threatened. "If Anna is found guilty of all her crimes, know that you'll be seeing me again. Let's hope you don't." Without another word, Fang broke through the window and up into the skies. "Sleeping with a demon won't be her only crime," Sebastian muttered. "After all, we've made a blood contract. Not to mention, on the night before Ash attacked, I've made a true Faustian contract with her, the young master's ancestor, Annabelle Marie Phantomhive." "Sebastian," Anna began, closing the door behind her. The demon butler turned to her, looking amused. "You're doing a terrible job of seducing me, Anna," he told her. "I thought that a woman of your charms would have." "Stop it, Sebastian," she told him sternly. "I'm being serious. This has nothing to do with seduction or anything." He decided to take her seriously now, and she exhaled deeply. "Remember that time you pulled me from the room after I had finished fencing with Lord Lau?" she recalled. "You challenged me whether I would take Seal's place as the soul you devour, and I said yes. I have called you here to honor that vow." His eyes widened. "Anna, you don't honestly mean—" "Yes, Sebastian," she cut off. "I want to make a contract with you. Once Seal Phantomhive gets his revenge, you will not devour his soul, and in exchange you will get mine." The demon stared at her squarely in the eye. "Are you absolutely sure you want to do this, Anna? Once we do this, there is no turning back. This contract will be final." Her eyes glowed golden as she nodded, and a purple ring began to glow below her as Sebastian kneeled down before her, one hand placed against his chest. "I, Annabelle Marie Phantomhive, hereon surrender my soul to Demon Sebastian Michaelis on the condition that Seal Phantomhive's soul be spared," she called. "Let the contract be made." Both angel and demon glowed with dark purple light as Sebastian's pentagram seal imprinted upon both of their hearts, hiding the seal to everyone who would look at them. As the lights vanished, and aside as she fought to control the demon's aura burning on her heart, she began to collapse forward and was caught in Sebastian's arms as he swept in to hold the angel against him. So, did it happen to be a coincidence that I told the young master about his ancestor, Annabelle Marie Phantomhive? He chuckled. You already knew, didn't you? She accused. You already knew who I was all along. He chuckled. Perhaps I did, perhaps I didn't, he replied innocently. She groaned, leaning heavily against him. I can't believe you, she moaned, gripping his shirt. You could have at least told me that you knew my true identity. Does Seal know? Sebastian shook his head. It has never been deemed necessary that he needs to know about this, he said, but I will inform him if the situation calls for it. That time is now, Sebastian decided as he breathed deep, pulling open Seal's curtains. Good morning, young master, he greeted. Seal stirred awake, sitting up and rubbing at his eyes. Sebastian, why do you wake me up so early? He growled. You are fully aware of precisely when you are to wake me every morning. The butler bowed. Forgive me, young master, he apologized. However, this is an emergency. This caught Seal's attention. If something was an emergency to Sebastian, the situation must be urgent. Anna has been taken before the Council of Angels to be tried for her crimes, he informed gravely. According to Fang, she will most likely be sent to purgatory, erasing all of her memories and being reborn. But why so suddenly? Seal implored. She could have been taken long before today to be tried. Why now? Sebastian cleared his throat, a little embarrassed. Well, that is to say, young master, he began uncomfortably. Last night we slept together. The young Earl's eyes widened at his demon butler's words. What did you say, Sebastian? He exhaled, eyes suddenly fuming with anger. I specifically told you to keep your relationship simple and professional. And forgive me, young master, he continued. However, that is not the only crime that Anna will be guilty of. I have created a Faustian contract with her. What? Seal demanded, leaping out of bed to grab the butler with both hands, gripping his waistcoat tightly as he stared up at him, fury blazing in his blue eyes. How was this done without my knowledge? Sebastian inhaled deeply. Young master, recall that time whence I said that Anna was keeping a secret from you, and I told you that it would not endanger you, and that I would tell you if it was necessary. Now is that time, he explained. Young master, the Phantomhive head maid Anna is actually in fact your ancestor Annabelle Marie Phantomhive. Seal's eyes widened as he stumbled back a few steps, his resolve shaken. Devil, what did you say, Sebastian? He breathed in horror. Anna is my... Yes, she is Annabelle Marie Phantomhive, your ancestor, he said. After her death at the stake, she was reborn as a holy angel. She's kept watch over the Phantomhive family since, which explains how she has met Lord Vincent Phantomhive. Damn it, Sebastian! The young Earl swore, slapping the butler across the cheek. I should have been made aware of this a long time ago. Are demons even allowed to make more than one contract at a time? Clearing his throat, he nodded. But only under certain conditions, he said. It is too complex to go into detail, but simply we demons are only allowed to have one human contract at a time. However, angels rarely make Faustian contracts with demons like me, but it is possible to have two contracts at the same time. Seal gritted his teeth in frustration. He was not about to let his wish-granting angel disappear just like that, not without a fight. Sebastian, is it possible to break into the levels of heaven? The demon butler's eyes widened. Aye, it's possible, he agreed. What are you suggesting, young master? He implored. The Earl smirked. Sebastian, get yourself ready, he declared boldly. We're breaking into heaven. Annabelle Marie Phantomhive sat in her detainment cell made of pure silver granite, patiently repenting her crimes as she sat on the bench, her eyes closed as she thought about her life at the Phantomhive Manor. Anna? A soft voice greeted quietly. She looked up towards the barred entrance into the sad eyes of the angel that loved her. Michael, she said gently, I'm so sorry for everything. Hopefully when I'm reborn, I'll be a better angel for you. You deserve much better than someone like me. I really am sorry, Michael. He shook his head. Don't be, he disagreed. I love you just the way you are. I'll do everything I can to prevent this from happening to you. If I should fail, I only hope that you will stay just as you are when you are reborn. All of the others are shocked about what has happened with you, but they still trust you. The angel smiled sadly at him. They're so loyal to me. She sighed guiltily. "I know I really don't have the right to ask this of you, but could you please tell Seal and Fang that I'm sorry, and let Sebastian know that I love him?" she implored. He nodded, knowing that this could very well be her last request. He reached out his hand to her, and she stood up to go over to him. Very gently, Anna wept a little, tears falling from her eyes as they embraced across the bars of her cell. "It's all right," Michael assured her. "It won't hurt a bit. It's okay. The council is preparing your trial right now. You could be called any minute." Footsteps approached, and they looked to see Alicia walking towards them, sadness reflecting in her eyes. "Michael, Anna," she said very softly, "it's time." Chapter 20. The Trial of Annabelle Marie Phantomhive. "What do you know about breaking into the 7 levels of heaven, Sebastian?" Seal implored curiously as he and his butler stood in front of an old abandoned monastery. "There's a single gate where I know that entrance is possible, however. Passing through it in itself is a highly difficult, if not impossible, task for those not of holy beings," he explained as they went to stand in front of the huge double doors. "I have kept the location of the gate a secret until it was needed, and now seems like a proper time. Before us now is the gate." "Then," Seal began, "Sebastian, this is my order. Do all you can to save Anna without placing me in any danger whatsoever." Sebastian bowed. "Yes, my lord," he responded loyally. "By the way, young master, I have failed to mention that beyond that gate protection is difficult, as we would be facing thousands of angels that would try to stop us, not to mention the spirits living on each level might try to interfere with completing our objective. Do you still wish to proceed?" The young earl glared. "Don't make me repeat my orders, Sebastian," he hissed. "Let's go." "Let the trial of wishing angel Annabelle Marie Phantomhive commence," the eldest council member announced, and Anna bowed her head silently, her wings folded behind her. "Matthew, please read out the charges." They stood in a pure white cloud-covered room, Anna standing in the center of the room, leaning against the railing that was semi-circled around her. A few meters before her, and about 2 stories up, were the seats for the 12 angels of the council that resided in the 2nd level of heaven. Behind Anna, sitting in the rows of benches, were dozens of spectators, angels and spirits alike from all levels who were close friends and fellow co-workers. Among them was Fang, sitting next to Michael, narrowed feline eyes set in great worry and concern. The blonde-haired angel stood up, and for a moment his forest-green eyes met with Anna's, flashing with pain before he began to read the parchment before him. "Annabelle Marie Phantomhive, your crimes as an angel are as follows. You created a blood contract with a demon under the current name of Sebastian Michaelis. You've made a Faustian contract with said demon, and above all, you've also slept with said demon. How do you plead?" "Anna?" Fang thought in worry. "Please don't do what I think you're going to do." Anna raised her gaze unflinchingly to the council. "Guilty of all crimes charged," she declared boldly, her voice unwavering. A sense of longing and sadness filled her voice as she continued, "and I have no regrets for committing any of them." "But I only wish I could see you one last time, Sebastian," she thought sadly. "I'm so sorry." "Young master, we have arrived," Sebastian declared as they appeared in a world that seemed so similar to the one Seal knew. "Are you toying with me, Sebastian?" the child hissed. "This looks exactly like London. How in the world is this the 7th level of heaven?" The demon smiled. "Appearances can be deceiving, my lord," he warned, directing Seal's glance to a familiar-looking woman in red. She had red eyes and hair that looked only all too familiar to the young earl. "It's like the color of licorice that burns a landscape." "Am Madam Red?" Seal breathed, his eyes widening. "We're definitely not in the same London," he thought. His aunt turned to him, eyes wide with horror. "See, Seal?" she gasped, running over to embrace her beloved nephew. "But what are you and Sebastian doing here? Don't tell me you're dead." Seal shook his head furiously. "Please quiet down, madam," he chided as he and Sebastian glanced around warily. "We broke in. Is there anywhere private we can speak?" "Come in." Angelina Dearless ushered them into her home, where another man and a small child resided. "Seal, Sebastian, this is my husband and my child. I was reunited with them here." "Pardon my asking, madam," Sebastian began curiously, "but how did you end up in the 7th level of heaven?" She nodded in understanding. "I understand that it must be a little confusing, considering my crimes should have condemned me," she agreed. "However, I had done more good than bad during my life, and thus they counterbalance each other in the end. My judgment was executed swiftly, considering also that my death was premature. I was given the privilege of being able to reside here where I was reunited with my beloved husband and child. It is good to see that you are satisfied with your afterlife here, Seal said. Wait, does that mean you've seen my parents? She nodded. They're residing on the 3rd level, she informed, but I think they're off to see the trial of an angel in the 2nd level. She was present during my judgment as well, and she's an ancestor. Of the Phantomhives, he finished. I know, Annabelle Marie Phantomhive. She's my maid. Angelina's eyes widened. How did you know? She implored. It's a long story, he sighed troublesomely. In short, Anna is granting my father's wish to watch over me. Anna is an angel, Sebastian is a demon, and they're infatuated with each other. Because of Sebastian's mistake, as a result, she's been taken. Her eyes widened even more. I didn't know, and I doubt your parents do too, she breathed. We've been watching you, and we were definitely surprised at all of the secret agendas that you've been having. Seal looked away. How do you watch me? He implored. I can't tell you, she said, since you're not dead, after all. Why does this place look like London? He asked. Madame Red nodded in understanding of his wonder. We're in the London section of the 7th level, she responded. So what brings you here? We're here to rescue Anna, of course, Sebastian smirked proudly. Would you mind giving us directions to the 2nd level, madam? We're in a hurry. If we don't arrive before Anna's judgment, we could be too late. Quiet gasps filled the room as the eyes of the council hardened with pain as Anna confessed to each of her crimes. She was a close friend to each one of them, and someone they had respected greatly. Darn it, Annabelle, Fang grumbled quietly. Why do you have to be so cruelly honest with yourself? Matthew looked up at the elder, his eyes filled with a silent plead. In that case, the verdict, Jonathan? The angel inhaled deeply before announcing, Anna, you know very well what punishment you must receive for your crimes. The sentence is purgatory. A feeling of dread and sorrow washed through the observers. I object to this, a man exclaimed, and all eyes fell upon Lord James Curt, who looked as well as he were when he was alive. The accused angel Annabelle has brought peace and closure for many of us here. Can all her acts of good not counterbalance her crimes? Other spirits Anna had helped in the past also began to protest as well, and Anna shot a sad but grateful look at the Lord. Quiet down, everyone, Jonathan shouted, silencing the room. We understand that this angel has also brought great good and worked miracles, however, that does not cleanse her of her sins. Nevertheless, another man said as he stood up in protest, it would lighten her punishment at the very least. Most of us spirits present have been given a sense of peace by her, not to mention countless others who could not join us today. The council murmured amongst themselves as Anna smiled at her then fiancé for going to her defense. He really had always cared for her, even when she was alive. Perhaps that may be true, Matthew reasoned, looking at the rest of the council. Your opinions, Alexandra? The female angel sighed heavily, her onyx eyes clouded with sadness. Well, I have no objections to it, however. It is under the law that our verdict is centered around. Shivers ran up and down Anna's spine as something didn't feel right to her. Something was approaching. Without warning, the mark seared her shoulder and burned throughout her entire body, and she suddenly collapsed to the ground, passed out from the pain. Anna! Michael exclaimed in horror as he ran out from the spectators to take the beloved angel into his arms, wincing as the mark burned him at his touch. This isn't good. The mark made by the greater demon has harmed her, but otherwise no extensive damage seems to have been done. She should be awake soon, but for now I suggest that this trial takes a break. All the members of the council nodded in agreement. Very well, Jonathan announced. The trial will resume once Angel Annabelle awakens. Sebastian, where are we? Seal demanded irritably as they arrived in a version of London with silver-paved roads and flawless solid buildings, an aura brimming with life surrounding the area. We're on the 4th level, young master, the demon informed. Luckily, we've run into little trouble so far, which I dare say is quite surprising. In any case, only 2 more levels to go before we reach the location of Anna's trial. Seal, dear, a warm, comforting voice greeted, and Seal whirled around to face Rachel and Vincent Phantomhive, looking as well as they did when they were alive. Come this way. Mother? Father? He breathed in utter surprise. His father smiled sadly at him as he and his wife embraced their young son. "It's been a while, Seal," he said gently. "Come on, you'll need to hurry. Anna's trial has already started. You both will need to hurry in order to make it in time." Seal hugged his parents back tightly, not saying a word. "Anna has done a good job protecting you so far," Vincent commented, "and your demon butler Sebastian as well. Seal, I can't believe you made a contract with a demon in order to get revenge." Before the young Earl could respond, he shook his head. "Never mind about that. We can discuss more later. For now, you need to get to Annabelle. Hurry. If you head in that direction, you should be able to find the gateway. Your mother and I will stall for as much time as we can for her, but you will need to hurry. Time is of the essence." Chapter 21, Final Verdict. Anna stirred awake, finding herself laying on one of the front benches inside the courtroom. "Are you all right, Anna?" Michael implored worriedly, and she nodded, slowly sitting up, wincing at the stinging, sore pain in her shoulder. "Here." He rested his hands on her shoulders, allowing his healing power to flow into her and ease her aches. "Thanks. Well, I guess it's time to finish my trial," she sighed. "I'm sorry, Michael, for putting you through this." The angel kissed her lightly on the forehead, hugging her close. "I love you, Anna," he told her, "no matter what happens." Anna stood up and returned to the stand, and the council looked at her. "Annabelle, as emphasized before, you have done many of these people a great good. However, even so," Alexandra announced, "I'm afraid that your punishment cannot be eased." She bowed her head solemnly. "I understand," she said softly. "Thank you for your consideration." "Nonsense," a loud voice proclaimed, and all eyes turned to see Vincent Phantomhive standing tall and proud, his eyes gleaming with a spark of fighting spirit as he defended the noble angel. "I have fair reason to believe that the accused angel Annabelle's punishment should be eased, or at the very least delayed, as at the current moment she is carrying out a wish of protection, is she not?" He knew that if her trial was delayed, they could build up a better case for her as well. The council was a little surprised. "As true as that may be," Jonathan sighed, "the severity of this crime is beyond anything we've seen before. There has never been a case so serious as it has never been heard of that an angel willingly slept with a demon." Anna closed her eyes, knowing that she had caused a great deal of turmoil because of her actions. "Nevertheless," the ex-earl continued, "should she not be able to at least fulfill her angelic duties and leave this existence, knowing that she at least completed the wish asked of her?" Alexandra sighed. "I understand, Vincent Phantomhive, but another angel will be assigned her task to finish the wish. Annabelle should have nothing to fear." Anna remained silent, shooting a sad, apologetic glance at the ex-earl and his wife. She would not be the angel to protect their son any longer. But at the same time a solemn sense of peace rushed through her, knowing that Seal would still be watched over by another angel as she was tasked before with. Vincent still looked like he was going to continue. "But—" "Stop," Anna told him. "It's all right, Vincent. I've enjoyed my life, both as a human and as an angel, and I will willingly accept my punishment." He was surprised at how easily she gave up. This was not good. He was supposed to stall for time for Seal and Sebastian to arrive, but now it seemed too late. "Angel Annabelle Marie Phantomhive, this is our final verdict," the council declared. All the voices sounded like one, yet at the same time each distinct voice could be heard. "The sentence is purgatory and rebirth. There will be no other." Without warning, the back doors of the courtroom slammed open to reveal the current Earl of Phantomhive and his butler. "Stop!" Seal shouted, his voice echoing throughout the court. "Seal? Sebastian?" Anna gasped, azure eyes widening in horror. Immediately most of the angels stood up in alarm, and many of them began to call out as others were preparing to attack. "It's a demon and a human boy. Get them!" "How did a demon enter the court of heaven?" "This is outrageous." Swiftly, Anna rushed out in front of them before any harm could come to them. "Wait! Stop!" she called. "Please don't hurt them." The council glared at Sebastian, noting the spark of an angel's aura mixed in with the demonic scent. "So you're the demon that slept with this angel," Jonathan deducted. "You must certainly be brave if you dare break into heaven. I'm surprised you've made it this far without even a single scratch. Annabelle, stand back." She shook her head. "Please, just let them go," she pleaded. "I'll do anything. Just let them both be safely returned back to earth." "Restrain them," he ordered, and immediately the angelic guards among the crowd swiftly bound Sebastian and Seal's hands as others dragged Anna away. Sebastian, do something, Seal demanded angrily, but the demon lips twitched up into the briefest smile. As much as I would love to do something, I can't, he responded regretfully. A lesser demon like me is unable to break through these holy chains easily. Let them go, Anna shouted. Please, they only broke in to save me. Silence, Annabelle, Jonathan boomed, and the angel was forced to fall silent. He turned to the bound pair. How was a mere demon able to break into this place? Sebastian looked up, his eyes glowing demonically. I'm not required to answer now, am I? He taunted, causing chatter of disgust to whisper through the room. However, I knew the location of one of the gates in London and merely broke through. Impossible, Matthew hissed. You must be lying. There is no way a mere demon and a living human can break through that easily. The demon smiled. I am not only a mere demon, but also simply one hell of a butler, he stated, and I do not lie either. Please, just listen to me, Anna piped up pleadingly. This boy, Seal Phantomhive, is the subject of which I was asked to protect, and the demon has been bound to him through a Faustian contract, much like the one that has bound the demon to me. I only ask that they both be safely returned to Earth, and I will be able to be reborn happy. Hannah, that was not the reason why we came, Sebastian scolded. We came here to prevent you from being reborn and such. I love you, Annabelle Marie Phantomhive. Does the love of this demon mean nothing to you if you're so willing to accept your fate? Many spirits and angels alike gasped at the words of affection pouring from this demon's mouth, and the council seemed surprised as well. Tears fell from Anna's eyes. I do love you, Sebastian, she responded. Believe me, I do, but we both knew of the consequences when we decided to sleep together last night. I did it because I love you, and that's why I'm willing to accept the consequences. The demon sighed heavily. I don't think I will ever be able to understand you, he noted. Your reasoning sounds absolutely ludicrous. Did you honestly believe I'd just allow what is mine to walk out of my long life just like that? Her azure eyes widened, and a smile touched her lips, her eyes shimmering with a sad happiness. She knew she couldn't be with him any longer. She lowered her eyes, but the glimmering tears that fell from her eyes told all. Thank you, Sebastian. Annabelle Marie Phantomhive, Jonathan declared, your final sentence remains the same, purgatory and rebirth. Do you accept your fate? Yes, she breathed quietly as she smiled up sadly at the council, sniffling and regaining her composure. I do, but I only ask that Sebastian and Seal be released free of all charges set against them with this break into heaven. Okay, that's enough, another voice proclaimed, booming through the room before another angel flashed into the room with a piercingly bright light, a rolled-up scroll in one hand. Kay Kieran, Anna breathed in surprise. What are you doing here? And why do you have that medallion on? Aren't those only for archangels? She gasped in realization, and he smiled. I was promoted a while ago, he admitted, but I was asked to stay in my rank as to watch over the rest of you. This trial is voided, as I have a scroll from the higher-ups informing that the angel Annabelle Marie Phantomhive and the demon Sebastian Michaelis were fated to fall in love with each other, and that this was a sort of experiment to see whether love between an angel and demon was possible. Release them. Kieran used his archangel abilities to break the binds on Sebastian, and Seal as Anna was released by the guard angels formally restraining her. Immediately Anna ran into Sebastian's embrace, and he held her tightly, pressing his lips against her hair, breathing in her scent deeply. She reached up to kiss him, and many of Anna's friends awed in adoration. They'd never seen the angel so passionately in love before, and it was evident that her feelings for Sebastian were something that could not be easily destroyed. Frankly, it surprised them that the demon could love in return. Anna, Sebastian, I'm sorry for what you both have been put through with this trial, Kieran apologized. But at least you and Seal made it here without harm. I love to plan distraction parties. He smiled as innocently as he could. Anna's eyes widened. Kieran, she began accusingly, it was you who ensured Sebastian and Seal's safe arrival this far. It was you who allowed them to break through the gate that easily. He nodded. Great idea, wasn't it? He said teasingly. But yes, I accept all responsibility for all that has happened. Thank you, Kieran, she thanked gratefully. I'm really grateful for everything you've done, but I can't help but ask, is it really okay for me to be with Sebastian, being a demon and all? Well, that would bring me to my other point, he began, Sebastian will be fully accepted on the condition that after this contract with Seal Phantom Hive is over, he shall work as a demon under heaven's will. Sebastian raised an eyebrow. And this would mean? This would mean that you are not allowed to take pure souls and convert them, but you will be under complete satisfaction with devouring the souls of those who are evil, the Archangel explained. It may not be the terms a demon would wish for, however. Are you willing to give up the pleasure of devouring pure souls, all for the sake of the woman you love? Kieran raised an eyebrow suspiciously. You do love Anna, do you not? The demon looked his angelic lover directly in the eyes, smiling mischievously at her. Of course I love her, he said. However, I'm afraid I cannot come to your terms. I'd rather devour delicious pure souls instead, I'm afraid. Even my affection towards an angel could not change that. If I were to choose between the two, I'm afraid I'd choose devouring souls instead. Gasps filled the courtroom. Was Sebastian playing around after all? Chapter 22, reunited? Of course I love her, Sebastian declared. However, I'm afraid I cannot come to your terms. I'd rather devour delicious pure souls instead, I'm afraid. Even my affection towards an angel could not change that. If I were to choose between the two, I'm afraid I'd choose devouring souls instead. Fang, Michael, Kieran, and Anna gasped. The angel's eyes were filled with a deep hurt and betrayal. Seal smirked expectantly. A demon is a demon, he thought. Would his affection really change what he truly is? But to the young Earl's surprise, the demon chuckled in amusement. At least, that's what I would say had I not truly been changed by this interesting angel here. Naturally, you should have figured by now that I'm kidding, Annabelle, Sebastian told her affectionately. Though I am unable to lie, I do enjoy playing light tricks. You know how I feel about you, my dear lady. Anna playfully punched him on the shoulder with a scowl before he looked at Kieran. Of course, that would conclude that I will accept your terms. The crowd was even more surprised at how far Sebastian seemed to be willing to go for Anna, proving to them that perhaps this demon was truly worthy of such a pure angel's love. Most surprised of them all was Seal. If he's willing to go as far as changing what his nature expects him to do, he thought calculatingly, what's going to stop him from disobeying my orders? Then it is agreed, Kieran said with a nod. With that said, this trial is dismissed. Annabelle, I will contact you later regarding details. As he vanished in a flurry of brilliant lights, the council of angels vanished with him. Sebastian sighed heavily, as if a huge burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Then he turned to Anna. I can't believe you gave yourself up so easily, he scolded her lightly. I was certainly expecting more fight from you. The angel shyly looked away, her cheeks flushed red with embarrassment. I already told you, she reprimanded. I accepted my fate the moment I chose to sleep with you. He shook his head distastefully at her as he held her face in both of his hands, leaning close. Did you honestly believe I'd allow what's mine to get away from me? He demanded, his voice low and sounding like velvet, with a hint of underlying seductive tone to it. Sebastian closed the distance between them and kissed Anna passionately, and her hands rested on his chest. Pulling away, she touched her forehead to his. We are bonded together now, and forever, she promised in a whisper. I love you too, Sebastian. Promise me one thing, though. He looked at her curiously. What is it? He implored curiously. Never ever trick me like that again, she told him sternly. You really scared me for a moment there. I honestly don't know what I would do if you really had been lying about your feelings to me. The demon butler smirked as he pulled away. Yes, my lady. But Anna, sleeping with you isn't enough to prove my feelings for you, he teased, and she blushed furiously, looking away. Anna! Fang exclaimed, and he flew into her arms, and she hugged the sleek feline tightly, feeling the cat purr in her embrace. Oh, Fang, I'm so sorry for worrying you, she cooed. I'm so glad you're all right, the cat responded, flying out of her arms to look at her. Why did you give yourself up like that so easily? She smiled. Because I've already gotten everything I've ever wanted in my life, and I felt fulfilled because I've already helped so many people, she answered. I wouldn't mind helping more, of course, but if my time came, then I would freely leave. Sebastian wrapped his arms around her waist. Not if I can help it, he growled, his lips now by her ear. I do have a strong desire to monopolize what is mine. Seal cleared his throat loudly, and both angel and demon looked at the young Earl, who looked even smaller and fragile in the presence of so many spirits and angels. Only the Earl Phantomhive and his black-clad demon butler seemed truly out of place in the stark white courtroom. "Enough of this," he declared. "Sebastian, Anna, it's time to go." Anna smiled, spreading her wings as she flew over to him with one powerful sweep of her wings. "You know, Seal, naturally I'm afraid I'll have to seal off your memories of heaven, being a human and all still," she informed him gently. "But as for certain important conversations, I will allow to remain unsealed. So for now, let's have a friendly chat with those present before we go." "It's been a while, Seal," a familiar voice said, and the young Earl whirled around to see Fred Aberlin sitting in the crowd. He looked strong and happy, free from all stress that had been part of being a young officer in Scotland Yard. "Aberlin!" the child gasped. "What are you doing here?" He smiled at Anna. "Well, Annabelle was the angel who collected me after I died trying to save you," he informed. "Naturally, I'd be at her trial trying to help." Anna smiled cheerfully at him. "Thank you for attending, Aberlin," she thanked gratefully. "I'm also thankful for you and the others for speaking up in my defense." The former officer nodded. "It's good to see you again, Seal," he said, turning to the child. "How have you been?" "Nothing to complain about, I suppose," he responded irritably. Vincent and Rachel Phantomhive approached them, and Anna smiled at her descendant. "Thank you for standing up for me as well, Vincent," she added. "I could also tell you served as a sort of distraction to buy some more time in order for Seal and Sebastian to arrive and save me in time." He smiled. "Any time, Anna," he assured her. "Anything for my dear ancestor who has done so much for our family." She chuckled. "You flatter me, Vincent." "Though we really are grateful for your help, Anna," Rachel added. "Both you and Sebastian have done a great job protecting our young son." One of Anna's angelic friends approached, glancing Sebastian over suspiciously. "So this is the demon who has won Annabelle's heart?" the female said, brushing back her golden locks from her face. Anna nodded. "This is him all right, Cheryl," she replied shyly. "He can be a jerk sometimes, but I still love him anyway." "Well, he seems handsome enough," Cheryl responded. "You'd better not hurt her, Sebastian, otherwise you'll have the wrath of a lot of angels upon you." The demonic butler bowed. "Never would I dream of breaking my dear lady's heart," he declared boldly, and Anna couldn't help but smile. Both Vincent and Rachel looked at their son. Seal stood silently next to Aberlin, staring at them with an emotionless mask. "Come here and give your parents a hug, dear," Rachel urged, kneeling down and opening her arms to him. Seal silently walked stiffly into his parents' warm embrace before he hugged them back, feeling a warmth in his cold heart as well as an aching desire to be back with his family. "We love you, Seal," Vincent told his son affectionately, "and so we'll continue to watch over you from here." He looked at Anna. "I trust you'll continue to take good care of our son." She dipped her head, shyly folding her wings. "That was what we promised 5 years ago, after all," she agreed. "Not to mention I still have to grant his heartfelt wish, whatever that may be, when the time comes." "And naturally I will be there to protect the both of you as well," Sebastian added, a hand loyally over his chest. He directed a teasing smirk at Anna, and she flushed, looking away quickly. "He's so sweet," Cheryl teased, giggling as she nudged Anna with an elbow. "I can see why you fell for him. Perhaps I should go find my own handsome demon, eh?" "Hey!" Anna protested. "You still have Kieran, don't you? Did you know that he was promoted?" She smiled. "I knew," she admitted, "but he promised me not to tell until the time was right. Plus, I didn't know how to say it. Hey, did you know that my boyfriend got promoted to be an archangel? Yeah, I don't think so. Plus, it's not like he's any different now. He's still the same old normal Kieran." Anna sighed tiredly. "If I could say that about Sebastian, I would," she groaned. "But whatever he may act as at the time it's needed, he's still annoying no matter what." The demon smiled. "All the more to tease you with, my dear," he said. "But naturally, you know I would never allow you to be harmed. One reason would be naturally because of the contract made between us, and secondly, well, because you are mine." He gave her a light kiss. "Sebastian, Anna," Seal called, but his voice was soft and sounded tired. "Let's go home." His mother gave Seal a light kiss on the forehead. "Take care of yourself, dear, and farewell," she bid. "Don't forget, we'll be watching over you always." Anna flew a short distance over to him, placing a hand over his eyes before putting him to sleep, and the young Earl collapsed into her arms. I've already selectively erased parts of his memory, she informed, picking him up carefully and handing him to Sebastian. Hey, come back and visit us sometime, okay? Cheryl told her. We never have time anymore to just chat because you're always off on one mission or another. Anna chuckled. It's not my fault. I'm just doing my job. Even so, she pouted, at least come with Fangorn and drop by just to say hi. Fangorn, I trust you to take care of Anna and Sebastian and keep us updated. The cat dipped his head. Of course, he responded. Say hi to Missy for me. It's been a while since I've seen her. How is she doing? She's had a litter of kittens lately, Cheryl answered. She's very happy. You should pay her a visit next time you guys come back to heaven, okay? Fang nodded before Anna beckoned him over. Thanks, Sebastian, the angel said gently as she spread her wings. Come on, let's go home. Seal stirred awake to find himself in his bed. His memory was a little fuzzy, but all he remembered was that he and Sebastian had gone to heaven to try and save Anna. I forgot, did we succeed? He wondered. Well, we should have, considering that Sebastian was under my orders to save her. Sebastian, he called, and immediately there was a knock on the door before the demon stepped in, a dark smile on his face. Where's Anna? She's still resting right now, the butler replied. After what just happened to her a few hours ago, it's really taken a lot out of her. By the way, young master, a telegram just arrived a few minutes ago. I was on my way to inform you that our young guest Adrian's parents are on their way to pick up their son right now. Chapter 23, Small Partings. Annabelle, Sebastian said softly as he entered the room, finding the angel lying awake in her bed, staring up at the bland ceiling. Sebastian, she responded, gesturing him over. I heard from Fang that Adrian's parents are coming to pick him up. Fang's off to heaven to pick up something for me. He nodded, leaning down to give her a soft kiss. They will be here within the hour, he agreed. He looked outside. And it is snowing, too. She sat up, looking outside. Oh, dear, she said, I've never noticed, but... A warm smile touched her lips. It's beautiful. As are you, Sebastian added, capturing her lips into another, deeper kiss. The angel kized back fiercely, feeling his tongue brush against hers before she suddenly pulled away. I just remembered we should probably talk with Seal about how we're going to handle our relationship from now on, she said, her words completely ruining the mood Sebastian was trying to set up. There was a low grumble in the demon's throat. Let's worry about that later, he said, his hands running all over her body, clearly stating with his body language just what he wanted from her. Anna pulled away from him knowingly. Not right now, Sebastian, she warned. Though it may be true that our relationship has been accepted by the council, don't take advantage of that. There will be a time for such acts, but now is not the time. Right now, we should prepare for Adrian's leaving. Fang's with him now, if I am correct. The demon pouted frustratingly before exhaling heavily. Very well, he reluctantly agreed. Do you have something in mind planned for the young child? I do, she answered. However, let's go see Seal first. Perhaps he may also have something in mind. Anna and Sebastian stood before the young earl, who was seated in his chair, hands folded on his desk. Anna, Sebastian, Seal declared, from this point onward, you are to conduct your relationship in a professional manner. Do not allow your relationship to get in the way of your respective duties and refrain from doing anything indecent during your work. He flushed, a little embarrassed at his next comment. And if you both really feel the need to sleep together, do so in the confines of your own rooms while keeping an angel barrier up so the entire compound doesn't know what the two of you are doing together. Anna and Sebastian mentally chuckled, finding it a little amusing that Seal became rather squirmy around this issue. Of course, Seal, Anna agreed. I agree to all of your terms. Yes, my lord, Sebastian chimed. We will not overstep our bounds. Seal nodded satisfyingly. Well, now that that's settled, he said, let's us deal with our next topic at hand, baby Adrian's departure from the Phantom Hive Manor. I will not be seeing the boy's parents. I have more important work to do. Sebastian, my order is for you and Anna to handle this ordeal. Make it quick and simple. Anna looked taken aback. Are you sure, Seal? She implored. Yes, the child replied sternly. You have my leave to make preparations for his departure. Understood, young master, Sebastian said with a fluent bow, and Anna curtsied politely before both servants left the room. Interesting that Seal doesn't want to meet Adrian's parents, Anna noted. "I wonder why." The demon butler shrugged. "Perhaps it would be because of the fact that the young master himself will never receive that feeling of reuniting with his parents on this earth," he suggested. "Perhaps I should ask him about it." "No," she responded sternly, remorse in her eyes. "That would be far too cruel to him, even for a demonic sadist like you." "My dear," he teased, embracing her against his chest, his fingers entwined together around the small of her back, "who's being cruel now? If anyone's being cruel, you're being cruel to me." His lips curled into a smile, and there was a dark teasing reflecting in his ruby orbs. Her hands rested on his chest as she met his gaze squarely in the eye, sighing. "So, what are you going to do about it?" she baited. Sebastian pretended to sigh heavily, gazing up for a moment. "Well, I suppose I'll have to punish you, of course," he told her before meeting her awaiting lips with his. Anna felt Sebastian's tongue brush over her lips for a moment before he bit down lightly on her lower lip, sending a shock through her body, her mouth opening to gasp, and Sebastian took the opportunity to slide his tongue into her mouth, stroking hers as they made out. They both felt the need to taste each other, and Sebastian gently kneed circles with his thumbs on her back, sending waves of pleasure through her body before she finally pulled away from him. Okay, that's enough," she told him. "We need to focus on Adrian's departure. I have a gift for him, so I need to head back to my room to find it. Where will you be?" "I believe I will be in the kitchen, making something special for our youngest Phantom Hive guest," he responded with a clever smile. "Come and find me afterwards." Annabelle headed over to the kitchen, the gift tucked into her pocket, and baby Adrian cradled in her arms, giggling as he reached up for the angel's cheek. "You're so cute," she teased, tickling his cheek with her finger. "You'd better take good care of yourself and never forget me, okay?" His blue eyes blinked innocently at her, giggling even more. "So adorable," she squealed, pulling out a gorgeous golden necklace and placed it around his neck. "This is for you. This will protect you always, and no one can ever remove it from your possession. It will also alert me if you are in any danger. This is my gift to you, and I will watch over you." The baby squealed, biting on the pendant, and she laughed, knocking on the door. "Sebastian, are you in here?" "Come in, Anna," the demon called, and she entered, finding the demon making something with milk. "Fang isn't with you?" She shook her head. "He's still off picking up some things," she said. "He'll be back soon, and then Kylie's taking a cat nap in your room. At the moment, I'm just taking Adrian one last time through the mansion before his parents come. They should be here soon." Sebastian nodded. "I'm just about finished," he assured. "They'll be here any moment now. I'll meet you by the door." "If you insist," she replied before heading off to the front entrance of the manor. Exactly when she arrived, there was a knock on the door. Just in time, she thought, opening the door slightly to peek out at the commoner couple standing outside in the heavy snow, eyes filled with hope. These are Adrian's parents, all right. He has his mother's hair and his father's eyes. "Hello," she greeted. "I am the Phantom Hive head maid, Anna. Are you here with an appointment with Earl Phantom Hive?" "We're here for our son, Adrian," his mother stammered nervously. "I'm Lillian, and this is my husband, Morris." Anna smiled, pulling open the door. "Ah, yes," she agreed, showing them the young bundle she held in her arms. "He's been a very good boy." "Adrian!" they exclaimed in utter relief, gathering the baby into their arms and hugging him, rocking him back and forth. Tears flowed from Lillian's eyes like endless waterfalls in utter joy. "Thank you so much." She shook her head. "Don't thank me completely," she said. "It was the Earl Phantom Hive who allowed me to take him in, so you must definitely thank him. However, the Earl is very busy lately, so I'm afraid that you cannot meet with him." "Please, give the Earl our thanks," Morris pleaded. "Thank you for taking such good care of our beloved son. We don't know what would happen if we lost him. He just disappeared one day, and we've been looking for him ever since." No doubt it was Lawrence's doing, she thought. "Oh, are our guests here already?" Sebastian implored in amusement. "I will be there momentarily." "Would you like to come in for some tea?" Anna offered kindly. "And no, absolutely not," Lillian replied. "Debbie, we couldn't possibly intrude on you. We're just here for our son." Anna smiled. "Well, the family butler will be here in a moment with his own gift for the young child," she said. "Please wait for a moment." "No need to wait," Sebastian announced, suddenly appearing by her side with a brightly wrapped box. These are some special milk treats for Adrian that I'm sure he'll enjoy. I've also made some pastries for you both as well." He offered it out to them. "Tea, thank you," Morris thanked gratefully. "Are you the family butler?" He smiled, placing a hand over his chest. "I am the Phantom Hive head butler, Sebastian Michaelis," he introduced. "It is a pleasure to meet the parents of young Adrian. He has been a great guest, and has been well taken care of in our manor." "Again, thank you so much," Lillian sighed happily. "We will never forget this." Anna and Sebastian smiled, and the angel leaned over to address the young infant for the final time. "Well, it's been an honor having you as our guest in the Phantom Hive Manor," she told him, tickling him under the chin. "Take good care of yourself when you grow older, okay?" Lillian and Morris bid the Phantom Hive servants farewell before leaving with Adrian. Anna and Sebastian closed the doors, and Anna sniffled emotionally. "I'm going to miss that little guy," she sighed, tearing up a little as she looked up at Sebastian with a happy smile. The demon chuckled, brushing away her forming tears. "You're getting overly emotional, Anna," he scolded her lightly. "You know we'll see him again." Anna nodded, stifling her tears as she wiped at her eyes. "You're right," she agreed, chuckling, her voice strained. "I'm such an idiot, tearing up at something like this." Sebastian's expression dropped a little as he grabbed her hands, pulling them aside as he caressed her cheeks, leaning closer. She looked up into his dark, looming crimson eyes, and his lips met hers. As they shared that infinitely slow kiss, the other Phantom Hive servants were passing by when they saw their passionate embrace. "Aye, is that?" Bard breathed, eyes widening in amazement. "It is," Maylene gasped quietly, a blush forming on her face. "It's Sebastian and Anna. Since when did they get so close?" Finney smiled. "It seems we didn't have to do a lot after all," he noted. "They came together on their own." "Do you think they've already done it?" The perverted maid thought, her face reddening madly as blood began to trickle from her nose. "Oh, ooh, how passionate!" Bard looked at Finney. "Perhaps we should get the little lady out of here before they know we're here," he advised. "Sebastian would have our heads for disturbing his romantic moment." Both of them grabbed one of Maylene's arms before dragging her away from the main hall. Anna pulled away from Sebastian, exhaling deeply. "That was a pity we were disturbed," she sighed. "But that was a good kiss." She smiled up at him in satisfaction. "Thank you." Sebastian groaned, pressing his forehead against hers as his hands slipped down to rest on the small of her back, pinning her against him. "You have absolutely no idea just what you do to me, do you, Anna, especially when you give me that innocent come-hither look," he growled. She blinked. "What do you mean?" she implored in confusion. "What come-hither look?" The demon shook his head. "It's something you do unintentionally, and it drives me crazy," he told her. "But that's not the only thing about you that drives me crazy either." "Oh," she asked suspiciously, slanting her eyes in suspicion. "Pray tell." "You showed me the heart in me I never knew existed," he began. "If I see you with another man, I'm instantly jealous and would like to rip him to shreds. Every time you're not by my side, I become agitated deep inside." His voice lowered to a deep whisper in her ear. "And then when I kiss you, I feel a desperate urge to sweep you up into my arms and carry you to my bed to make unrestrained love to you until you are unable to work tomorrow." Anna laughed, pulling back. "But I want to work tomorrow," she replied, smiling innocently at him. "However, your words are very endearing, in their own way, but you mustn't forget what Seal said, that we are not to overstep our bounds with our relationship. Please keep that in mind, Sebastian. We need to put Seal and his safety first, not our sexual desires." "True," he chuckled, pulling away. "Forgive me for that moment. It appears that I also can get caught up in my personal desires that I forget the terms of my contract. This would be another first for me." She dipped her head. "Then we are at an agreement," she said, raising an eyebrow with a smile. "Shall we seal it with a kiss?" Sebastian fluently kissed her, a brief touch of mouth to mouth as one arm wrapped around her waist. Without warning, there was a crash and a shatter of glass, and both beings immediately sensed that something was wrong. "Seal!" Anna gasped in horror. They ran to where Seal was, only to find his study trashed and empty, the window shattered and glass everywhere. Heavy snow was blowing in through the broken window from outside, and it seemed a snowstorm had hit London. But a dark, looming aura lingered in the cold room. "There's no way anyone could have gotten in here without us sensing it," Sebastian growled lowly. "It's that damn greater demon. I recognize that repulsive scent. No. The angel breathed, still in shock at the sudden kidnapping. Seal's been taken by Andrew. We're too late. Chapter 24, Rescuing Seal. Where could he possibly be? Annabelle breathed in worry. In the hands of a greater demon like Andrew, Seal's in so much danger. Sebastian bit his inner lip. I have failed in protecting you this time, young master, he thought regrettably, but we will find you. Sebastian, what should we do? She demanded, her azure eyes glistening with worry. Can you track him through the contract? The demon closed his eyes and tried to follow the trail of the scent left upon Seal Phantom Hive from the Faustian contract that bound the two together, only to find a dead end. I'm afraid not, he said, looking at her with dark and red eyes. Andrew Hawkins has managed to put up a block around the young master, preventing me from finding him. Oh, this is terrible, Anna stated sadly, pacing around. I can't track him either. Sebastian, you head to the Druten estate to see if you can get any clues of where Andrew usually resides. I'll leave a note for Fang in my room informing him what has happened. In the meantime, I'll go out and try to see what I can dig up around the city. If either of us finds anything, immediately let the other know through the blood contract. Sebastian nodded. Be careful, Anna, he warned warily. You already know what Andrew is capable of. Don't underestimate him. The angel nodded, shivering at the memory of the greater demon nearly raping her. You be careful, too, she agreed. We need to find Seal as soon as we can. The faster we get to him, the more chance there is that he'll be fine when we get to him. Let's go. The snow is so heavy, Anna thought bitterly as she carefully navigated through the skies of London, soaring over dozens of buildings, searching for any signs or clues that would lead her to the missing young Earl. Hopefully Sebastian's doing better than me. Sebastian, do you have anything yet? She called through the blood bond. Have you arrived at the Druten estate yet? At the moment I'm heading to the Ridley estate, he answered. I was informed by Lord Druten that Andrew Hawkins is in fact the head butler of Lord Mitch Ridley, and that if I wanted to find him, it would be there. Should I meet you there? Anna asked. No, he responded sternly. There are no guarantees that Lord Ridley knows the whereabouts of his butler, and it wouldn't make any sense if Andrew just brought the young master there. Keep searching, Annabelle. If you find anything, alert me. You too, she agreed, and she looked around, landing swiftly on a rooftop, shivering slightly at the cold. It's definitely a lot colder than I imagined, she murmured, pulling her coat around her tighter. I'll definitely be making some hot chocolate when we all get back safely to the estate. Spreading her wings, she inhaled the cold air and used her power to reach out throughout the depths of London, searching for the faintest sign of Earl Seal Phantom Hive. Squeezing her eyes tightly, she widened her search perimeter, going beyond the boundaries of the city, but still to no avail. Sighing heavily, she relaxed, being able to see her breath in the cold, frozen air. Oh, Seal, please be all right, she sighed, silently praying that the young Earl was unharmed. Hopefully Sebastian's having better luck than I am. Is it possible that Lord Ridley knows that his butler is a greater demon? Sebastian wondered as he reached the door of the grand estate. Could he have made a Faustian contract with him like I have with Annabelle and the young master? He rapped on the door twice, and moments later the door opened, a young maid peeking through, a blush on her face as she saw Sebastian. Hello, she greeted shyly, her chocolate eyes darting anxiously from Sebastian's to the ground. It's awfully cold outside to be traveling. Would you like to come in where it's warm and discuss your business inside? The demon shook his head. I am only here shortly, he said curly, his nose twitching slightly with a sickly sweet smell emitting through the door. Well, then what business do you have with the Ridley Manor? She stammered, trapped within his ruby gaze. Sebastian dipped his head, ignoring the strange scent. I was wondering whether the butler Andrew Hawkins was in today, he questioned with an innocent smile. I'm afraid not, the maid replied, dazzled by Sebastian's red eyes. He's been absent all day by leave of Master Ridley. I don't think any of the other servants have a clue either about where he is. I hope he's all right. A dead end, the demon thought dully, his thoughts growing a little fuzzy. I hope that demon rots. Well, no leads here then either. Libby, would you like me to pass on a message to him upon his return for you? She asked hopefully, breaking into the demon's thoughts. Sebastian shook his head. No, thank you, he said, bowing. I apologize for troubling you. Good day, miss. He turned to leave, and his lips curled into a frown. "No luck here, Anna," he told his angel. "According to one of the maids, he's absent by leave of Lord Ridley. I'm starting to wonder whether Lord Ridley knows that his butler is a greater demon, because this seems a little too coincidental." "There are no such things as coincidences, Sebastian," she warned. "As of what we've seen of Andrew Hawkins, I don't think I'd put it past him as a coincidental kind of demon. In any case, I'm not having much luck either right now. I've expanded my search throughout all of London as well as the farthest outskirts of the city, and I can't find any trace of Seal or the demon. Just where could he have taken him?" Sebastian sighed. "No matter what, we need to keep looking," he said. "I'll go to Undertaker to see if he might know anything. Keep searching. I won't give up until I find my young master." "Understood," she agreed. "Update me if you find something." After their communication ended, Sebastian found his head thumping with a weak pulse as he stumbled away from the estate. "What the hell is happening to me?" he groaned, placing a hand on his suddenly aching head. "I've only felt like this before when—" He cut himself off, realizing what had happened. It seems Andrew Hawkins had been prepared for him, and had tainted the main inner doorway of the mansion with a unique lesser demon drug that would render any lesser demon unconscious for up to 24 hours, depending on the drug concentration. "Damn it!" Sebastian swore quietly as he collapsed into the snow, his vision swirling to black. "I fell for such a stupid, simple trick." The Phantom Hive demon butler was knocked out, unconscious in the middle of a heavy snowstorm, snow beginning to pile up on top of him very quickly. Things just got a lot more complicated. Anna shivered, standing on the top of another building. "Where could he have taken you, Seal?" she murmured, her voice filled with concern. "At least you'll have the dagger of light to protect you if you need it." Her voice trailed off as she realized what she just said. "Wait, that's it!" she gasped. "The dagger of light lives within Seal now. If I can track the dagger of light, I'll find Seal." Her angelic powers reached out to find the dagger's magical signature and instantly locked onto it, tracking it to an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of town. "Sebastian! Sebastian, I found him!" she told the demon excitedly through the blood bond. "He's in some abandoned warehouse just outside London." She heard no reply from him, and this got her worried. "Sebastian," she implored, "can you hear me? Sebastian, you'd better not be joking around, 'cause this isn't funny." Still no response. "Sebastian, in the name of the contract, I order you to answer me," Anna demanded fearfully, waiting for the demon's witty reply. But none came. Immediately Anna couldn't help but fear the worst. "Sebastian, you'd better not be dead," she thought horrendously. "You can't die. Don't leave me and Seal behind." "No, no, don't think that," she told herself in reassurance. "I've got to think through this calmly." Anna bit her lip, thinking up some logical reasoning. "Okay, if Sebastian's been knocked out by this greater demon, then he should be at the same place where Seal's being held," she deducted. "Either way, Seal's still in the greater danger. I have to help him." Put the subject before your own personal feelings, she reminded herself. "Wherever you are, Sebastian, I hope you're all right. I'm sorry, but I'm sure you'd agree with what I must do." With a heavy heart, Annabelle Phantom Hive spread her heavenly wings and took off to the skies to rescue her descendant Seal Phantom Hive. "This is it?" Anna murmured, looking at the old warehouse, the decaying wooden boards cracked and torn. "I can sense him inside." In one swift movement, the angel broke down the front door of the warehouse to find Seal locked inside a cage, still unconscious, but with Andrew Hawkins nowhere to be seen. "Seal!" she gasped, running to him, but the cage shocked her hands when she tried to touch the metal bars. "Oh, shoot! This is a daimonic cage, constructed from metal forged with the fires of hell. How in the world am I going to get you out of here?" "Good question." Without warning, there was a dark flash before Anna felt something small and sharp stab into her throat, and once she whirled to attack, it was already too late. She collapsed to her knees, pain racking her body, and before her stood Andrew Hawkins, standing over her with a devilish smile on his face triumphantly. "You've exceeded my expectations, Anna," he told her, throwing aside the now empty syringe he had in his hand. "I did not expect you to find us so quickly." "What did you do to me?" she demanded, the muscles and nerves in her body tightening and refusing to move, except for the nerves in her face. He grabbed her under the chin, tilting her head up to look at him. "I've injected you with a paralyzing drug," he said. "It should render you completely helpless, as well as drain all of your strength. Oh, and don't expect that lesser demon Sebastian to come to save you any time either. He should be unconscious right now." Anna's eyes widened. "What did you do to him?" she accused. "Simple," he replied arrogantly. "I knew he'd probably tracked my whereabouts to the Ridley Manor, so I placed a special drug around the main entrance that would render him unconscious for the next little while." Inside, the angel was relieved that the demon she loved was not dead, but now a new fear rose within her. She was alone in saving Seal this time. Andrew raised an eyebrow as his eyes skimmed over Anna's form. "Interesting," he noted. "You have a faint demon scent on you." It didn't take him long to figure out what had happened. "Ah, I see. Sebastian slept with you. Very interesting indeed. So tell me, Anna." "What?" she spat. "I'm not telling you anything." He smiled darkly at her. "Did you enjoy his tender embraces?" he interrogated. "Enjoy the heat of his kiss? The warm, electrifying pulses of his touch?" The angel knew very well that he was trying to provoke her. "Shut up!" she yelled at him, refusing to play into his little mind game. "What's going on?" Seal murmured, stirring awake. In sudden realization of where he was, he snapped up into a sitting position, snarling at Andrew. He had no idea that this was the greater demon that had caused so much trouble for his inhuman servants. "Where am I? Who are you?" Noticing Anna, he growled. "Don't you know who I am? I am Seal Phantomhive. How dare you capture me like this?" Andrew chuckled darkly. "So this is the soul that Sebastian is so fond of," he commented. "I am Andrew Hawkins, the greater demon who has defeated both the angel and demon who claim to protect you." "Anna," Seal snapped, "get me out of here this instant." "She would love to," the greater demon taunted as he kicked the angel over onto her side. "However, she cannot, as she has been paralyzed." He laughed triumphantly, pulling out a sharp knife from within his coat and plunging it into her leg sadistically. Anna cried out in pain as he twisted it further into her thigh. "This is highly entertaining," Andrew cackled sadistically as he ripped it from her body, licking the blood off the silver blade. "I should have thought of this a millennia ago. Who would have known that an angel, a human boy, and a lousy lesser demon could keep me so amused?" The young earl growled lowly, trying to formulate an escape plan, but even he knew that escape would be nearly impossible due to the condition Anna was in. "Seal," her pain-filled voice broke through his musings. "Seal, call out the dagger of light I gave you." He looked at the angel in confusion, meeting her pained eyes. "That dagger I gave you after the Phantomhive Manor was attacked by Ash and Angela," she reminded hurriedly. "That dagger has a lot of powerful angelic energy embedded into it and should be able to destroy the cage. I have only a little strength left, but I think I can fly us out of here to safety. Please hurry." Seal closed his eyes and thought of the jeweled dagger that Anna had bestowed upon him, and there was a brilliant flash of light. Andrew shielded his eyes. "Arg! What is this?" he screeched as the light had seared his eyes. The next thing the young earl knew, the silver dagger of light appeared in his hand, and instantly he slashed furiously at the iron bars, causing them to instantly be cut into pieces. Seal Phantomhive was free. "What?" the greater demon howled. "No." Anna instantly pushed herself off the ground with her good leg, crashing against Seal as she gathered him up quickly before sweeping off out of the warehouse and into the stormy skies. Finally recovering from being temporarily blinded, Andrew ran out after them and watched as they flew away, a sadistic smirk creeping onto his face. "Things have most certainly gotten more interesting," he murmured. "Looks like I've underestimated the both of you. That will definitely be something I won't be doing again. Well then, time to plan for my next phase of action." Anna's breaths came out in heavy pants as she forced her paralyzed muscles to work. "Anna, take me home this instant," Seal demanded. I know," she panted. I'm trying." The pain of fighting against the paralyzing drug took a heavy toll on her body, and her strength had finally run out. It had already been hard to fly with a drug in her system, but it wasn't helping that they were flying in the midst of a huge snowstorm with heavy winds. Limply, her wings ceased to flap, wrapping around both of them as they barreled out of the sky and into the hard ground covered with snow, crashing by the Thames River. "Sorry, Seal," Anna thought, "but this is as far as I can go." Anna winced in pain as she had taken the full brunt of the crash and found Seal unconscious in her embrace from the hard impact. Her face contorted with pain as she could feel the snow already begin to build up on top of her wings. She also could feel the coldness of the snow seep into the wound on her leg, running her blood cold and freezing her from the inside out. She knew that her body had already begun to protect itself, hiding her presence from anyone who tried to find her through it. Now she only hoped that someone she trusted would be able to find her. Somehow, and not good. She rasped, her eyes slipping closed with exhaustion, her breath riding on a single word before she fell unconscious as Sebastian. Chapter 25, Desperate Times and Desperate Measures. Sebastian stirred awake, finding himself blanketed by a huge layer of snow on top of him. Recalling what happened, his anger grew, instantly melting all of the snow piled on him as he sat up, a hand on his forehead. "Damn it!" he breathed, looking around at the lightly falling snow. "How long have I been unconscious?" "Anna? Anna? Can you hear me?" he called through their blood bond. But there was no response. "This isn't good," he thought irritably. "There is a chance that she was captured, or in worst-case scenario, killed during the time I was unconscious. I need to go back to the mansion to recollect what I already know to be able to find both her and the young master." Sebastian entered the mansion, finding Bard, Finney, Maylene, and Tanaka sitting on the stairs, anxiously awaiting their return. "Sebastian!" they exclaimed, running towards him. "What happened?" The demon blinked, and Finney began to sob. "We were so worried. No one came home yesterday," he cried. Sebastian's eyes widened, pulling out his pocket watch to look at the time. 18 hours had passed since he had first fallen unconscious. "Wait, where is the young master and the young miss?" Bard implored, looking behind Sebastian to find neither missing person following in. "Do not worry," the demon told them in assurance. "Anna is taking care of the young master. I don't know when they will be returning, but I know it will be soon." Sebastian wasn't exactly lying, because he knew that Anna would protect Seal with her own life if she had to, and that he would do everything in his power to find them as soon as he could. They sighed in relief. "That's good to hear," Maylene said. "Now, go off and do your chores," Sebastian snapped, and instantly they all left. Suddenly, Fang dashed from upstairs and skidded to a stop in front of the demon. "Sebastian, where's Anna?" the feline demanded. "Why haven't you nor Anna have returned since you left yesterday? What happened? I received that notice from Anna, but she said to wait for your return. Where is she?" "I don't know," he answered honestly. "I have been unconscious for the past 18 hours. I was knocked out by a drug the greater demon had placed around the door of the Ridley estate. Since then, I have no idea what has happened." Fang hissed, his back arching as the fur on his back bristled with tension. "Do you have any idea where she could be?" he implored. "None whatsoever," Sebastian responded bluntly. "I am unable to track her through the blood contract, nor can I track her nor the young master through the Faustian contract." The cat exhaled shakily, staring up at the demon butler. "Do you have a plan, Sebastian Michaelis?" he implored. The butler bit his inner lip. "I have one," he said, and he headed to Anna's room with a single small item in mind. Desperate times call for desperate measures. "So, remind me why we're here again," Shinigami Grell Sutcliffe implored. "Wishing Angel Annabelle has gone missing. William T." Spears responded. "And that demon vermin was so desperate as to call us to help search for her." A vein pulsed on Sebastian's forehead, but he knew that these two Shinigami might be able to help him locate the angel. He didn't want to concern Michael and the other angels in heaven, because the demon knew very well that he would have heaven's wrath upon him for not being able to protect the woman he loved. Grell's eyes sparkled. "Really, Sebby," he squealed, "you called just to find me?" Sebastian sighed, looking stern. "Right now we need to find Annabelle and the young master as soon as possible," he said. "I've been unaware of what has been happening in the past 18 hours. "How troublesome," Will groaned. "Hopefully she will be found soon. Otherwise you vermin will be in huge trouble from many powerful people." "My intentions are to find her as soon as possible, along with the young master," Sebastian responded bitterly. "There would be no other reason why I would call Shinigami to help with the search." "Okay, but in return I want a really nice long kiss," Grell complained, eyes ogling at the demon, "with tongue." The butler glared. "I'm sorry, but I tie cherry stalks with my tongue," he retorted sharply, looking at Will. "Why did you have to bring him along?" "That repulsive vertebrate wanted to come see you," Will explained. "The idiot wouldn't shut up about it." Sebastian ignored him and sighed heavily. "Well, let's get going. The quicker we find them, the better." 2 hours had passed since the Shinigami had joined him, and still Sebastian found no success in his search for Seal and Anna. Now he, Will, Grell, and Fang were back at the front of the mansion, contemplating their next move. "We're getting nowhere," Fang commented agitatedly. "I'm really worried about Anna and Seal. It's so cold outside." "I wonder where they could possibly be," Will murmured. "We've searched all across London already." Sebastian closed his eyes, trying to sense his connection with either Seal or Anna, but to no avail. He exhaled deeply. "Perhaps we should regroup our strategy," he suggested. "Maybe we can." "Arhuo?" Pluto's howl echoed through the air, cutting off Sebastian's words. They looked to see Pluto pawing the snow anxiously, howling at nothing in particular. "Pluto!" the demon butler called, and the huge demon dog turned huge red eyes at him before transforming in a flurry of flames into a small puppy, running towards them. Fang hissed, lifting into the air. "Ugh, I can't stand dogs," he commented distastefully. "HMPH, a demon hound," Will noted. "Nevertheless, they're good trackers. Perhaps he can find Angel Annabelle." They took their search by the Thames River, and Pluto did not seem to be able to sniff anything out. Suddenly, Grell saw a huge snow pile by the frozen river. "Ooh, snow pile!" he cheered, running over to jump onto the pile. But it was not as soft as he thought. "Oh!" While the Shinigami bounced up and down and rubbing his aching cold backside, Pluto began to dig and brush away the snow, revealing white wings that were currently as hard as steel, like a shield guarding something. "I think we've found her!" Fang exclaimed as he flew to the pile, Sebastian and Will following closely behind. Brushing away all of the snow on top, the snow pile was actually a huge pair of folded wings around something. In their presence, the wings glowed before expanding and dissipating into free white feathers, revealing Anna and Seal huddled together underneath, blood frozen to Anna's injured leg as the freezing had temporarily halted the bleeding. Seal was shivering a little now in his sleep, but both looked relatively peaceful. Pluto barked happily at his discovery. "Young master!" Sebastian gasped. "Anna!" Fang shouted, landing on the snow. Sebastian reached down to touch Seal's cheek, finding him to be relatively chilly. Then he gently caressed Anna's cheek, and her skin was icy cold to the touch. "They must have been here for hours," Grell murmured pitifully. Fang rested his warm cheek against hers. "She's so pale," he said quietly. "She's as cold as ice. The snow and cold temperatures have chilled her blood. Knowing her, she must have transferred all of her body heat to keep Seal warm." "She did it to keep him alive," Will guessed. Sebastian took off his coat and placed it over Seal before picking up the frail child in his arms, feeling the young Earl shiver in his grasp. He looked down at him before looking at Anna. She looked beautiful in the midst of the freshly falling snow, so fragile, so serene. "Stop standing there and move aside," the stoic Shinigami hissed, and the butler stood aside before watching in jealousy as Will carefully swept up Anna into his arms, her head resting limply against his shoulder, one hand on her stomach while the other dangled limply by her side. "We need to take them back to someplace warm and tend to Annabelle's wound." Sebastian nodded. "Let's go back to the manor," he said, suppressing his growing anger and jealousy. "We'll take care of them there." They returned to the manor quietly, and the moment Sebastian and the others entered, immediately the other 3 idiot servants burst from out of nowhere, gathering around them in panic. In the meantime, Fang rushed upstairs. "Young master! Anna!" they exclaimed. "What happened?" "Their carriage must have crashed somewhere," Sebastian said. "Anna was injured and tried to keep the young master warm, and she seems to have done a fairly well job, however. At current, the young master is just slightly chilly, and Anna is freezing. We need to treat them both immediately. Maylene, prepare hot plates for the young master's bed. Finian, do the same for Anna's. Bard, start boiling up hot water. After they're both put in bed, I will call a doctor for them." The servants dispersed, and Sebastian quickly took Seal up to his bedroom and tucked him in while Will took Anna to hers. "Thank you for your assistance, both of you," Sebastian thanked when he returned to check on Anna. Fang was curled up on top of her bed, staring worriedly at his partner. "I will alert Annabelle of your assistance when she awakens." "Oh, anything for you, Sebby," Grell cheered happily. "Call me sometime soon, okay?" "Let us go, Grell Sutcliffe," Will said. "We have more work to do when we get back." The red-loving Shinigami pouted. "Will, you're no fun," he groaned. Both Shinigami left, and Sebastian reached to touch Anna's cheek, but she was still frozen cold. He was worried, and he leaned down to kiss her icy lips, feeling her weak breath on his cheek. "I've notified Michael," Fang informed. "He'll be here in the next few minutes. I've already told him to come to the door in the guise of a doctor. He's worried after I explained to him what happened." Sebastian nodded. "Though I'm afraid that the young master will need to be tended to first," he said. "It's the only way to make the convincing guise of a doctor."
From what I've seen, the feline said, twitching his tail anxiously, Seal is only suffering from minor pneumonia, and Anna has done a good job of protecting him from the cold. But his asthma might act up, so that changes the severity. Anna, on the other hand, if she were a regular human, she would be long dead by now. However, she's still holding on, but she's very weak, and the injury in her leg isn't helping either.
"At least she'll be safe in here where it's warm," he noted. "Perhaps that may help her recovery process." "Well, after Michael is through healing her leg and purging any possible drugs through her system, it won't take her very long to fully recover," Fang retorted. "At the most she'll have a cold. In the meantime, go wait for Michael. I'll stay here and watch over Anna." "Someone called for a doctor?" Michael greeted grimly as he was dressed up in a doctor's coat, instruments, and everything. "Thank you for coming at such short notice, Doctor," Sebastian responded. "The young master is upstairs. Please come with me." Taking the angel upstairs to Seal's room, Seal seemed very small and frail in his bed, looking more like the 13-year-old child he should be. Sebastian looked at Michael. "How does he look?" The healing angel stood by the Earl's side. "Well, he doesn't look as bad as I initially expected," he commented honestly. "Anna must have done a very good job keeping him from the cold." He looked back at the demon. "Approximately how long have they been exposed to the outside?" Sebastian did a quick mental calculation, assuming that they were caught out not long after he was knocked out. "Approximately 21 hours," he answered surely. "However, this is assuming that the exposure began not long after I was knocked out for 18 hours. Michael narrowed his eyes suspiciously at the demon, but he knew he would be out of line to scold him now, considering that his relationship with Anna was approved by the Council of Angels. He sighed heavily, placing a hand over Seal's forehead, and his palm began to pulse with a soft white light. Warmth poured into Seal's body, sending tingles of warm pleasure throughout his entire form. "He's going to be fine," Michael assured. "The only issue is his asthma. I can't really do much about it because it's an old medical condition, so I suppose you're just going to have to nurse him back to health after that. Otherwise he'll be making a full recovery." The demon nodded in approval. "That will be delightful for the other servants to hear," he said. "What about Annabelle?" The angel seemed to tense at her name, as he had already sensed how damaged the angel was. Fang's description wasn't very reassuring either. "That will be harder to say until I actually see her," he explained carefully. "According to what Fang has told me, Anna had a mortal wound exposed out in frigid airs that would chill her blood and freeze her from the inside out. What Fang said was true. If Anna were human, she would be long dead by now. Plus, if she really did have a run-in with the greater demon, there could be more risks than we've initially imagined." "She didn't show any signs of it, though," Sebastian assured, mainly to himself. "So I think she should be fine." Seal seemed a lot less paler now after Michael had finished healing him, except now he seemed to be showing signs of a fever. "I'm afraid the fever would be coming with his asthma," Michael guessed. "I'm sorry, but I can't do much about that." Sebastian dipped his head in understanding. "I will tend to him myself," he assured. "Now, while we allow the young master to get at least a little bit of rest, shall we go to Annabelle?" Anna's breaths were weak, and even under the warmth, her skin was cool and her face was pale. "Anna, what has happened to you?" Michael murmured as he sat by her side, reaching out to stroke her hair before he checked her pulse. "There's something demonic that runs through her blood." "Could she have been injected with some kind of poison or paralyzer?" Fang guessed. Feline eyes narrowed. Sebastian looked at the angel. "Can you do anything to help her?" he requested quietly. "I should be able to eliminate the drug or poison from her blood," Michael said, resting one hand over her forehead, the other over her heart. Closing his eyes, the angel's brows furrowed with concentration as a bright light pulsed through his hand into Anna's body, basking her body in a warm, soothing light. Amplified, Anna's slow heartbeat echoed through the room, and Michael concentrated on purging the drug from her body, feeling the resistance of the demonic poison within. Under his healing touch, muscle and skin were renewed over the wound, eliminating it completely as if nothing had happened. A Finally, a ball of yellowish liquid floated within surrounding light, and Fang nudged a bottle under it with his nose. The liquid filled the bottle as Michael sighed in relief, pulling away. "There, that should do it," he sighed, and already Anna was looking much healthier, and her breathing had regulated, color returning to her cheeks. "Thank you, Michael," Sebastian thanked gratefully. "I appreciate your services." The healing angel nodded in his direction before picking up the bottle and corking it. "I'll take this back for analysis," he said. "I have definitely never seen this before." Tucking the bottle away, he looked at Sebastian and Fang. "Please give Annabelle my regards when she awakens." "Of course," the demon responded. "Thank you for helping both Anna and the young master." A couple of hours later, Anna's eyes snapped open, and she jolted up in bed, regretting it instantly as her head swam, and she pressed a hand against her forehead. "Where am I?" she stammered, looking around frantically. "Seal? Where did Seal go?" "That's H. Sebastian's soothing voice calmed her as he entered the room, moving to sit on her bedside before taking her hand in his. "It's all right now, Anna. You're back at the mansion. The young master is in bed. You were both healed by Michael." Large azure eyes blinked at him before she threw her arms around him. "Sebastian," she exclaimed, "thank goodness you're all right." "Everything's okay now," he assured her, giving her a gentle kiss. "I walked into a trap set by Andrew Hawkins, but I'm perfectly fine. Tell me what happened, Anna." She carefully pried his hands off, looking fearful. "After I lost contact with you, I decided to track Seal through the dagger of light, and I managed to find him. But when I got there, I was attacked by the greater demon. I was paralyzed by him, and my strength was slowly being drained. Seal managed to break free of his cage using the dagger of light, and I used what little strength I had to get him to safety. I must have crashed somewhere." The demon nodded. "You were by the Thames River," he informed. "You were both out there for nearly 21 hours. I'm just glad you're all right now." Anna hugged him again, needing to feel his reassuring warmth. "I still feel a little chilly, Sebastian," she told him. "Did Michael mention that it would be normal?" Sebastian nodded. "He said you'd most likely have a cold at the most," he answered before smiling seductively. "But later I can always help warm you up, if you'd like." Very gently, the angel reached up to kiss him. Pulling from his embrace, she swung her legs out of bed and stood up. Her legs shook before crumpling under her, and she was caught by Sebastian, who held her up. "You okay?" he checked. She nodded. "I think it was probably from the paralyzer drug," she assured, trying to support herself on her 2 feet. "I'll be okay." "You'll be fine," he agreed. "It shouldn't take long before you recover completely." Anna inhaled deeply, and he escorted her to Seal's room. The young earl was still with high fever, and Anna went to sit by his side, brushing away his bangs. "Poor Seal," she sighed. "I'm sorry I couldn't protect you better." Sebastian rested a hand on her shoulder. "You did everything you could," he assured her. "Had you not protected the young master the way you did, he may not be alive." Maylene knocked before bringing in a bowl of warm water and a clean cloth. "Here are the things you requested, Sebastian," she informed, nearly dropping the contents as she noticed Anna. "Anna, you're awake. How do you feel?" Anna nodded with a comforting smile. "I'm all right," she answered. "Still a little tired, but tending to Seal is more important right now. Sebastian and I will take care of him from here." "Aye, if you say so." The maid stammered before leaving. Anna dipped the cloth into the water before squeezing it dry, patting the cloth against Seal's forehead. "His fever seems to be dropping already," she said. "You've been taking good care of him. He should recover very soon with a little medicine and some sleep." Seal thought, "Where am I? I feel so warm. S-H-H-H." A warm, comforting female voice hushed. "It's all right, Seal." "You're going to recover very soon," another male voice said reassuringly. "Mother," he groaned. "Father." His eyes slowly opened, and for a moment he thought he saw his parents Rachel and Vincent Phantomhive, but then his sight focused and realized that it was his head maid Annabelle Phantomhive and head butler Sebastian Michaelis bent over his small, frail body. "I'm sorry, Seal," Anna apologized with a smile, "but we're not your parents. We're only mere servants, and I'm definitely not as beautiful as your mother." "You are to me," Sebastian assured her, leaning over to give her a kiss on the cheek. The angel blushed before brushing locks of the earl's hair away from his forehead. "You've had a hard time, Seal," she said softly, but you're going to be all right. Just sleep, okay? Sebastian and I will explain everything once you fully recover." Seal's eyes slipped closed as he drifted back into a healing sleep, and Anna placed a soft kiss upon his forehead. "Sleep well, dear," she wished him. "You'll be better soon." "They're so sweet," Maylene cooed. The three idiot servants were peeping at the trio through the doorway, very much to Anna and Sebastian's attention. "They look like a family," Finney commented. "Never thought Sebastian would be the type to be a family man," Bard said with a grin. "At least now we have something to tease Sebastian about now." Chapter 26, The Demon's Deal. Seal recovered completely within a day and returned to his papers and work not long later. Sebastian and Anna had finished explaining their respective stories during the time that they had all been separated, and Seal was taking in all this information. "Seal, I am so sorry," Anna apologized guiltily. "It was my fault that you were taken in the first place." "What's done is done," the Earl replied mildly. "The only thing we can do now is figure out where to go from here. The primary focus is how to deal with this demon Andrew Hawkins from interfering with our plans. One of the things on our list to do is to hunt down those two damned angels Ash and Angela, but with this demon's interference, things have not been going as planned." "We'll do our best," Sebastian assured. Anna still looked quite guilty, but she nodded in stiff agreement. "Anna, Sebastian," the young Earl ordered, "see what you can find, and do everything in your power to make our plans work. Obviously you guys will need to be careful, considering what has happened already. I myself will be around my study doing my own research." "Yes, my lord," Sebastian said loyally with a graceful bow. Anna nodded silently. "You have my permission to leave," Seal said, and both servants left the study. Sebastian looked at Anna. "You stay around the estate and help out the young master," he told her gently. "I'll be going out to do a little investigating on my own, and I need to run a few errands. Not to mention I need to talk to Andrew Hawkins." He added silently, "Perhaps it's time I make a deal with this greater demon." Sebastian wandered off through the streets of London before entering an empty, deserted alleyway. His eyes narrowed as a dark smirk crept onto his lips. His eyes turned dark and demonic, and a demon's aura swirled around him. "I call upon greater demon Andrew Hawkins," he summoned, words in the ancient demon language rolling off his tongue. "If he accepts my request, let him present himself now." The wind died down around him for a moment before acting up again, and the next thing he knew, the greater demon stood before him in his tailcoat, adjusting his bow tie. "So, you must be desperate if you needed to summon me through the demonic ritual," Andrew Hawkins chuckled darkly. "Believe me, I would love to play around and mess with you right now, but I very well know I can't. If the ritual was used, a truce is held temporarily till the details are worked through." Sebastian smiled, the true grin of a demon. "I have quite a deal for you, Andrew Hawkins," he said, "and I'm sure that you will be most interested in it." In the isolated room of Andrew's demon chamber in the basement of the Ridley estate, the lesser and greater demons sat across each other at a round table. Tall silver candle holders held light wax, ice-blue flames lapping at the air. "So, what is this deal you wish to present me with?" Andrew Hawkins implored, his hands folded on the table. "You must have quite a proposition for me." Sebastian Michaelis nodded. "My offer is this. I will freely offer Angel Annabelle Phantomhive's soul to you," he offered. The greater demon's grin widened. "And in return?" "In return you shall capture the rogue angels Ash and Angela," Sebastian finished, "and have them hand-delivered to me." "You would truly sacrifice your beloved angel for the sake of your Earl's revenge?" Andrew implored in amusement, leaning forward on the table. Sebastian remained silent, which made the greater demon push harder. "Then let me ask you this, Sebastian Michaelis. Will you be able to live, knowing that you condemned an innocent angel, a friend, a lover, to her death at the hands of a greater demon?" In Sebastian's mind, he hesitated. If Anna ever knew what Sebastian was about to do, she would never forgive him. He had broken the laws of heaven by being with her. He had broken into heaven itself just to save her from being sent to purgatory, and he was now about to give up her soul just to help Earl Seal Phantomhive get his revenge. At his silence, Andrew chuckled darkly, leaning back in his chair. "Well," he said finally, "that appears to be quite a mix of emotions on your face. Obviously this decision was not made lightly. Nevertheless, I accept your proposition, therefore let us make the pact." Flourishing two pale white roses, he tossed one at Sebastian, and both cut into their wrists. allowing their blood to stain the pure petals of the thorny flower. Then in silence both tossed their roses to the other, turning the bloody roses purple. "Well, with this the deal is complete," Andrew sighed, inhaling the flower's non-existent scent. However, what he really was smelling was the beautiful scent of victory. "I won't ever surrender Annabelle's soul to anyone," Sebastian promised to himself. "I know that angels' souls cannot be taken, but willingly given, therefore Anna should be safe, right?" "Well, it's been a pleasure doing business with you, Sebastian Michaelis," Andrew Hawkins said with a dark grin. "If you ever find another angel worth devouring, let me know. I'm pretty open when it comes to deals. You know how to call me." Sebastian inspected the flower, understanding that the demonic rose now sealed Anna's fate. Only one thought rang through his mind. Just what have I done? The Phantom Hive butler was lost in his thoughts as he returned to the manor, the demonic rose tucked off in his breast pocket, and Sebastian Michaelis found a new emotion eating away at him. What emotion is this? He wondered. I've never felt this before. Is this guilt? "Welcome back, Sebastian," Annabelle Phantom Hive greeted. "Finished running your errands?" He nodded silently, giving her a quick kiss. "Any troubles with the young master during my absence?" he asked. The angel maid shook her head. "But while you were gone," she began unsurely, shivering slightly, "something didn't feel right. I just felt shivers run down my spine." She forced an uneasy laugh. "I'm being irrational, aren't I? It's probably nothing." Guilt tore at him, which was most unlike anything he's ever felt before. He wanted to tell her everything, or else lose her forever. Impulsively, he pulled her tightly against his chest, burying his face into her shoulder. "Sebastian?" Anna gasped in surprise. "But what's wrong? This is so unlike you." "I just missed you so much," he sighed, inhaling her sweet scent deeply. "I've been away from you for 21 hours straight, and that was unbearable. Even just a few hours away from you is painful." Pulling away, the demon gave the angel a deep, sweet kiss, but she pulled away with a wince. "What's wrong?" he asked, slight concern echoing in his voice. "I've got a sore spot," she sighed, poking at her lower back. "I think it's probably from laying in the snow on my back for nearly 21 straight hours. Either that or when I crashed in the first place." He grinned darkly. "Shall I make you feel better?" he purred. "I've just the perfect remedy." Bard, I just saw Sebastian and Anna go into her room," Maylene explained quickly. "Do you think that they're going to?" "Let's go take a look," Bard said with a grin. "This would make excellent blackmail material on that damn butler." Quickly they ran to the servants' room. Both of them eagerly listened to discover what the two head servants were doing, and they could hear their conversation through the door. "Sebastian, do you really want to do this right now?" Anna demanded. Bard and Maylene pressed their ears against the door to hear what was going on, and they heard movement coming from inside. Without warning, they heard hard groans coming from Anna's lips. "Ooh, Sebastian, it hurts," she winced. "Do you need to be so rough?" He chuckled. "The pain is only momentary," he assured her. "I'll make you feel good, Anna," he purred seductively. Immediately the two blushed. "Are they actually having?" Bard breathed. "Sebastian, it hurts," Anna gasped. "Need you be so hard?" They heard Sebastian sigh from inside the room. "It's supposed to hurt," he told her. "Initially, anyway. It'll help you in the long run, believe me." She groaned. "Do they really do it like this in the Eastern Islands?" she implored. "Yes," he answered, "and it's a common practice, too. I was taught by a professional." Bard's eye twitched. "They give lessons on that sort of stuff," he thought in horror. "Oh," Anna hissed, "that really hurt." "Anna, your muscles are so tight," the butler scolded her with a sigh. "If you relax, it won't hurt as much." She sighed, trying to relax. "Which oil did you use?" she implored, sniffling. "It smells pretty nice." "Lavender," he answered, "freshly imported." Blood gushed from Maylene's nose. "They're using lavender oil as lubricant," she thought. "They're so kinky." "Normally they don't use oil, right?" Anna noted. "It's not needed," Sebastian told her. "In this sort of activity, oil is definitely not needed. It just makes it too slippery. However, in your case, it will make you feel better." More blood gushed from the perverted sniper's nose. "A little more to the left?" Anna sighed, apparently getting more into it. Sebastian grunted in approval. "See, I told you that you would get more into it," he said. "Feel good?" "Oh, yeah," she moaned in pleasure. "That's the spot. Harder, Sebastian, harder. The butler's grunts quickened, and immediately the idiot trio began to shrink away. "Perhaps we shouldn't be hearing this," Bard stammered nervously. "If Sebastian caught us, we'd be deader than dead." "If the young master saw us doing this, what do you think he would say?" Sebastian snickered in amusement. "He'd probably demand of us what in the world we're doing and why," Anna replied. "It would kind of be awkward to explain." Hell, it would, Bard thought. The young master would never be so calm if he walked in on two people doing that. "What the hell are you two doing?" Seal demanded, approaching them. "Is Sebastian and Anna in there?" "And no, Dee, don't go in there." Immediately they protested. The young earl looked taken aback in surprise. "Why not? This is my home. I should have right to go anywhere I want." No, he knocked on the door before entering, and immediately Bard and Maylene looked away, faces red. "What in the world are you two doing?" Seal demanded. Sebastian was standing with his bare feet on Anna's back as she lay across the top of her desk. "Forgive us, young master," he said. Anna had previously mentioned about a sore spot on her back that we believe she got from the accident, and I offered to give her a back walking massage I learned previously when I went to the Eastern Islands. Immediately the chef and maid felt like the two biggest idiots in the world. Both Sebastian and Anna were the head servants of the Queen's watchdog Phantom Hive. Would they really tarnish the Phantom Hive name by risking SX in the daytime? Seal's nose wrinkled. "Is that lavender I smell?" Sebastian smiled. "Your perception is as sharp as ever, young master. In the art of back walking, oil is not used, probably for safety purposes," he explained. "But since Anna's perception of smell is a little weak due to her cold, the lavender is to help me tell whether I'm stepping on the right spots to help her fully regain her sense of smell." "HMPH?" the Earl snorted. "Well, in any case, finish up here and meet me in the study. I may have found something that may prove useful to us." Chapter 27, A Lost Friend. "Seal, what have you found?" Anna implored softly. "I was looking through my ancestors' books and found a journal by one of my earliest ancestors," the young Earl explained, presenting an old green book. "A journal by Lady Annabel Marie Phantom Hive before she was burned at the stake." He looked directly at Anna with an analytical look in his eye. The angel winced at the memory. "Wait, I wrote a journal?" she noted, tilting her head to the side in thought and a hint of confusion. "That was so long ago, I can't remember." "Well, nevertheless, I found something interesting that you wrote in here," Seal said. "Let me read it. Dated on the 20th of March, while I was taking Richard and Sarah out for a walk, I was met by a strange-looking man that called himself a greater demon named Andrew Hawkins. He told me that he was interested in my soul, but I have no idea what he's talking about. Honestly, I think he's just a little messed up in the head." Anna's brow furrowed. I don't have any memory of this at all," she stammered, feeling a sharp pain in her head, and her expression reflected what she was feeling. "Anna," Sebastian said in alarm. "Anna, what's wrong?" Something's blocking my memory," she gasped. I don't remember any of this. It hurts just trying to remember." Very gently, the demon touched his lips against her forehead, drawing out the pain. "Interesting," he noted. "This mental block placed has the scent of a demon, a very familiar demon, too." Seal raised an eyebrow. "So are you saying that Andrew Hawkins has met Anna before when she was still human, and that he's been keeping an eye on her since that time?" "So it appears," he answered. Suddenly Anna tensed, feeling a sharp pain of loss within her, a deep loss of memory that seemed crucial to the issues at hand. "So, Seal, what did you find that would help?" "You also wrote in your journal that the greater demon had told you that angels and demons could only be slain by weapons of angelic and demonic origins, and that greater demons were no different," the young Earl said. "Do you both have any weapons of the sort on you?" "The dagger of light I gave you is one," Anna responded. "I have an arsenal as well, but I keep them up in heaven. But that doesn't mean they're unreachable. It wouldn't take me too long to fly back up and get what I need. I only keep a few with me." "And I've never really needed to have any weapons with me," Sebastian added. "Most of the problems we used to deal with were mainly mundane ones, with the exception of the Shinigami, but we haven't had too much trouble with them." He looked back amusingly at Seal. "So, young master, your orders?" Suddenly the door pushed slightly open and Fang and Kylie padded into the room. "Good day, everyone," the angelic cat greeted easily. "Any luck on finding any leads?" The only lead we have is that Andrew appears to have been following Anna ever since she was human, Seal noted. The cat was surprised. Whoa, he murmured, looking up at his partner. And you have no memory of this, I'm guessing? She shook her head. I think he's placed a mental block on my memories of that time, she guessed. But maybe I'll be able to get them back. Somehow. By the way, where were you two? While Kylie was napping, I took a quick flight around London to see whether I could pick up any strange scents or anything, the cat explained. And, Sebastian pushed expectantly. Nothing, I'm afraid, Fang answered. Unfortunately, I cannot find any traces in the slightest of Andrew Hawkins. Then afterwards I came back to the manor and found Kylie waiting for me, and then we came here to see whether you guys found anything. Seal snorted. Andrew Hawkins must be lying low right now after what happened with kidnapping me and all, he predicted. Unfortunately, you didn't have the opportunity to hurt him with the dagger of light, Anna mused. If you did, it would have probably bought us a little more time. We should still be prepared, as he could strike any time. I doubt it, considering the deal we made, Sebastian thought, making sure that Anna was unable to hear these secret thoughts. If he's planning on making a strike on anyone, it should be those angels Ash and Angela, who should be prepared. By the way, the butler's young lord suddenly brought up, Anna, how was it that you sent your thoughts to me when we were both being held captive by that greater demon? She smiled at him. I'm an angel, she reminded, and you are my descendant after all. Naturally, there's some of my blood running through your veins, and we're bonded through that blood. It's kind of like the blood bond between Sebastian and me, except for you and me, it's between family blood. Angelic powers only strengthen that connection enough so that telepathy can be used between us. Could I do the same and use telepathy as well? Seal asked curiously, raising an eyebrow as he leaned forward on his elbows. Only if you're trying to contact me, you should be able to, Anna said. However, the distance would probably be limited to a relatively close distance, considering you're inexperienced in it as well. With some practice, I'm sure you could contact me almost anywhere in London. Scoffing, the Earl of Phantom Hive took a moment to ponder before finally sighing. Well, Sebastian, Anna, continue seeking out any useful information, he ordered, and if you happen to find even the slightest hint regarding the whereabouts of Andrew Hawkins, immediately come and tell me. Yes, my lord, Sebastian said loyally. However, young master at current, it is time for Annabel and I to make dinner. Many hours after dinner, Anna went to check up on Seal in the library as he was doing some reading. If you don't mind my asking, Seal, she began curiously, what are you reading? He took a sip of his tea. Reading your old diaries, he said bluntly, as if there were no problems with invading her privacy like that. She flushed in embarrassment. Is it really necessary, Seal? She asked shyly. I didn't write anything embarrassing in there, right? Well, you did talk about your fiancée quite a bit, he sighed, flipping easily through the pages. Well, I know not to show Sebastian, that's for sure. But you need not worry. There are no dirty secrets or anything. Fang and Kylie rose from their curled-up positions further in the library before padding over to them. Anna, Kylie and I have been resting since I returned this afternoon, Fang explained. We're going to see what we can dig up tonight, okay? We'll be back in the morning. Anna nodded. Be careful, she warned. If you happen to run into Andrew, don't confront him. I don't want anything to happen to you. The angelic cat nodded, flicking his tail at the black feline beside him. Let's go, he said, and both cats dashed out of the library as it clicked close behind them. Do you honestly think that this demon would confront two cats in the middle of the night? Seal asked, raising an eyebrow in disapproval. The angel bit her lip, her eyebrows tightening. You never know, she said. There was a soft knock on the door before Sebastian poked his head through. Sorry to intrude, young master, but it's getting late. Time for bed. Sighing, Seal shut the diary and stood up, stretching. Very well. After they had tucked Seal into bed, Sebastian led Anna to his bedroom. Upon arrival, he kissed her feverishly as he used his demonic powers to blow out the candles illuminating the room. Sebastian. She panted, pinned between Sebastian's body and the wall. Wait. His ruby eyes were practically glowing in the darkness as he peered into her twin azure orbs. What is it? He asked. I'm just still amazed, she explained. I never imagined that I would fall in love. Her smile widened. You know, when I was human, my dream was always to fall in love, get married, and perhaps one day have a family. But I just never knew that I would fall in love when I was an angel." Sebastian's lips brushed against hers softly. "Annabelle, I never believed there was such thing as true, real love until I met you," he told her. "You are my everything now." His words suddenly stung his heart, as he suddenly remembered that he had dealt away Anna's soul in return for assisting Seal with his revenge. His mouth pressed against hers, his tongue sliding into her mouth to meet hers, and she melted into his embrace before they began removing each other's clothing as they moved towards the bed. Anna instantly raised an angel barrier around the room as they fell together into bed. The couple constantly made passionate love that night, but little did they know that while the two of them were in an embrace of passion, another couple was heading into huge trouble. The next morning, after Anna and Sebastian had finished dressing, the angel sighed tiredly. "I feel sorer than our first time," she told him. "Might it be from my cold as well?" Straightening his tie, he shrugged. "Perhaps," he said, "but how do you feel otherwise?" "I'm okay," she replied, "but there's a dark feel of dread in my heart, even though I don't know why." Sebastian strode over to give her a tender kiss as he held her against his hips. "I'm sure everything's fine," he assured, running his fingers through her silver hair. Hugging herself against him, she pressed her cheek against his chest and closed her eyes. "I love you, Sebastian," she murmured. Tilting her head up to him, he kissed her deeply. "I love you, too," he replied. "Good morning, Seal," Anna greeted. "How do you feel this morning?" "Pretty good," he muttered incomprehensively. She nodded in approval. That's good," she said. "There didn't seem to be much trouble last night. I've heard no word from Fang either, nor have Sebastian, and I sensed anything out of place." I suppose that's good news," the Earl decided. Anna shrugged. "I guess," she said, "but I'd prefer it if we actually had some leads. Even one would be good." There was a knock on the door before Sebastian pushed in a trolley. "Good morning, young master," he greeted. "Would you like scones or biscuits in accompaniment of your tea today?" "By the way," the angel interrupted, "I was hoping to ask, have either of you seen Fang?" Seal looked at her. "He went out with Kylie last night," he responded, "but I haven't seen him around since." Anna bit her lip. "Something doesn't feel right," she said. "He hasn't contacted me at all. Normally he'd just let me know that he was okay. Guys, I think something's wrong. He's not responding to my calls either." The Earl twitched. "I'm guessing that you want me to allow you to go and find him," he assumed. "Well, Sebastian and I will go with you. Perhaps we'll find something out as well. Sebastian, I'll take breakfast later." "As you wish, young master." "Well then," Sebastian finalized, "shall we go?" Anna flew through the air as quickly as she could, Sebastian leaping across the rooftops with Seal in his arms close behind. "Come on, Fang. Please be all right," Anna prayed in her heart. "Please let nothing happen to him." Their endeavor led them outside to the outskirts of the city. In the snow-covered, frozen field, at first nothing seemed wrong, however. There was an uneasy tint of blood drifting with the wind. "Fang! Fang! Where are you?" Anna called. Immediately they heard an alarmed meow before finding a single familiar black cat dash towards them before leaping into Sebastian's arms. Disturbed, Anna began running frantically around, looking for her beloved feline partner. "Kylie, what are you doing so far from home?" Sebastian implored before noticing her fur was sticky with blood. "Where's Fang?" "Fang!" Anna's scream pierced the air, backing up in horror before she felt Sebastian's hands grab her shoulders, supporting her. "Oh no," Sebastian thought in horror. "I'm pretty sure Andrew was the one who did this. He will pay for this, to cause Anna this much pain, by attacking the one closest to her." The angelic cat was deeply injured, ragged scratches across his meek body, and one of his wings had been torn off, the other feathered wing practically ruined. His claws were broken, and Anna knew that Fang had used the last of his strength to transform back into his tiny cat form, knowing that staying in his panther form would only attract attention. His left ear was slightly torn, and his beautiful white fur was matted with dirt and blood. Clumps of white fur had been torn out, exposing raw skin. The cat lay on his side in the middle of a huge circle, obviously drawn by the monster that did this to him. "Anna?" Fang's voice rasped in her head. "Fang!" she shouted, failing to pry herself from Sebastian's hard grip. The demon knew that there was no way that Anna could break through the circle barrier around the cat, allowing him to die. "Fang, hold on. I'll heal you." "Hey, Anna, don't," the feline told her. "Why, you're not strong enough." Tears poured from her eyes. "T, then, I'll get Michael to do it," she wept. "H, he can get you fixed up in a quick second." "Anna," Sebastian chatted softly, "you can't break through the barrier, and neither can I. Andrew Hawkins did this. I can recognize the signature." "Kylie," the dying feline said gently, "I'm sorry I could not spend the rest of my 9 lives with you." The black cat screeched in horror, not wanting to allow him to die. "Fang, Fang, no, please no," Anna cried. "You can't die, Fang. You've been with me for so long, you can't leave me now." "Sebastian, take good care of Anna," Fang said. "Please, don't let anything happen to her." "I promise I'll take care of her," the demon butler promised. "Anna, I'm proud to call myself your partner," Fangorn Angelista told her affectionately, blinking golden eyes at her for the last time. "I will watch over you always." As the feline's eyes closed for the last time, Kylie meowed in bitter sorrow. "Fang!" Anna's scream resonated through the air as she broke to her knees, uncontrollable sobs racking her entire body as she shook frantically in helplessness. Tossing her head back, she screamed the cat's name to the heavens. Seal looked at Sebastian. "Are you sure that Andrew Hawkins is the one responsible for this?" he asked quietly. The demon butler nodded. "It's unmistakable," he agreed, just as silently. "Only he would do something like this to such a beautiful cat." Gently he pulled Anna into his chest, squeezing her tightly, knowing that he had partial blame for this, even though it was true that he actually had no idea that Andrew was going to do this. Without warning, the cat's body glowed with pale light for a moment before Fang dissipated into a plume of white feathers, floating up into the sky before disappearing out of sight, and Anna cried her tears of terrible loss. "Fang, don't leave me!" the angel wept. "Fang!" "Anna?" Sebastian thought pitifully, stroking her hair as he held her against his chest. "I'm so sorry, Anna. Forgive me for ever allowing this to happen." His lips brushed her forehead in apology before lightly meeting her lips with his. "Sebastian," she wept bitterly, "what should I do? I don't know how to track Andrew." "And H. He hushed, hugging her close against him. "Don't worry, I promise you." Demonic eyes glowed. "Andrew Hawkins will pay for what he's done." Chapter 28. Damn loopholes. Anna had holed herself up in her room, still deeply in grief at her loss, and Kylie was with her. In the meantime, Sebastian and Seal were in the study, contemplating about what to do next. "Well, these have been some unfortunate circumstances," Seal sighed. "What had been lost cannot be regained. Sebastian, out of curiosity, do you know what happens to angels that die?" "Their souls are sent to the forbidden first level of heaven, where we normal angels aren't allowed to enter," Anna murmured as she quietly entered the study. Her hair was a little messy, her eyes were puffed up and swollen, and she looked like a wreck. "Only the highest archangels are able to enter and leave freely, but otherwise the souls of angels that die go there, and can be given the choice of eternal happiness or become a holy guardian angel." "Oh, Anna," Sebastian sighed, moving to her side, "you don't need to be here right now." She shook her head, sniffling. I'll feel much better when we catch that lowly demon that did this to Fang." She swore. Seal stared at her for a moment before turning to his faithful butler. "Sebastian, leave us be," he ordered. "I wish to speak to her alone." Sebastian looked back from Anna to his young master before bowing. "As you wish, young master," he responded obligingly. As he turned to leave, his gaze lingered worriedly on the angel before leaving the premises. "What is it, Seal?" Anna implored quietly. "Anna," he began awkwardly, "if it's any consolation, I swear that we'll get Andrew Hawkins and make him pay." She remained silent, blinking. Is he trying to console me? She wondered. The much-feared Queen's watchdog, Earl Seal Phantomhive, is trying to console me. There was just something funny about it. Seal flushed in embarrassment and scowled. "Well, say something." "Seal," she said softly, "do you really believe that there is no getting back what once was lost?" He closed his eyes, leaning back in his chair. "Yes, I believe that," he said, and his hand unconsciously brushed over the ring on his thumb. The angel closed her eyes sadly. In quick strides she was by his side, her arms warm around him. Seal flushed in embarrassment and surprise. "And Anna," he breathed in surprise. Tears fell from her eyes as her body quietly shook, crying for Seal's lost innocence, crying for Fang, crying for Kylie, crying for herself and what had been taken from her. Unconsciously, her wings rose from her back and wrapped around them both, basking them in warmth as a grieved comfort flowed into them. "Seal, I'm so sorry," she apologized. "You're still yet so young, but you've gone through so much pain." He snorted. "The past can't be changed, Annabelle," he told her flatly. "Crying about it now won't do much help. But—" his expression softened. "Thank you for crying for me. Thank you for crying where I couldn't," he added silently. My, what do we have here?" Sebastian murmured in slight amusement as he re-entered the room after knocking. "Is everything all right here, young master, Anna?" The angel's wings retracted as she sniffed, pulling away from the young earl toward Sebastian. Her wings vanished as Anna wiped away her tears, standing next to the stoic butler. "Anna," he said softly, "feel free to head back to your room. I'll bring you some warm milk later." She shook her head. If I can't perform my duty now," she sniffed, "there is no place for me here in the Phantom Hive Manor." Seal smiled darkly. "Well spoken," he said. "Now, Sebastian, what do you want?" The butler returned the smile. "I am pleased to inform you that it seems that Ash and Angela have been caught in a certain trap I set," he told them both. "Please come with me." Their venture led them back to the deserted warehouse where Seal had been formerly held hostage by Andrew Hawkins before he had been rescued by Anna. In the midst of the wreckage inside the warehouse, a single metal birdcage stood in its center, nearly as tall as the ceiling. Inside the cage stood two less than impressed angels, glaring menacingly at their new guests. Anna's unique angel brand stood out on their necks, the only true scar left on their otherwise flawless skin. Sebastian chuckled darkly. "It's good to see you again," he greeted, "feeling like caged birds." "Very funny demon," Ash scowled. "If I was out of here, I'd rip you to shreds." Anna turned to Sebastian in wonder. "Just how did you trap these two in here?" she asked. "Just the entire process in general is difficult to imagine. How in the world were you able to pull this off, Sebastian?" "Through me," Andrew Hawkins stepped into view from behind the birdcage. "You should be thanking me for this, Annabelle Phantom Hive." Immediately, Anna got into defensive position in front of Seal, glaring at the greater demon. "What the hell are you talking about?" she hissed at him. "You should thank that boyfriend of yours," he said, gesturing towards Sebastian. "He made a deal with me, one that was nearly impossible to decline." The angel whirled on him in alarm. "Yes, Sebastian?" she breathed. "Sebastian, what is the meaning of this?" Seal demanded. "What deal did you make with him?" The butler bowed deeply in apology. "I apologize for not informing you of this deal earlier, young master, but I had my own reasons." Andrew grinned. "Your butler, lesser demon Sebastian Michaelis, came to me asking me to capture these two rogue angels and have them hand-delivered to him," he informed them. "And here they are, Sebastian. It was helpful finding them by spilling the blood of that little cat. Anyway, now that my side of the deal is done, you must keep your side of the bargain." Anna's eyes widened, the horror in her eyes unmistakable. "Sebastian, you knew what would happen to Fang." No, the Phantom Hive butler protested. "I had no idea that Andrew was going to kill Fang. Anna, you have to believe me." Andrew cackled at the drama unfolding before him. "Oh, how amusing," he said. "Well, killing that cat was part of a deal I made with another acquaintance of mine." "How dare you?" Anna hissed, an icy blue aura flaming around her. "How dare you kill someone that precious to me? Fang has been with me for hundreds of years. How dare you take him away from me?" "Anna, calm down," Seal told her. "Your rage won't help out at all. Keep calm and collected, and think this through before you act." Shivers tingled down her spine as her aura fizzed away, but the fire burning in her eyes did not waver or dim in the slightest. The greater demon smirked, obviously unfazed by this new development. Raising his hands, his eyes began to glow with that demonic purple glint. "Arise, la barrière de humains," he called, and instantaneously a huge circle was drawn around the entire perimeter, a black and purple barrier rising from the ground up. "Seal!" Anna shouted, lunging at the young earl as she barreled him to the ground as black lightning struck the place where he formerly stood. Immediately the angel raised a barrier around him. "Seal, whatever happens, don't move from out of this spot. The moment you leave this protective barrier, this barrière de humains will kill you within seconds." "Barrier of humans? What the hell is this?" The now irritated earl growled. "It's a barrier that kills all humans within its perimeter," Sebastian explained. his eyes not leaving the grinning greater demon. "I apologize for not saving you, young master. However, I cannot take my focus off Andrew Hawkins. For even one moment else he would make a move that I would probably be too late for. Plus, I knew that Anna would probably save you anyway." A low growl emitted from Seal's throat as he glared at his demon butler. "How utterly amusing," Andrew said, walking over to the bird cage sealing Ash and Angela. He snapped his fingers, and the locks were broken, the rogue angels breaking free. "What is the meaning of this?" Sebastian demanded angrily. This was not part of our agreement. He tried to move, but suddenly found that he couldn't, realizing immediately that he had been placed under Andrew's compulsion. The greater demon smiled at him. "My part of the agreement was that I would capture the rogue angels Ash and Angela and have them hand-delivered to you, was it not?" he reminded, and the loophole was suddenly so obvious, but he decided to point it out to the obviously stupid lesser demon. "You never said that anything against my letting them go. Actually, this was also another bargain I made. With these two angels, Ash and Angela. In return for letting them go, they would lead me to kill that angel cat Fangorn Angelista." A grieving rage fluttered throughout Anna's body. The two angels smirked. "Sebastian," Seal hissed, "just how deep are you into this?" Andrew dipped his head towards the fallen angels. "It was a pleasure doing business with you both," he said, and immediately the two rogue angels broke a hole in the roof of the warehouse and flew out with great speed. "Come back here," Anna screamed, her wings expanding to go after them, but Andrew was quicker. The greater demon appeared behind the angel and stabbed her in the back with a short dagger before plunging a needle into her neck, instantly draining all of her energy as she dropped to her knees, her wings sagging as she slumped, blood flowing from in between her shoulder blades. "Anna," Sebastian called, trying to take a step towards her, but he couldn't. "Not so fast, Sebastian Michaelis," Andrew said, and under the weight of the greater demon's orders, Sebastian felt the compulsion weigh down on him even more. The evil demon circled around the weakened angel analytically. "We did have a deal after all." Seal whirled on his butler. "Sebastian," he barked, "just what have you done?" Anna weakly raised her head, looking at the demon butler she fell in love with. "Sebastian, what is he talking about?" she asked him, her eyes filled with a dull pain from the stab wound. Andrew seemed even more amused. "Oh, so you haven't told them about the deal we made," he sneered, yanking Anna's head back by her silver hair. "That butler that you so care about offered your soul in exchange for his young master's goal to capture those two rogue angels." The angel looked at her lover, her eyes wide in disbelief. "Sebastian, you really didn't, did you?" she breathed, and the tone of betrayal was unmistakable in her voice. Sebastian offered his lover's soul. "For me?" Seal thought in utter disbelief. "I'll admit I'm surprised, but I suppose that this is where Sebastian's true loyalties lie." The lesser demon looked away shamefully. "Annabelle, please understand that this—" "I don't want to hear your excuses, Sebastian," she cut off, tears freely falling down her beautiful azure eyes. I thought you loved me, Sebastian," she whimpered. "I do love you," he argued. "You know that I don't lie." "If you love me, Sebastian," she retorted bitterly, "then why did you choose to damn my soul to the likes of a greater demon?" "Anna, Sebastian fumbled with his words, knowing that he really had betrayed her. This was uncommon for the butler to be so hesitant, but it was impossible to avoid it, since now the truth was staring at him straight in the eyes. Without warning, Andrew drew his demon sword Lucifer and plunged it through Anna's heart, the end of the red-bladed sword protruding from her chest, blood dripping off the end. Blood-stained feathers dropped off of her wings as they faded. "No!" Sebastian cried. As Anna's life faded, pained, betrayed eyes engaged his ruby orbs, and a deeper sense of guilt flooded through him. "W-Y-D did why you T this to me," she rasped, "is Sebastian." After heavy lids drooped over her sightless azure eyes, Andrew heartlessly tore his blade from Anna's body, allowing the angel's carcass to sink to the ground, blood pooling from her body, staining the beautiful white red. Sebastian felt her death, the contract between the both of them immediately shattered. It was like a part of him was ripped from him with her death, and it hurt like hell. Worse, if possible. "Oh, no," Seal muttered in panic, looking around at the angel barrier, worried that it was going to fall with Anna's death. Fortunately for him, it stayed. "Anna, I'm so sorry." As much as Sebastian wanted to run to Anna's side and hold her, the compulsion Andrew had him under kept him in his place, unable to move from his spot. "Sebastian, do something," Seal ordered. "That's an order." His butler's lips curled up into a hiss. "Believe me, young master, I would if I could," he responded. Andrew withdrew a bottle from his pocket, bending down to stain the clear glass with Anna's blood. He inhaled deeply over Anna's body, as if he were inhaling a delicious meal. "Get away from her," Sebastian hissed, though the threat was completely empty, as they all knew he could not move. The greater demon ignored him. "Now I extract the soul," he murmured as he used his demonic powers to extract a white light from Anna's body into the bottle before he corked it. "Now I can keep her soul till I figure out how to devour an angel's soul." Sebastian's eyes widened in realization. "I am possible. But how?" "I've been living in isolation for hundreds of years," he interrupted with an evil laugh. "Don't think I don't know about the secret of the angels. Well, in any case, I bid you thanks, Sebastian Michaelis. That pain she felt at being betrayed shall make the best seasoning." Lowering the barriere de humains, greater demon Andrew Hawkins smirked darkly at both Sebastian and Seal before vanishing in wisps of black smoke, the compulsion on Sebastian being removed as well. The orange barrier around Seal began to deteriorate as it was no longer needed, fluttering up into the sky. Even in death, Anna had protected him. "Annabelle," Sebastian murmured guiltily as he sank to his knees next to Anna's cold, bloody form, taking the angel that had been the love of his life into his arms. I'm sorry. I never meant for this to happen." Seal hesitantly stepped towards them. "Sebastian," he said quietly, "is she—" Sebastian pulled Anna's head against his chest, closing his eyes. "Yes, young master," he answered quietly, "she's gone. Her soul has been taken by Andrew Hawkins, and I have failed to protect her." Angry at the loss of his dear ancestor, the Earl of Phantomhive slapped his butler across the face. "What were you thinking, Sebastian?" he scolded him. "You knew that Andrew Hawkins was a cunning, conniving demon, yet you trusted him. Because of this, you may very well killed Anna yourself." The truth was that after all of their ordeals, Seal had found it in his cold heart to care for his dear ancestor. She protected him and cared for him like a loving mother. But now it no longer mattered. Sebastian cupped Anna's cold cheek in his palm, gently kissing her on the forehead before laying her down on her back. He took off his tailcoat, draping it over her body. He bowed his head in sadness and regret. "Annabelle, forgive me," he murmured sadly. "I never meant to lose you. I promise you I'll get your soul back and save you. Somehow." "Well, what are we to do now?" Seal implored, not knowing what to say to the obviously distressed demon butler. A demonic aura hissed around Sebastian's form as his eyes glowed purple, a wide smile of anger displayed on his face. "We're going to get back her soul, of course," he answered. "This time, it's personal." Chapter 29, Mourning a Grave Loss. Sebastian and Seal headed back to the manor, Sebastian carrying his heavy burden on his back, covered with his now bloodied tailcoat. "I'll prepare some warm milk for you after we get back," the butler told his master quietly as he carried him in his arms. Seal didn't respond, still angry at the butler for what had happened. The young earl was tired. The death of his beloved ancestor was hard, especially when she did not deserve to die. "You've got some explaining to do when we get back." They snuck into the manor from the back door, Seal heading off to his room, while the butler took his fallen angel back to her room. After placing her on the bed, he removed his tailcoat, finding that her body was no longer covered in crimson. Immediately he remembered the time her spilled blood had faded when they had engaged battle with the angel that they believed had been dead. "Annabelle, I'm so sorry." Sebastian apologized, a faint guilt sewn into his voice. This sort of feeling was something he had never felt before. This feeling of knowing that he had betrayed someone he loved so dearly. The angel looked so beautiful, serene even in death. The wound was ragged, her skin pale. Sebastian took the liberty to do his best and close her wounds and change her into a nightgown, tucking her into bed. She looked as if she were only sleeping, but the coldness of the room and the lack of presence sank the bitter truth into the demon. Sebastian leaned down and pressed his forehead against hers, closing his eyes. "I love you, Annabelle," he whispered to her. "I love you so much. Truly I do." Very gently he pressed his mouth against her cold lips, tasting both the essence of the angel as well as the bitterness of death. He smiled softly at her, stroking her smooth silver hair. They'd been through a lot together, and she had trusted him, and he had betrayed her. "Anna, I promise I'll get your soul back," he promised to her, his hand over his chest. I will see my reflection in your beautiful azure eyes once more, and I will hear those soft lips speak my name. Even if it's in hatred and loathing, I don't care, as long as I get you back." He pressed his lips against her forehead, sealing the promise he had just made to her. "On my honor and pride as a demon," he swore in his mind, "I promise I'll bring your soul back to your body and bring you back, no matter what it takes." Sebastian brushed away her bangs from her face, cradling her cheek in the palm of his hand. Kissing the fallen angel, he bowed his head in respect for a moment before he forced himself to rise from her side. He inhaled deeply, as he knew he had to come up with some excuse to explain Anna's absence to the rest of the Phantom Hive Manor servants. Shooting one last lingering glance at the now deceased angel Annabelle Marie Phantom Hive, Sebastian Michaelis closed the door behind him and locked it tight, sealing away her body, as well as his feelings. There would be no love nor compassion for what he needed to do to get her back. Seal Phantom Hive sat at his desk, greatly fatigued at what had happened during that fateful hour in the abandoned warehouse. Biting his lip, he inhaled deeply before letting out a shaky breath. Quietly, he left the study, wandering down the surprisingly solemn hallways before stopping at Anna's door. Guessing that Sebastian would have locked it to prevent anyone from entering, he drew out the key from his pocket and began inserting it into the keyhole before a strong grip stopped him, a firm grip around his tiny wrist. Looking up to his side, Sebastian stared down at his young master. "Young master," the demon butler said gently, "I'm afraid I cannot let you in there." Seal glared at him as he attempted to pry his arm free. "Get your hand off me," he hissed. "You have no right to tell me what I can and cannot do, especially when you betrayed the angel you claimed to love so cruelly." There was no comment that Sebastian could say that could soften the harshness of those words, especially when it was known to be true. Respectfully and quietly, Sebastian removed his hand from Seal's sleeve, allowing the Earl to unlock the door and enter the eerily silent bedroom. Seal stepped inside, silently approaching the beautiful angel before sitting on her bedside, reaching out to stroke her silver hair. "Anna, forgive me for having such a terrible butler," he wished silently. "I had no idea that he was planning this." Her hands were folded over her stomach, her blankets pulled up under her shoulders, and Seal leaned down to kiss her brow. Sebastian stood outside the room, looking in with an expressionless mask. There was no love nor compassion in his eyes, only the cold cruelness of the demon he truly needed to be. "Young master, I will be departing temporarily to do some research in the demon archives," he announced. "I humbly request that you stay here in the manor until my return." "Go," Seal hissed at him, and the butler bowed once more, closing the door before departing, leaving Seal alone with his ancestor's body. "Damn it," the young Earl thought, taking off his eye patch to reveal the contract shining in his eye. "Why am I getting so worked up over this? Why do I feel like I need to wring Sebastian's neck for getting Anna killed?" Suddenly he felt something wet travel down his cheeks, and he raised his hand to touch his face, pulling it away to find his fingers wet. "Am I crying?" he wondered as he furiously rubbed at his eyes. "Why the hell do my eyes sting? Why am I crying for her? She's just a maid, isn't she?" But he knew very well that she wasn't. She was a very important ancestor, and for the past while she had become a mother to him, always taking care and watching over him. He felt a sudden warmth wash over him in the room, and could hear a soft sweeping of wings. "So it's true," a sad voice murmured regretfully. "She really is gone." Seal raised his head to see Michael land on the carpet, apparently having come through the roof, his pure white wings spread wide and glowering with a soft light. "You—" Seal mumbled, a little unsurprised at the angel's sudden appearance. "Did you sense it?" Michael dipped his head, walking over to the bedside and reaching to stroke Anna's cheek. "We all sensed Annabelle's passing," he explained, "but we also sensed that she did not join those on the first level of heaven." "The demon Andrew Hawkins stole her soul," the Earl agreed quietly. "Rather, damn Sebastian traded her soul to him." The angel bristled at the lesser demon's name. "Where is said demon?" he hissed. "Most of us are holding him responsible for the deaths of Anna as well as Fangorn." "He mentioned something about research in the demon archives," Seal answered. "He's planning on getting her soul back, it seems." Michael turned to look at Seal, the light in his golden eyes dimming slightly. "Your eyes are red, Earl Phantom Hive," he noted. "Have you been crying?" Seal flushed in embarrassment as he twisted his head away in denial. "And no, I just got something in my eyes, that's all," he lied. He saw right through the guys, but chose not to say anything, knowing that he himself was delved deep in grief. Sadly, he looked down at Anna. "You know, I watched over her while she was still human as a sort of guardian angel to her. I fell in love with her inexplicably kind and caring nature, with her pure heart. Even though she was tasked as the Queen's watchdog to eliminate all those who opposed the royal family, she tried her best to do it in non-lethal ways. Rarely was she forced to actually eliminate her targets, but she always protected what she knew was important. The way she was killed was terrible, to be burnt at the stake. I tried all that I could to lessen her agony, but as she was dying, I realized that she was going through the cleansing of a birthing angel, and before I knew it, she became the angel that I came to love so dearly." He explained, a melancholic smile touching his perfect lips. "When we actually came to meet, when we were chosen for each other, she didn't really like me much." "How do you know so much about me?" Annabel Phantomhive implored, tilting her head to the side. Michael smiled at her. "I've been watching over you for a long, long time now," he told her. "Not to be mean or anything," she replied, "but that's kinda creepy. That smile you have on your face right now isn't very reassuring either. Chosen or not, do you mind staying away from me, at least for a little while?" Finding her hesitance both amusing and attractive, he chuckled before nodding, and quickly Anna made her goodbye and flew away. Watching after her, he decided that their time together would not at all be boring. Eventually, she grew to like me, even love me, even if it wasn't in the same way as she did Sebastian, Michael concluded, closing his eyes. Even if her love for me wasn't romantic, it was enough for me. I could see that she really tried to fall for me, but she never found me in that special place in her heart. At first I was angered when I learned that she had fallen in love with Sebastian, angry that a demon had succeeded where I couldn't. "You appeared to be quite jealous," Seal agreed. The angel nodded. "But I eventually came to accept it, because I realized that she was happiest with him. Or so that's what I thought," he said. "If I had known that this was to be her fate, I would have stopped them from getting closer to each other at all costs." Seal looked down at Anna. "I was surprised when it was revealed that Sebastian had traded her soul," he admitted. "I had honestly thought that Sebastian's loyalties had begun to change from me to her. But to learn that he would actually trade away his lover's soul for my sake, there are no words." "I, too, was surprised to feel Anna's death," Michael stated with a heavy sigh. "I had honestly believed that Sebastian Michaelis had been changed by Anna, as he had also agreed to the terms upon which the Council of Angels would accept their love. But I guess in the end, demons are demons." "You still may be wrong about Sebastian," Seal suddenly defended. "He seems to be working hard to try and get Anna's soul back. This is the first time he's ever truly lost since he's been in my employment, and I don't think he's planning on repeating it any time soon." Michael sighed heavily. "Well, if he's truly planning on getting Anna's soul back, then I support him all the way," he said. "I'm still angry with him for allowing this all to happen in the first place, but if he is in need of any assistance, just give me a holler, and I'll try to come as soon as I can to provide whatever assistance you need." The young Earl nodded silently before Michael leaned down to press his lips against Anna's forehead, cradling her cheek before standing up. "I must depart now," he said, his eyes flashing behind him to the door as he sensed an all too familiar demonic presence outside the room. "The next time I come to visit, I hope to see that Anna is alive and well." "Goodbye, Michael," Seal bid, and Michael dipped his head at the Earl before wrapping his wings around him before vanishing. Moments of silence passed as Seal exhaled deeply before there was a knock at the door, before it opened to reveal Butler Sebastian Michaelis, a dark smile on his face as he bowed deeply, avoiding looking at Anna's body at all cost. "Young master," he greeted, "I believe I have figured out how to reclaim Annabelle's lost soul." Seal stood up, looking at the butler as he exited the room, giving Anna one last lingering glance before closing and locking the door behind him. "And how is that, Sebastian?" he demanded, returning his full attention on the demon. The demon's eyes glimmered with its demonic purple sparkle. "I plan on challenging Andrew Hawkins, too. A dance macabre, a dance of death. For Anna's sake," he added silently, "I will need to risk myself in this battle." "A dance macabre?" the Earl murmured. Calculating thoughts ran through his head as he recalled something that had connected between him and Anna not long after Fang's death. Something that could change the course of Sebastian and Andrew's awaiting battle. "Anna," Seal thought in that moment, "you gave me a gift. Something that only I can do. something that could change the very fate of this awaiting battle. Chapter 30. A Dance of Death. Standing in the empty courtyard of the Phantom Hive Manor, Seal watched quietly as Sebastian closed his eyes, about to summon the hated demon in challenge. "I summon thee, Andrew Hawkins, and implore a challenge in a dance macabre," Sebastian murmured. A demon language rolled off his tongue, no words or phrases recognizable to Seal, and a magic circle appeared before him, glowing with powerful demonic magic. Rising from the center of the circle was none other than greater demon Andrew Hawkins, a dark smile on his face. "I take it you've challenged me for Angel Annabelle's soul?" Andrew implored in amusement. "Yes," Sebastian responded. Andrew's feet touched the ground with a quiet clack, and a dark grin spread across his face. "Very well," he decided. "I accept your challenge. If for some reason you actually do win, I will return to you Annabelle Phantom Hive's soul without any tricks or traps. And well, if I win, you will be long gone by then, and I will claim Seal Phantom Hive's soul as my next meal." Sebastian glanced back at the young earl he served and received a stern and permissive nod, a single resolute order shining in his one seen eye. Win Sebastian. "I agree on your terms," the lesser demon butler decided. "Shall we move to a different location to decide this?" Andrew rested a hand under his chin. "Well, shall we move this battle to my own personal realm?" he said. "I'll admit that it will probably prove as an unfair advantage to you, Sebastian. However, it should be a very interesting battle. Come with me, and let us go into my realm." Where am I?" Seal thought. He opened both eyes, finding his eye patch gone. He was in a pitch-black place, the shapeless land seeming endless. "Sebastian, where are you?" he shouted. "Where am I?" There was no response, but two glimmering lights dimmed into appearance before him. "My dear, precious Seal," a warm, soft voice greeted. The voice was unmistakable, and before Seal appeared the ghostly forms of the late Vincent and Rachel Phantom Hive smiling sadly at their young son. "Mother? Father?" Seal murmured in surprise. "But what are you doing here? Am I dead?" His father shook his head with a smile. "We thought a little friendly support would be nice," he said, suddenly appearing to look past the present earl. "And she's the one who thought to summon us here." Whirling around, Seal looked into the beautiful azure eyes of Annabelle Marie Phantom Hive in all her glory, a halo floating above her head, her body bathed in a warm, glowing light. She was garbed in the beautiful white gown she had worn the night of Gareth Drewton's ball. "Annabelle!" he gasped in surprise. "You're alive?" She shook her head. "I'm sending my thoughts to you, Seal, via telepathy," she answered. "It's just that your own mind is manifesting me in this form. My soul still resides in that bloody bottle, in that damned greater demon's possession." She stopped herself, sighing heavily as she fought to control her growing anger. "Wait, so we're in my mind?" he realized. "Yes, son," Vincent Phantom Hive answered. "You're currently unconscious. I'm sure that butler of yours will be waking you momentarily. However, we're technically here as you're conscious before this fight." "Seal," Anna said softly, and the child returned his attention to her. "I know that you and Sebastian are trying to get my soul back, and I thank you for it. If you are able to get the bottle back, you have two options. One, you can release my soul so I can die peacefully by destroying the bottle. Or two, you bring the bottle back to my body where my soul will liquefy, and you can pour it back into my body and bring me back." He eyed her carefully, aware of her words. "Would you really be able to die peacefully, Anna?" he noted. She chuckled uneasily. "You're probably right," she admitted, "but because it's Sebastian, I'm afraid that saving me is not that easy. Even if you get back my soul, it still isn't enough to bring me back." She thought additionally, unless Sebastian. "When is the right time when I should use that?" he asked, cutting into her thoughts. A soft smile touched the angel's perfect lips. "Artemis will know when it is time," she answered. "But since the stakes this time are so high, I'm afraid that time is coming, Seal. You must be prepared. Like I said, Artemis will know when it is time and appear to you when you need it." "Do not forget, Seal dear," Rachel reminded her son. "Your father and I will always be watching over you. You are never alone." Vincent Phantom Hive smiled with pride at Seal. "Be brave, son," he told him affectionately. "We love you very much, and we're very proud of you." Both of his parents began to vanish, leaving only Seal and Anna left. "You know, Anna," Seal began awkwardly, "you shouldn't hate him. Sebastian still loves you, and he appears to very much regret what he did." She sighed heavily and depressingly. "I know," she admitted. "I was able to send my thoughts to my body, and I heard him. His love, his regret. Frankly, I don't really care much right now. I'm still angry with him about what he's done, but I could never hate him. I love the idiot too much for that. I'm afraid I must leave now, Seal. Keeping my thoughts here will put too much strain on my soul." The young Earl nodded. "We'll get you back, Anna," he promised. A sad smile formed as tears glittered into her eyes. "I really hope so, Seal," she replied sadly, "but I'm afraid that alone Sebastian has no chance to win against Andrew Hawkins. I'm afraid that this is one battle Sebastian can't win." The young master Sebastian's voice broke through the darkness, and Seal opened his one eye to find himself staring up at a rock ceiling, Sebastian kneeling down by his side. Sitting up, he found himself in a huge rock dome. Candle holders around the wall burned with blue fire that illuminated the place. Greater Demon Andrew Hawkins stood on the opposite end of the dome, arms crossed, waiting impatiently. "What happened?" Seal asked. "You passed out the moment we arrived," Sebastian responded bluntly. "I'm sure your body is now quite adjusted to the atmosphere of this realm, therefore you are awake now." Nodding dumbly, Seal recalled the memory of his conversations with Anna and his parents in his mind, but could they have been nothing but a dream? Deciding them to be real, he stood up, looking at Sebastian. "Go, Sebastian," he ordered. "I have but one order for you. Win and get back my ancestor's soul." His butler bowed. "Yes, my lord." Andrew Hawkins grinned in amusement as his demon sword Lucifer appeared in his hand with a flurry of black feathers. The red-bladed sword seemed to be on fire because of the flickering blue light of the flames lighting the area. "Well then, Sebastian Michaelis, shall we dance?" Dinner knives flashing in hand, Sebastian's eyes glowed its demonic purple as a wide sadistic grin spread across his face. Silence echoed through the dome for a moment as the two demons stared the other down before Andrew sprung at Sebastian, skillfully slashing Lucifer at him. Sebastian blocked with his dinner knives, only to find that they got cut in half by the evil blade. Dodging instead, to Seal the two demon butlers seemed to be in a furious frenzy, here one moment and there the next. "I'm afraid that this is one battle Sebastian won't win." Anna's last words rang through Seal's mind as he recalled their conversation. "What is she talking about?" he thought. "Sebastian seems to be doing just fine so far." Seal thought that too soon as Sebastian was kicked back into the rock wall as Lucifer was plunged into his shoulder, yet the butler made no peep in pain. "Answer me this, Andrew," Sebastian hissed. "How was it that you were able to mark Anna with your seal?" The greater demon smiled at him. "In fact, I had done nothing but activate what was already there," he said. "Annabelle herself was the one who placed the curse on herself." Both Sebastian and Seal faltered in shock and surprise. "What did you say?" Seal demanded. "Why in the world would Anna do that?" "Oh, well, she didn't know that it was a curse," Andrew replied simply. "It's quite funny, really." A very young 10-year-old Annabelle Marie Phantomhive had gotten separated from the maid that was supposed to watch over her in the busy streets. She walked into the opening of a dark alleyway and turned back to look into the crowd, hoping she'd find the maid soon. "Are you lost, little girl?" a meticulous voice said, and immediately the child whirled to find a tall, handsome man looking down at her with dark red eyes. She remained silent before shaking her head in a lie. He chuckled. "Do not lie to me, little girl," he warned. "But in any case, I mean you no harm. Out of curiosity, are you a smart little girl?" Anna's chest puffed out with pride. "My daddy says that I have a really good memory," she cheered. "It's something that he says he's very proud of." Greater Demon Andrew Hawkins smiled darkly. "Let's test out that memory of yours, then, shall we?" he suggested as he kneeled down to eye level. "Now, repeat after me. A maledicto ponitor in hic anima et hic anima. In tempus nota erit anima tua ut signaculum hoc demon Lucifer qui gerit. Okay, now you try." She took a deep breath as his words rang clearly through her head. "A maledicto ponitor in hic anima et hic anima. In tempus nota erit anima tua ut signaculum hoc demon Lucifer qui gerit," she repeated flawlessly. Then she tilted her head to the side. "What does that mean anyway? It's definitely not any English I've ever heard before." He smiled cunningly. "It's a charm, you could say," he told her. "A good luck charm, and it's in a different language than English, and that makes it all the more special. Say it every time you feel like you need good luck or something." Ironically, it will be what binds her soul to me, he thought smugly. Annabel smiled. Thanks a lot, mister, she thanked innocently before returning her attention to the crowd. She perked up in alarm. Ah, there's Mandy. Bye, mister. She waved at the mysterious man, unaware that he was actually a demon, unaware that the oh-so-innocent charm he had given her was in fact the very thing that would cause her so much trouble when she became an angel. You bastard, Seal breathed. You tricked her. That was no charm. Sebastian gritted his teeth. The charm that he gave her, young master, he growled, was in fact an old demonic binding spell that a demon could use to place a claim on a soul before it could be properly harvested. Its Latin, translated to a curse, is placed on this soul. In time, this seal will mark your soul as that of the demon who wields Lucifer, and that is, of course, none other than greater demon Andrew Hawkins. Indeed, the evil greater demon agreed with a dark, toothy grin. The foolish girl never knew. Sebastian glared darkly at him. Even for a demon, that's pretty low, he commented, his hand wrapping around the blade in his shoulder. You dare trick an innocent young child to unknowingly give up her soul to an evil, greedy demon. You shall pay for trying to take what rightfully belongs to me. In one powerful sweep, Sebastian yanked out the blade from his shoulder before delivering one powerful kick to Andrew's ribs, sending the greater demon flying back into the wall. "Ha! How amusing!" Andrew snorted, picking himself up and brushing off the dust and dirt on him. He was apparently completely unharmed. "What belongs to you? Don't make me laugh. That angel's soul became mine the moment you made that deal with me." Snapping his fingers, Annabel Phantomhive's body was teleported from her room in Phantomhive manner into Andrew Hawkins' hands as he held her up, her head tilted limply against his shoulder. "Hannah!" Seal gasped, and Sebastian's glare deepened. The greater demon inhaled the scent of her body as he drew his tongue along her neck. "Don't you dare touch her!" Sebastian hissed threateningly. "Release her at once." Andrew let go of her, raising his hands in front of him innocently as Anna's lifeless body slumped forward towards the ground before Sebastian was there in a flash, catching her and instantly leaping away as the other demon took the opportunity to slice his sword at them. Sebastian set her down by Seal, resting her on her back as he gazed longingly at Anna's peaceful-looking face for a moment before returning his attention to the greater demon. "You purposely brought her here," he accused. "You knew that even though it was only her body, I'd protect it." The Ridley-head butler chuckled darkly. "I never thought I'd be manipulating the emotions of one of my own kind," he commented in admittance. "Though, honestly, you're a disgrace to our species, Sebastian Michaelis, for a demon to allow his own feelings to dictate his actions. Tusk, a true disgrace indeed." Sebastian smirked. "You're the pitiful one, Andrew Hawkins," he retorted smugly. "You will never know nor understand the feelings of what humans call true love." He shot a small smile and a quick glance at Anna's lifeless body. "You will never know nor understand what that angel has done to me in the matter of a few weeks." "Sorry, but I'd rather take power over your so-called true love any day," Andrew replied distastefully. "Well, in this case, I'd rather enjoy a delicious meal than try out your little love thing." Andrew lunged at Anna's body, and immediately Sebastian went after him. So predictable, Andrew thought with a smirk before scratching the lesser demon deeply in the stomach as he sent him flying back into the wall with a hard kick to the gut. In a following and possibly finishing move, Andrew plunged Lucifer into Sebastian's side, blood gushing from the wound as the butler coughed up blood, glaring up at his opponent as Andrew had one foot on his torso, keeping him down. Things weren't looking good for the Phantomhive butler. At this rate, Sebastian's going to lose, Seal thought in dread, glancing at Anna's body before suddenly remembering what she had told him. "This is goodbye, Sebastian Michaelis," Andrew hissed with an evil smirk as he raised Lucifer high in the air, his crimson eyes shining with sadistic, prideful joy. "I will take pleasure in devouring both Annabel and Seal Phantomhive's souls." Sebastian closed his eyes, knowing that he had failed. "My apologies, young master," he thought. "Apparently it seems I will not be able to fulfill our contract after all. Annabel, my beloved Annabel, I'm so sorry for everything. I have always loved you." Click! "Not today, you're not!" Earl Seal Phantomhive's voice rang out loud and clear in the isolated area, and both demons turned to see the young Earl hold a silver gun in his hand, and as Andrew was about to react, it was already too late. Bang! A piercing shot of light ripped through Andrew's left lung before the greater demon dropped to his knees, gasping in pain. Sebastian ushered all of his strength into one swift blow as the center of his palm struck the new wound, inducing a whole lot of pain and more spilt blood. Quickly getting to his feet, he leaped back towards his young master. "Thank you, young master," he said, a hand over the stab wound. "I never thought I'd say this to a human, but I thank you for saving my life. How in the world were you able to get your hands on a holy gun?" Seal motioned towards Anna's body, but said nothing more. Even after death, she was still looking after him. The angel closed her eyes sadly. In quick strides she was by his side, her arms warm around him. Seal flushed in embarrassment and surprise. "Hey, Anna," he breathed in surprise. Tears fell from her eyes as her body quietly shook, crying for Seal's lost innocence, crying for Fang, crying for Kylie, crying for herself and what had been taken from her. Unconsciously, her wings rose from her back and wrapped around them both, basking them in warmth as a grieved comfort flowed into them. "Seal," Anna's warm but sad voice filled his mind as he realized that she was speaking with him via telepathy. "Difficult times will be ahead, thus I will need to teach you about how to summon a certain item when it is time for its use." "What are you talking about?" the young Earl thought to her. "What item?" "It's a holy gun called Artemis," she explained, her arms still wrapped around him. "Remember how Sebastian I had previously told you about how only weapons of holy or demonic origin can cause an angel or demon a lot of damage? Well, Artemis would be one of those items." "How do I summon it?" Seal implored her, closing his eyes as the angel continued to hug him. "Call it with your heart, Seal," she told him softly. "If something should happen to Sebastian or I, and you are exposed to Andrew Hawkins, call on it, and it will come to you when you need it. Don't worry about bullets. Artemis is special." "Thank you, Anna," Seal Phantomhive thought, directing a quick but grateful look at his deceased ancestor. "You've always been looking out for me." Greater Demon Andrew Hawkins glared at the young Earl, fury burning in his pained crimson orbs. "How?" he hissed. "How were you able to obtain such a powerful item?" "You would have to thank her for that," Sebastian said, nudging towards Anna. This infuriated the Greater Demon even more, but even he knew that the odds were now against him. Holy guns were known for their seeking abilities, in which the special bullets would chase down the location in which its wielder wanted them to go. Even with Lucifer, Andrew knew that there was no guaranteed win any longer, and the bullet had already done a great amount of damage that would seal off healing abilities for at least a little while. "Damn it!" Andrew breathed in frustration. "I have no choice." In a puff of black smoke, the Greater Demon vanished, and for a moment the rocky realm was silent. "We did it, young master," Sebastian said, while trying to conceal his aches. Seal scoffed. "Of course we did," he replied hotly. "Who do you think I am?" The Phantomhive Butler couldn't help but crack a small smile at the brave and strong young Earl before him. Without warning, there was a small puff of dark black-red smoke before the bloody flask containing a pure white ball floated down towards Sebastian's before he took it in his reddened hand, staring at the light inside. "Anna," he murmured. Suddenly, the ground beneath them began to rumble as pieces of the rock wall began to break off. "Sebastian!" Seal cried. "What's happening? Why is the realm looking like it's disintegrating? Get us out now!" "It appears that Andrew Hawkins is too weak to sustain it any longer," Sebastian responded calmly as he looked around the place before approaching Anna's body. "I'm afraid I am unable to get us out of here, young master. Only a greater demon or an angel can teleport us out of this place." The Phantomhive Butler dropped to his knees next to the angel's cold, lifeless body before he uncorked the flask. Instantly the white ball melted into a milky white liquid before Sebastian poured the contents into the corpse as the liquid vanished into Anna's body, indicating that the soul and body were compatible. The angel's body glowed dimly for a moment before the light vanished. "Anna," Seal barked, "wake up! We've got to go." Sebastian was very tired, and the loss of blood wasn't helping very much. He leaned down to kiss Anna's lips. "Please, Anna, wake up," he pleaded quietly, but still, the angel was not alive. The young Earl of Phantomhive knew that something was wrong. He realized that Anna had still not been resurrected. She had said that saving her was not easy. He only now realized what she had meant, and if that was true, then they were all doomed to die. Sebastian pressed his forehead against hers, silently whispering to her that he loved her, that he needed her back. But still he was not able to gain a response from the angel. "Anna, please, wake up," Seal pleaded. "You told me that you'd be there to protect me. Well, I need your protection right now." Sebastian used his teeth to remove his bloodied gloves before he pulled her into his arms, knowing that if his wounds weren't tended to soon, either by himself or another entity as powerful as him, he too may die. My long life finally over, Sebastian thought, looking up at the crumbling ceiling before looking back down at the one pretty angel in his arms. Anna, I'm so sorry for betraying you like that. I'm sorry I never got to tell you that I love you one last time. I've always truly loved you. Finally, Sebastian's heart truly broke as heartwarming tears cascaded over his entire being, filling him with the love and the deep loss that he should have felt at Anna's death. Without knowing it, a single tear fell from the demon's eyes, rolling down his pale cheek before falling onto Anna's angelic face. Instantaneously, the tear dissipated into Anna's kin before her body burst into incredible white light as her body levitated out of his arms. Beautiful white wings expanded from Anna's back as her clothes transformed into a long, beautiful dress, the exact same one Seal had seen her in when he was unconscious. As her body touched back down to the ground, Sebastian hunched over her, looking down into her coloring face. "She's alive!" Seal breathed in astonishment, noticing her heaving chest. In what appeared to be the most beautiful moment of Sebastian's long life, Anna's crystal-clear azure eyes opened and met his. "Annabelle!" Sebastian breathed lovingly, stroking her cheek with the back of his fingertips. Her lips parted as a single word was breathed from them. Sebastian. It was the most beautiful sound he had ever heard, and he felt tingles of pleasure ripple through him just by hearing her speak his name. "Anna!" Seal gasped as he barreled into the angel in a tight hug. She hugged the young Earl back, her eyes glowing golden. "Seal, let's go home." In a bright flash of light, angel, demon, and human vanished. The battle had been won, and one thing was now definitely for certain. Wishing Angel Annabelle Marie Phantomhive had returned, and she was back with a vengeance. Chapter 31, Making Amends, Attempting to, Anyway. The trio found themselves back on the grounds of the Phantomhive estate, and Sebastian suddenly realized that all of his wounds dealt by Andrew Hawkins had been healed, and instantly knew that it could have only been Anna through the use of her immense power in the short, while her powers restored themselves. "Welcome back, Anna," Seal told the maid. She nodded at him as her glowing gold eyes returned to their azure blue. "It's good to be back, Seal," she told him. "I'm very proud of you for realizing when to use Artemis. That was a close call there." She hugged the young Earl close to her, feeling him embrace her back for a moment before pulling away. "Annabelle." Sebastian's voice was quiet and soft, and she looked at the butler emotionlessly, a mask of indifferent coldness on her face. In the demon's eyes were the deep feeling of remorse and love, an emotion Anna could not find in her heart right now. "I'm surprised at you, Sebastian," she said quietly, keeping her voice devoid of emotion. "You cried for the angel you condemned to death, which was the final key to bringing me back, to tying my soul back to my body." She turned to Seal. "That was why I said that perhaps it would be very hard to bring me back, is because it is Sebastian, a demon. The final ingredient to tying a soul back to its respective dead body is the tear of a lover or someone that cares deeply for the deceased person." The demon took a step towards her. "Anna, "Stop, Sebastian," she cut off, taking a step back as she maintained their distance. "I don't want to hear your excuses. I know everything." She sighed heavily, her gaze softening at him. "I'm not going to be so forgiving just yet, Sebastian, but I do thank you for shedding a tear for me. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be standing here. So, thank you." Suddenly the demon's arms were around her, holding her tight. In response, Anna held herself stiffly, refusing to hold the demon back. Trying again, Sebastian kissed her as gently, but as fiercely as he could, but still Anna responded with only stiff indifference. Staring into her eyes, he found a dark chill within them that he had never seen before she had been killed. "Is this the result of what my actions?" he thought. "Have I sealed off Anna's heart forever?" "Well, Seal," she began simply, turning to the young Earl, "shall we go inside? I'll make you some tea." Seal glanced briefly at Sebastian, noticing his stiffness before gesturing a nod to her, and the two returned inside. The butler stared after them. "Somehow, just somehow, I've got to regain Anna's favor," he murmured out loud. "But just how?" Life in the Phantomhive Manor returned to normal, with the exception that Anna was very cold to Sebastian, and it was so obvious that even the 3 idiot servants noticed it. "Hey, Sebastian, did something happen between you and Anna?" Baldray asked. He nodded. "As much as I hate to ask them, He thought, perhaps my only option left is to ask these three morons for advice. That or else the young master, but he'd probably never let me live it down. Is there anything we can do to help? Maylene offered. The butler nodded. Tell me, how does one regain a lady's favor? He requested. Ooh, chocolates for one, Finney said. Flowers are another. Romanticize her, Bard suggested. Say things that will make her feel good. Sebastian mentally faltered. Will such ludicrous ideas even work? He thought. Those ideas sound absolutely absurd. They'll never work. Then again, I really have nothing to lose. She's already furious with me as it is. As embarrassing as it will be, I will do what I need to in order to regain Anna's favor. And being the demon butler I am, I should be one hell of a charmer. Attempt number 1, flowers. Anna was doing some dusting around the library while neatly organizing Seal's books around the place, absent-mindedly humming a simple tune as she worked. There wasn't much that she was thinking about, only wondering what would happen after she had granted Seal's wish. Where will my journey take me next? She wondered. What's going to happen between me and Sebastian if I am forced to leave? Suddenly she remembered the contract she had made between her and Sebastian. When Seal's contract is complete, my soul will be taken by Sebastian instead of his. I just hope I am able to grant Seal's heartfelt wish before that happens. Anna? The angel maid turned around to see Sebastian holding out a beautifully arranged bouquet of flowers in front of him, offering them to her. These are for you, he told her. I thought I'd pick all of your favorite flowers. She blinked in surprise before taking them from him. Thank you, she said softly, inhaling their fragrant aroma for a moment before pushing them back towards the demon. Put these in a vase and set them in Seal's study. Her voice was cold as she walked past him out of the library. Sebastian sighed. That idiotic trio, he thought in annoyance, the flowers dying in his evil radiance. There's no way something simple like that would be able to impress her so easily. Time for a new approach. Attempt number 2, impressive chocolates. Finely chop the best dark and milk couverture and mix, Sebastian muttered as he cooked. Melt over a bowl of 60 degrees water. After boiling and then cooling slightly, add some fresh cream. Cool while stirring and add some cointreau when the mixture is at body temperature. Then pour into the mold. After he had finished making the chocolates and modeling a huge, life-size chocolate statue of Anna in her full angelic glory, he exhaled deeply in satisfaction. The other chocolates were molded and made to perfection, and he smiled at his finished work. Now all that was needed left was to await Anna to arrive. Sebastian, Anna sighed in annoyance as she stopped at the doorway. What is it you called me here for? I've got other work to do, you know. Immediately the butler was in front of her, taking her hand in his as he was on one knee down in front of her. These chocolates are for you, he told her. I've made these and specially crafted all these sweets just for you. She blinked, looking at the chocolate sweets on the tables in the large hall. Thank you, Sebastian, she thanked. It saves me the trouble of asking you to make some. Seals invited the children from the Ornwell orphanage to come over to the manor tomorrow. It's one of those charity acts that nobles do. These would be perfect for them. Great job. Coldly, she pulled her hand from his and turned and left, leaving Sebastian alone once more. He sighed heavily. Anna, he thought sadly, first flowers don't work. Now chocolates aren't the solution either. Just what do I need to do in order to get through to your heart? Attempt number 3. Flattery leading to seduction. Sebastian kept bothering Anna through the blood contract and eventually drove her to her bedroom. Upon arrival, she found Sebastian standing there awaiting her, the room dark and illuminated by romantic candlelight. Welcome, my beloved Annabelle, Sebastian greeted warmly. She sighed, apparently unsurprised at his third attempt to win back her favor. Sebastian, she said, what is the meaning of this? Very gently, Sebastian went over to kiss her softly. You are the greatest and most beautiful angel I've ever met, he whispered, his voice sounding like velvet underlying a seductive tone. Sebastian, stop, she breathed, hesitating slightly as she tried to push him away. I can't. His lips brushed along her neck, licking her soft skin before nibbling on her ear, sending waves of pleasure ripple through her. I want you, Anna, he exhaled, his breath warm in her ear. His demonic powers were layered into his voice, setting Anna under a sort of spell that would help cause her to give in to her desires. I want to devour you, your body, your soul. As quickly as it came, the desire within Anna left as she pulled away from his arms, disrupting the mood. "Well, Sebastian," she sighed, stretching out her arms, "as much fun you appear to be having, I need to go and do my job. Goodbye." Without another word, Anna left the room and left Sebastian dumbfounded and speechless. Had absolutely none of his seduction methods worked? Let's see. He thought calculatingly. I used the sweet tone, the romantic atmosphere, the flattery lines, and the little arousers of the pleasure spots. Did I miss something? In his frustration, Sebastian sighed heavily before all of the candles in the room blew out, leaving the butler to wallow in darkness as he contemplated his next strategy to regain Annabelle's favor. Seal sat at the table, reading through the morning's newspaper before Anna rolled in breakfast on a cart. "Good morning, Seal," she greeted, setting breakfast on the table for him. "Any interesting news recently?" The young Earl shook his head with a heavy sigh. "Not recently, no," he answered. "After everything that has happened to us in the past few weeks, to me anything in the newspaper could be qualified as uninteresting." The angel laughed. "Where's Sebastian?" Seal implored, and immediately the mood sobered up quickly. "I believe he's making tea," she answered. "Do you have any idea what's been up with him lately? He's been acting really strange." Seal raised an eyebrow. "Are you still mad at him for what happened?" he asked curiously, and she seemed contemplative before shrugging and nodding. He smirked in acknowledgment. "I see," he trailed off. "Well, I'll speak with him when I get the chance. You are dismissed." Anna bowed before leaving, and not minutes later, Sebastian Michaelis came in through the door with another tray, this time with the highest quality teacups and teapot with freshly brewed tea. "I see Anna has already delivered your breakfast, young master," Sebastian commented as he set Seal's teacup in front of him. "Oh, and the new lightweight bullets you ordered have arrived. I have them right now in." He trailed off, feeling rather unsettled as the young Earl of Phantomhive smiled as innocently as he could at him. "I've been hearing from Anna that you've been acting strange, Sebastian," Seal noted. "What is the meaning of this?" Sebastian grimaced. Did he really become so desperate to the point that he would ask the young master upon how to regain Anna's favor? "I've been meaning to try and regain Annabelle's favor," he explained. "However, every single thing I do for her apparently just isn't enough." Seal chuckled in amusement. Out of all things, the one thing that Sebastian apparently could not accomplish was regaining an angel's favor. His attempts must have proved to be very amusing, he thought. "Well, would you like me to give you some advice, Sebastian?" Seal offered, very amused. The demon glared, annoyed at how amused and how entertained his little young master appeared to be at his frustration. Then he sighed in defeat, knowing there wasn't anything he could lose by asking Seal's advice. "Very well, young master," he began. "What do you suggest for me to do?" "Sebastian, just talk to her," he told the butler. "Just talk to her up front and straight." Sebastian stared at him aghast. "Not to be rude or anything, young master, but are you serious?" he demanded. "Will something as simplistic as that actually work?" Seal shrugged lightly. "You may be surprised, Sebastian," he assured. "Sometimes even the simplest tactics can work." Sebastian's additional strange look caused him to add, "Just try it, Sebastian. You'll see." Anna was cleaning the windows of the game room, making the glass clean and shiny, polishing it up nicely. She sighed in contentment. "Finally all done," she sighed. There was a soft knock on the door, and she turned to see Sebastian there, a serious look on his face. "Yes? Is there something you need, Sebastian?" she asked, keeping her voice at a neutral level. Then she sighed. "Or are you going to try something on me again? 'Cause if you are, you might as well not bother trying because it's not going to work." He shook his head. "That's not it," he said. "If I had made you uncomfortable before, Anna, I give you my sincere apologies. Can we talk?" She set down her cleaning cloth, gesturing him to enter, and he did so, closing the door behind him. "So, Sebastian, what would you like to discuss?" Immediately, Sebastian was right in front of her, his arms wrapped around her waist as he pulled her to him, hugging her close. "I'm sorry, Annabelle," he whispered into her ear. "I'm so sorry for dealing away your soul. I believed that your soul couldn't be taken because of the secret, but I had no idea. I promised I would protect your soul and fight for it if it came to that, and I did. Anna, you have no idea how much I love you. You are everything to me." Hearing the sincerity in his voice and words, she hugged him back, resting her head on his shoulder. "Sebastian," she said gently, "all I ever needed to hear from you was the truth." She pulled back, reaching up to cradle his face in her warm palms, staring up into his crimson eyes. She reached up and kissed him gently and slowly. "Anna," he sighed, hugging her tightly. She stroked the soft wool of his coat, smiling softly. "You know, Sebastian," she said gently, "when I was dead, I heard you. When you were taking care of my body, I heard you. I heard everything, Sebastian." "Oh, Anna," he groaned, assaulting her lips with his own. "You, only you. I will never let you go ever again. Never again will I come that close to losing you forever." Wrapping a leg around hers, he tripped her, pinning her to the ground as he lay on top of her, his face dangerously close to hers. She glared at him. "If you try something on me now, I'm going to hurt you," she threatened in a hiss. But she sighed when she saw his devilish smile, his eyes glinting mischievously. "Right," she reminded herself. "Being the sadomasochist that you are, you'd probably like that. Just get off me, Sebastian." The demon chuckled, sitting up as he pulled her up next to him. "But," Anna continued, "I really need to hit you. You mind?" He shook his head, spreading his arms wide in welcome. "If it makes you feel better," he replied, "do it." The angel stared at him for a moment before giving him one clean smack across the face. "Okay, I feel a little better now," she assured him. "Thanks." Rubbing his cheek, he nodded at her before leaning in to give her a gentle kiss. Suddenly they felt a distinct disturbance in the air, and immediately they both knew that it was the weakening greater demon Andrew Hawkins. "Do you sense what I sensed?" Sebastian asked teasingly. She nodded. "Seal must have dealt him quite a mortal wound if he's too weak to keep up a guard on his location," she agreed. "Oh, but even after everything he's done to me, I'll admit that I'd feel at least a little bad for attacking a defenseless and wounded demon." He raised an eyebrow at her. "May I remind you that this demon is not defenseless in the slightest?" he recalled. "Not to mention he's attacked you, kidnapped the young master, killed Fang, and then stole your soul." Anna sighed heavily. "True. Okay, let's go tell Seal and see what he wants us to do. Maybe it's time to get rid of him once and for all." Seal smiled at the delivery of the apparently good news. "Excellent," he said satisfyingly. "Obviously you two have worked out your differences. Now let's hunt down Andrew Hawkins and destroy him, once and for all." Chapter 32, Traps and Trickery. "This place seems awfully strange," Anna murmured, looking around the interior of the abandoned, broken-down stone building. Sebastian nodded. "In fact, there is a demonic portal present here," he said. "I'm surprised you managed to sense it." "Thank you, dear," she replied cheerfully. "But keep your guard up, okay? Though Andrew may be weakened, he's nowhere near defenseless, like you said earlier." All of a sudden, their surroundings faded before they appeared in a dark, dismal dungeon, and Anna was chained up to a wall by an iron collar that was chained to the wall. Seal was trapped inside a huge metal cage, and Sebastian stood next to a wooden table, a single silver gun resting on it, as it was also chained into the table. "What was that about keeping your guard up now?" Sebastian teased, but his mocking tone in his voice was empty. "We can't get out," Anna hissed, tugging helplessly at the collar. There was a heavy scent of blood before greater demon Andrew Hawkins stepped out from the shadows into view. Though his eyes were glazed with pain, a sadistic grin was spread across his face. "Welcome to my last domain," he greeted darkly. "Thank you for falling into my final trap. You will have to make a very difficult decision, Sebastian. There is a single bullet inside that gun, and naturally a demonic bullet. You will choose, Sebastian, either take the life of Angel Annabelle or your young master Seal Phantomhive. The other will be instantly released from their prison the moment one of their lives end, or at the instant that bullet pierces through one of their hearts. Even if you kill me, Sebastian, the trap will not be disabled. You'll still have to kill one of them." Anna glared at the demon. "Why don't you just give up, Andrew?" she hissed. "You've already lost." The greater demon seemed to disagree, and Seal hissed, trying to break free of the iron bars. "Let me go!" he snapped angrily. Sebastian picked up the gun in his hands, weighing the item in his palm as he stared at it. Anna was calm as she inhaled deeply. "Sebastian," she said softly, and his eyes met hers, a calm, silent discussion spoken through their eyes. "Sebastian, Anna, do something!" Seal barked irritably. "Get me out of here!" "Sebastian," Anna's soft, sweet voice interrupted. "Save Seal. Kill me." His eyes widened in horror. "Absolutely not," he barked. Andrew smirked, leaning heavily against the wall. "So, Sebastian, what will you choose? Who will you choose to save?" he asked. "Don't do it, Sebastian," Seal snapped. You're going to figure out how to get us all out here alive. You hear me?" Sebastian smiled, bowing. "Of course, young master," he agreed. "Please, Sebastian," Anna pleaded, "take my life and save my descendant, Sebastian. In the name of the contract, I order you to save Seal Phantom Hive." His eyes glowered with a dark gaze, a large, wide smile on his face. "Sebastian," Anna said softly, "I love you. Never forget that, okay?" The demon butler smiled lovingly at her. "Anna, I love you too," he told her. "No matter what happens after this, you will always hold a very special place in my heart. You will always be my beloved angel, Annabelle Phantom Hive." "Sebastian, don't do this," Seal shouted. "That's an order." He looked sadly at his master. "I'm afraid that's an order that conflicts with your previous one, young master," he said sadly. "I'm afraid that it is one order I cannot follow." He turned back to Anna, his eyes masked with a cold, steely gaze. "Annabelle, are you sure you want to follow through with this?" "Can you think of another idea?" she scowled irritably. "I know you and Seal worked really hard to save my soul, but I can't risk Seal's safety. Forgive me for throwing away the life that you had worked so hard on getting back." "Don't do this, Anna, please," Seal pleaded. "If you feel sorry about throwing your life away, then don't throw it away." "Sebastian," she said gently, tears glimmering in her eyes, "thank you for everything. For showing me how to love, for giving me the many joys and pleasures of being with the demonic butler I came to love. Thank you." She smiled, turning to Seal. "Seal, it was an honor being your maid, and it was great knowing you too," she told him. "I love you very much, my beloved little descendant. You were always kind of like a son to me. Farewell." "No!" Seal shouted, but it was already too late, as Anna had made her decision. "Anna, damn it, don't do this." Her smile was mellow and sad. "Sebastian, my love," she murmured, regret filling her voice, "I love you." He closed his eyes, withstanding the bitterness of her resolve as he raised the gun. "I love you, too," he sighed. Sebastian pulled the trigger, and the single bullet passed through Anna's heart, and at instant the chains disappeared as she collapsed forward, her eyes closed. Immediately Sebastian dropped the gun and rushed forward to catch the angel in his arms, holding her close. The beautiful angel lay motionless in his arms, and Sebastian closed his eyes, cradling her close against his chest before kissing her very gently. Andrew cackled in his triumphant victory. "So, how does it feel, Sebastian Michaelis, to be the killer of your angel lover, not once, but twice now?" he mocked. Seal's cage door had opened, and he stepped out in horror at what his butler had done. "And not again!" He breathed in horror. He had just worked so hard not a couple of days ago to bring back his ancestor, and here she lay dead again because of the very same demon. Sebastian remained quiet, hugging Anna close as he whispered what appeared to be sweet nothings into her ear. Smoothing out her hair, he kissed her on the brow before gently setting her down on the ground. "Sebastian?" Seal growled angrily. "This is my order. Kill Greater Demon Andrew Hawkins this very instant. Make him pay for what he's done." The demon butler's eyes glowed with their demonic shine. "Yes, my lord," he replied obligingly before leaping at the weakened greater demon, dinner knives at the ready. Immediately Andrew leapt away, faltering briefly before leaping to dodge every of the next advances Sebastian made. He knew he was weakening quickly when one knife grazed across his cheek, drawing blood. "Damn it!" Andrew swore under his breath as he lunged at Seal. "You brat of a child!" Right before his hands were a hair's breadth away from Seal, all of a sudden something struck the demon across the side and knocked him to the ground. Widespread white wings folded over Seal protectively as he felt a rush of warmth bloom through him. To his surprise and relief, Annabelle Phantom Hive stood before him, alive and well. "Anna," he gasped. Only Sebastian didn't seem surprised. But how?" Andrew hissed. Anna smiled as darkly as an angel could, while Sebastian's smirk held all of the smug pride he felt in that brilliant moment, outwitting a greater demon. "Ah," he thought, "this will be one of the most memorable moments of my long life." While I was making my touching goodbyes, Anna revealed, Sebastian switched the demonic bullet into a normal human one. Sebastian glanced briefly at Seal. "I still had the new bullets you ordered for your gun in my pocket," he said, "so I'd like to thank you, young master. You happened to give me the right equipment of what I would need." His attention returned to Andrew. "And Anna and I spoke through our blood contract in regards to this plan." "But how were you able to switch the bullets without me noticing?" Andrew hissed in confusion. "You've been standing in front of me this entire time." Sebastian directed a nod at Anna. "That would be her area of expertise," he hinted. "Need I remind you that I am an angel? A wishing angel, in particular," she explained. "I have the ability and power to alter cinematic records. All I had to do was alter both yours and Seal's in that momentary sliver of time in order to conceal what Sebastian and I had planned. Even though I didn't have to, I altered Seal's briefly in order to make the ploy all the more convincing, and it worked." Andrew's snarling expression could perfectly describe someone who was clearly not amused. How dare he, greater demon Andrew Hawkins, get tricked by a mere lesser demon and his angel lover? "Was this your plan all along?" Seal demanded, feeling slightly betrayed. "My apologies for not being able to warn you beforehand," Anna apologized. "But you must understand that this wasn't easy to pull off. I haven't used my powers in years." Sebastian smirked. "Well then, Anna," he addressed kindly, "shall we finish Andrew Hawkins off once and for all?" She smiled. "It would be my pleasure, dear," she answered. Easily the demon and angel overpowered the greatly weakened greater demon, cornering him against the wall. "Well then," Sebastian said, "any last words?" Andrew bared his fangs at them. "This isn't over," he hissed. Anna shrugged, drawing out Artemis. "You're wrong, Andrew," she told him. "For what you've done to me, to Fang, to Sebastian, and to Seal, after all that, it's most definitely over for you." "No!" Andrew snarled, using his final surge of strength to break free from Sebastian and Anna's hold before lunging at Seal, claws outstretched with the intention to kill. "Seal!" Anna shouted, and she fired Artemis several times, and arrows of light shot through Andrew's body before the room was engulfed in white light. After the light vanished, they opened their eyes to find the greater demon gone, and Anna felt that the mark on her shoulder had disappeared as well. Andrew Hawkins was finally gone. "We did it," Sebastian murmured, looking at her. "We've finally destroyed the greater demon Andrew Hawkins." Anna nodded in agreement, touching her shoulder. "The mark has vanished as well," she agreed. Seal looked at them both, suddenly looking very small. "He's really gone?" he asked. "We're all absolutely positive that Andrew Hawkins no longer roams the earth?" "Not Earth, nor any other place either," Sebastian answered. "Perhaps only in our memories, but as for the rest of the universe, Andrew Hawkins' existence has vanished forever." Anna looked at her descendant. "Shall we return to the manor?" she suggested. "I'm sure, after all, that you've been a little stressed out. I apologize for scaring you when you thought I died again." Sebastian nodded with a smile. "Now that Andrew Hawkins is gone," he sighed, "all that's left to deal with is those two rogue angels, Ash and Angela." Chapter 33, The Final Storm. Sebastian, Anna, and Seal returned calmly to the Phantom Hive Manor. Anna was a little tired from using her angelic powers of altering cinematic records, considering she had not done so in hundreds of years. Sebastian was quite pleased with the fact that he had managed to outsmart the late greater demon, and Seal was still a little annoyed at the fact that both Sebastian and Anna had tricked him and manipulated his emotions in order to pull the proverbial wool over Andrew's eyes. "So you're both absolutely sure that Andrew Hawkins is gone forever?" Seal checked. Both demon and angel nodded. "The demonic seal on me is gone," Anna informed cheerfully, "and that can only be removed if the demon who bestowed it upon me dies. So logically." "Andrew Hawkins must be dead," Seal deducted. Sebastian grinned. "Indeed," he agreed. "Therefore, Annabelle, you should be able to rest a little easier now that you know that a certain greater demon won't be after you any longer." The angel smiled at his remark. "That's what I'm hoping for," she said, clearly pleased. "Aside from the fact that I'm still a little tense from what happened just now, I'm pretty happy with how things are." Seal sighed in content. "Sebastian, Anna, prepare my afternoon tea," he ordered. "I'll be in my study." Late that night, after Seal was asleep, Sebastian and Anna lay together in her bed, the demon's arm wrapped around her waist. "I love you, Sebastian," she sighed, snuggling against his chest. He chuckled, kissing her on the forehead. "As I love you," he murmured. "Now, do you wish to sleep, or do you wish for me to do naughty things to you?" "Sorry, Sebastian, but I think I want to just sleep tonight," she replied, closing her eyes. "I don't want to wake up more tired than I am now." The demon's grin widened as his hands wandered to the hem of her nightgown. His lips brushed against her ear as he purred seductively, "Wrong answer." Early next morning, a dark presence startled Anna awake, only to find Sebastian already dressed and fixing his collar. To her surprise, she had also been redressed into some fresh, clean clothes. "Sebastian," she murmured, looking at her lover, "what's going on?" "Morning," he greeted promptly, giving her a quick kiss. "I'm afraid we have visitors from a certain pair of angels. From what I'm sensing, they're outside." She nodded slowly, getting out of bed. "So that's what woke me up," she grumbled with a heavy sigh. As she stood up, her legs numbed for a moment before she was back to normal. "Whoa." "What's wrong?" he asked calmly. Anna held onto the bed frame as she stretched out her legs. "Just felt numb for a moment," she replied. "I'm okay now, though. Is Seal awake?" The demon butler shook his head. "I'm still debating between whether we should wake him and alert him of our uninvited guests," Sebastian answered, "or dispose of these angels once and for all and allow the young master to sleep." She smiled. "For Seal's safety," she said, "I think we should wake him. Actually, I'll go keep our guest company while you go inform him on our current circumstances. I'll also put the rest of the servants back to sleep on the way." "Very well," he sighed. "I'll see you outside. Hopefully the young master isn't in a bad mood this morning." Unfortunately for the butler, the young earl was very annoyed when Sebastian pulled open the blinds to reveal that the sun had barely risen from across the horizon. "Sebastian, what time is it?" he scowled in great irritation. Immediately the butler bowed. "Forgive me, young master, for waking you," he apologized deeply. "However, I'm afraid that the Phantom Hive Manor has some rather unexpected angelic guests. Anna is keeping them company outside at the moment. She suggested that you should be awoken or else face your wrath later, when you discovered that we neglected to inform you." Seal perked up, immediately sitting up for Sebastian to speed change him. "It was a good decision, then," he grumbled, "though honestly I would have appreciated more sleep," he thought in annoyance. "Either way, I'll be able to get much better sleep once I know that those two damn angels are destroyed once and for all." Ash Angela, Annabelle Phantom Hive greeted curtly with a polite curtsy as her wings unfurled. "What brings you both to the Phantom Hive Manor?" The extremely misguided angels smirked evilly. "You look tired, Annabelle," Ash taunted with mock concern. She shrugged her shoulders. "I'll admit I've been better," she replied. "Not to mention I was awoken early because a pair of tainted auras stepped on the manor grounds." "We heard that a certain greater demon had been destroyed," Angela said with a dark smile, "so we decided to pay you a visit to settle things once and for all." At that moment a dark light flashed as long angelic swords sparked into the hermaphrodite angel's hands. Anna sighed tiresomely. Must this all be resolved with violence? Seriously, by the end of this, I will need a nice, long vacation somewhere warm. As she spoke, her own silver-white sword appeared in her hand. "Oh, you won't need a vacation after we're done with you," Ash warned, smiling devilishly. "After all, how can you have a vacation when you're dead?" The angels glared at each other for a few moments as the atmosphere grew tenser by the second. All at once they lunged at each other, and blades danced through the air while white feathers fell. Even though the battle was 2-on-1, Anna seemed to be holding her ground. At least well enough until Sebastian got there to help. Backflipping away, she blocked a sudden stab at her before swerving to try and trip Ash, failing as he leaped back. "Sebastian," Anna called towards the manor, "some help any time now would be nice." There was no response, and she let out a low growl as she avoided Angela's horizontal slash at her. "Sebastian," she scowled, "don't make me use the contract." "You really know how to turn a demon on, don't you?" His teasing voice entered her head. "If you want my services, you know exactly what to say." A golden haze flashed in her eyes in disbelief and anger. "You've got to be kidding me," she muttered in annoyance. "Sebastian, in the name of the contract, I order you to appear before me and help me." A short burn echoed through Anna's chest as she felt the contract seal burn on her heart. Anna could feel his smirk behind her, and she looked back to see Imbo, Seal Phantom Hive, standing next to him. "Yes, my lady," he replied, and proceeded to repel the angels using his silver cutlery. "Sebastian, stop playing around," Seal ordered firmly. "Get the job done and finish those two pesky angels once and for all." Obligingly, black feathers seemed to flutter around Sebastian for a moment before a red-bladed sword materialized in his hand. It was Lucifer. "So it's true," Ash smirked. Andrew Hawkins is dead, and it's ironic how that demon sword ends up in the hands of another demon who had used an angelic weapon to kill said Andrew Hawkins." Sebastian smiled, his eyes glinting with a dark demonic spark. "I'm surprised at how fast word travels," he commented. "It's quite amusing, actually." "Sebastian," Anna warned quietly, "let's just get this done. The longer we wait, the longer they have to plan something against us." He nodded firmly. "Agreed," he replied. Respectfully, Anna engaged battle with Angela while Ash fought Sebastian. Their movements were so quick, to seal it just looked like light and dark flashes in the sky. As soon as it had began, it was almost over as Sebastian and Anna successfully managed to pull off a partner combo on the two, and was in sync as they lunged at the weakened angels for the final blow. Without warning, their attacks were repelled as cages of crystal and golden light suddenly sealed Ash and Angela, pillars of light beaming down through the clouds upon them before several angels descended down from the heavens, Archangel Kieran among them. "Kieran, what's going on?" Anna demanded. "Sorry to surprise you like this, Annabelle," the Archangel apologized, "but you don't need to worry about these two anymore. We'll take care of this." Sebastian frowned. "We could have finished them," he argued as he watched the cage float upwards towards the clouds. "Must you have chosen that moment to interrupt?" Kieran laughed for a moment at the demon's pouting before sobering up. "After what they've done, death would have been too easy of a punishment. But don't worry about that now. Leave it to us. I'll be sure to make them get the punishment they deserve." He nodded at them. "Thank you both for occupying Ash and Angela long enough so that we could create a powerful enough seal." Anna nodded. "It's not a problem," she responded, allowing her sword to disappear, and Sebastian followed suit. "So, where do we go from here?" Her friend shrugged. "Well, you did come here with the intention of fulfilling a certain wish, did you not?" he reminded. She nodded after pondering for a moment. "Well, I'll see you guys later," Kieran bid light-heartedly. "The others and I have to go and handle these guys, as well as the paperwork." "Goodbye, and thanks," Anna called. "Thank you," Sebastian added. As the angels disappeared the same way they had appeared, Anna and Sebastian returned to seal. "I apologize, young master," Sebastian said with a deep bow. "I allowed them to escape." Seal scoffed. "Well, they didn't exactly escape," he corrected bitterly. "Nevertheless, they should not be causing us any more trouble, so it's all right. That said, the contract I made with you has been completed, hasn't it?" Sebastian nodded, glancing briefly at Anna, who had closed her eyes. "Seal," Annabelle Phantomhive began sternly, and when she opened her eyes, the orbs were glowing golden. "It is time I grant your heartfelt wish." Chapter 34, Heartfelt Wish. "That's impossible, Anna," Seal scowled. "I don't even know what I really want." She smiled, almost sadly. "Maybe not consciously," she murmured, "but your heart does." The young Earl looked terribly confused, but she could only smile. "Seal Phantomhive," Anna said softly, a halo of white light outlining her fragile angelic form as pure white feathers fell from the sky. Or so it appeared. "It is about time I finally grant your wish. Normally, I would have to politely refuse this kind of wish, but because you have shown me true greatness within you, only you will I grant this wish for." Seal sighed, sounding more fatigued than irritated. "Really, Anna, I don't even know what my wish is, so how could you?" The angel just smiled, closing her eyes as she clasped her hands to her chest, the light around her growing brighter as she levitated a few feet off the ground. Her wings expanded to their full length, almost casting a glimmer of a shadow over the ground. Sebastian grimaced, as if he knew what was going to happen. "My beloved angel," he thought affectionately. As Anna's hands withdrew from her chest, a sparkling ball of white light floated from her chest, shimmering with a diamond shine. With a heavy sigh, Anna seemed to falter before refocusing, the light fluttering down in front of them before Anna's seal circle appeared on the ground underneath it, glowing as two huge white wings expanded from the ball of light before wrapping around it. Anna's eyes glowed in fatigue as she concentrated hard, and Sebastian knew that she was dying. Moments ticked by before Anna relaxed, folding her wings as she touched back down on the ground. The wings under her seal expanded, revealing two figures, and Seal's eyes widened. "Mother?" he rasped. "Father?" Indeed, before him stood Vincent and Rachel Phantomhive, alive and well. "Seal, you deserve to be happy too," Anna told him softly as the seal underneath Seal's formerly deceased parents vanished. Immediately, Seal ran into his parents' warm embrace, and he instantly knew that he was not dreaming. "Seal, sweetie," his mother chided, "we're so proud of you." "I've missed you both so much," Seal wept. Vincent Phantomhive patted his son on the head affectionately. "You've grown into a fine young man, Seal," he said softly before looking at Sebastian. "Thank you for taking care of our son, Sebastian Michaelis." Sebastian bowed respectfully, and Vincent turned to Anna. "And thank you, Annabelle," he thanked gratefully. "You have reunited our family, and you've done a wonderful job watching over my son like you promised me so many years ago." The angel dipped her head with a smile. Then, as the world spun around her, she swooned before falling backwards, immediately being caught in Sebastian's firm embrace, lowering her to the ground. "Anna!" the Phantomhive family exclaimed. Anna's beloved demon held her tight, staring down into her gorgeous azure eyes. "My mission is complete," she sighed, "but at a steep price." Very softly, Sebastian leaned down to kiss his angel before staring deeply into her eyes. "Don't die, Anna," he whispered softly, but already her feathers began to disappear, her wings drooping limply. "I've already lost you once. I couldn't bear to lose you again." "Take what's left of my soul, Sebastian," she told him gently. "Your part of the Faustian contract we made is complete. Seal Phantomhive has gotten his revenge." The demon smiled weakly at her. "You already gave me your soul the moment you fell in love with me," he explained softly. "Therefore your side of the contract was already voided." She chuckled, her eyes beginning to droop. "Only you, Sebastian Michaelis. I'm going to miss you." "I love you, Annabelle Marie Phantomhive," he said, kissing her chastely. "And I love you, Sebastian," she murmured. Seal dropped to his knees next to her, his hands gripping her arm tightly, and only then did Anna realize just how small he really was. He was no more than a child. "Anna, you can't die," he pleaded. "I wish I could stay, but I've used all my strength and powers to bring your parents back," she whispered, and half-lidded eyes only continued to close. "I'll be watching over you all. Take good care of yourselves." "Hold on, Anna, please," Sebastian begged softly, the pleading tone left out of his velvet voice. "I don't want to be apart from you for eternity, my love." She smiled, reaching up to touch his cheek, cradling it gently in her cooling palm. "I love you, Sebastian," she breathed before closing her eyes for the last time. The angel in Sebastian Michaelis' arms died peacefully, her hand dropping to the ground as her head tilted lifelessly against his chest. The demon's eyes were filled with grief, but he could not find it in his heart this time around to shed tears for his angel lover. "I love you, Anna," Sebastian murmured, pressing his cheek against her forehead as he brushed his thumb over her cheek, stroking the smooth, soft skin. "Anna," Vincent murmured sadly as he pulled his grieving wife into his arms. Seal felt something in him die with the angel's death, and he found tears straying down his cheeks. "Anna," he choked. "Sebastian, I order you to bring her back." Sebastian remained silent, still holding Anna in his arms. "I'm sorry, young master, but that is one order. I'm afraid I cannot follow," he informed quietly. "There is nothing even I can do. Demons are unable to bring back the dead, more or less angels. She's gone, young master, and there is nothing I can do for her now." A blanket of white light enveloped Anna's body, and she began to disintegrate into white feathers, the process moving up her body slowly. "Debbie, where is she going?" Rachel Phantomhive stammered, blinking away blurry tears. Sebastian kissed Anna gently, resting his forehead against hers as he closed his eyes. "She's going to her final resting place," he said softly. "She's going to where Fangorn is, the place where all angels tread, the place where souls as pure as hers are free from all suffering and pain." Seal hugged what remained of his ancestor, hiding his face. "Thank you for everything, Anna," he thanked quietly. "You've saved my life on more than one occasion, and you've taken good care of me. You've been like a mother to me," he added silently, "and for that, no words could express my gratitude at the compassion you gave me." Finally, Anna's body disappeared completely, the white feathers floating upwards before vanishing from sight. Sebastian stood, looking up at the blue sky, a small, sad smile touching his lips. "Good night, my love." Sebastian went to inform the other servants that starting from that moment on Anna would no longer be in Seal's service. He would also be informing them that Vincent and Rachel Phantomhive was alive and would be returning to the Phantomhive Manor. Meanwhile, Seal was being told the cover-up story to explain his parents' sudden existence. "I think Annabelle had always known what your wish was," Rachel said softly. During her visits, she told us that she knew that you missed us dearly, even though you said that your reason for revenge was for your own sake. Vincent nodded. She cared about our family a lot, he added quietly. She already altered all the necessary memories to make our existence seem reasonable. It will be said that both your mother and I were rescued, but we had lost our memories due to post-traumatic stress. We lived through years of lies, but gradually our memories came back, and we finally came back home. Seal nodded, touching the eye patch on where his contracted eye had been, only to remember that though the contract had been completed, he was still alive, all thanks to that one angel. I wonder whether she'll be happy or not, he murmured quietly. Yes, Sebastian Michaelis answered as he stepped into the room after a brief knock. Though she never said it, she loved you dearly, young master. Seal felt a little irritated, but he wasn't sure why. Stop it, Sebastian, he said firmly. Our contract is complete, so you don't have to call me your master any more. Au contraire, the demon retorted. Your father, Lord Vincent, has offered to allow me to continue my position as head butler of the Phantom Hives, if only temporarily. He turned to look at the elder Phantom Hive. Oh, and Lord Vincent, Lady Rachel, Tanaka asks to speak with you both in the library. The other servants would like to meet you too. Vincent and Rachel nodded before excusing themselves, leaving the room. There was awkward silence for a moment between Seal and Sebastian before Seal spoke. So, what will you do now, Sebastian? He asked quietly. The contract is over, and there's nothing left that will tie you here. The demon looked troubled. Indeed, he agreed. Seal couldn't help but smirk even a little bit. I've never seen you this conflicted before, Sebastian, he commented. Do you really not know what to do next? Well, my initial plans were to travel with Anna around the world, where we'd continue with our respective works, he admitted. However, I did not anticipate that she would lose her life resurrecting Lord Vincent and Lady Rachel. Then again, she would have risked everything to answer your so-called heart's wish. So what will you do now, Sebastian? Seal questioned. He smiled. You need not worry about me, young master, he assured. Just readjust to your normal life as a noble spoiled brat. His smirk was all too innocent, and it pissed off the young Phantom Hive even more. Shut up, Sebastian, he hissed. Just go away and make yourself useful. The demon chuckled. Very well, he agreed with a bow and leaving the room. That damn demon! Seal growled in annoyance. Just because Sebastian was no longer his contracted butler didn't mean he was free to insult Seal however he liked. Nevertheless, even Sebastian's taunting seemed a little emptier now. Walking to the window, Seal Phantom Hive looked up to the skies where his angelic ancestor now resided. Heart's wish, huh? Maylene, Bard, and Finney were bawling at the loss of the head Phantom Hive maid, huddled up in a group as they loudly wept. Though they were happy for the young master that his parents had returned, they were really upset about Anna's departure. She didn't even come to say goodbye, Finney cried. What? Bard sniffled loudly. She was so nice to us. It's not fair, Maylene whined. What about Mr. Sebastian? How could she just leave him? Where is Sebastian? The pyrotechnic cook suddenly noticed. I wonder how he's taking this. She just left so abruptly, though he seemed normal about it. Even that guy must be feeling sad about it. Sebastian had finished the daily chores, and now he sat in the garden with Kylie, who purred in his lap. As he stroked the soft fur, he couldn't help but smile melancholically at the memory of when he had first met the dear black cat. Annabelle? He murmured softly before looking up into the skies. I hope you're happy up there with Fangorn. I'm sure she's doing well. Michael's voice spoke gently behind him, and Sebastian looked back to see the angel standing nearby. Sebastian dipped his head in greeting. What brings you here, Michael? He asked. I thought you bore a strong hatred towards me. The angel shook his head. I was just jealous of you, Sebastian, he said, smiling. You managed to make Anna fall in love with you in a matter of weeks, something I could not accomplish even after a couple of centuries. I resented you for that. Nevertheless, you made her happy, happier than I had ever seen her before. For that, thank you, Sebastian Michaelis. I was only doing what was expected of me, the demon responded, scratching behind Kylie's ears. Only, I had never expected to fall in love with Annabelle as well. Love is an interesting experience, however, now that she's gone. I feel this emptiness in me. Is this normal? Michael was taken aback. What was more surprising than the demon's obliviousness was his ability to feel actual heartache at the loss of someone important. "Aye, it is," he answered, "and I'll have to admit I'm surprised that you're moping here. I never thought demons could mope." Sebastian looked puzzled. "Mope? Am I moping?" he asked, mainly to himself. Then, in realization, he looked back down at the cat, stroking her fur. "I guess I am. So this is what moping is like. I've seen humans do it before in my years, but I never suspected that I'd be subjected to this as well. Strange." "I miss her," Sebastian thought with a heavy sigh. "It's strange. I never thought I'd even be in a position where I'd be longing for someone. Meeting Annabelle has changed me, and now she's gone." Chapter 35, The Hearts of Many. It had been a whole week since Annabelle's departure, and it was definitely strange to see Sebastian moping around the mansion. Sure, he still got the job done. Nevertheless, he seemed almost lonely without Annabelle by his side. Seal, however, was too occupied by trying to readjust to a normal life with his parents. It was strange, really. He had spent the past few years coping with living alone in such a huge mansion with no one but his servants, and now a new sense of livelihood had been brought back to the manor with his parents' revival. It was something that Seal would need to get readjusted to, but that would happen with time. "It's quite lonely without Anna's bright presence," the young Phantom Hive thought. "As much as I hate to admit it, I miss her too." "Something wrong, son?" Vincent asked. "You look conflicted." "I was just thinking about Annabelle," he said softly. "It's kind of lonely, isn't it?" he finished, nodding with a heavy sigh. "I understand. It's rare not to get updates from her about you. How's Sebastian doing?" Seal shrugged. "He seems to be coping," he answered. "But with that guy, it's hard to tell. For all I know, he could be self-destructing inside. Then again, he is a heartless, sadistic demon." "I appreciate your concern, young master," Sebastian Michaelis spoke suddenly following a quick knock on the door. "But even a demon like me can feel sadness at losing the woman I loved so very dearly." He pushed in a silver cart with tea and cake. "Ah, thank you, Sebastian," Vincent thanked as the demon poured the tea. "May I ask what plans you have next? I understand that, as a demon, you must have other things to do." The demon nodded. "I've been thinking about some plans for the past week, but I believe that I will be heading east," he explained. Then he sighed heavily. "Well, I suppose there's still some room for planning. Till then, please allow me to stay here a little longer." "Of course," the Earl said. "You've been taking such good care of Seal during our absence, and it really is very appreciated, so feel free to stay here as long as you like." Sebastian bowed politely. "Thank you," he responded. "Now, if you'll please excuse me." "Actually, Father," Seal interrupted, "may I please speak to Sebastian alone?" Vincent smiled and nodded, leaving the study as Seal and Sebastian stared at each other for a long moment before Seal smirked. "Missing her, Sebastian?" he mocked. The demon's brow furrowed in irritation for a moment before looking away in denial. "Well, I wouldn't say I'm missing her," he began. The young Phantom Hive snorted. "Let me make you an offer, Sebastian," he began. "You will continue your service to me as a Phantom Hive butler, and in return I will bring wishing Angel Annabelle Marie Phantom Hive back to you." Sebastian stifled a chuckle, though he was unable to keep the smile from widening across his face. "Forgive me, young master, but do you honestly believe that you, a mere human, would be able to summon back an angel to earth?" The mere prospect of it appeared absolutely ludicrous, and for a demon like Sebastian, utterly amusing. Seal glared. "I can, and I will, should you agree to this deal to faithfully continue being my butler like you have done during the terms of our former contract," he declared boldly. "Are we in mutual understandings?" "Completely, young master," Sebastian retorted with a mock smile. "Do we have a deal?" the young Phantom Hive asked, and the demon raised an eyebrow thoughtfully. On one hand, should Seal actually accomplish the task, Sebastian would be able to have his beloved angel returned to him. On the other hand, should Seal fail, well, it would be fun watching him try anyway. "Very well, Seal Phantom Hive, I will make this deal with you," he finally agreed. "If you are able to successfully bring back wishing Angel Annabelle Marie Phantom Hive, I, Sebastian Michaelis, will continue serving as the Phantom Hive head butler until the day I am either released from your service by you alone, or the day you die of old age of unpreventable illness. Does this agreement sound fair to you?" Seal's eye narrowed. "And how do I know you're not lying?" he challenged. The demon's wicked smile widened. I have said this before, young master, and I'll say it again. I do not lie. TCH, Seal scoffed. How do I know there are no loopholes in this deal? Sebastian smiled all too innocently. Because Annabelle is probably watching us from heaven right now, and she will be very upset with me if I trick you, especially if she does come back and see me do it right in front of her, he said. So no, there will be no loopholes. Very well, then we have a deal, Seal said smugly. Curious, but do you truly believe you can bring her back, young master? He asked again. Truly? He glared. Don't make me repeat myself, Sebastian, he warned. The demon was amused, to say the least. May I ask the manner of how you plan on bringing Angel Annabelle back? You may not, Seal answered coldly. Now leave. So, what did you ask Sebastian to do in order to get him away from here? Vincent asked curiously. Errands mainly, Seal replied, and I told him to stay away from here for the next hour. Rachel chuckled in amusement. You're so grown up now, Seal, she fawned as she hugged him. Your father and I are so proud of you. Mother, please, he scowled, his face beet red. We should get started. But do you really think that the wishes of just 3 people will be enough to bring her back? Vincent queried worriedly. This isn't just something that they'll be able to just allow. Seal faltered for a moment before nodded. It'll work. It has to work. Oh, what's going on? Wishing Angel Dispatcher Alicia murmured as there was activity on one of her cloud monitors. The fluffy white electricity-powered touch-screen monitor had a special golden heart flashing on it. It seems that there's a special wish of bringing Wishing Angel Annabelle Marie Phantomhive out back into the lower levels of heaven, as well as being able to return to Earth. So, essentially, it is a wish to resurrect her. This seems to be a very special case, she thought, so by logic we should pass this to the higher-ups. She turned to her partner beside her. Hey, Ashley, who's the Archangel in charge of our division again? The new guy? It's Kieran, the blonde answered. Trish was moved to one of the other divisions. You know, it's the switch management every century project the boss came up with so the supervising Archangels can get experience in every field. Okay, let's send this case to him and see what he says, Alicia determined, picking up the cloud phone and calling their administrator's office. Hello, is this Archangel Kieran speaking? Yep, that's me, he responded cheerfully. Need something? This is WA Dispatcher Alicia with a very special wish that I just received on my cloud monitor, and I was wondering how we should proceed with it, she informed formally. Oh, and what wish is that? He asked curiously. The wish is to return Wishing Angel Annabelle Marie Phantomhive to the lower levels of heaven and to Earth from her current residence in the first level of heaven, she told him. Kieran was surprised. Only one person I know on Earth knows about that, he thought. Okay, yeah, let me handle this case, Alicia, he instructed. Please send it over to me. At this, he hung up. Seconds later, it popped up on his cloud monitor, and he bit his lip. What to do, he asked himself. As much as I want to, it's not like I can just approve this wish. Maybe I'll call the boss and ask. Picking up the phone, the Archangel called the number. There was an answer after the first ring. Hey, boss, it's me. We've got quite the interesting case on our hands, and I thought I'd ask you for advice. What should I do? Okay, Kieran responded. But are you sure about this, boss? I don't mean to question your judgment, but all I'm saying is that it'll be disappointing for them if there's not enough support for her. Kieran dipped his head. I understand, he said in all seriousness. I'll get right on it, thank you. Hanging up, Kieran sighed heavily before sending the response out. The real test was now. If enough support for Annabelle reached the amount listed in the quota, the wish would be granted. And now it was all up to every life Annabelle had touched throughout her human and angelic life. But would it be enough to fill the given quota of 1 million souls? Word spread quickly throughout all 6 lower levels of heaven regarding the conditions of granting that one special wish started by Seal Phantomhive. Immediately support gathered together as quickly as possible, and their own wishes were included in the grand count. Some of Anna's angelic friends also came together and joined Kieran at the Wishes Department to gather for what they hoped would lead to their friend's revival. The filling heart crystal with the soul counter stood before them, the number increasing as the rainbow liquid filling the crystal also proportionally increased in volume. So, the boss really said we could do this? Sarah asked, incredulous. Kieran nodded. He said that this was the requirement when it came to any angel being brought down from the first level, he said. Our wishes for her to return have also been included in this count. So far, so good. Already over 500,000 souls are here." "She's really touched a lot of lives," Cheryl commented. "I mean, just look at these numbers." Fellow wishing angel Lily looked worried. "I just hope it's enough." "It has got to be enough," Michael said, his fists clenched tight with tension. "It's just gotta." They watched as the crystal continued to fill with more and more wishes of souls everywhere, the voices of the wishers echoing quietly through the air with their wish. "Who made the initial wish?" Cheryl asked Kieran. "This is an S-ranked wish, isn't it?" He nodded, his eyes not leaving the counter. "This wish was made by Vincent, Rachel, and Seal Phantomhive," he informed. "That demon Sebastian's wish should be in there too, right?" Lily queried curiously, and the Archangel nodded. "It's definitely surprising, though," he noted. "We've never had a demon become involved with making wishes, especially not wishes like these." "Poor Sebastian's taking it pretty hard," Cheryl noted. "I've never seen a demon so depressed before. I really hope we succeed." "Look, it's slowing down," Michael noticed, "and the final count is—" 999 and 999, Kieran breathed. "All we need is just one more. Just one." Precious minutes ticked by as that number stayed the same, not moving. "Come on, just one more," Michael breathed, feeling agitated and helpless. "We're so close." All of a sudden, the high-pitched giggle of an infant child echoed through the air, and a golden glowing spark lit up the now-filled crystal as the number hit exactly 1,000,000 souls. Chapter 36, For One Soul. 3 days had passed since Seal and his parents had wished for the return of wishing angel Annabelle Marie Phantomhive, but things weren't looking good as there had been absolutely no sign that they had succeeded. Had they failed? Were our efforts useless? Seal wondered as he looked out into the unforgiving, pouring rain. Were our wishes not enough after all? I had hoped, but I guess not, and Sebastian hasn't spoken to me about it either. What will I say to him? "Young master, may I come in?" Sebastian called through the door after 2 brief knocks. "I have your afternoon tea and snack." "Yes, come in," he responded easily. As the butler walked in pushing a cart with tea and a covered silver platter, Seal's attention remained on the horrid weather outside, which really felt like it reflected his inner emotions. Pluto's lonely howl could be heard outside. "Where are my parents?" Seal asked. "Ah, yes, Tanaka took Lord Vincent and Lady Rachel to the Midford estate to surprise them with their return," Sebastian answered. "Then all of them will be returning here prior to dinner before spending the rest of the evening here." "I see," he replied emptily. Sebastian poured the tea and set up the platter before him, lifting the cover. "Today's afternoon snack consists of a light mixed berry pudding, made with the finest blueberries, blackberries, and strawberries. It'll be matched with a fine—" "What happens now, Sebastian?" Seal cut off suddenly. The butler was taken aback. That question had caught him off guard. "Pardon me." "What do I do now? My revenge is complete, and my parents have been resurrected," he sighed, which was most unlike him. "I've done more than what most 13-year-olds have, and I have suffered more humiliation and pain than many." Sebastian smiled. "And though you were supposed to have your soul given to me upon completion of the contact," he added, "you were saved and protected once more by Annabelle." "Don't mock me," Seal barked at him. "I'm only stating the facts," he defended calmly. "I suppose the only thing you can do now is to live out the rest of your human life as you wish. After all, you have your parents back, your status, a lovely fiancée, and you've already completed the revenge you had set out to do when you summoned me." Seal gritted his teeth. "You make it sound so easy," he hissed. Then he exhaled. "What's on my schedule this afternoon?" There was a knock on the door before Maylene poked her head through the door. "Young master, sorry to disturb you, but you have a mysterious visitor at the door," she informed. She insisted on staying at the door as to prevent getting the floor wet. She was wearing a cloak, so I didn't see her face, but she sounds unmistakably female. Should I tell her to leave? An insane glimmer of hope shot through Seal, but he maintained his uncaring composure. "I'll go down and see to them," he answered calmly. "Thank you, Maylene." Seal quickly made his way to the door, Sebastian following right behind him. Could it be? He thought. Sebastian opened the door to reveal a figure enveloped in a large brown cloak that hid her identity. Even in the cold, hard rain that had soaked her cloak, the mysterious figure remained virtually unperturbed. However, that familiar motherly aura surrounding her was unmistakable to Seal. "Are you Seal Phantom Hive?" the all-too-familiar voice asked innocently. Without a second thought, Seal leapt to tackle the figure into a hug, getting caught in the downpour of rain without care. His arms were wrapped around her waist, and he buried his face against her wet cloak. "Anna, don't mess with me," he scowled. "It's not funny." The figure's hood fell back to reveal beautiful and elegant silver hair. Her bright azure eyes were filled with love as she hugged him. Fangor and Angela stood draped on her shoulder, Cat smiling at the child. "It's all right now, Seal," she hushed gently. "Everything's okay now. I'm back." Sebastian held an umbrella over them and smiled at Anna. His voice was velvety soft when he spoke. "Welcome back, Annabelle." She smiled back at him, her eyes filled with love. "I'm home." After Anna had greeted the other servants, informing her of her return, and things had settled down, Anna and Sebastian were in the study with Seal, Anna redressed in her maid uniform, the Phantom Hive badge pinned proudly on her chest. Meanwhile, Fang and Kylie were in the den grooming each other by the fireplace, catching up on the pastimes. "Well, it feels good to be back," Anna sighed contentedly. "Thank you, Seal, for wishing me back." He nodded solemnly. "I almost thought I had failed," he responded. "I didn't think that my wish alone would be able to bring you back." "It didn't," she agreed. "Not exactly. The terms were that if 1,000,000 souls supported and wished for me to return, then I would be allowed to. Should it be any less, then no. The soul who was the last to wish for me was none other than that dear little infant Adrian we rescued from Lawrence Kingsley. He had a desire to see me and Fang again, so it became the very last wish." Sebastian smiled. "And it is very good to have you back," he told her. "Sebastian, Anna," Seal addressed firmly, "as you know, my parents will be returning from the Midford estate in a few hours with Lizzie's family, so I expect you'll need some time to prepare dinner. Do not disappoint me." "Yes, my lord," Sebastian responded with a bow. "Of course, Seal," Anna added lightly with a polite curtsy. The moment they both had left the study, Sebastian forced Anna against the wall and kissed her with fierce passion, feeling the desperate need to devour her. "Sebastian," she gasped, out of breath as she pulled away. He pressed his forehead against hers. "You have no idea what you've done to me, Annabelle," he told her, his arms wrapped firmly around her waist. "You've managed to torture me more than I could have ever imagined in the past 3 days, and it's not the kind of torture I like either. Perhaps it's about time I pay it all back to you, in a different way." She blushed as she realized what he meant. "But, Sebastian, we have to focus on making dinner right now," she protested. "Can't this wait until later?" "No," he hissed, sweeping her up into his arms as he raced her to his room with inhuman speed, shutting the door as he tossed her onto the bed, pinning her down like a lion on its prey, his eyes glowing demonically as desire and lust rushed through him. "Sebastian," she murmured, her cheeks red. She had already put up an angel barrier instinctively, knowing that what Sebastian wanted to do to her was probably not going to be quiet. He grinned darkly, his lips brushing her ear as he whispered, "In the next 10 minutes I will make you regret having left me for those horrid 3 days." Fang and Kylie went to the kitchen, hoping to find any of the servants to get some fresh milk. Instead, they only found Sebastian working on dinner alone. "Hey, Sebastian, where's Anna?" the angelic cat inquired curiously. He smiled all too innocently. "She's reflecting on what she has put me through the past 3 days," he answered as he set down a bowl of milk for the 2 cats. The feline blinked at him for a moment before padding to the milk. "I don't want to know," he said. "I have a feeling, but, again, I don't want to know. So, what are you making tonight for when the Midford family comes for dinner?" "I've decided a nice roast beef will serve as the main course," he answered, "and a light garden salad will be an excellent appetizer. Once Anna joins me, I'll be asking her to also prepare a creme de la creme soup, a special recipe passed down the Phantom Hive line, one of which she will be very familiar with. Dessert will be a rich chocolate gateau cake with truffles shredded on top." He sighed, "So much to do, so little time." Anna stumbled slightly into the kitchen, blushing furiously as she saw Sebastian before looking away. Quickly regaining her composure, she looked back at him. "Is there anything you want me to work on?" she asked. The butler smiled at her. "Actually, first, may I request something from you?" "Why, yes," she squeaked quietly. He leaned in close to her, wrapping an arm around her waist as his mouth hovered over hers. "Perhaps it's time we renew our blood contract, after all. It was broken upon your death," he said. and naturally because I am the one requesting it, only you have the right to break it if you so choose to." "Yes," she breathed, her voice barely a whisper. He smiled devilishly, leaning in to kiss her as he bit both his and her lip, allowing their blood to mingle as a red ring of light glowed on the floor around them, sealing their renewed contract. As they pulled apart with his arm still around her, his smile turned flattering. "Please prepare a creme de la creme soup, if you will," he told her. "You know the one I'm talking about." "Oh," she said, suddenly alert and sounding very intrigued as she pulled away from him. "I haven't made that recipe since. Well, since I made it for my siblings when I was still alive. Wow, it's been so long, do I even remember how to do it right?" The butler pulled out a recipe card. "Well, the recipe for it is here, if you need a refresher," he said. "I've already looked at it anyway, so if you do need any help, feel free to ask me." "Excellent," Anna replied. "Then I'll get started on it right away." "It's such a relief and a joy to know that you're both alive and well," Lizzie's mother, Frances Mitford, said joyfully. "It's hard to admit, but I was worried about young Seal and how he'd grow up to be, but over the past couple of years it seems that he's been doing quite well." Vincent smiled. "That is our Seal, all right," he agreed. "And now we'll be here for him to take care of him," Rachel added cheerfully. As they arrived, Tanaka opened the carriage door for them, and they saw Sebastian standing by the door, courteously awaiting their arrival. "Good evening," Sebastian greeted with a warm smile as he bowed to them. "Dinner is ready." "Ah, Sebastian," Frances said distastefully, "looking as indecent as ever, I see." The butler couldn't help but look uneasy by the very strong and scary lady. "Forgive me, Marchioness, but please pardon my unsightly appearance this once," he requested politely. Vincent chuckled easily. "Please be reasonable, dear sister," he noted lightly. "This should be a time for rejoicing. Please pay no mind to the minor details." "Very well," she said reluctantly, respecting her brother's simple request. But she shot a quick glare at Sebastian anyway. Entering the manor, they were greeted by a beloved maid the Phantom Hives had feared they had lost forever. "Good evening, everyone," head maid Annabelle greeted with a curtsy and a beautiful smile. "It is a pleasure to meet you all." "Hannah!" Lizzie cheered, leaping to hug the maid, wrapping her arms around her waist. "Those clothes don't look cute on you at all." "Lizzie!" Strict Marchioness of Midford Frances scowled. "It is not proper for you to engage in such improper actions." I'm sorry, Mother," the young lady responded quietly as she pulled away. Meanwhile, Vincent and Rachel were overjoyed at her return, but in the presence of the Midford family they could only express their joy with heart-warming smiles. Anna chuckled. "Now, if you please come this way. Young Master Seal is awaiting you all in the dining hall." "Lord Vincent, Lady Rachel, may I occupy a few moments of your time?" Sebastian requested quietly and politely. The pair nodded while Anna led the Midford family off towards the dining hall. "What is it, Sebastian?" Vincent asked. He smiled. "There is something in particular I'd like to discuss with you about, and I've already talked with the young master about this issue prior to this as well," he began. "This won't take long." After dinner, the two families enjoyed a quiet evening chat in the den, sharing stories while Lizzie ran off with Anna and Paula playing dress up with the maids. Again, after evening tea, the Midfords eventually left the Phantom Hive Manor to return home, leaving the family of three and their servants alone once more. "Well, it's been a pleasant evening," Vincent sighed in content, while stroking Kylie's fur while Fang sat by the fireplace. "And it's a pleasure to have you back as well, Annabelle." The maid smiled happily. "Thank you, Vincent," she replied. "I'm happy to be back." Rachel stood up and went to hug the ancestor. "Welcome back, Anna," she cheered. "It's great to know you'll be staying with us." "TCH," Seal scoffed under his breath, "making us all worry like that." "Ah, yes, that reminds me," Sebastian noted, exchanging an amused glance with Vincent Phantom Hive before reaching out to hold Anna's hand in both of his. "Anna, we haven't known each other for a really long time, nevertheless, I'm sure that we're both crystal clear on our feelings." "Yes, that's true," she said, blushing as she thought about their very interesting encounters. "Nevertheless," he continued, going down on one knee, "though I find this tradition of humans completely unnecessary and unreasonably orthodox. To make you happy, I'm willing to put up with it. So with the permission of both lords of Phantom Hive." Anna's eyes widened as she held her breath, suddenly realizing what was going to happen next. especially since he pulled out a solid gold ring. "Annabel Marie Phantomhive, will you marry me?" Chapter 37, Tying Knots. "Annabel Marie Phantomhive, will you marry me?" Sebastian implored, staring up into the angel's bright azure eyes as they welled up with tears of joy. "Yes," she exclaimed happily, throwing her arms around his neck as she hugged him tightly. The Phantomhives clapped at the joyful occasion. "Congratulations!" Rachel cheered. Sebastian lifted Anna into the air, twirling her around before pulling her down to kiss his now fiancée. "I love you, Sebastian Michaelis," she whispered happily, tears streaming down her face. He pressed his forehead against hers. "I love you too, Annabel," he murmured, setting her down as they looked at the Phantomhive family. "And for our wedding, the young master has already, though reluctantly, I must note, agreed to be the, as they call it, best man, while Lord Vincent has so kindly accepted to be one of my groomsmen. Rachel, I know you haven't known me long enough to be my maid of honor, but would you honor me by being one of my bridesmaids?" Anna requested as the newly engaged couple pulled away. "Of course," she cheered happily. "I would love to." Fang flew into the angel's arms. "Congratulations, Anna," he meowed. "I'm so happy you've finally found your true love, even though it is with a demon. And a troublesome one at that," he added silently. Seal heaved out a heavy sigh. "How troublesome," he muttered under his breath. Then he spoke up. "I suppose our next few days will be filled with wedding preparations." "Oh, I don't expect anything special to be done for our wedding. After all, we are merely servants," Sebastian reasoned logically. "At most some organization from Anna's angelic friends. Nevertheless, we are merely one hell of a couple." After Anna had excitedly informed her friends in heaven, immediately they were bustling with activity, arranging their dresses and their human covers. Though they were very much surprised that the demon Sebastian Michaelis had actually proposed to their friend, they were very pleased to hear so. The Phantomhives were already beginning their preparations for the head servant's wedding, and Vincent had told the two to take the rest of the night off, allowing them to simply enjoy each other's company. Now they lay together in their bed, Sebastian's arm lying across the back of her waist as she rested against him, cuddling against his chest. The blanket was pulled up just under Anna's shoulders, and Sebastian had one hand behind his head, staring up at the ceiling. "Your proposal came as such a surprise to me," Anna murmured. "It's not that I'm not happy about it, but what brought this on? You said so yourself that you found the process of marriage unnecessary." He smoothed the ruffles of her nightgown as he chuckled. "That is true. However, all I really did was just perform the duties of a wishing angel by making a single wish come true." She lifted up her head to look at him. "A wish?" she noted curiously, her azure eyes sparkling curiously. The demon smiled down at her. "Yes, a wish. Your wish, that is," he said matter-of-factly. "After all, your own heart's wish and dream was to fall in love, get married, and perhaps some day have a family, was it not?" Anna blushed, having forgotten Sebastian's rather annoying at times eidetic memory. "Yes," she breathed, closing her eyes as she listened to his beating heart, "and I thank you for that. But I still can't help but be surprised by all this, by how far we've come. When I first met you, I didn't think you had a heart. I thought you were only a cold, heartless demon who only cared about devouring souls." "Well, in order for me to successfully execute my disguise as a human butler, naturally I'd have to have a body as similar to a human as possible," he replied. "And that would include having a human heart." She chuckled. "That's not what I meant, you know," she teased. "I never thought that I'd end up falling in love with a demon. I never even believed that demons could love. Not until I met you." Sebastian sighed as his embrace tightened. "It's annoying what you do to me, Annabel," he admitted. "Learning to love you has taught me so many things about human emotions, not to mention it has sent me through various emotions of my own that I never even knew I had. You even moped after I died, bringing back Seal's parents," she laughed. "I never thought I'd see you do that." He frowned. "I did not," he denied defensively. "I was merely saddened by the fact that I would not see you again." "Either way, you missed me," she teased, inhaling his scent deeply. "Like how I missed you. And in a couple of days we'll be married officially here in the human world." Again the demon sighed heavily. "How troublesome. I really do find these processions known as weddings absolutely ridiculous and unnecessary, especially for creatures such like ourselves." He pulled her closer. "However, I'm willing to go through the trouble just for you, Annabel." "Oh, that's so sweet," she cooed, reaching up to kiss him deeply. Oh, speaking of go through the trouble, how did you get Seal to agree to us getting married? Sebastian chuckled at the rather amusing memory. Since Annabelle has gone shopping for all of the ingredients necessary for tonight's dinner, there is something I must discuss with you, young master, Sebastian Michaelis said after pouring Seal's afternoon tea. What is so secretive that the Phantom Hive head maid cannot know about? Seal Phantom Hive inquired curiously as he looked at his butler from across his desk. Young master, the demon began, as you know, Anna has returned to us here at the Phantom Hive Manor like you so promised on your side of the bargain. Seal grinned triumphantly, and it made him look positively evil. So, likewise, you must keep up your side of the deal and continue faithfully working as the head butler of the Phantom Hives until my natural passing. Sebastian sighed troublesomely. Indeed I shall, he reluctantly agreed. On that note, young master, I have a request, and a selfish one at that. Oh? The young Earl noted as he sipped at his tea. It was rare for Sebastian to make a personal request from him. The butler bowed deeply. Please allow me to wed Annabelle, he requested without hesitation. Immediately Seal spat out his tea in utter surprise and shock. What? He exclaimed. Sebastian couldn't help but chuckle at Seal's response before returning to his more serious demeanor. Do not misunderstand me, young master. I truly find the concept of marriage unreasonably orthodox and unnecessary, he explained. However, due to a certain angel maid's own heart-wish, I have decided to grant her that happiness through marriage. I see, Seal responded as calmly as possible, and I suppose you've already given this a lot of thought. He dipped his head. I came to the decision I would a day after you had made the agreement with me if you were able to bring Anna back, he said. The young Earl glared at Sebastian for a long, hard moment. Though I'd hate to cater to the desires of this damn butler, he contemplated. This would be the least I could do to make my ancestor happy. I guess my permission for their marriage would prove as a sort of thank you for her services. After his heavy deliberation, he finally sighed. Very well, he determined. I approve of your proposing to Anna. However, you must also obtain permission from my father, as he too is an Earl of Phantom Hive, and thus your master. I understand, Sebastian replied with a deep bow. Thank you, young master. Obtaining permission from Lord Vincent should not pose as a challenge, considering both he and the Lady Rachel have known Annabelle for the past several years during their stay in heaven. TCH, Seal scowled. Now go and continue your preparations for tonight. Oh, so it went like that, huh? Anna commented. I'm surprised Seal didn't object to it, or anything. Sebastian smiled. Well, after all, he does owe a lot to you, considering you've saved his life countless times, whether directly or indirectly, he replied. So I suppose he found it to be the only way he could really repay you without openly embarrassing himself. Anna giggled. Still part of his boyish charm, I suppose. At least now he will have more time to spend with Lizzie and his parents instead of focusing on revenge, considering it's now complete. Everyone who had played a part in the murder of the Phantom Hive family that night so many years ago have all been paid their retribution by Seal. At least now he can live out the rest of his life the way he wants to, hopefully as a little more normal child. Plus, I hope he can smile a little more too. Then hopefully I can stop worrying about him and that crease forming in between his eyebrows. Sebastian chuckled. I don't think you need to be worried about the young master after all. He has many supportive people around him to keep him in line, so I don't believe there should be any plausible reason for you to be concerned over him. She sighed. Nevertheless, now I hope that Seal no longer needs to concern himself with the duties of the Queen's watchdog, considering his father's return now. Vincent will probably retake the position in order to prevent Seal from necessarily getting his hands dirty. That said, Seal will have more time to work on the Phantom Company, and— Sebastian kissed her, cutting her off. You talk too much, Annabelle, he said, and about the young master, none the less. You should be relaxing and just thinking about us. After all, you'll be stuck with me for the rest of eternity. Are you sure you want that? Yes, I'm sure, she replied, nuzzling against his chest. You do know how much I love you, right? Almost about how much I love you, he retorted sweetly, a devilish glint shining in his red eyes. It's great to have you back, Anna, especially now since I can hold you in my arms again. Immediately Sebastian's mind began to trail off to when Anna had explained to them in more detail just how she had actually managed to be able to return to the human world. So it wasn't just my family's wishes that brought you back? Seal asked. The maid shook her head. It was 1,000,000 souls' worth of support, so I should only really be thanking you for starting it." She smiled teasingly at his annoyed expression. "1,000,000?" the young Earl repeated in surprise. Anna nodded. "I know, right?" she asked with a wide smile. "I'm really happy that I've been able to touch so many lives during my time as both a human and an angel." Sebastian smiled. "Indeed," he agreed. "Humans so easily succumb to their emotions, and thus humans are thus so easy to manipulate due to this weakness." Her smile dropped a little. "That's not what I meant, Sebastian," she said strictly. "And no, I don't find it a weakness. After all, some people have triumphed successfully because they gave in to their emotions. But that's aside from the point." "You must have filled up your quota quite quickly," Seal commented. The angel laughed. "Just barely made it, actually," she admitted. "Like I had explained to you earlier, the very last soul that wished for Fang and my return was none other than little infant Adrian. If not for him, I wouldn't be standing here before you right now." "It really is good to be back," Anna sighed, nuzzling her face against Sebastian's chest. "I really love you, Sebastian." His arms tightened. "I love you too, Anna," he murmured. She closed her eyes. "Can you believe it, Sebastian? Our marriage will be the milestone in which the very first eternal union between an angel and a demon will be formed." He chuckled. "Strange, isn't it? Never really believed it would be possible. Never believed that such an arrangement would even be possible." The angel rolled off him, curling up next to him, resting her cheek against his shoulder. "I know what you mean," she sighed. "When I first found myself falling in love with you, I thought I was insane. I thought I was being charmed by your demonic tricks." "I'll admit I was tempted to use some of my charms," Sebastian confessed. "However, when I found myself becoming drawn towards you, I don't know, I just chose not to." Anna smiled. "After everything we went through together, no supernatural tricks or charms were needed to be used at all. We just, well, fell in love with each other, and that was that." "Yes, it was," he agreed, reaching over to stroke her silver hair as his ruby gaze indulged in the sight of her beautiful face and clear azure eyes. "Now sleep, Annabelle. We have much to plan in the next couple of days, not to mention get acquainted with the duties of marriage, after all, in a matter of days. You will officially become my lovely angel wife." Chapter 38, Vows of Eternity. "I can't believe it," Anna said happily as she folded the veil over her face. "I'm actually getting married. And with a demon, no less," she added silently, nevertheless pleased. "And we're so happy for you," Cheryl cheered, hugging her friend. "And I'm so happy and honored that you asked me to be your matron of honor." She smiled. "Well, you have been my longest friend," she said. "So, of course." Rachel Phantomhive hugged the beloved angel. "This is so exciting," she exclaimed. "Are you ready?" "Yes," Anna agreed, smiling happily. "Let's do this." In the local London church, Sebastian stood at the altar, dressed in a suit as custom ordered by Vincent Phantomhive. Beside the butler stood his best man, the young Earl Seal Phantomhive. Seal was also dressed up in his best attire, looking slightly annoyed by what was happening. "Ah, so much trouble for a little marriage," Sebastian thought in amusement. As Lizzie began skipping down the aisle tossing flowers as the flower girl, everyone stood up as they anticipated the walking of the bride. Young Elizabeth Midford was garbed in a simple pouf-eye yellow dress, sequins and flowers sewn into it. After Lizzie came in, Morris came in carrying young baby Adrian, who was holding onto a pillow with 2 gold rings on it. Following them were the bridesmaid Rachel Phantomhive and matron of honor Angel Cheryl, dressed in yellow dresses, somewhat similar design to what Lizzie had. Last but not least, the beautiful bride angel Annabelle Marie Phantomhive came down the aisle, escorted by Vincent Phantomhive. Sebastian couldn't help but smile proudly at the breathtaking appearance of his bride-to-be. Annabelle was in an eloquent, sequined white wedding dress, its end just hanging above the floor, allowing her white-heeled shoes to be seen cradling her slim feet. The dress hugged her form perfectly, the milky smoothness of her arms exposed as she was holding the white bouquet in her hands. Her strides were no less elegant than her dress as she stepped to face Sebastian. "You look beautiful," Sebastian told her through the blood bond as he lifted the veil from her face, "more beautiful than usual." Her smile widened. "You look more handsome than usual," she teased back with a quick wink. Deformed Tanaka sat in front of the pair with a smile, dressed up like a priest. "Ho, ho, ho!" he chuckled, turning to Sebastian as he continued with his odd laugh. Ho, 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 ho. I do, Sebastian answered knowingly. Tanaka turned to Anna and repeated, though to the crowd they most of them were stricken by this rather odd priest. They were even more stricken that the Anna and Sebastian could even understand what he was saying. I do, Anna replied, tears gathering in her eyes. They each got their respective rings from the pillow baby Adrian held, and Sebastian took Anna's slender hand in his. With this ring, he recited gently, I, Sebastian Michaelis, give you the promise that from this day forward you shall never walk alone. My heart will be your shelter, my arms will be your home. We will walk through life together as partners and mutual companions. I promise I will do my best to love and accept you as you are. With this ring I give you your freedom and my trust in you. I give you my heart. With this ring I thee wed. Sliding the gold band on her ring finger, where it fit exactly, Anna inhaled deeply as she looked into his deep red eyes, holding his hand and his ring. With this ring, she repeated, her voice just as clear, I, Annabel Ashton, give you the promise that from this day forward you shall never walk alone. My heart will be your shelter. My arms will be your home. We will walk through life together as partners and as best friends. I promise I will do my best to love and accept you as you are. With this ring, I give you your freedom and my trust in you. I give you my heart. With this ring, I thee wed. After setting the ring on his own hand, there was a mild pop before deformed Tanaka became real Tanaka. He smiled widely at them. Though you both may be servants of Phantom Hive, he said softly, never forget that though you have a duty to faithfully serve your master, you also have a duty to your own hearts. Thank you, Tanaka, the couple said in union. From this point on, Tanaka announced to everyone, his normally quiet voice echoing in the church, with the permission of Lord Phantom Hive, I pronounce you husband and wife. Mr. Sebastian, you may kiss your bride. As Sebastian gently pressed his mouth against Anna's, the crowd applauded happily for the newly married couple. I love you, Sebastian, Anna sighed against his lips, tears of joy falling from her eyes. He smiled against her mouth. As I love you, Annabel, he replied softly, till now, from now, until eternity. 1 month later. Kylie! Fangorn Angelista meowed as he padded through the Phantom Hive manor, searching for his mate. Kylie, where did you go? Suddenly a plethora of meows answered him before he was tackled by half a dozen tiny black and white kittens, little white wings glowing on their backs. They nestled closely against their father right before the black cat approached, nosing her mate gently. Kids, you're suffocating me, Fang purred teasingly as he got onto all 4 paws, 2 kittens lying across his back as one sat against his head playing with his ears. Fang, Angel Annabel Michaelis called in greeting as she approached, have you seen Sebastian anywhere? The angelic feline nodded. I saw him heading towards the study, he informed. Thanks, she said, excitement filling her voice as she ran off. Upon seeing the butler, she threw herself at him in joy. Sebastian, she cheered, and he turned around right as she barreled against his chest, hugging him tight. He sighed. What is it that makes you so excited, Annabel? I nearly dropped the master's tea. Sebastian, she said, looking up at him, I've got some exciting news. Oh, he responded, raising an eyebrow. Did Kieran finally decide to propose to Cheryl? The angel shook her head. Nope, guess again, she teased with glee. The young master finally admitted to liking Lady Elizabeth, he guessed again. She shook her head once more. Nope, not that either, she said. We really should work on getting him to admit that. Sebastian looked suspiciously at her. Is the young master getting a new younger brother? Anna laughed. No, Sebastian, I'm pregnant. His eyes widened in surprise, looking down at her stomach and back into her smiling face. He found a smile creeping up onto his own face as he embraced her with an arm. Congratulations, my love, he whispered gently. I wonder what our son or daughter will be like, especially being half angel, half demon. But more importantly, you should inform the young master about this. Anna took the tea from him and nodded, still grinning. I love you, Sebastian, she sighed. As I love you, he replied through the blood contract. Now off you go. After Anna disappeared through the door of the study, minutes later Rejoice could be heard through the door, and Sebastian couldn't help but chuckle at the reaction. Humans sure are strange creatures, he thought. How utterly amusing. At that moment Bard, Finny, and Maylene popped up from the hallway, after hearing the sounds coming from the study, approaching Sebastian and looking curious. What has happened, Mr. Sebastian? Finney asked, tilting his head to the side. Sebastian Michaelis smiled at them. "Oh, nothing too special," he brushed off easily. "It is just another day of life in the Phantom Hive Manor."
The end.